A poor woman must die in hospital. A poor little girl must die in the street. Like dogs. But this is appalling. And without the mother even seeing her child again. And the child almost not having known her mother. And all for the sake of that apple-thieving old rogue who surely deserves to be sentenced to hard labor for something else, if not for that. Fine scruples that save a criminal and sacrifice the innocent, that save an old vagrant, with only a few more years to live, after all, who will hardly be any worse off in the prison hulks than in his own hovel, and sacrifice a whole population, mothers, wives, children. Poor little Cosette who has no one in the world but me and is no doubt blue with cold right now in those Thénardier's doss house. There's another bad lot. And I'd be prepared to neglect my responsibilities to all these poor creatures. And I'd go off and denounce myself. And I'd do something so downright stupid. Let's assume the worst. Suppose there is some wickedness on my part in all this and my conscience one day reproaches me for it. Resigning myself, for the sake of others, to those reproaches weighing only against me and to this wicked deed that imperils no one else's soul but mine, that's self-sacrifice, that's virtue. He rose and started pacing again. This time he thought he was satisfied. Diamonds are found only in the darkness of the earth. Truths are found only in the depths of the mind. It seemed to him that having descended into those depths, having long groped in the pitch black of that darkness, he had at last found one of those diamonds, one of those truths, and he now held it in his hand. And he was dazzled by the sight of it. Yes, he thought, that's the answer. I'm doing the right thing. I have the solution. In the end, some decision has to be reached. I've made up my mind. Leave well alone. No more shilly-shallying, no more backsliding. This is in everybody's interests, not mine. I am Madeleine, Madeleine I remain. Whoever Jean Valjean is, let him perish. He's not myself anymore. I don't know that man, he's nothing to do with me now. If there happens to be someone called Jean Valjean at this moment, that's his lookout. It's not my concern. It's a fateful name hovering about in the dark. If it stops and swoops down on someone, that's just too bad. He looked at himself in the little mirror on his mantelpiece and said, well, it's a relief to have come to a decision. I feel much better now. He took another few steps, then stopped in his tracks. Come now, he said. There must be no faint-heartedness over any of the consequences of this decision. There are still links connecting me with that Jean Valjean. They must be destroyed. There are objects here in this very room that would betray me, things that cannot speak that would testify against me. Well then, all these things must disappear. He fumbled in his pocket, drew out his purse, opened it, and took out a small key. He inserted this key into a keyhole that could hardly be seen, camouflaged as it was in the darkest hues of the patterned wallpaper. A hiding place opened, a kind of false cupboard constructed in the angle between the wall and the chimney breast. There was nothing but a few bits of rubbish in this hiding place, a blue overall, an old pair of trousers, an old knapsack, and a big hawthorn stick ferruled at both ends. Those who had seen Jean Valjean when he passed through Digny in October 1815 would easily have recognized all the elements of this miserable outfit. He had kept them as he had kept the silver candlesticks, to remind himself always of where he had started from. Only, he concealed these things that came from the prison hulks and displayed the candlesticks that came from the bishop. He cast a furtive glance towards the door as if he feared it would open, despite being bolted. Then, without even glancing at these things that he had kept so religiously and at such great peril all these years, with a sudden brisk movement he swept them up in a single armful and threw the whole lot, rags, stick and knapsack, onto the fire. He closed the secret cupboard, and taking extra precautions, no longer necessary since it was now empty, he concealed the door behind a piece of heavy furniture that he pushed in front of it. After a few seconds the room and the opposite wall were lit up with a fierce red wavering glow. Everything was ablaze. The hawthorn stick crackled and threw sparks reaching the middle of the room. As the knapsack burned away, along with the hideous rags it contained, something shiny was left lying in the ashes. Anyone who took a closer look would easily have recognized it as a silver coin. No doubt the 40-so piece stolen from the little chimney sweep. He did not look at the fire, but kept steadily pacing back and forth. All at once his eyes fell on the 2 silver candlesticks dimly gleaming on the mantelpiece in the reflected glow. Now wait, he thought. There is still everything of Jean Valjean in those. They too must be destroyed. He seized the 2 candlesticks. There was enough of a blaze to be able to quickly distort them and make some sort of unrecognizable metal bar out of them. He bent over the hearth and warmed himself for a moment. It gave him a real sense of well-being. How good to be warm, he said. He stirred the embers with one of the 2 candlesticks. A minute later and they would have been in the fire. At that moment he thought he heard a voice cry out within him, Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean. His hair stood on end. He became like a man listening to something terrifying. Yes, go on, do it, said the voice. Finish what you're about. Destroy those candlesticks. Obliterate that memory. Forget the bishop. Forget everything. Ruin that champ Matthew. Go on. That's fine. Congratulate yourself. And so it's settled, resolved, decided. There's a man, an old man, who doesn't know what lies in store for him, who's done nothing wrong perhaps, an innocent man, to whom your name has brought total disaster, who's burdened with your name as with a crime, who's going to be mistaken for you, who's going to be convicted, who will end his days in abject horror. That's fine. You yourself, be an honest man. Continue as Monsieur le Maire. Continue to be respectable and respected. Enrich the town. Feed the poor. Give orphans an upbringing. Live happy, virtuous, and admired. And in the meantime, while you're here enjoying happiness and light, there'll be someone wearing your red jacket, bearing your name in ignominy and dragging your chain in prison. Yes, that's a fine arrangement. Ah, you wretch! Sweat trickled from his brow. He stared wild-eyed at the candlesticks. But that which spoke within him had not finished. The voice went on, Jean Valjean, there will be many voices around you that will make a great deal of noise, that will talk very loudly and bless you, and only one voice that no one will hear, a voice that will curse you in the shadows. Well, listen, vile impostor. All those blessings will fall back to earth again before reaching heaven, and only the curse will rise up to God. This voice, very faint at first and coming from the darkest depths of his conscience, had gradually become loud and formidable, and he now heard it in his ear. It seemed to him it had escaped from inside him and now spoke from without. He thought he heard those last words so distinctly that he looked around the room with a kind of terror. Is there anyone here? He asked out loud, and utterly distraught. Then, with a laugh like the laugh of an idiot, he said, How stupid of me. There can't be anybody. There was somebody, but the somebody who was there was not one of those the human eye is capable of seeing. He put the candlesticks back on the mantelpiece. Then he resumed that monotonous and gloomy pacing that disturbed the dreams of the sleeping man below and woke him with a start. This pacing calmed and at the same time agitated him. It seems that sometimes, at the most critical moments, we move about so as to seek the advice of everything we may encounter in bestirring ourselves. After a few moments he no longer knew what to do. He now recoiled with equal horror before the 2 decisions he had come to in turn. Both ideas that suggested themselves seemed no less deplorable one than the other. What a quirk of fate! What a freak of chance that Champ Matthew should have been mistaken for him! To be ruined by precisely the means Providence seemed at first to have employed to safeguard him. There was a moment when he considered the future. Good God! Denounce himself. Give himself up. He envisaged with immense despair everything he would have to leave behind, everything he would have to return to. He would have to say goodbye to this life, a life so good, so pure, so radiant, to this respect from everyone, to honor, to freedom. Never again would he go walking in the countryside, never again hear the birds sing in the month of May, never again give money to the little children. He would never again experience the sweetness of meeting those gazes filled with gratitude and love. He would leave this house he had built, this room, this dear room. Everything seemed delightful to him at that moment. Never again would he read these books, never again would he write at this dear pinewood table. His old caretaker, the only servant he had, would never again bring him his coffee in the morning. Good God! Instead of this, the convict gang, the iron collar, the red jacket, the chain round his ankle, exhaustion, the cell, the camp bed, all those familiar horrors. At his age, having been what he was now. If he were still young, at least. But to be old, and to be shown no respect by anyone, to be searched by the warder, beaten by the galley sergeant, to wear hobnailed shoes on his bare feet and allow the shackles on his leg to be checked morning and night by the guard on patrol with his hammer, to endure the curiosity of strangers who would be told that one there is the famous Jean Valjean, who was mayor of Montreuil-sur-Mer. And in the evening, dripping with sweat, overwhelmed with weariness, the green cap pulled down over his eyes, to climb the ladder onto the prison hulks, in pairs, under the sergeant's whip. Oh, what misery! Can destiny, then, be as vicious as an intelligent being and become as monstrous as the human heart? And whatever he did, he kept coming back to this agonizing dilemma that underlay his reflections: remain in paradise and become a demon. Return to hell and become an angel. What should he do? God Almighty! What should he do? The turmoil he had with so much difficulty put behind him once more raged within him. His thoughts started to become confused again. They took on that somehow bewildered and mechanical aspect typical of despair. The name of Romainville kept coming back into his mind with two lines of a song that he had once heard. He remembered that Romainville was a little forest close to Paris where young lovers went to gather lilacs in the month of April. He reeled outwardly as well as inwardly. He tottered like a small child left to walk on its own. At certain moments, struggling against weariness, he strove to retake command of his intellect. He tried to confront once and for all the problem over which he had, as it were, collapsed with exhaustion. Should he denounce himself? Should he remain silent? He could see nothing with any clarity. The vague aspects of all the lines of reasoning sketched out by his ruminations flickered and went up in smoke one after the other. Yet he felt that whatever he decided, some part of him was bound to die, and there was no possibility of avoiding this. That either way he was entering a tomb. That he was in the throes of death, the death of his happiness or the death of his virtue. Alas! All his indecision had got the better of him again. He was no further advanced than to begin with. Thus did this poor soul struggle in its anguish. 1800 years before this ill-fated man, the mysterious being in whom were concentrated all the saintliness and all the sufferings of humanity had also refused for a long time the terrible chalice, streaming with darkness and brimming with shadows, that appeared to him in the star-filled depths while the olive trees shook in the fierce blast of the infinite. 4. Forms that suffering takes in sleep. 3 o'clock in the morning had just struck and he had been pacing like this for 5 hours, almost without interruption, when he dropped onto his chair. There he fell asleep and had a dream. This dream, like most dreams, related to the situation only in that there was something vaguely sinister and disturbing about it, but it made an impression on him. So struck was he by this nightmare that he later wrote it down. It is one of the papers written in his own hand that he has left. Here we think we ought to transcribe this thing word for word. Whatever the dream, the story of this night would be incomplete if we were to omit it. It is the grim experience of a sick soul. Here it is. We find this line written on the envelope, the dream I had that night. I was in the countryside. Bleak open countryside where there was no grass growing. It did not seem to me to be either light or dark. I was walking with my brother, the brother of my childhood years, the brother that, I have to say, I never think about and I can scarcely remember now. We were chatting, and we encountered some passers-by. We were talking about a neighbor we had in the past who always worked with her window onto the street open all the time that she lived there. Even as we chatted we felt cold because of that open window. There were no trees in the countryside. We saw a man who passed close by. He was stark naked, ashen-hued, mounted on an earthen-hued horse. The man had no hair. We could see his skull and the veins on his skull. In his hand he held a switch as pliant as a vine shoot and as heavy as iron. This horseman passed by and said nothing to us. My brother said to me, "Let's take the sunken road." There was a sunken road where not a bush or a patch of moss was to be seen. Everything was earth-colored, even the sky. After a few paces there was now no reply when I spoke. I realized my brother was not with me anymore. I entered a village that I saw. I thought it must be Romainville. Why Romainville? Star. The first street I entered was deserted. I turned into a second street. Round the corner where the two streets met, there was a man standing against the wall. I said to this man, "What village is this? Where am I?" The man did not reply. I saw a house with the door open. I went inside. The first room was deserted. I went into the second. Behind the door of this room, a man was standing against the wall. I asked this man, "Whose house is this? Where am I?" The man did not reply. The house had a garden. I left the house and went into the garden. The garden was deserted. Behind the first tree I found a man standing there. I said to this man, "What is this garden? Where am I?" The man did not reply. I wandered through the village and realized it was a town. All the streets were deserted, all the doors were open. Not a living soul walked in the streets, moved about the rooms or strolled in the gardens. But behind every corner, behind every door, behind every tree, stood a man who did not speak. There was never more than one of them to be seen at any one time. These men watched me go by. I left the town and began to walk through the fields. After some time I turned round and saw a large crowd coming after me. I recognized all the men I had seen in the town. They had strange expressions. They did not seem to be hurrying and yet they walked faster than I did. They made no sound as they walked. Within an instant this crowd caught up with me and surrounded me. The faces of these men were earth-colored. Then the first one I had seen and questioned on entering the town said to me, "Where are you going? Don't you know that you've long been dead?" I opened my mouth to reply, and I saw there was no one around. He woke up. He felt frozen. A cold wind like the morning wind made the casements that had been left open swing on their hinges. The fire had gone out. The candle was almost burned right down. It was still pitch black. He rose and went to the window. There were still no stars in the sky. The yard of the house and the street could be seen from the window. A sharp, harsh sound, a sudden clattering on the ground, made him look down. He saw below him two red stars whose rays bizarrely lengthened and shortened in the darkness. His mind still half submerged in the fog of dreams. Look at that, he thought. There are none in the sky. They're on Earth now. However, this fog cleared. A second sound like the first wakened him completely. He looked again and realized the two stars were carriage lanterns. By the light they cast he was able to make out the shape of that carriage. It was a tilbury harnessed to a small white horse. The noise he heard was that of the horse's hoofs striking the paving. "What's that carriage doing here?" he said to himself. Now who would be arriving so early in the morning? At that moment there was a tap at the door of his room. He shuddered from head to foot and cried out in a terrible voice, "Who is it?" Someone replied, "Monsieur le Maire, it's me." He recognized the voice of the old woman, his doorkeeper. "Well," he replied, "what is it?" "Monsieur le Maire, it'll soon be 5 o'clock in the morning." "What's that to me?" "It's the gig, Monsieur le Maire." "What gig?" "The Tilbury." "What Tilbury?" "Did Monsieur le Maire not order a Tilbury?" "No," he said. "The coachman says he's come for Monsieur le Maire." "What coachman?" "Monsieur Scaufflaire's coachman." "Monsieur Scaufflaire?" This name made him start, as if a streak of lightning had flashed in front of him. "Ah! Yes," he said. "Monsieur Scaufflaire." If the old woman could have seen him at that moment she would have been terror-stricken. There was quite a long silence. He stared stupidly at the candle flame, then from round the wick he took some of the molten wax, which he rolled between his fingers. The old woman was waiting. Yet she ventured to raise her voice once more. "Monsieur le Maire, what am I to reply?" "Tell him, very well, I'm coming." V. Spokes in the wheels. The post service from Arras to Montreuil-sur-Mer was still operated at that time by small mail coaches dating back to the Empire. These coaches were two-wheeled cabriolets, upholstered on the inside in buff leather, with spring suspension and only 2 seats, one for the postman, the other for a passenger. The wheels were mounted on those aggressive protruding axle arms that keep other vehicles at bay and are still to be seen on the roads in Germany. The dispatch box, a huge oblong coffer, was positioned at the back of the cabriolet and formed an integral part of it. This coffer was painted black and the cabriolet yellow. These vehicles, unlike anything today, had something of a distorted, hunchback look about them, and when seen going by in the distance, climbing some road to the horizon, they resembled those insects, called termites, I believe, with a small thorax and a large abdomen trailing behind. Moreover, they went very fast. The mail coach that set out from Arras every night at 1 o'clock, after the Paris mail had been through, arrived at Montreuil-sur-Mer a little before 5 in the morning. That night, just as it was entering the town, the coach going down to Montreuil-sur-Mer on the Hesdin road collided at a street corner with a little tilbury drawn by a white horse coming from the opposite direction, which had just one person in it, a man wrapped in a cloak. The wheel of the tilbury took quite a severe knock. The postman cried out to this man to stop, but the traveler did not listen and continued on his way at a fast trot. "There's a man in a devilish hurry," said the postman. The man in such a hurry was the one we have just seen floundering in paroxysms and surely deserving of pity. Where was he going? He could not have said. Why was he hurrying? He did not know. He headed on blindly. Where to? Arras, no doubt. But maybe he was also heading elsewhere. Now and then he felt this, and shuddered. He plunged into that darkness as into an abyss. Something drove him, something drew him. What was going on inside him none could say, all will understand. What man has not at least once in his life entered that dark cavern of the unknown? Besides, he had resolved on nothing, decided on nothing, settled on nothing, done nothing. None of the edicts of his conscience had been definitive. He was more than ever in the same predicament as in the very first instance. Why was he going to Arras? He kept repeating what he had already said to himself when he hired Scaufflair's cabriolet, that whatever the outcome might be, there was no harm in seeing for himself and reaching his own judgment about things. In fact, this was prudent. He needed to know what happened. It was impossible to make a decision without having watched and observed. From a distance, you got everything out of proportion. After all, once he had seen this chap Matthew, his conscience would probably be greatly relieved to let such an insignificant wretch take his place in the prison hulks. True, Javert would be there, and those fellows Brevet, Chenildieu, and Cochepaille, former convicts who had known him. But they certainly would not recognize him. Bah! The very idea! And Javert wouldn't even dream of it. All conjectures and assumptions were focused on this chap Matthew, and nothing is so stubborn as assumptions and conjectures. So there was no danger. It was certainly a dark moment, but he would come through it. After all, his fate, however bad it might be, was in his own hands. He was master of it. He clung to this idea. Deep down, to be quite frank, he would have preferred not to go to Arras. Nevertheless, that was where he was going. Letting his thoughts run on, he whipped his horse, which kept up that good, steady, even pace to cover 6.5 miles an hour. As the Tilbury advanced, he felt something inside him receding. At daybreak he was in open countryside. The town of Montreuil-sur-Mer lay some distance behind him. He beheld the whitening horizon. Unseeing, he beheld all the frigid features of a winter's dawn pass before his eyes. The morning has its specters, as well as the evening. He did not see them, but without his being aware of it and by a kind of almost physical penetration, these black silhouettes of trees and hills added something vaguely gloomy and ominous to his tumultuous state of mind. Every time he passed one of those isolated houses bordering the road, he said to himself, and yet there are people asleep in that house. The trotting of the horse, the bells on the harness, the wheels on the paving, produced a subdued and monotonous sound. Such things are delightful when you are happy, and mournful when you are sad. It was broad daylight when he arrived at Hesdin. He stopped in front of an inn to give the horse a breather and feed it some oats. As Scaufflair had said, the horse was of that small Bolognese breed, which is too heavy in the head, too big in the belly and too short in the neck and shoulders, but with a full chest, a broad rump, lean slender legs and a firm foot, an ugly but robust and healthy breed. This excellent beast had covered 12.5 miles in 2 hours and had not a drop of sweat on its rump. He had not descended from the Tilbury. The stable hand who brought the oats suddenly bent down and examined the left wheel. "Are you going far like that?" said this man. Almost without emerging from his introspection, he replied, "Why? Have you come far?" the man went on. 12.5 miles. Ah! Why do you say ah? The stable lad bent down once more, remained silent for a moment, staring at the wheel, then straightened up and said, "Because that's a wheel that, like as not, has just done 12.5 miles but isn't going to do another half mile, for sure." He jumped down from the Tilbury. "What are you saying, my friend?" "I'm saying it's a miracle that you've come 12.5 miles without overturning, you and your horse, in some ditch on the highway. Look!" The wheel was indeed seriously damaged. The collision with the mail coach had split 2 spokes and gouged the hub so that the axle nut was no longer holding. "My friend," he said to the groom, "is there a wheelwright in this place?" "Certainly, monsieur." "Be so good as to go and fetch him." "He's right here." "Hey! Maître Bourgaillard." Maître Bourgaillard, the wheelwright, was standing on his doorstep. He came and examined the wheel, and made a face like a surgeon who thinks a limb is broken. Can you repair this wheel immediately? Yes, monsieur. When will I be able to set off again? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. It'll take a full day's work. Is monsieur in a hurry? A very great hurry. I must be on my way in no more than an hour. Impossible, monsieur. I'll pay anything you like. Impossible. Well, in 2 hours, then. Today's impossible. 2 spokes and a hub need to be remade. Monsieur will not be able to set off again before tomorrow. What I have to do can't wait till tomorrow. What if you were to replace this wheel instead of repairing it? What do you mean? You're a wheelwright? Certainly, monsieur. Haven't you got a wheel you could sell me? Then I could set off again at once. A spare wheel? Yes. I haven't got a ready-made wheel to fix your gig. Wheels go in matching pairs. Wheels aren't paired at random. In that case, sell me a pair of wheels. All wheels don't fit all axles, monsieur. Try, at least. It's no good, monsieur. I've nothing but cartwheels to sell. This is just a small place. Would you have a gig to hire out to me? The wheelwright had realized at first glance that the tilbury was a hired vehicle. He shrugged. A fine way you have of treating the gigs you hire. Even if I had one, I wouldn't hire it out to you. Well, one to sell, then. No, I haven't. What? Not even a trap? I'm not particular, as you see. This is just a small place. I've got an old calash in the shed there, added the wheelwright, which belongs to a gentleman in town who's given it to me to look after and only uses it once in a blue moon. I'd happily hire that out to you, what do I care? But the gentleman mustn't see it go by. And besides, it's a calash, it would need 2 horses. I'll take post horses. Where is monsieur going? To Arras. And monsieur wants to get there today? Yes, I tell you. With post horses? Why not? Is it all the same to monsieur if he arrives at 4 o'clock in the morning? Certainly not. Well, you see, one thing that needs to be said, with post horses, has monsieur got his passport with him? Yes. Well, with post horses, monsieur won't get to Arras before tomorrow. We're on a cross route. The relay stations are badly supplied, the horses are in the fields. It's the start of the plowing season, strong draft animals are needed, and horses are taken from all quarters, from the post like everywhere else. Monsieur will be waiting at least 3 or 4 hours at every relay. And then you'll be going at walking pace. There are a lot of hills to climb. Very well, I'll go on horseback. Unhitch the gig. Someone in the locality will surely sell me a saddle. No doubt. But does this horse accept the saddle? That's true, you've reminded me. No, it doesn't. Well then. But surely I'll find a horse to hire in the village? A horse to go all the way to Arras without a break? Yes. You'd need a horse of a kind we haven't got in these parts. In any case you'd have to buy it because no one knows you. But you won't find one, not for sale or for hire, not for 500 francs or 1,000. What's to be done? Look, the best and most sensible thing is for me to repair the wheel and for you to delay your journey until tomorrow. Tomorrow will be too late. Dear me. What about the mail coach that goes to Arras? When does that come by? Tonight. Both mail coaches do the run at night, the one going there as well as the one coming back. So it will take you a day to mend this wheel? And a good long day at that. With 2 men working on it? With 10 men working on it. What about binding the spokes with twine? The spokes, yes, the hub, no. And anyway, the rim's in a bad state, too. Is there anyone in town who hires out carriages? No. Is there another wheelwright? The stable hand and the wheelwright responded simultaneously by shaking their heads. No. He felt an immense joy. It was obvious that Providence was intervening. It was Providence that had broken the wheel of the Tilbury and was preventing him from continuing his journey. He had not given in at the first challenge, as it were. He had made every possible effort to continue his journey. He had honestly and scrupulously exhausted every alternative. He had not balked at winter weather, tiredness, or expense. He had nothing with which to reproach himself. If he went no further, he could not be blamed anymore. It was not his fault, it was the doing not of his conscience but of Providence. He breathed again. He breathed freely and deeply for the first time since Javert's visit. He felt as if he had just been released from the iron grip that had squeezed his heart for the past 20 hours. It seemed to him that God was now on his side and was coming out in his favor. He told himself that he had done everything within his power, and all he could do now was to go home quietly. If his conversation with the wheelwright had taken place in a room inside the inn, there would have been no witnesses, no one would have heard him, things would have gone no further, and we probably would not have had to relate any of the events of which you are going to read. But this conversation had taken place in the street. Any discussion in the street inevitably attracts a circle of onlookers. There are always people only too willing to be spectators. While he was questioning the wheelwright, some passers-by had stopped and gathered round them. After listening for a few minutes, a young lad no one had noticed broke away from the group and ran off. Just as the traveler was deciding to turn back, after the inward deliberations we have described above, this child returned. He was accompanied by an old woman. "Monsieur," said the woman, "my boy tells me you wish to hire a gig." These simple words uttered by an old woman led by a child made the sweat trickle down his back. He fancied he saw the hand that had released him reappear in the shadows behind him, ready to recapture him. He replied, "Yes, my good woman, I'm trying to find a gig for hire." And he hastened to add, "But there's none to be had here." "Yes, there is," said the old woman. "Where from then?" said the wheelwright. "From me," replied the old woman. He shuddered. The faithful hand had seized hold of him again. The old woman did indeed have a kind of wicker carriole. Dismayed that the traveler should escape them, the wheelwright and the stable hand spoke out. It was a frightful rattletrap, it was unsprung, resting directly on the axle. Admittedly the seats were suspended inside with leather thongs, it let the rain in, the wheels were rusted and corroded with damp, it would not go much further than the Tilbury, a real bone shaker. This gentleman would be very unwise to go anywhere in it, etc. All this was true, but this rattletrap, this bone shaker, this thing whatever it was, had 2 wheels and was mobile, and could go to Arras. He paid the price asked, left the Tilbury with the wheelwright to be repaired so he could pick it up on his return, had the white horse harnessed to the cart, climbed in, and resumed the journey on which he had set out that morning. As the cart moved off, he confessed to himself that he had felt a certain joy a moment earlier at the thought that he would not be going where he was going. He considered this joy with a sort of anger, and found it absurd. Why feel joyful at turning back? After all, he was making this journey of his own free will. No one was forcing him to make it. And certainly nothing would happen that was not something he wanted. As he left Hesdin he heard a voice shouting, "Stop! Stop!" He stopped the cart with a jerk, which had a vague feverishness and convulsiveness about it, resembling hope. It was the old woman's little boy. "Monsieur," said the lad, "it was I who found you the cart." "Well, you've not given me anything." He who gave to all, and so readily, found this claim unreasonable, almost outrageous. "Ah! You, young man," said he, "you shall have nothing." He whipped the horse and set off at a fast trot. He had lost a lot of time at Hesdin. He wanted to make it up. The little horse was plucky and pulled as well as two, but it was the month of February, it had been raining, the roads were bad. And besides, it was no longer the Tilbury. The cart was solid and very heavy. And what is more, there were numerous climbs. It took him nearly 4 hours to get from Hesdin to St. Pol. 4 hours to cover 12.5 miles. At St. Pol, he had the horse unharnessed and taken to the stable at the first inn he came to. As he had promised Scaufflaire, he stood by the fodder rack while the horse was feeding. The thoughts on his mind were gloomy and confused. The innkeeper's wife came into the stable. "Does monsieur not want to eat?" "Ah, indeed I do," he said, "in fact I've got a hearty appetite." He followed this woman, who had a bright and cheerful face. She led him to a low-ceilinged room where there were tables with oilcloth coverings for tablecloths. "Be quick," he said. "I must be on my way. I'm in a hurry." A plump Flemish serving girl swiftly laid him a place. He watched the girl with a sense of well-being. That's what was wrong with me, he thought. I hadn't eaten. His food came. He fell on the bread, took a bite, and then slowly put it back on the table and did not touch it again. A carter was eating at another table. He said to this man, "Why is there bread so bitter here?" The carter was German and did not understand. He returned to the horse in the stable. An hour later he had left St. Pol and was heading for Tinks, which is only 12.5 miles from Arras. What did he do during this journey? What did he think about? As in the morning, he watched the trees, the thatched roofs, the tilled fields going by, and the disappearing landscape, displaced at every bend in the road. This is contemplation of a kind that is sometimes sufficient for the soul and almost relieves it of thought. What could be more melancholy and profound than seeing 1,000 objects for the first and last time? To travel is to be born and die at every instant. Perhaps in the haziest region of his mind he drew parallels between these shifting horizons and human existence. All things in life are perpetually fleeing before you. Brightness and dark intermingle, after radiance, an eclipse. You watch, you hurry, you reach out to seize what is passing. Every event is a bend in the road. And all of a sudden you are old. You feel a kind of jolt, all is darkness, you make out a dim doorway, the lugubrious horse of life that was drawing you comes to a halt, and you see a muffled stranger in the shadows unharness it. Twilight was falling when some children coming out of school saw this traveler drive into Tinks. It is true the days were still short at that time of year. He did not stop in Tinks. As he came out of the village, a road mender laying stones on the road looked up and said, "That's a very tired horse." Indeed, the poor beast was going at no more than a walking pace. "Is it Arras you're going to?" added the road mender. "Yes." "You won't make very good time at that rate." He stopped the horse and asked the road mender, "How much further is it from here to Arras?" "Near enough, a good 17 miles. "How so?" "In the post book it's marked as only 13. "Ah," replied the road mender. "Don't you know the road's under repair? You'll find it blocked a quarter of an hour from here. Impossible to go any further." "Really?" "Take the turning on the left, which goes to Carency, cross the river, and when you get to Camblin, turn right. That's the Montesty-Eloy road to Arras." But it's getting dark, I'll lose my way. You don't come from these parts? No. And what's more, it's all cross-country. Listen, monsieur, the road mender went on, do you want my advice? Your horse is tired. Go back to Tink's. You'll find a good inn there. Stay the night. Go to Arras tomorrow. I must be there this evening. That's different. Then go to the inn in any case and hire a tracehorse there. The tracer will guide you cross-country. He followed the roadmender's advice, went back, and half an hour later drove past the same spot, but this time at a fast trot with a good tracehorse. The horse handler, who called himself a postilion, sat on the cart shaft. All the same, he felt he was running out of time. It was completely dark now. They turned into the country lane. The roadway became terrible. The cart lurched from one rut to another. He said to the postilion, "Keep going at a trot, and I'll double your tip." A jolt, and the swingle bar broke. "Monsieur, that's the swingle bar broken," said the postilion. "I don't know how to harness my horse now. This road's very bad at night. If you'd only go back and sleep at Tink's, we could be in Arras early tomorrow morning." He replied, "Have you a piece of string and a knife?" "Yes, monsieur." He cut a branch from a tree and made a swingle bar out of it. This was another 20 minutes delay, but they set off again at a gallop. The plain was shadowy. Dark low-lying patches of fog crept up the hills and broke away from them like smoke. There were pale glimmerings in the clouds. A strong wind blowing in from the sea made a noise in the sky all around like furniture being moved. Everything glimpsed was caught in an attitude of terror. What a multitude of things shudder in these vast exhalations of the night! The cold penetrated him. He had eaten nothing since the night before. He vaguely recalled his other nighttime wayfaring on the great plain outside Digny. That was 8 years ago, and it seemed like only yesterday. The hour struck in some distant bell tower. He asked the boy, "What time is it?" 7 o'clock, monsieur. We'll be at Arras by 8. We've only another 7.5 miles to go. At that moment it occurred to him for the first time. He found it odd that it had not occurred to him sooner, that all the trouble he was taking might well prove useless. He did not even know what time the trial was. He should at least have inquired about that. It was absurd to keep pressing on like this without knowing whether it would serve any purpose. Then he made a few rough calculations in his head. Usually the sittings of the Court of Assizes began at 9 o'clock in the morning. It could not take too long, this case, the theft of the apples, that would be very brief, then it would just be a question of identification, 4 or 5 statements, not much for the lawyers to say. He was going to arrive after it was all over. The postilion whipped the horses. They had crossed the river and left Montesquieu behind them. It was getting darker and darker. 6. Sir Simplice is put to the test. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Fantine was full of joy. She had had a very bad night. Terrible coughing, her fever worse than ever, she had had nightmares. In the morning when the doctor came, she was delirious. He looked alarmed and asked to be informed as soon as Monsieur Madeleine arrived. All morning she was dejected, said Little, plucked at her sheets, murmuring in a low voice what sounded like calculations of distances. Her eyes were sunken and staring. They seemed almost lifeless, then now and again they lit up and shone like stars. Seemingly, at the approach of a certain dark hour the light of heaven fills those whom the earth's light is deserting. Every time Sir Simplice asked her how she felt, she invariably replied, "Fine. I'd like to see Monsieur Madeleine." A few months earlier, when Fantine had just lost the last of her modesty, the last of her shame, the last of her joy, she was the mere shadow of herself. Now she was the ghost of herself. Physical malady had completed the work of moral malady. This creature of 25 had a lined brow, wasted cheeks, pinched nostrils, loose teeth, a leaden complexion, a scraggy neck, prominent shoulder blades, weak limbs, a sallow complexion, and her blonde hair now grew sprinkled with gray. Alas! How illness contrives to imitate old age! At midday the doctor returned, issued some instructions, inquired whether Monsieur le Maire had turned up at the infirmary, and shook his head. Monsieur Madeleine usually came to see the patient at 3 o'clock. As promptness was a kindness, he was prompt. At about 2:30 Fantine began to fret. In the space of 20 minutes she asked the nun more than 10 times, "What time is it, sister?" 3 o'clock struck. At the third stroke Fantine sat bolt upright, she who as a rule could barely move in her bed, and in a convulsive gesture joined together her two bony yellow hands, and the nun heard emerging from her chest one of those deep sighs that seemed to throw off the weight of despondency. Then Fantine turned and gazed at the door. No one came in. The door did not open. She remained like this for a quarter of an hour, her eyes riveted on the door, motionless and as if holding her breath. The nun dared not speak to her. The clock struck 3:15. Fantine sank back on her pillow. She said nothing and began to pluck at her sheet again. Half an hour passed, then an hour. No one came. Every time the clock struck, Fantine sat up and looked towards the door, then fell back again. It was clear what she was thinking, but she mentioned no name, made no complaint, voiced no criticism. But she coughed mournfully. It seemed as though something dark was descending on her. She was ghastly pale and her lips were blue. Occasionally she smiled. 5 o'clock struck. Then the nun heard her say very quietly and softly, "But it's wrong of him not to come today, since I'll be gone tomorrow." Sir Simplice herself was surprised at Monsieur Madeleine's delay. In the meantime, Fantine was staring up at the canopy above her bed. She seemed to be trying to recall something. All at once she began to sing in a voice as faint as a whisper. The nun listened. This is what Fantine was singing. "We shall buy such pretty things as we stroll down the avenues. Roses are red, cornflowers are blue. Cornflowers are blue, my heart is true. Yesterday the Virgin Mary by my stove in her embroidered mantle stood. You one day prayed for a child to love. I have it hidden beneath my veil," she said. "Run to town and fetch some cloth. Buy some thread, and buy a thimble. We shall buy such pretty things as we stroll down the avenues. Dear Blessed Virgin, beside my stove I've placed a beribboned cradle. Though God were to give me his loveliest star, the child you have given me is better by far. What's to be done with this cloth, ma'am? Use it to dress my newborn babe. Roses are red, cornflowers are blue. Cornflowers are blue, my heart is true. Wash this cloth. Where? In the stream. Do not spoil it, keep it clean. And make a pretty skirt and vest of it. With flowers all over I'll embroider it. The child's no more. What now, ma'am? Use it for my winding sheet. We shall buy such pretty things as we stroll down the avenues. Roses are red, cornflowers are blue. Cornflowers are blue, my heart is true. This song was an old lullaby with which she once used to sing her little Cosette to sleep, and it had not come to mind in all the 5 years she had been parted from her child. She sang it in so sad a voice and to so sweet a tune it was enough to make even a nun cry. Inured to austerity, the sister felt a tear welling in her eye. The clock struck 6. Fantine seemed not to hear. She seemed no longer to be paying attention to anything around her. Sir Samplice sent a ward maid to inquire of the factory doorkeeper whether the mayor had returned, and if he would not be coming up to the infirmary soon. The girl was back within a few minutes. Fantine was still lying motionless, and seemed absorbed in her own thoughts. The ward maid very quietly told Sir Samplice that Monsieur le Maire had left before 6 that morning in a little tilbury harnessed to a white horse, in this cold weather, that he had gone alone without even a driver, that no one knew what road he had taken. Some people said they had seen him take the turning for the road to Arras, and others insisted they had passed him on the road to Paris. That when he left he had been very mild-mannered as usual, and he had merely told the doorkeeper not to expect him back tonight. While the two women stood whispering with their backs turned to Fantine's bed, the nun questioning, the maid surmising, Fantine, with the feverish animation of certain organic diseases that combines good health's freedom of movement with the frightful emaciation of death, had got into a kneeling position on her bed, her two clenched fists resting on the bolster, and with her head poking through the opening in the curtains, she listened. She cried out suddenly, "You're talking about Monsieur Madeleine. Why are you whispering? What's he doing? Why doesn't he come?" Her voice was so abrupt and harsh, the two women thought it was a man's voice they heard. They turned round in alarm. "Go on, answer me," cried Fantine. The maid stammered, "The doorkeeper told me he couldn't come today." "My child," said the nun, "calm yourself, lie down." Without changing her position, Fantine continued to speak loudly and in a tone of voice at once imperious and heart-rending, "He can't come? Why not? You know the reason. You're whispering about it to each other. I want to be told." The maid quickly said in the nun's ear, "Tell her he's busy with the city council." Sir Samplice flushed a little. What the maid suggested was a lie. On the other hand, it seemed clear to her that telling this sick woman the truth would surely be a terrible blow to her, and this was of serious consequence in Fantine's present state. That flush did not last long. With her calm, sad gaze the sister looked up at Fantine and said, "Monsieur le Maire has gone." Fantine straightened up and sat back on her heels. Her eyes sparkled. Sublime joy illuminated that tragic face. "Gone," she cried. "He's gone to fetch Cosette." Then she raised her arms to heaven and her whole face became indescribable. Her lips moved, she was praying under her breath. When she had finished her prayer she said, "I'll lie down now, sister, I'll do whatever I'm asked to. I behaved badly just now, I'm sorry I shouted like that, it's very wrong to shout, I know full well, my dear sister, but you see, I am very happy. The good Lord is kind, Monsieur Madeleine is kind. Just think. He's gone to Montfermeil to fetch my little Cosette." She lay down again, helped the nun to arrange the pillow, and kissed the little silver cross that she wore round her neck and that Sir Samplice had given her. "My child," said the nun, "try to rest now, and don't talk any more." Fantine took the nun's hand in her own clammy hands, and it pained the nun to feel this sweat on her. "He set out this morning for Paris. Actually, he doesn't even need to go through Paris. Montfermeil lies a little to the left on the way here. Do you remember how he said to me yesterday, when I was talking to him about Cosette, soon? He wants it to be a surprise for me. You know, he made me sign a letter to get her back from the Thénardiers. They won't have any objection, will they? They'll give her back. Since they've been paid. The authorities wouldn't allow anyone to keep a child, once they've been paid off. Don't shush me, sister. I'm extremely happy. I feel very well, I'm not at all in pain now, I'm going to see Cosette again, I even feel quite hungry. It's nearly 5 years since I last saw her. You can't imagine, sister, how much they mean to you, children. And then she'll be so pretty, you'll see. I tell you, she has such lovely little pink fingers. For a start she'll have very beautiful hands. At the age of 1 she had tiny hands. Like that. She must be tall now. 7 years old, if you please. She's a young lady. I call her Cosette, but her name's Euphrasie. You know, this morning I was looking at the dust on the chimneypiece and I just had this wonderful feeling I'd be seeing Cosette again soon. God! What a mistake to go years without seeing your children. We really ought to bear in mind that life's not eternal. Oh, how kind of Monsieur le Maire to have gone. It's true, it's very cold. Had he his cloak, at least? He'll be here tomorrow, won't he? Tomorrow will be a day of celebration. Tomorrow morning, sister, you must remind me to put on my little cap with the lace trim. It's a village, Montfermeil. I made that journey on foot once. It was a very long way for me. But the coaches go very quickly. He'll be here tomorrow with Cosette. How far is it from here to Montfermeil? The sister, who had no idea of distances, replied, "Oh, I should think he might be here by tomorrow." Tomorrow. Tomorrow, said Fantine. I'll see Cosette tomorrow. You see, sister, the dear Lord's dear sister, I'm not ill anymore. I'm so excited. I could dance if anyone wanted. Whoever had seen her a quarter of an hour earlier would have been at a complete loss to understand. She was now looking quite rosy, she spoke in a bright and natural voice, her face was one big smile. Now and then she laughed, murmuring quietly to herself. Maternal joy is almost childlike joy. Well, said the nun, now you're happy, do as I say, and no more talking. Fantine laid her head on the pillow and said in a subdued voice, Yes, lie down again, be good since you're going to be with your child again. Sir Simplice is right. Everyone here is right. And then without stirring, without moving her head, she began to look all around her with eyes wide open and an expression of delight, and said not another word. The nun closed the curtains around her, hoping she would doze off. Between 7 and 8 o'clock the doctor came. Not hearing a sound, and thinking Fantine was asleep, he came in quietly and went over to her bed on tiptoe. He parted the curtains, and by the glow of the nightlight he saw Fantine's big, calm eyes staring at him. She said, Monsieur, she will be allowed to sleep beside me in a little bed, won't she? The doctor thought she was raving. She added, Well, look, there's just enough room. The doctor took Sir Simplice aside, and she explained the situation, that Monsieur Madeleine was away for a day or two, and without knowing for sure they thought they should not disabuse the patient, who believed Monsieur le Maire had gone to Montfermeil. After all, it was possible she had guessed correctly. The doctor agreed. He returned to Fantine's bedside. She continued, You see, when she wakes up in the morning, I'll say good morning to the poor little pet, and when I can't sleep at night, I'll hear her sleeping. It'll do me good, the lovely sweet sound of her breathing. Give me your hand, said the doctor. She held out her arm and exclaimed, laughing, Now, of course, it's true, you don't know. The thing is, I'm cured. Cosette will be here tomorrow. The doctor was surprised. She was better. She was breathing more easily. Her pulse was stronger. Some kind of unexpected vitality all of a sudden reanimated this poor exhausted creature. Doctor, she went on, did sister tell you that Monsieur le Maire has gone to fetch the little mite? The doctor advised silence and the avoidance of any emotional distress. He prescribed an infusion of cinchona and a calmative draught in the event of a recurrence of fever during the night. As he was leaving he said to the nun, She's doing better. If by some good fortune the mayor were to turn up tomorrow with the child, who knows? There are some truly astonishing recoveries, great joys have been known to arrest illnesses. Of course I know this is an organic disease and far advanced, but it's all such a mystery. We may yet save her. 7. The traveler on arrival makes sure of being able to leave. It was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening when the cart we left en route entered the gateway of the Hotel de la Poste in Arras. The man we have been following till now climbed down, responded in a distracted way to the eagerness of the staff at the inn to be helpful, sent back the extra horse, and personally led the little white horse to the stable. Then he pushed open the door of a billiard room on the ground floor, sat down, and rested his elbows on the table. It had taken him 14 hours to make this journey that he had expected to complete in 6. He did not blame himself, it was not his fault, but in his heart of hearts he was not sorry. The landlady of the hotel came in. "Is monsieur staying the night? Will monsieur be having supper?" He shook his head. "The groom says monsieur's horse is very tired." At this point he broke his silence. "Will the horse not be able to set off again tomorrow morning?" "Oh, monsieur, that horse needs at least 2 days' rest." He asked, "Isn't this the post house?" "Yes, monsieur." The landlady took him to the office. He showed his passport and inquired whether it was possible to return that same night to Montreuil-sur-Mer by the mail coach. It so happened that the seat beside the postman was free. He booked it and paid for it. "Monsieur," said the clerk, "be here without fail, ready to leave punctually at 1 o'clock in the morning." This done, he left the hotel and began to walk through the town. He was not familiar with Arras, the streets were dark and he did not know where he was going. Yet he seemed determined not to ask directions of any passerby. He crossed the little river Crinchin and found himself in a labyrinth of narrow lanes, where he lost his way. A townsman was walking along with a lantern. After some hesitation he made up his mind to speak to this man, not without having first looked ahead and behind, as though afraid someone might hear the question he was about to ask. "Monsieur," he said, "where are the law courts, if you please?" "You're a stranger to the town, monsieur," replied the gentleman, who was quite elderly. "Well, follow me. I'm actually going in the direction of the law courts, that's to say in the direction of the prefectural building. Because the law courts are under repair at the moment, and in the meantime trials are being held at the prefecture." "Is it there the assizes are held?" he asked. "Indeed, monsieur. You see, where the prefecture is today was the bishop's palace before the revolution. Monsieur de Conzi, who was bishop in '82, had a great hall built there. It's in that great hall that the court sits." The man said to him as they walked along, "If it's a trial that monsieur wants to watch, it's rather late. Usually the sittings end at 6 o'clock. However, when they came to the main square the man pointed out to him 4 long lighted windows in the facade of a huge dark building. "Upon my word, monsieur, you're not too late, you're in luck. Do you see those 4 windows? That's the court of assizes. It's lit up. So it's not over. The case must have dragged on and they're having an evening hearing. Have you an interest in this case? Is it a criminal trial? Are you a witness?" He replied, "I haven't come for any trial, I just need to speak to a lawyer." "That's different," said the man. "Look, monsieur, that's the door there. Where the sentry's standing. You just have to go up the main staircase." He followed the man's directions and a few minutes later he was in a crowded hall where groups of people, along with robed lawyers, were whispering together here and there. It is always intimidating to see these congregations of men clad in black, murmuring among themselves in low voices outside the chambers of justice. Rarely do charity or pity result from all this talk. What result more often than not are convictions decided in advance. To the passing and fanciful observer all these groups are like so many forbidding hives where buzzing spirits, of some sort or other, cooperate in the construction of all manner of sinister edifices. This spacious hall, illuminated by a single lamp, was formerly an antechamber of the episcopal palace and now served as the waiting hall. A double-paneled door, presently closed, separated it from the main hall in which the court was sitting. It was so ill-lit he was not afraid to address the first lawyer he encountered. "Monsieur, what stage are they at?" he asked. "It's over," said the lawyer. "Over." This word was repeated in such a tone of voice that the lawyer turned round. "Forgive me, monsieur, are you perhaps a relative?" "No. I don't know anyone here." "Has sentence been passed?" "Indeed. It was almost inevitable." "Penal servitude?" "For life." He continued in a voice so weak it was barely audible. "Identification was made then?" "What identification?" replied the lawyer. There was no identification to be made. The case was straightforward. The woman killed her child, infanticide was proven, the jury ruled out premeditation, she was sentenced to life imprisonment. "Then it's a woman," he said. "But of course. The woman from Limoges." "What is it you're talking about, then?" "Nothing. But if it's all over, why would the hall still be lit up?" "For the other case that began about 2 hours ago." "What other case?" "Oh, that one's also straightforward. Some sort of ruffian, a reoffender, a convicted felon, up for stealing. I don't remember quite what his name is. Now there's someone who looks like a villain. Just for having a face like that, I'd clap him in chains." "Monsieur, is there any chance of getting into the courtroom?" he said. "I really don't think so. It's very crowded. However, the hearing's been adjourned. There were some people who came out. When the hearing resumes you could try." "Where's the entrance?" "That big door over there." The lawyer left him. Within a few moments he had experienced every possible emotion, almost simultaneously, almost conflated. This indifferent bystander's words had pierced his heart like icicles one moment, like jets of flame the next. When he saw that nothing was over, he breathed again. But he could not have said whether it was satisfaction or pain that he felt. He went and stood close to several groups and listened to what was being said. With a very full court roll, the presiding judge had selected for that same day 2 simple, straightforward cases. They had begun with the infanticide and now they were dealing with the ex-convict, the reoffender, the old lag. This man had stolen some apples, though apparently this had not been proved conclusively. What had been proved was that he had already served a penal sentence at Toulon. This was what made things look bad for him. The questioning of the defendant was now ended and the witnesses had testified, but still to come was the defense counsel and public prosecutors summing up. It was unlikely to be over before midnight. The man would probably be found guilty. The public prosecutor was very able and did not fail to secure convictions. He was a witty fellow, who wrote verse. An usher stood by the door leading into the assize court. He inquired of this usher, "Monsieur, is the door going to open soon?" "It isn't going to open," said the usher. "What do you mean? Won't it open when the hearing resumes? Isn't the hearing adjourned?" "The hearing has just resumed," replied the usher, "but the door's not going to open again." "Why not?" "Because the courtroom is full." "What? There isn't a single seat left?" "Not one. The door's closed. No one else can go in." "Of course," the usher added after a pause, "there are still 2 or 3 places behind Monsieur le Président, but Monsieur le Président only lets public officials sit there." Having said this, the usher turned his back on him. He walked away with his head bowed, crossed the antechamber, and slowly descended the staircase as though hesitating at every step. He was probably debating with himself. The violent conflict that had been raging inside him since the day before was not yet over, and at every moment he went through some new crisis. When he got to the landing halfway down the stairs, he leaned back against the banister and crossed his arms. All of a sudden he opened his frock coat, found his wallet, took out a pencil, tore out a sheet of paper, and on that sheet of paper, by the lamplight, scribbled down this line: Monsieur Madeleine, Mayor of Montreuil-sur-Mer. Then he strode back upstairs, forced his way through the crowd, walked straight up to the usher, handed him the note, and said with authority, "Take this to Monsieur le Président." The usher took the note, glanced at it, and obeyed. 8. Privileged access. Though he was entirely unaware of it, the mayor of Montreuil-sur-Mer enjoyed a kind of celebrity. After 7 years in which the reputation of his goodness filled the whole of Lower Boulonnais, it had eventually crossed the boundaries of a small community and spread into 2 or 3 neighboring departments. Aside from the considerable service he had rendered the chief town of Montreuil-sur-Mer itself by reviving the black glass industry, there was not one out of the 141 local municipalities in the arrondissement that did not owe some benefit to him. He had even succeeded in helping to foster where necessary the industries of other arrondissements. So it was that he had at one time or another supported with his credit and his funding the Boulogne tool factory, Frevent's mechanized linen mill, and the hydraulically powered looms at Beaubourg-sur-Sanche. Monsieur Madeleine was a name everywhere mentioned with great esteem. Arras and Douai envied the fortunate little town of Montreuil-sur-Mer its mayor. Douai's royal court judge, who was presiding over this session of the assizes at Arras, was no less familiar than anyone else with this name that was so profoundly and universally respected. When the usher, discreetly opening the door that connected the council chamber with the courtroom, bowed behind the judge's chair and handed him the piece of paper on which was written the line we have just read, adding, "This gentleman wishes to attend the hearing," the judge gave a deferential start, snatched up a pen, wrote a few words on the bottom of the piece of paper and returned it to the usher, saying, "Show him in." The poor man whose history we are relating had remained at the door of the hall in exactly the same place and in exactly the same stance as the usher had left him. In the midst of his musings he heard someone say to him, "Would monsieur kindly do me the honor of following me?" It was this same usher who had turned his back on him only a moment earlier and who was now bowing and scraping before him. At the same time, the usher handed him the piece of paper. He unfolded it and, happening to be near the lamp, he was able to read it. The presiding judge of the Court of Assizes presents his respects to Monsieur Madeleine. He crushed the paper in his hand as if these words might have had for him a strange and bitter aftertaste. He followed the usher. A few minutes later he found himself alone in an austere-looking paneled room, lit by 2 candles set on a green baize table. He could still hear the last words spoken by the usher who had just left him: "Monsieur, you are now in the council chamber. You have only to turn the brass handle of that door and you'll find yourself in the courtroom behind Monsieur le Président's chair." These words mingled in his thoughts with a vague memory of narrow corridors and dark staircases that he had just passed through. The usher had left him on his own. The final moment had come. He tried to gather his thoughts, but without succeeding. It is especially at those times when they most need to be attached to the painful realities of life that the threads of thought all break in the mind. He was in the very place where the judges deliberate and reach a verdict. With a dazed tranquility he surveyed this quiet and forbidding room where so many lives had been destroyed, where his name was soon to reverberate, and through which his fate was now taking him. He stared at the wall, then stared at himself, wondering at this chamber and wondering at his being here. He had eaten nothing for more than 24 hours, he was exhausted by the jolting of the cart, but he did not feel it. It seemed to him that he did not feel anything. He approached a black frame that hung on the wall and contained, under glass, an old autograph letter of Jean-Nicolas Patch, Minister and Mayor of Paris, dated, no doubt mistakenly, June 9, year 2, in which Patch sent the Commune the list of ministers and deputies under house arrest. Anyone who might have seen him and observed him at that moment would probably have imagined that he found this letter very intriguing, for he did not take his eyes off it, and read it 2 or 3 times. He read it unknowingly, without paying any attention to it. He was thinking of Fantine and Cosette. While musing, he turned round, and his eyes fell on the brass handle of the door that separated him from the Assizes courtroom. He had almost forgotten about this door. His gaze, at first calm, settled on it, remained fastened on that brass handle, then became scared and intent, and little by little was stamped with terror. Beads of sweat seeped through his hair and trickled down his temples. At a certain moment, with a kind of authority mixed with rebellion, he made that indescribable gesture that expresses its meaning very well. Damn it! Who's forcing me to do this? Then he wheeled round, saw before him the door he had come in by, went over to it, opened it, and walked out. He was no longer in that chamber, he was outside in a corridor, a long narrow corridor, intersected with steps and passageways, turning this way and that, lighted here and there by lamps similar to the nightlights of the sick, the corridor that had brought him here. He inhaled, he listened, not a sound behind him, not a sound ahead of him. Then he fled as if he were being chased. When he had turned several corners along this corridor, he listened again. There was still the same silence and the same gloom around him. He was breathless. He was reeling. He leaned against the wall. The stone was cold. His sweat was icy on his brow. He drew himself up with a shiver. Then, standing there alone in the darkness, trembling with cold, and something else as well perhaps, he pondered. He had been pondering the whole night. He had been pondering the whole day. All he could hear within him now was a voice that said, "Alas!" A quarter of an hour went by like this. Finally he bowed his head, sighed with anguish, let his arms drop, and retraced his steps. He walked slowly and as though crushed. It was as if someone had caught up with him as he fled and was bringing him back. He re-entered the chamber. The first thing he saw was the door-knob. That round knob of polished brass shone for him like some terrible star. He stared at it as a lamb would stare into the eyes of a tiger. He could not tear his gaze away from it. From time to time he took a step forward and moved closer to the door. Had he listened, he might have heard the sound, a kind of vague murmur, that came from the next room. But he did not listen and he did not hear. Without knowing how, he suddenly found himself at the door. He grabbed the knob convulsively. The door opened. He was inside the courtroom. 9. Where convictions take shape. He took a step forward, unconsciously closed the door behind him, and stood there, taking stock of what he saw. It was quite a spacious and dimly lit interior, now full of uproar, now full of silence, where all the ritual of a criminal trial was played out with shabby and dismal gravity in the midst of the crowd. At one end of the room, the one where he was standing, listless-looking magistrates in threadbare robes, biting their fingernails or closing their eyes. At the other end, a ragged throng, lawyers striking all sorts of attitudes, soldiers with stern but honest faces, old stained wood paneling, a dirty ceiling, tables covered with serge more yellowed than green, finger-blackened doors, on nails driven into the paneling, taproom lamps giving off more smoke than light, on the tables, candles in brass candlesticks. Gloom, ugliness, dreariness. And all this created an austere and imposing impression, for there was a sense here of that great human thing called the law and of that great divine thing called justice. No one in this crowd paid any attention to him. All eyes were focused on a single object, a wooden bench set against a small door in the wall to the left of the presiding judge. On this bench, illuminated by several candles, was a man sitting between 2 gendarmes. This man was the man. He did not look for him. He saw him. His eyes went to him naturally as if they knew in advance where that figure was. He thought he saw himself, aged, with not exactly the same features, to be sure, but identical in attitude and appearance, with that bristling hair, those wary brown eyes, that smock, just as he was the day he arrived at Digny, full of hatred and concealing in his heart that hideous hoard of dreadful thoughts he had spent 19 years accumulating in the chain gang. He said to himself with a shudder, God, will I become like that again? This creature looked at least 60. There was something coarse, stupid, and bewildered about him. Hearing the door open, people had moved aside to make room for him. The judge had looked round, and realizing that the individual who had just entered was the mayor of Montreuil-sur-Mer, he had acknowledged him. The public prosecutor, who had seen Monsieur Madeleine at Montreuil-sur-Mer where he had been called more than once to act in his official capacity, recognized him and acknowledged him also. He barely noticed. He was in the grip of a kind of hallucination. He kept looking. Magistrates, a clerk, gendarmes, a crowd of cruelly curious faces. He had seen this once already, in days gone by, 27 years ago. These ominous things he was re-experiencing, they were here, they were astir, they existed. This was no longer an effort of memory, no mental illusion. These were real gendarmes and real magistrates, or real crowd and real men of flesh and blood. The worst had happened. He saw around him the monstrous aspects of his past, reappearing, reviving, with all the fearsomeness of reality. All this yawned before him. He was horrified. He closed his eyes, and cried out in the deepest recesses of his soul, never. And by a tragic twist of fate that made all his thoughts quake and almost drove him mad, it was another incarnation of himself who sat there. The man being tried, everybody called Jean Valjean. He had before his eyes an extraordinary vision, a kind of reenactment of the most horrible moment of his life, played by his ghost. It was all there, the same trappings, the same late hour, almost the same faces of magistrates, soldiers, and spectators. Only, above the judge's head there was a crucifix, something that was missing from the courts at the time of his conviction. When he was tried, God was absent. There was a chair behind him. He dropped into it, terrified at the thought that he could be seen. When he was seated, he took advantage of a stack of files that lay on the magistrate's desk to conceal his face from the whole room. He could now see without being seen. Little by little he recovered. He fully regained his sense of reality. He reached that stage of composure where it is possible to listen. Monsieur Bois was one of the jurors. He looked for Javert but did not see him. The witness bench was hidden from him by the clerk's table. And besides, as we have just said, the room was dimly lit. When he had come in, the defendant's lawyer was just finishing his speech. Everyone's attention was as taut as could be. The trial had been going on for 3 hours. For 3 hours this crowd had been watching a man, a nobody, a miserable specimen of humanity, either extremely stupid or extremely crafty, gradually sag beneath the burden of a terrible likeness. This man, as we already know, was a vagrant who had been found in a field carrying away a branch laden with ripe apples, broken off an apple tree in a nearby orchard, called the Pigeon orchard. Who was this man? An investigation had been conducted. Witnesses had just been heard. They were unanimous. Some light had emerged from all the proceedings. The prosecution said, "We have here not only a fruit thief, a petty pilferer, we have here a ruffian, a reoffender in breach of the terms of his release, an ex-convict, a most dangerous villain, a criminal named Jean Valjean, long sought by the law, and who 8 years ago on leaving the prison hulks at Toulon committed highway robbery with threat of violence on the person of a Savoyard child named Petit Gervais, a felony under Article 383 of the Penal Code, for which we reserve the right to try him subsequently when his identity has been legally established. He has now committed another theft. We're dealing here with a repeat offender. Convict him for the recent offense. He will be tried for the previous offense later." In the face of this charge, in the face of the unanimity of the witnesses, the accused seemed mostly surprised. He made signs and gestures of negation, or else he stared up at the ceiling. Words did not come easily to him, his replies were confused, but his whole person, from head to foot, expressed denial. He was like an idiot in the presence of all these intellects lined up around him ready to do battle, and like a stranger in the midst of this society that detained him. Yet there was for him the most ominous future at stake, one that every moment became increasingly likely, and the entire audience regarded with greater apprehension than he himself this ruinous sentence looming closer and closer. There was even a possibility of not just penal servitude, but a death sentence, to be envisaged if this identity were to be established and the Petit-Gervais incident were subsequently to lead to a conviction. What manner of man was this? What was the nature of his unconcern? Was it imbecility or craftiness? Did he understand too well or did he not understand at all? Questions that divided the crowd and seemed to set the jury at odds. There was in this trial elements of both the terrifying and the intriguing. The drama was not only dark, it was obscure. The defense lawyer had argued his case quite well in that provincial language that has long constituted the eloquence of the bar, and which was formerly used by all lawyers, in Paris as well as at Romorantin or at Montbrison. Now become antiquated, it is today hardly spoken at all anymore except by barristers in court, being suited to them by its solemn ring and majestic style. A language in which a husband is called a spouse, and a wife a consort. Paris, the center of art and civilization, the king, the monarch, Monseigneur the bishop, a saintly pontiff, the public prosecutor, the eloquent voice of the prosecution, the summing up, the arguments we have just heard, the age of Louis XIV, the great age, a theater, the temple of Melpomene, the ruling family, the august dynasty of our royal sovereigns, a concert, a display of musicianship, Monsieur le General, commanding officer of the department, the illustrious warrior who, seminary students, these young Levites, errors imputed to newspapers, the deceit that distills its poison in the columns of these organs, etc. So the lawyer had begun by expounding on the apple theft, no easy task, in grandiose style, but benign Bossuet himself was obliged in the middle of a funeral oration to allude to a chicken, and he acquitted himself magnificently. The lawyer had established the fact that the apple theft was not actually proven. His client, whom he persisted in his capacity as defense counsel in calling Champmathieu, had not been seen, by anyone, climbing the wall or breaking off the branch. He had been apprehended in possession of that branch, which the lawyer more readily called a bough, but he said he had found it on the ground and picked it up. Where was the proof to the contrary? This branch had undoubtedly been broken off and stolen after the wall had been climbed, then thrown down by the frightened thief. Undoubtedly there was a thief. But what proved that Champmathieu was that thief? One thing only, the fact that he was a convicted felon. The lawyer did not deny that, unfortunately, this fact seemed to be well established. The accused had been resident at Faverolles, the accused had been a tree pruner there. The name of Champmathieu might well have been Jean Matthew in origin. All this was true. After all, for witnesses without hesitation positively identified Champmathieu as the convicted felon Jean Valjean. To counter these arguments, these testimonies, the lawyer could offer only his client's denial, a self-interested denial. But supposing he was the convicted felon Jean Valjean, did that prove he was the apple thief? That was a presumption at most, not a proof. True, and in good faith the defense counsel had to admit it, the prisoner had adopted a poor line of defense. He persisted in denying everything, the theft and the fact that he was a convicted felon. An admission on this last point would surely have been better, and would have gained him the leniency of the bench. This was what his lawyer had advised him, but the accused had obstinately refused, thinking no doubt to save everything by admitting nothing. This was wrong. But should not the paucity of his intelligence be taken into consideration? The man was obviously stupid. Interminable misery in prison, interminable hardship out of prison, had addled his wits, etc. He defended himself badly. Was that any reason to convict him? As for the Petit-Gervais incident, the lawyer had no need to address that. It was not relevant to this case. The lawyer concluded by entreating the court and the jury, if it seemed to them Jean Valjean's identity had been proven, to apply the legal penalties pertaining to a breach of parole and not the appalling punishment imposed on the convicted felon who reoffends. The public prosecutor responded to the defense counsel. He was fierce and florid, as public prosecutors usually are. He congratulated the defense counsel on his fairness, and skillfully exploited this fairness. With every concession made by his lawyer, he struck a blow against the defendant. The lawyer seemed to admit the defendant was Jean Valjean. He took cognizance of the fact. So this man was Jean Valjean. The point had been conceded to the prosecution and could no longer be disputed. Here, in an adroit use of a rhetorical device, in tracing back the sources and causes of crime, the public prosecutor thundered against the immorality of the then budding Romantic school, referring to it as the Satanic school, a term used by the critics of l'oriflamme and law. Quotidian, not wholly unreasonably, he attributed to the influence of this perverse literature the crime of Champmathieu, or to be more accurate, of Jean Valjean. Having exhausted these reflections, he moved on to Jean Valjean himself. Who was this Jean Valjean? Description of Jean Valjean, a spewed-up monster, and so on. The model for descriptions of this sort is contained in Théramin's speech, which is of no use to tragedy but every day renders great service to judicial eloquence. The court and the jury shuddered. His description concluded, the public prosecutor went on with an oratorial flourish calculated to excite the utmost enthusiasm in next morning's Journal de la Préfecture. And it is such a man, a vagrant, a beggar, with no means of existence. Inured by a life of crime and little reformed by his sentence of penal servitude, as proved by the offense committed against Petit-Gervais, caught red-handed on the public highway, committing theft, a few paces from a scaled wall, still clutching the stolen object, it is such a man who denies the obvious crime, the theft, the climbing of the wall, denies everything, denies even his own name, denies his identity. In addition to countless other proofs that we shall not hark back to, for witnesses recognize him, Javert, the upright inspector of police Javert, and three of his former companions in ignominy, the convicts Brevet, Chenildieu, and Cochepaille. How does he counter this damning unanimity? With denial. What a hardened criminal! You will deal justly, gentlemen of the jury. While the public prosecutor spoke, the accused listened open-mouthed with a kind of amazement in which there was a considerable element of admiration. He was obviously surprised that a man should be capable of talking like this. From time to time, at the most vigorous moments of the prosecutor's indictment, at those moments when eloquence, unable to contain itself, spills over in a flood of withering epithets and invests the accused like a storm, he slowly moved his head from left to right and from right to left, a sad and silent form of protest with which he had contented himself since the start of the proceedings. 2 or 3 times the spectators seated nearest to him heard him say to himself, "This is what comes of not having asked Monsieur Baloup." The public prosecutor directed the attention of the jury to this vacant attitude, which was obviously calculated and an indication not of imbecility but of guile, cunning, the habit of eluding justice, and revealing in all its clarity the profound perversity of this man. He concluded by reserving the right to press charges relating to the Petit-Gervais incident and demanding a harsh sentence. This was, for the time being, remember, penal servitude for life. The defense counsel rose, began by complimenting Monsieur l'Avocat General on his admirable speech, then responded as best he could, but he was weakening. The ground was evidently being cut from under him. Systematic denials. It was time to bring the proceedings to a close. The presiding judge asked the defendant to rise and put the customary question to him, "Have you anything to add to your defense?" Standing there, twisting a hideous cap that he had in his hands, the man apparently did not hear. The judge repeated the question. This time the man heard. He seemed to understand, he stirred like someone waking up, looked round, stared at the public, the gendarmes, his lawyer, the jury, the court, placed his huge fist on the edge of the wood paneling in front of his bench, looked round again, and fixing his eyes on the public prosecutor, all of a sudden he began to speak. It was like an eruption. From the way in which the words burst from his mouth, incoherent, impetuous, jumbled, pell-mell, it sounded as though they were all rushing to get out at the same time. He said, "I have this to say. That I was a cartwright in Paris, in fact it was with Monsieur Baloup. It's a hard occupation. As a cartwright you're always working in the open air, in courtyards, under open sheds, with good masters, never in closed workshops, because you need space, you see. In winter you get so cold you slap your arms to get warmed up. But the masters are against that, they say it's time wasting. It's punishing handling iron when there's ice between the paving stones. It wears a man down fast. You get old very young in that trade. At 40 years old a man's finished. I was 53, I found it really hard. And then, workmen, they're so cruel. When a fellow isn't young anymore they're always calling him an old fool, an old idiot. I was earning no more than 30 sous a day, the masters took advantage of my age, they paid me as little as they could. Besides that, I had my daughter working as a washerwoman at the river. She earned a bit as well. With the two of us, we managed. It was hard for her too. Up to her waist in a tub all day long, in the rain, and the snow, with the wind cutting into your face when it's freezing, it makes no difference, the washing still has to be done. There are people who haven't much linen and need to have it back. If you didn't do the washing you'd lose customers. The planks are badly joined and you get drops of water falling all over you. Your skirts and petticoats are all wet, you get soaked right through. She also worked at the Enfant Rouge's laundry house where the water comes out of taps. You're not standing in the tub there. You do your washing at the tap in front of you and rinse in the basin behind you. As it's closed in, you're not so cold. But there's the steam from the hot water that's terrible and ruins your eyes. She used to get home at 7 in the evening and went to bed very soon after, she was so tired. Her husband used to beat her. She died. We've not been very lucky. She was a good girl, didn't go out dancing, very steady. I remember one Mardi Gras when she went to bed at 8 o'clock. There. I'm telling the truth. Ask anybody. Oh, of course, you may well ask. How stupid of me. Paris is an abyss. Who's ever heard of Père Champmathieu? But I tell you, there's Monsieur Baloup. Go and look up Monsieur Baloup. I don't know what more you want of me. The man fell silent and just stood there. He had said all this in a loud, rapid, raw, harsh, hoarse voice with a kind of cross and primitive ingenuousness. Once, he broke off to greet someone in the crowd. The statements, such as they were, that he seemed to toss out at random erupted from him like hiccups, and to each of them he added the gesture of a woodcutter splitting wood. When he had finished, the audience burst out laughing. He stared at the public, and seeing everyone laughing and not understanding why, he began to laugh himself. It was sinister. The presiding judge, a scrupulous and well-meaning man, raised his voice. He reminded members of the jury that the gentleman by the name of Baloup, the former master wheelwright the accused claimed to have worked for, had been cited to no purpose. He had gone bankrupt and was not to be found. Then, turning to the accused, he urged him to listen to what he was about to say, adding, "You are in a situation in which you need to think carefully. The most serious allegations are hanging over you and could entail consequences of the utmost gravity. Prisoner at the bar, for one last time, in your own interest I call on you to explain yourself clearly on 2 points. First, did you climb over the wall of the Pigeon orchard, break off the branch and steal the apples, that is to say, commit the crime of theft aggravated by trespass, yes or no? Second, are you the freed convicted felon Jean Valjean, yes or no?" The accused shook his head with a capable air, like a man who has well understood and knows what he is going to reply. He opened his mouth, turned to the presiding judge, and said, "First of all." Then he stared at his cap, stared at the ceiling and remained silent. "Prisoner at the bar," said the public prosecutor in a stern voice, "beware. You do not reply to anything you are asked. Your confusion condemns you. It is obvious that your name is not Champ Matthew, that you are the convicted felon Jean Valjean, originally hiding under the name of Jean Matthew, which was his mother's name, that you went to the Auvergne, that you were born at Faverolles where you were a tree pruner. It is obvious that you have trespassed and stolen ripe apples from the Pigeon orchard. The gentlemen of the jury will reach the same conclusion." The accused had eventually sat down again. He leapt up when the public prosecutor had finished, and shouted, "You're very wicked, you are. This is what I wanted to say. It didn't come to me at first. I haven't stolen anything. I'm a man that doesn't eat every day. I was coming from Ailey. I was walking across country after a downpour that had made the whole countryside yellow, even the ponds had flooded, and there were just little blades of grass sticking out of the grit by the roadside. I found a broken branch lying on the ground, with apples on it. I picked up the branch without knowing it would get me into trouble. It's 3 months now I've been in prison and getting pushed around. More than that, I can't say. People speak out against me, they tell me, answer. The gendarme, who's a decent lad, nudges my elbow and whispers to me, go on, answer. I'm no good with words, I didn't go to school, I'm a poor man. That's where people are making a mistake, in not understanding that. I didn't steal, I picked up things that were lying on the ground. You say, Jean Valjean, Jean Matthew. I don't know these people. They're country folk. I worked for Monsieur Baloup, Boulevard de El Hospital. My name is Champ Matthew. It's very clever of you to tell me where I was born. I don't know myself. It's not everybody has a house to live in when they come into the world. That would be too easy. I think my father and mother were traveling people. I don't actually know. When I was a child I was called lad, now I'm called old man. Those are my Christian names. Make of that what you will. I was in the Auvergne, I was at Faverolles, by God. Well, can't a man have been in the Auvergne and at Faverolles without having been in a chain gang? I tell you, I didn't steal, and I'm Père Champ Matthew. I worked for Monsieur Baloup, that was my fixed abode. I'm beginning to get tired of this nonsense of yours. Why are other people hounding me like this? The public prosecutor had remained standing. He addressed the presiding judge, Monsieur le Président, in view of the confused but extremely crafty denials of the accused, who would like to pass himself off as an idiot but will not succeed in so doing. We give him warning of this, if it please you and if it please the court. We request that the convicts Brevet, Cochepail and Chenildieu, and Police Inspector Javert, be recalled and questioned one last time with regard to their identification of the prisoner as the convicted felon Jean Valjean. The judge said, I draw Monsieur l'Avocat General's attention to the fact that Police Inspector Javert, recalled by his duties to the chief town of a neighboring arrondissement, left the courtroom, indeed left town, as soon as he had made his statement. We gave him permission to do so with the consent of both Monsieur l'Avocat General and the defense counsel. Quite so, Monsieur le Président, replied the public prosecutor. In the absence of Monsieur Javert, I believe it to be incumbent on me to remind the gentlemen of the jury of what he said in this very place a few hours ago. Javert is a respected man who by his unrelenting and rigorous integrity does credit to lesser but important duties. His statement was made in these terms, I have no need even of any of the moral arguments and material evidence that contradict the denials of the accused. I recognize him full well. This man's name is not Champ Matthew. He is a very wicked and very dangerous ex-convict named Jean Valjean. He was released at the end of his sentence only with extreme misgivings. He served 19 years of hard labor for aggravated theft. He attempted to escape 5 or 6 times. Besides the Petit Gervais robbery and the Pigeon theft, I also suspect him of a theft committed at the home of His Grace the late Bishop of Digny. I often saw him during the time I was assistant warder of the chain gangs at Toulon. I repeat, I recognize him full well. This very emphatic statement appeared to make a strong impression on the public and on the jury. The public prosecutor concluded by insisting that despite the absence of Javert, the 3 witnesses Brevet, Chenildieu and Cochepaille should be heard again and formally questioned. The judge conveyed an order to an usher, and a moment later the door to the witnesses' room opened. Accompanied by a gendarme ready to lend armed assistance, the usher led in the convict Brevet. The court was on tenterhooks, and all hearts were beating as one. The ex-convict Brevet wore the black and grey jacket of the Maison Centrale prison star. Brevet was a person of some 60 years of age, who had a kind of businessman's face and the air of a crook. The two sometimes go together. In the prison where his fresh misdeeds had brought him, he had become something in the nature of a turnkey. He was a man of whom his superiors said, he tries to make himself useful. The chaplains testified favorably as to his religious observances. It must not be forgotten, this was happening during the Restoration. Brevet, said the presiding judge, as a convicted felon, you have lost your civil rights and you cannot take the oath. Brevet lowered his gaze. Nevertheless, the judge went on, if divine mercy be so willing, even in the man whom the law has stripped of his civil rights there may remain a sense of honor and of justice. It is to this sense that I appeal at this critical hour. If it still exists in you, and I hope it does, reflect before you answer. Consider on the one hand this man, a word from you may ruin him, on the other hand, justice, a word from you may enlighten it. This is a solemn moment, and there is still time to retract if you think you were mistaken. Prisoner at the bar, rise. Brevet, take a good look at the accused, summon up your memories and tell us in all good faith if you persist in recognizing this man as your former fellow convict, Jean Valjean. Brevet looked at the accused, then turned to the court. Yes, Monsieur le Président. It was I who first recognized him, and I do persist. That man is Jean Valjean, who came to Toulon in 1796 and left in 1815. I left a year later. He has the air of adult now, so it must be age that has dulled him. He was cunning in prison. I recognize him without the shadow of a doubt. Go and sit down, said the judge. Prisoner at the bar, remain standing. A convict serving a life sentence of hard labor, as indicated by his red tunic and green cap, Chenildieu was brought in. He was serving his sentence in the prison hulks at Toulon, from where he had been plucked for this trial. He was a small man of about 50, alert, wrinkled, puny, yellow, brazen, excitable, who had a kind of sickly feebleness in his every limb and about his whole person, and an immense forcefulness in his gaze. His companions in the prison hulks had nicknamed him Jean Star. The judge said to him more or less what he had said to Brevet. At the point when he reminded him that his criminal status deprived him of the right to take an oath, Chenildieu looked up and stared directly at the crowd. The judge invited him to think carefully, and asked him as he had asked Brevet if he persisted in recognizing the prisoner. Chenildieu burst out laughing. By God! Do I recognize him? We were chained together for 5 years. Afraid of what's coming to you, old boy? Go and sit down, said the judge. The usher brought in Cochepaille. This other lifer, who like Chenildieu came from the prison hulks and was dressed in red, was a peasant from Lourdes, a bearman of the Pyrenees. He had guarded flocks in the mountains, and from being a shepherd he had slipped into brigandage. Cochepaille was no less primitive and seemed even more stupid than the accused. He was one of those unfortunate men that nature roughcasts as wild beasts and society finishes off as convicted felons. The presiding judge tried to inspire him with some solemn and stirring words, and asked him, as he had asked the other two, if he persisted in recognizing unhesitatingly and unequivocally the man standing before him. "That is Jean Valjean," said Cochepaille. Indeed, he was called Jean le Cric because he was so strong. Each of these statements from these three men, evidently sincere and made in good faith, had raised in the audience a murmur that boded ill for the accused, a murmur that grew louder and lasted longer each time a fresh declaration was added to the previous one. The accused, meanwhile, had listened to them with that amazement on his face that, according to the prosecution, was his main method of defense. At the first declaration, the gendarmes next to him had heard him mutter under his breath, "Well, he's a fine one." After the second, he said a little louder with an almost satisfied air, "Right." At the third, he cried, "Terrific." The presiding judge addressed him. "Prisoner at the bar, you have heard these men. What have you to say?" He replied, "I say, terrific." A clamor broke out in the public gallery and almost spread to the jury. It was obvious the man was doomed. "Ushers," said the judge, "call for silence. I am going to close the proceedings." At that moment there was a stir very close to the judge. A voice was heard to cry out, "Brevet! Channel Dieu! Cochepaille! Look over here!" All who heard that voice felt chilled, so mournful and terrible was it. All eyes turned to the place it came from. A man who had been among the privileged spectators seated behind the bench had just got to his feet, pushed open the breast-high door that separated the bench from the floor of the court, and was standing in the middle of the chamber. The judge, the public prosecutor, Monsieur Bois, 24 people recognized him and cried out in unison, "Monsieur Madeleine!" 11. Champ Matthew is ever more amazed. He it was indeed. The clerk's lamp lit his face. He held his hat in his hand, there was no disarray in his clothing, his frock coat was carefully buttoned. He was very pale and slightly trembling. His hair, still gray when he arrived in Arras, was now completely white. It had turned white during the hour he had been there. All heads were raised. The sensation caused was indescribable. There was a momentary uncertainty in the court. The voice had been so harrowing. The man who stood there appeared so calm that at first people did not understand. They wondered who had cried out. They could not believe it was this unruffled man who had uttered that ghastly cry. This uncertainty lasted only a few seconds. Even before the judge and the public prosecutor could utter a word, before the ushers and the gendarmes could make a move, the man whom all at that moment still called Monsieur Madeleine stepped towards the witnesses Cochepaille, Brevet and Chenildieu. "You don't recognize me," he said. All three remained dumbfounded and indicated by a shake of the head that they did not know him. Feeling intimidated, Cochepaille gave a military salute. Monsieur Madeleine turned to the jury and the court, and said in a quiet voice, "Gentlemen of the jury, let the defendant go free. Monsieur le Président, have me arrested. That is not the man you seek. I am Jean Valjean." Not a soul breathed. After the initial hubbub of amazement, a sepulchral silence followed. In the courtroom there was a feeling of that kind of religious terror that grips the masses when something of great magnitude occurs. Meanwhile, the face of the judge filled with sympathy and sadness. He had exchanged a rapid nod with the public prosecutor and a few words in a low voice with the legal counselors. He turned to the public and asked in a tone that was understood by all, "Is there a doctor present?" The public prosecutor then spoke. "Gentlemen of the jury, strange and unexpected as it is, the incident that disrupts this hearing only inspires us, as it does you, with a sentiment we need not put into words. You are all familiar, by reputation at least, with the Honorable Monsieur Madeleine, Mayor of Montreuil-sur-Mer. If there is a doctor in the courtroom, we join Monsieur le Président in asking him to be good enough to attend to Monsieur Madeleine and take him home." Monsieur Madeleine did not allow the public prosecutor to finish. He interrupted him in a tone full of indulgence and authority. These are the words he used, exactly as they were written down immediately after the trial by one of the witnesses of this scene, and as they now ring in the ears of those who heard them nearly 40 years ago today. "Thank you, Monsieur l'Avocat General, but I am not mad. You shall see. You were on the point of committing a grave mistake. Release that man. I'm doing what I have to. I am that wretched felon. I'm the only one here who understands the situation clearly, and I'm telling you the truth. What I'm doing at this moment, God is watching from above, and that's enough. You can take me into custody, here I am. Yet I did the best I could. I hid behind an assumed name. I became rich. I became mayor. I wanted to return among honest folk. It seems that cannot be. Anyway, there are many things I can't express. I'm not going to tell the story of my life. One day it will become known. I robbed Monseigneur l'Évêque, that's true. I robbed Petit Gervais, that's true. What you were told was right. Jean Valjean is a very wicked wretch. It may not have been entirely his fault. Listen, Messrs. Les Juges, a man who has sunk as low as I is in no position to chide Providence or to give advice to society, but you see, the infamy from which I tried to escape is a harmful thing. Harsh prisons make hardened criminals. Reflect on that, if you will. Before I was in the prison hulks I was a poor peasant and not very bright, something of a dolt. The prison hulks changed me. I was stupid, I became wicked. I was a blockhead, I became a firebrand. Later on, kindness and goodness saved me, as harshness had been the ruin of me. But, forgive me, you can't understand what I'm saying. You'll find at my house among the ashes in the fireplace the 40-sou coin I stole from Petit Gervais 7 years ago. I've nothing more to add. Arrest me. My God. Monsieur l'Avocat General shakes his head. Monsieur Madeleine has taken leave of his senses, you say. You don't believe me. Now that's distressing. Don't convict this man, at least. What? These men don't recognize me. I wish Javert were here. He would certainly recognize me. Nothing could convey what somber and kindly melancholy marked the tone of voice that accompanied these words. He turned to the 3 convicts and said, "Well, I recognize you. Brevet. Do you remember?" He paused, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Do you remember those checkered knitted braces you had in the prison hulks?" Brevet gave, as it were, a start of surprise, and looked him up and down in a fearful manner. He went on, "Chenildieu, who gave yourself the nickname Jeanaidu, the whole of your right shoulder is badly burned because one day you lay with your shoulder on a chafing dish full of hot coals in order to efface the 3 letters TFP, which for all that are still visible. Answer, is this true?" "It is true," said Chenildieu. He turned to Cochepaille. "Cochepaille, near the crook of your left arm you have a date in blue letters burned into your flesh with gunpowder. That date is the day the Emperor landed at Cannes, the 1st of March 1815. Pull up your sleeve." Cochepaille pulled up his sleeve, all eyes around him focused on his bare arm. A gendarme held a lamp to it. There was the date. The poor man turned to the spectators and the judges with a smile that when they think of it still grieves those who saw it. It was the smile of triumph, it was also the smile of despair. "You can see now," he said, "that I am Jean Valjean." In that courtroom there were no longer judges, prosecutors, or gendarmes. There were only riveted gazes and aching hearts. No one was mindful any longer of the role that each might have to play. The public prosecutor forgot he was there to seek a conviction, the presiding judge that he was there to preside, the defense counsel that he was there to defend. Remarkably, no question was asked, no authority intervened. It is in the nature of sublime spectacles that they capture all souls and turn all witnesses into spectators. Probably no one could have explained what he felt. Probably no one said to himself that he saw a great light shining there. Inwardly all felt dazzled. It was obvious they had Jean Valjean before their eyes. It was radiantly clear. The appearance of this man was enough to bring abounding light to this affair that but a moment earlier had been so obscure. Without any further explanation being necessary, as if by a kind of electric exposure, this whole crowd understood immediately and at a single glance the simple and magnificent story of a man who was giving himself up so that another man might not be condemned in his place. The details, the waverings, the small resistances there might have been, disappeared in that immense luminous fact. A fleeting impression, but overwhelming at the time. "I don't want to disturb the hearing any further," said Jean Valjean. "I'm going, since no one's arresting me. I have several things to do. The public prosecutor knows who I am, he knows where I'm going, he can have me arrested when he pleases." He made his way towards the door. Not a voice was raised, not an arm extended to prevent him. Everyone stood aside. There was at that moment something divine about him, something that causes multitudes to fall back and make way for one man. He walked through the crowd slowly. It was never known who opened the door, but it is certain the door was open when he reached it. At the door he turned and said, "Monsieur l'Avocat General, I remain at your disposal." Then he addressed the assembly. "All of you here, you all think I am to be pitied, don't you? My God! When I think of what I was about to do, I think I'm to be envied. All the same, I would rather that none of this had happened." He went out, and the door closed behind him as it had been opened, for those who do certain majestic things are always sure of being served by someone in the crowd. Less than an hour later the jury's verdict cleared the man named Champmathieu of all charges. And Champmathieu, immediately released, went away astounded, thinking all men were crazy and understanding nothing of what he had seen. Book 8 After a Fact. I. The mirror in which Monsieur Madeleine sees his hair. It was beginning to grow light. Fantine had had a feverish and sleepless night, and one full of happy visions. At dawn she fell asleep. Sir Simplice, who had sat up with her, took advantage of this sleep to go and prepare another dose of cinchona. The worthy nun had been in the infirmary's laboratory a few moments, bent over her drugs and files and peering closely because of the indistinctness the dawning light imparts to objects. Suddenly she looked round and gave a little cry. "Monsieur!" Madeleine stood before her. He had just entered silently. "It's you, Monsieur le Maire," she exclaimed. He responded quietly, "How is that poor woman?" "Not so bad right now. But we have been very worried, believe me." She explained to him what had happened, that Fantine had been very poorly the day before, and that she was better now because she thought that Monsieur le Maire had gone to Montfermeil to fetch her child. The nun dared not question Monsieur le Maire, but from the way he looked she could see quite clearly that was not where he had come from. "That's just as good," he said. "You were quite right not to disillusion her." "Yes," replied the nun, "but now, Monsieur le Maire, she's going to see you and she won't see her child. What shall we tell her?" He remained pensive for a moment. "God will inspire us," he said. "We wouldn't be able to lie, though," the nun murmured quietly. It had grown fully light in the room. And the light fell on Monsieur Madeleine's face, opposite her. The nun happened to look up. "My goodness, monsieur," she exclaimed. "Whatever has happened to you?" Your hair's completely white. White, he said. Sir Simplice had no looking-glass. She rummaged in a box and pulled out the little mirror the infirmary doctor used to check that a patient was dead and no longer breathing. Monsieur Madeleine took the mirror, looked at his hair, and said, "Well now." He uttered this with indifference and as though he were thinking of something else. The nun felt chilled by something unknown that she vaguely sensed in all this. "Can I see her?" he asked. "Will Monsieur le Maire not have her child fetched?" said the nun, hardly daring to hazard a question. "Of course, but it will take 2 or 3 days at least." If she were not to see Monsieur le Maire between now and then, the nun went on timidly, she wouldn't know that Monsieur le Maire had returned. It would be easy to urge her to have patience, and when the child arrived she would naturally think Monsieur le Maire came with the child. We wouldn't have to tell any lies. Monsieur Madeleine seemed to reflect for a few moments, then with his calm gravity he said, "No, sister, I must see her. I may not have much time." The nun seemed not to notice the words "may not," which gave an obscure and peculiar connotation to Monsieur le Maire's words. Lowering her gaze and her voice respectfully, she replied, "In that case, she's resting, but Monsieur le Maire may enter." He made some comment about a door that did not close properly, whose noise might wake the patient, then entered Fantine's room, went over to the bed and drew the curtains aside. She was asleep. Her breath issued from her chest with that tragic sound characteristic of these illnesses, one that breaks poor mothers' hearts when they sit up at night with their doomed and sleeping child. But this labored breathing hardly disturbed a kind of ineffable serenity that suffused her face, transfiguring her in her sleep. Her wanness had become a whiteness, her cheeks were crimson. Her long fair eyelashes, sole remnant of the beauty of her virginal youth, fluttered though remaining lowered and closed. Her whole being trembled with some suggested unfolding of wings about to spread and carry her away, wings whose quivering could be sensed though not seen. Seeing her like this, no one would ever have believed this was a sick person at death's door. She looked more like something about to fly away than to die. The branch thrills when a hand approaches it to pick a flower, and seems at once to draw back and to offer itself. The human body has something of this thrill at that moment when the mysterious fingers of death are about to pluck the soul. Monsieur Madeleine remained for some time motionless beside that bed, gazing in turn at the sick woman and at the crucifix as he had done 2 months earlier, the day he came to see her for the first time in this hospital. They were both still there in the same attitudes, she sleeping, he praying. Only now, after those 2 months had passed, her hair was gray and his was white. The nun had not entered the room with him. He stood beside the bed with his finger to his lips as though there were someone in the room to hush. She opened her eyes, saw him, and said calmly with a smile, "And Cosette?" 2. Fantine happy. She gave no start of surprise or expression of joy. She was joy itself. That simple question "in Cosette?" was put with such profound faith, such certainty, such a complete absence of anxiety and doubt, he was left speechless. She went on, "I knew you were here. I was asleep but I was watching you. I've been watching you for a long time. My eyes have been following you all night. You were in a halo of light and you had all kinds of heavenly figures around you." He looked up at the crucifix. "But tell me now," she said, "where's Cosette? Why didn't you put her on my bed to be there when I woke up?" Responding instinctively, he gave some reply he was never afterwards able to recall. Fortunately, having been told of his arrival, the doctor had turned up. He came to Monsieur Madeleine's aid. "My child," said the doctor, "calm yourself. Your child is here." Fantine's eyes lit up, brightening her whole face. She clasped her hands with an expression containing at once all the most violent and most tender feelings of which entreaty is capable. "Oh," she exclaimed, "bring me my little baby." A mother's pathetic delusion. For her Cosette was still a babe in arms. Not yet, said the doctor, not right now. You still have a lingering fever. Seeing your child would excite you and be bad for you. You must get better first. She interrupted him vehemently, but I am better. I tell you I am better. Is he a fool, this doctor? Honestly. I want to see my child. You see how worked up you're getting, said the doctor. So long as you're like this, I won't allow you to have your child. It isn't enough to see her, you have to live for her. When you behave sensibly, I'll bring her to you myself. The poor mother bowed her head. I'm sorry, doctor, I'm truly sorry. In the past I would never have spoken the way I did just now. I've suffered so many setbacks I don't know what I'm saying sometimes. I understand, you're afraid of it being too much for me. I'll wait as long as you like, but I swear to you it wouldn't have done me any harm to see my daughter. I can see her, I've not taken my eyes off her since yesterday evening. You know, if she were brought to me now I'd just talk to her quietly. That's all. Isn't it perfectly natural I should want to see my child that someone's gone specially to fetch from Montfermeil? I'm not angry. I know I'm going to be happy. All through the night I saw these white things and people smiling at me. The doctor will bring my Cosette to me when he wants to. I haven't any fever because I'm better now. I feel sure there's nothing at all the matter with me anymore, but just to please these good women I'm going to behave as if I were ill and lie still. Once they see I'm quite calm, they'll say, she must be allowed to have her child. Monsieur Madeleine sat on a chair beside the bed. She turned to him, visibly striving to appear calm and well-behaved, as she put it, in that state of weakness resembling infancy to which she was reduced by illness, so that, seeing she was so quiet, there would be no objection to having Cosette brought to her. However, even as she held herself in check, she could not help asking Monsieur Madeleine countless questions. Did you have a good journey, Monsieur le Maire? Oh, how kind of you to go and fetch her for me. Just tell me how she is. Was the traveling not too much for her? Oh dear. She won't recognize me. After all this time she'll have forgotten me, poor little mite. Children don't remember. They're like birds. They see one thing today and another thing tomorrow, and they don't remember anything. Did she have some clean clothes at least? Did those Thénardiers look after her properly? How did they feed her? Oh, if you only knew how much I've suffered wondering about all these things during the bad times I've had. That's in the past now. I'm overjoyed. Oh, how I should like to see her. Monsieur le Maire, did you find her pretty? Isn't she beautiful, my daughter? You must have been very cold in that coach. Couldn't she be brought to me just for a moment? They could take her away straight after. You tell them. Being the mayor, you could if you wanted to. He took her hand. Cosette is beautiful, he said, Cosette is in good health. You'll see her soon. But calm down. You're getting too excited, and besides you're not keeping your arms covered and that's making you cough. Indeed, fits of coughing interrupted Fantine at almost every word. Fantine did not grumble, she was afraid of having jeopardized with a few over-impassioned complaints the trust she wanted to inspire, and she started prattling. Montfermeil's quite pretty, isn't it? People go there on outings in the summer. Do those Thénardiers do good business? Not many people pass through their part of the world. It's a bit run down, that inn of theirs. Monsieur Madeleine was still holding her hand and observing her with anxiety. It was evident he had come to tell her things he was now in two minds about mentioning. His visit over, the doctor had left. Sir Simplice remained alone with them. But in the midst of this pause Fantine exclaimed, I can hear her. My God, I can hear her. She stretched out her arm to stop them talking, held her breath, and began to listen, enraptured. There was a child playing in the yard, the child of the doorkeeper or one of the women workers. It was one of those coincidences you keep coming across that seem to form part of the mysterious staging of woeful events. The child, a little girl, was running to and fro to keep warm, laughing, singing at the top of her voice. Children's games get mixed up with everything else, more's the pity. It was this little girl that Fantine heard singing. "Oh," she said. "It's my Cosette. I recognize her voice." Then the child was off again, and her voice died away. Fantine listened for a while longer, then her face clouded over, and Monsieur Madeleine heard her say quietly, "How cruel the doctor is not to let me see my daughter. He has a nasty face, that man." But the underlying gladness of her thoughts came to the surface again. With her head resting on the pillow, she continued to talk to herself. "How happy we're going to be. For a start, we'll have a little garden. Monsieur Madeleine promised me. My daughter will play in the garden. She must have learned her letters by now. I'll teach her to spell. She'll run through the grass chasing butterflies. I'll watch her. Then she'll make her first communion. Now let's see, when will she make her first communion?" She began to count on her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, she's 7 years old. In 5 years' time. She'll have a white veil and lace stockings. She'll look like a little lady. Oh, my dear sister, you don't know how foolish I am. I was just thinking of my daughter's first communion. And she started laughing. He had let go of Fantine's hand. He listened to these words as if listening to the wind blowing, with his eyes on the ground, his mind deep in fathomless thoughts. All at once she stopped talking, and this automatically made him raise his head. Fantine now looked ghastly. She did not speak, she did not breathe. She was half sitting up. Her thin shoulder emerged from her nightdress. Her face, radiant the moment before, was deathly pale, and with eyes widened in terror she seemed to be staring at something appalling in front of her on the other side of the room. "My God," he exclaimed. "Fantine, what's wrong?" She did not reply. She did not take her eyes off whatever it was she thought she saw. She touched his arm with one hand and with the other pointed behind him. He turned and saw Javert. This is what had happened. 3. Javert satisfied. midnight had just struck when Monsieur Madeleine left the court of assizes in Arras. He returned to his inn just in time to set out again by the mail coach, in which it will be remembered he had reserved his seat. A little before 6 in the morning he had arrived at Montreuil-sur-Mer, and his first concern had been to drop his letter to Monsieur Laffitte in the post, then go to the infirmary and see Fantine. However, he had hardly left the courtroom when the public prosecutor, recovering from his initial shock, had taken the floor to deplore the honorable mayor of Montreuil-sur-Mer's act of insanity, to declare that his own convictions were in no way altered by this bizarre incident that would later be elucidated, and to demand in the meantime the conviction of this Champmathieu, clearly the real Jean Valjean. The public prosecutor's persistence was obviously at odds with everyone else's feeling, that of the public, the court, and the jury. The defense counsel had little difficulty in refuting this argument and establishing that the revelations made by Monsieur Madeleine, that is to say, by the real Jean Valjean, put a completely different complexion on the case, and all that the jury now had standing before them was an innocent man. The lawyer had drawn from this a few sententious and unfortunately not unfamiliar conclusions regarding judicial errors, and such like. The presiding judge in his summing up had aligned himself with the defense counsel, and within a few minutes the jury had cleared Champmathieu of any wrongdoing. Nevertheless, the public prosecutor had to have a Jean Valjean, and not having Champmathieu anymore, he took Madeleine. Immediately after Champmathieu had been released, the public prosecutor closeted himself with the presiding judge. They conferred as to the necessity of the taking into custody of the person of Monsieur le Maire of Montreuil-sur-Mer. This phrase, in which there were a great many ofs, was Monsieur l'Avocat General's, penned entirely by the public prosecutor in his report to the public prosecutor-in-chief. His initial sympathy having dissipated, the presiding judge raised few objections. After all, justice must take its course. And then, all things considered, although the judge was a decent and fairly intelligent man, he was at the same time a strong and almost ardent royalist and had been shocked to hear the mayor of Montreuil-sur-Mer refer to the emperor and not Bonaparte when speaking of the landing at Cannes. The arrest warrant was accordingly issued. The public prosecutor sent it by special messenger, riding as fast as he could go, to Montreuil-sur-Mer, instructing Police Inspector Javert to implement it. As we know, Javert had returned to Montreuil-sur-Mer immediately after having made his statement. Javert was just getting up when the messenger delivered the arrest warrant and summons. The messenger was also a very capable policeman, who succinctly informed Javert of what had taken place at Arras. The arrest warrant, signed by the public prosecutor, was worded as follows: Inspector Javert will arrest Sieur Madeleine, mayor of Montreuil-sur-Mer, who in this day's court hearing was identified as the convicted felon freed on parole, Jean Valjean. Anyone who did not know Javert and had seen him as he came through the entrance hall to the infirmary could have had no idea of what was going on and would have thought he was just his usual self. He was cold, calm, serious, his gray hair perfectly smooth over his temples, and he had just climbed the stairs with his usual deliberation. Anyone who knew him well and observed him closely would have quaked. Instead of being at the nape of his neck, the buckle on his leather collar was below his left ear. This betrayed unprecedented agitation. Javert was a consistent character, allowing no flaw in the execution of his duty or in his uniform, rigorous with villains, uncompromising with his coat buttons. For him to have buckled his collar awry, there must have been one of those emotional upheavals inside him that might be called inner earthquakes. He had come without any fuss, had requisitioned from the nearby guardhouse a corporal and 4 soldiers, left the soldiers in the courtyard, and asked the unsuspecting doorkeeper, accustomed as she was to seeing armed men ask for the mayor, to be directed to Fantine's room. When he came to Fantine's room, Javert turned the handle, pushed the door open as softly as a sick nurse or a police spy, and entered. Strictly speaking, he did not enter. He stood in the half-open doorway, his hat on his head and his left hand inside his coat that was buttoned up to the chin. In the crook of his arm could be seen the metal knob of his enormous cane, which disappeared behind him. So he remained for almost a minute without anyone noticing his presence. All at once Fantine looked up, saw him, and made Monsieur Madeleine turn round. The instant Madeleine's eyes met Javert's, Javert, without moving, without stirring, without stepping closer, became atrocious. No human sentiment can be quite as appalling as joy. It was the face of a demon on retrieving one of his damned. The certainty that at last he had Jean Valjean in his grasp revealed in his countenance everything that was in his soul. The stirred depths rose to the surface. The humiliation of having lost the trail for a while and having been briefly mistaken about that Champmathieu was blotted out by his pride in having so shrewdly suspected in the first place, and in having had for so long the right instinct. Javert's contentment was blatant in his lordly attitude. Warped triumph illuminated that narrow brow. It was a display of the full horror that a satisfied face can present. Javert was in 7th heaven at that moment. Without being distinctly aware of it, yet with a vague intuition of his indispensability and his success, he, Javert, personified justice, light and truth in their heavenly capacity for crushing evil. Behind and around him, reaching to infinite depths, he had authority, reason, a definitive verdict, legal integrity, the vindication of public morality, every star in his favor. He was protecting order, delivering the law's thunderbolt, avenging society. He was the enforcer of the absolute. He rode on a cloud of glory. There was in his victory a trace of defiance and challenge. Standing proud and resplendent, he paraded in the azure heavens the superhuman bestiality of a ferocious archangel. The terrible shadow of the deed he was doing revealed the dim gleam of society's sword in his clenched fist. Rejoicing and indignant, under his heel he crushed crime, vice, rebellion, damnation, hell. He blazed, he exterminated, he smiled, and there was an incontestable grandeur in this monstrous Saint Michael. There was nothing ignoble about Javert in his frightfulness. Probity, sincerity, forthrightness, conviction, the concept of duty, are things that may grow hideous when misguided but, even hideous, remain grand. Intrinsic to the human conscience, their majesty persists even in horror. They are virtues that have one vice, delusion. The ruthless and true joy of a fanatic in perpetrating atrocity retains a certain bleakly venerable radiance. Unaware of it himself, Javert in his fearsome gladness, like every benighted individual who triumphs, was to be pitied. There was nothing so poignant and terrible as this face, displaying what might be called all the evil of goodness. 4. Authority reasserts its rights. Fantine had not seen Javert since the day the mayor had rescued her from this man. Though nothing made sense to her sick brain, she had no doubt he had come back for her. She could not bear that terrible face, she felt she was dying, she hid her face in both hands and cried in anguish, "Monsieur Madeleine, save me." Jean Valjean, from now on we shall not refer to him otherwise, had stood up. He said to Fantine in his gentlest and calmest voice, "Don't worry. It's not you that he's come for." Then he turned to Javert and said, "I know what you want." Javert replied, "Let's get a move on." There was in the modulation of the voice that accompanied these words something indescribably fierce and frenzied. Javert did not say, "Let's get a move on." He said, "Laisse-moi." No spelling can do justice to the way in which it was uttered. It was no longer human speech, it was an animal roar. He did not behave as usual, he did not explain the situation, he did not produce any arrest warrant. In his eyes Jean Valjean was a kind of mysterious and elusive combatant, a sinister opponent with whom he had been wrestling for the past 5 years without ever being able to fell him. This arrest was not a beginning, but an end. He merely said, "Let's get a move on." He remained exactly where he was as he said this. He cast a glance at Jean Valjean, that violently compelling glance, like a grappling hook, by which he was accustomed to draw scoundrels to him. It was this glance by which Fantine had felt pierced to the core 2 months earlier. At Javert's cry Fantine opened her eyes again. But Monsieur le Maire was here. What could she possibly have to fear? Javert stepped into the middle of the room and shouted, "Now get moving." The poor woman looked around. There was no one other than the nun and the mayor. Who could be the object of this contemptuous familiarity? Only herself. She shuddered. Then she saw something unbelievable, so unbelievable that nothing to equal it had appeared to her even in the darkest of her feverish fits of delirium. She saw the police detective Javert seize Monsieur le Maire by the collar. She saw Monsieur le Maire bow his head. To her, it was as if the world had been turned upside down.
Jeg havde en de grabsjang vælge en by tekolder. Monsieur le Maire, skrikede Fantine.
Javert burst into laughter, that frightful laughter with all his teeth bared. "There's no Monsieur le Maire here anymore." Jean Valjean made no attempt to remove the hand on his coat collar. He said, "Javert." Javert cut him short. "Call me Monsieur l'Inspecteur." "Monsieur," said Jean Valjean, "I should like to have a word with you in private." "Out loud." "Speak out loud," replied Javert. "Anyone who has anything to say to me speaks out loud." Jean Valjean continued, keeping his voice low. "It's a favor I have to ask of you." "Speak out loud, I tell you." But it's something only you should hear. What do I care? I'm not listening. Jean Valjean turned to him and said rapidly in a very low voice, "Grant me 3 days' grace. 3 days in which to go and fetch this poor woman's child. I'll pay whatever's necessary. You can accompany me if you wish." "You're joking," cried Javert. "Honestly. I didn't take you for a fool. You're asking me to let you go away for 3 days. You say it's to go and fetch this horse child. Ha ha. That's good. That's really good." Fantine trembled. "My child," she cried. "Fetch my child." "She's not here, then. Sister, answer me, where's Cosette? I want my child. Monsieur Madeleine. Monsieur le Maire." Javert stamped his foot. "Now the other one." "Shut up, you hussy." The degeneracy of this place, where convicted felons or magistrates and prostitutes are treated like duchesses. But all that's going to change. And high time too. He gazed intently at Fantine, and once again grabbing hold of Jean Valjean's cravat, shirt and collar he added, "I tell you there's no Monsieur Madeleine and no Monsieur le Maire. There's a thief, a ruffian, a convicted felon named Jean Valjean. And I have him here. That's what there is." Fantine sat bolt upright, her arms stiff and both hands supporting her. She stared at Jean Valjean, she stared at Javert, she stared at the nun. She opened her mouth as though to speak. A rattle issued from deep in her throat, her teeth chattered, she stretched out her arms in anguish, opening her hands convulsively and groping about her like someone drowning. Then she suddenly fell back on her pillow. Her head struck the bed frame and dropped forward onto her chest, her mouth gaping, her eyes open and dull. She was dead. Jean Valjean laid his own hand on Javert's restraining hand and prized it open as he would have prized open the hand of a baby. Then he said to Javert, "You killed that woman." "Enough," shouted Javert in a fury. "I'm not here to argue with you. We haven't time for all this. The guard's downstairs. Now move, or I'll have you in thumb cuffs." In a corner of the room there was an old iron bed in quite a poor state that served the nuns as a camp bed when they were keeping vigil. Jean Valjean went over to this bed, in a split second dismantled the already very dilapidated bedstead, no obstacle to muscles like his, seized the main strut in his clenched fist, and eyed Javert. Javert retreated towards the door. With the iron strut in his hand, Jean Valjean walked slowly over to Fantine's bed. When he reached it he turned and said to Javert in a barely audible voice, "I advise you not to disturb me just now." One thing is certain, Javert was trembling. He thought of going to summon the guard, but Jean Valjean might take advantage of that one moment to escape. So he stayed, grasped his cane by the thinner end, and backed up against the doorframe without taking his eyes off Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean rested his elbow on the knob of the bedstead and his forehead on his hand, and fell to gazing at Fantine, lying there motionless. So he remained, absorbed, silent, and obviously no longer thinking of anything to do with this life. There was nothing but inexpressible pity now on his face and in his attitude. After a few moments of this meditating he bent down and spoke to Fantine in a whisper. What did he say to her? What could this man, social outcast that he was, possibly have to say to that woman who was dead? What were those words? Not a living soul heard them. Did the dead woman hear them? There are some touching illusions that may perhaps be sublime realities. What is beyond doubt is that Sir Simplice, sole witness to what happened, often said that at the moment Jean Valjean whispered in Fantine's ear she distinctly saw an ineffable smile appear on those pale lips and in those vacant eyes filled with the terror of death. Jean Valjean took Fantine's head in both hands and settled it straight on the pillow as a mother might have done to her child. He retied the fastening of her nightdress, and tidied her hair under her cap. Having done that, he closed her eyes. Fantine's face seemed strangely illuminated at that moment. Death is the entrance to the supreme light. Fantine's hand was hanging out of the bed. Jean Valjean knelt down before that hand, gently raised it, and kissed it. Then he stood up again and turned to Javert. "Now, I'm at your disposal," he said. A suitable grave. Javert put Jean Valjean in the town jail. The arrest of Monsieur Madeleine caused a sensation, or rather, had an extraordinary impact on Montreuil-sur-Mer. Sadly, we cannot ignore the fact that at that simple statement he was a convicted felon, almost everyone deserted him. In less than 2 hours all the good he had done was forgotten, and he was nothing but a convicted felon. It is true to say that the details of what had happened at Arras were not yet known. Conversations like the following were to be heard all day long in every part of town. "You don't know? He was a freed convict." "Who?" "The mayor." "No." "Monsieur Madeleine?" "Yes." "Really?" "Madeleine wasn't his real name, he has some frightful name, Pigeon, Bougin. Oh my God. He's been arrested." "Arrested?" "In prison, in the town jail, waiting to be transferred." "Transferred?" "He's going to be transferred." "Where are they transferring him?" "He's going to face trial for a highway robbery he committed some time ago." "Well, I suspected as much. That man was too good, too perfect, too sanctimonious. He refused the Legion of Honor. He gave money to every little guttersnipe he came across. I always thought there was some unsavory story at the bottom of it all." The best circles, especially, were very much of this opinion. One old lady, a subscriber to Le Drapeau Blanc, made the following unfathomably deep remark: "I'm not sorry. That will teach the Buonapartists." So it was that the ghost who had called himself Monsieur Madeleine vanished from Montreuil-sur-Mer. Only 3 or 4 individuals in the whole town remained faithful to his memory. The old doorkeeper who had worked for him was one of them. The evening of that same day this worthy old woman was sitting in her lodge, still thoroughly shocked, and sadly pondering the matter. The factory had been closed all day, the main entrance was locked, the street was deserted. There was no one in the house but the 2 nuns, Sir Perpetu and Sir Simplice, who were keeping vigil over Fantine's body. Towards the time Monsieur Madeleine usually came home, the honest doorkeeper automatically got up, took out of a drawer the key to Monsieur Madeleine's room and picked up the candle holder he used every evening to go up to his quarters. Then she hung the key on the nail from where he would take it, and placed the candle holder nearby, as if she was expecting him. Then she sat down in her chair again, and returned to her thoughts. The poor kind-hearted old woman had done all this without being conscious of it. It was not until more than 2 hours later that she emerged from her musings and exclaimed, "Oh goodness me! My sweet Lord Jesus!" And there was I hanging his key on the nail. At that moment the small window in her lodge opened, a hand passed through the opening, took the key in the candle holder, and lit the candle from the burning rushlight. The doorkeeper looked up and was left open-mouthed with a cry in her throat that she stifled. She knew that hand, that arm, the sleeve of that coat. It was Monsieur Madeleine. It was several seconds before she could speak, stunned as she was, as she said herself when later recounting her adventure. "My God, Monsieur le Maire," she cried at last. "I thought you were—" She broke off. The end of her sentence would have been disrespectful to the beginning of it. Jean Valjean was still Monsieur le Maire to her. He completed the thought that was in her mind. "In prison," he said. "I was. I broke a bar in one of the windows. I jumped down from a rooftop, and here I am. I'm going up to my room. Go and fetch Sir Samplice for me. She's probably with that poor woman. The old woman rushed to obey. He gave her no other instructions. He was quite sure she would protect him better than he would protect himself. No one ever found out how he managed to get into the courtyard without the main gate being opened. He had, and always carried with him, a passkey that opened a little side door. But he must have been searched and his passkey taken from him. This point was never explained. He climbed the staircase that led to his room. When he got to the top, he left his candle on the stairs, opened his door almost without a sound, and, feeling his way, went over and closed his window and the shutter, then returned for the candle and came back into the room. It was a necessary precaution. Remember, his window could be seen from the street. He glanced around, at his table, his chair, his bed which had not been slept in for 3 days. There was no trace of the disorder of the night before last. The doorkeeper had tidied his room. She had, moreover, picked out of the ashes and placed neatly on the table the 2 ferrules of his staff and the 40-so piece blackened by the fire. He took a sheet of paper on which he wrote, "These are the 2 ferrules of my staff and the 40-so piece stolen from Petit Gervais that I mentioned at the Court of Assizes." And he laid on this piece of paper the coin and the 2 bits of metal so that this would be the first thing anyone would see on entering the room. He pulled out of a cupboard one of his old shirts, which he tore up. This gave him some pieces of cloth in which he wrapped the 2 silver candlesticks. Moreover, he was neither hurried nor agitated, and as he wrapped up the bishop's candlesticks he bit into a piece of black bread. It was probably the prison bread he had brought with him when escaping. This was indicated by the crumbs found on the bedroom floor when the legal authorities later searched the premises. There were 2 little taps at the door. "Come in," he said. It was Sir Samplice. She was pale, her eyes were red, the rushlight she was holding shook in her hand. It is a characteristic of the vicissitudes of fate that, no matter how cool and collected we may be, they wrest from our entrails our human nature and force it to reappear on the surface. In the emotional turmoil of that day the nun had become a woman once more. She had been weeping and she was trembling. Jean Valjean had just finished writing a few lines on a piece of paper which he held out to the nun, saying, "Sister, will you give this to Monsieur le Curé?" The piece of paper was not folded over. She glanced at it. "You may read it," he said. She read the following: "I ask Monsieur le Curé to look after everything I am leaving here, from which he will kindly deduct the expenses of my trial and the burial of the woman who died yesterday. The rest is for the poor." The sister tried to speak, but could scarcely stammer out a few inarticulate sounds. However, she did manage to say, "Does Monsieur le Maire not want to see that poor unfortunate woman one last time?" "No," he said, "they'll be coming after me. I'd only have to be arrested in her room, and that would disturb her peace." He had hardly finished when there was a great commotion on the staircase. They heard a thundering of footsteps coming up and the old doorkeeper saying in her loudest and most piercing voice, "My good monsieur, I swear to God, no one's entered this house all day and all evening, and I haven't once left the door unattended." A man responded, "Yet there's a light in that room." They recognized Javert's voice. The room was so arranged that when the door opened it screened the right-hand corner. Jean Valjean blew out the candle and went and stood in this corner. Sir Samplice fell to her knees by the table. The door opened. Javert entered. The whisperings of several men and the protests of the doorkeeper could be heard coming from the corridor. The nun did not raise her eyes. She was praying. The rushlight was on the mantelpiece and gave only very little light. Javert saw the nun and stopped, taken aback. Remember, Javert's very essence, his natural element, the medium in which he could breathe, was veneration for all authority. He was uncompromising and would allow no objections or reservations. For him, of course, ecclesiastical authority was the highest of all. On this issue as on all others he was zealous, superficial, and punctilious. In his eyes a priest was an unerring spirit, a nun, a creature incapable of sin. They were souls walled off from this world with only one connecting door that never opened except to let the truth come out. On seeing the nun his first instinct was to withdraw. However, there was another duty that also bound him, an overriding duty that drove him in the opposite direction. His second instinct was to stay and venture at least one question. This was Sir Simplice, who never in her life had lied. Javert knew this and specially venerated her because of it. "Sister," he said, "are you alone in this room?" There was a dreadful moment in which the poor doorkeeper felt faint. The nun looked up and replied, "Yes." Then, Javert went on, "Forgive me for pressing you, it's my duty to do so. You haven't seen a certain individual, a man, this evening? He has escaped. We're looking for him, this man by the name of Jean Valjean. You've not seen him?" The nun replied, "No." She lied. She lied twice in succession, without hesitation, with the swiftness of self-sacrifice. "Pardon me," said Javert, and retired with a deep bow. "O sainted woman! You've been gone from this world for many years. You have rejoined your virgin sisters and angel brothers in the light. May this untruthfulness be counted in your favor in paradise." The nun's affirmation was for Javert something so conclusive that he did not even notice the peculiarity of that candle, which had only just been blown out and was still smoking on the table. An hour later a man was walking through the mist and the trees, hurrying away from Montreuil-sur-Mer in the direction of Paris. That man was Jean Valjean. It has been established through the testimony of 2 or 3 carters who met him that he was carrying a bundle and was dressed in a smock. Where had he obtained that smock? It was never found out. But an old workman had died in the factory's infirmary a few days before, leaving only his smock. Perhaps it was that one. One last word about Fantine. We all have a mother, the earth. Fantine was returned to that mother. The parish priest thought he was doing the right thing, and perhaps he was, in preserving for the poor as much money as possible from what Jean Valjean had left. After all, who were these people? A convicted felon and a common prostitute. That is why he kept Fantine's burial simple, and reduced it to that bare minimum called a pauper's grave. So Fantine was buried in that free corner of the cemetery that belongs to everybody and to nobody, in which the poor are doomed to disappear. Fortunately, God knows where to find the soul. Fantine was laid in darkness among the bones of anonymous others. She suffered the promiscuous fate of ashes. She was thrown into the common grave. Her last resting place was like her bed. Part 2. Cosette. Book 1. Waterloo. On the way from Nivelles. Last year, 1861, one beautiful May morning, a traveler, the person telling this story, was coming from Nivelles on his way to La Hulpe. He was on foot. He was following a broad paved road undulating between 2 rows of trees over rolling hills that carry the road up and down again, creating the effect of enormous waves. He had passed L'Île Lois and Bois Seigneur Isaac. He could see to the west the slate-roofed bell tower of Braine-l'Alleud, which has the shape of an upturned vase. He had just left behind him a wood that stood on higher ground and, at the corner of a crossroads, by the side of a kind of decrepit gallows bearing the inscription Former Tollgate No. 4, a tavern with this sign on the front of it, Aux Quatre-Vents. Écheveau, privately owned café. Some 500 yards beyond this tavern he came to the bottom of a little valley, where water flows in a vaulted drain built into the road embankment. The sparse but very green cluster of trees that fills the valley on one side of the road disperses in the meadows on the other side, and trails off gracefully and as though in disarray in the direction of Braine-l'Alleud. On the right, by the roadside, was an inn, with a four-wheeled cart in front of the door, a large bundle of hop poles, a plough, a heap of dried brushwood by a quickset hedge, lime smoking in a square pit, a ladder lying beside an old shed with straw partitioning. A young girl was hoeing in a field where a big yellow poster, probably for a traveling show at some village fair, fluttered in the wind. At the corner of the inn, beside a pond on which sailed a flotilla of ducks, an ill-paved path plunged into the undergrowth. This wayfarer took that path. Some 100 yards along it, after skirting a 15th-century wall capped with pitched coping of crenellated brick, he found himself in the presence of a big stone gateway with a lintel in the sober style of Louis XIV, flanked by two flat medallions. An austere facade rose above this gateway. A wall perpendicular to the facade came almost up to the gateway at an abrupt right angle just to one side of it. In the grass in front of the gateway lay 3 harrows with all the mayflowers growing haphazardly among them. The gateway was closed. The gates themselves were 2 dilapidated panels bearing a rusty old knocker. The sunshine was delightful. There was the gentle rustling of the branches in Maytime that seems to come even more from nests than from the wind. A bonny little bird, probably in love, was singing its heart out in a big tree. The traveler bent down to examine a rather large circular hollow that looked like the indentation made by some spherical object in the stone at the foot of the left-hand gatepost. At that moment the gates opened and a peasant woman came out. She saw the traveler and realized what he was looking at. "It was a French cannonball that did that," she said to him. And she added, "What you see higher up there, in the gate, close to a nail, is the hole made by a big Biscayan bullet. The bullet didn't go right through the wood." "What's the name of this place?" asked the traveler. "Hougomont," said the peasant woman. The traveler stood up. He took a few steps and went to look beyond the hedges. He saw on the horizon through the trees a kind of hillock, and on this hillock something that from a distance looked like a lion. He was on the battlefield of Waterloo. 2. Hougomont. Hougomont was a fateful place, the initial obstruction, the first resistance encountered at Waterloo by that great tree feller of Europe whose name was Napoleon, the first not under the fall of his axe. It was a manor house then, it is just a farm now. Hougomont, for the antiquarian, is Hugomons. This manor was built by Hugo, sire de Sumrel, he who endowed the 6th chaplaincy of Villers Abbey. The traveler pushed open the gate, brushed past an old calash under the porch, and entered the courtyard. The first thing that struck him in this inner courtyard was a 16th-century doorway pretending to be an arch, everything else having collapsed around it. A monumental appearance is often born of ruin. In a wall near the arch is another arched doorway, dating from Henri IV, through which the trees of an orchard can be seen. Beside this door is a manure pit, some pickaxes, shovels, a few handcarts, an old well with its flagstone and iron winch, a skittish colt, a strutting turkey, a chapel with a small bell tower, a pear tree in blossom espaliered against the chapel wall. This is the courtyard that it was Napoleon's ambition to capture. Had he been able to take it, this patch of ground might perhaps have given him the world. Chickens scatter the dust with their beaks. A growl is heard, it is, in lieu of the English, a huge dog baring its teeth. The English were admirable here. Cook's 4 companies of guards held out for 7 hours against the onslaught of an army. Viewed on a planometric map, Hougomont, its buildings and enclosures included, forms a kind of irregular rectangle with one corner indented. It is at this corner that the southern gate stands, guarded by the wall that comes at it from point-blank range. Hougomont has 2 gates, the south gate, leading to the manor house, and the north gate, leading to the farm. Napoleon dispatched his brother Jerome against Hougomont, divisions led by Guilleminot, Foyt and Bachelot assaulted it, nearly the whole of Riel's corps was deployed against it and came to grief here. Kellerman's cannon balls were exhausted on this heroic section of wall. Only a few of Baudouin's brigade succeeded in storming Hougoumont to the north, and Soy's brigade could only make a breach to the south, without taking it. Farm buildings border the courtyard to the south. A piece of the north gate, hacked off by the French, hangs on the wall. It consists of 4 planks nailed to 2 crossbeams, on which the scars of the attack are discernible. The north gate, which the French broke through and which has been patched up to replace the panel hanging on the wall, stands half open at the far end of the yard. It is actually cut into a wall, stone built below with brick on top, that encloses the courtyard on the north side. It is a simple cart entrance of the kind to be found on all tenant farms, huge double doors made of rough planks, beyond lie the meadows. The fight for this gate was furious. Long afterwards all kinds of bloody handprints were visible on the gateposts. It was here that Baudouin was killed. The tumult of battle is still in this courtyard, the horror is visible, the confusion of the fighting is frozen here, it lives on, the dying continues, it was yesterday. Walls agonize, stones fall, breaches yell, holes are wounds, the leaning and quivering trees look as if they are straining to run away. This courtyard was more built up in 1815 than it is today. Buildings that have since been pulled down then formed salients and corners and right angles. The English barricaded themselves here. The French got in but could not hold their position. Beside the chapel, one wing of the house, all that is left of Hougoumont Manor, stands in ruins, gutted, you might say. The manor served as a keep, the chapel served as a blockhouse. There was mutual extermination here. Shot at from all sides, from behind the walls, from up in the granaries, from down in the cellars, through every casement, every basement window, every chink between the stones, the French brought bundles of wood and set fire to walls and men. Bullets were answered with flames. In the ruined wing the demolished rooms of a brick building are discernible through windows fitted with iron bars. The English guards were positioned in these rooms. The spiral staircase, cleft from the ground floor to the roof, looks like the inside of a broken seashell. The staircase connects 2 floors. Besieged on the staircase and massed on the higher steps, the English had removed the lower steps. Those are the large slabs of blue stone heaped in the nettles. About a dozen steps are still attached to the wall, on the first is etched the image of a trident. These inaccessible steps remain firmly in place. All the rest resembles a toothless jaw. There are 2 old trees here, one is dead, the other has a foot wound and comes into leaf again in April. Since 1815 it has started growing across the staircase. The 2 sides massacred each other in the chapel. The interior, now quiet again, is strange. Mass has not been said in it since the carnage. Yet the altar is still here, a crudely fashioned wooden altar backed up against rough-hewn stone. For whitewashed walls, a door opposite the altar, 2 small arched windows, a large wooden crucifix on the door, above the crucifix a square transom window blocked up with a truss of hay, on the ground in one corner an old broken window frame, such as the chapel. Fixed in place by the altar is a 15th-century wooden statue of Satan. The baby Jesus' head was blown off by a Biscayan bullet. The French, who held the chapel for a while and were then driven out, set fire to it. Flames filled this coop, it was a furnace. The door burned, the floor burned, the wooden Christ did not burn. The fire consumed his feet, all you can see now are the blackened stumps, then stopped. A miracle, the local people call it. Decapitated, the baby Jesus was not as lucky as Christ. The walls are covered with inscriptions. Near Christ's feet this name can be read, Henquinez. Then these others, Conde de Rio Mayer, Marquez y Marquesa de Almagro, Habana. There are French names with exclamation marks, signs of anger. The wall was whitewashed again in 1849. Nations used to insult each other on it. It was at the door to this chapel that a body was found holding an axe in its hand. That was the body of Sous-Lieutenant Legros. You come out of the chapel and on the right you see a well. there are two in this courtyard. You ask, why does this one have no bucket and pulley? The reason is, water is no longer drawn here. Why is water no longer drawn here? Because it is full of skeletons. The last person who drew water from this well was named Guillaume van Kielsam. He was a peasant who lived at Hougomont and worked as the gardener there. On the 18th of June 1815, his family fled and went into hiding in the woods. The forest surrounding Villers Abbey sheltered all those poor scattered people for several days and nights. Even today certain recognizable traces, such as charred old tree trunks, mark the location of those wretched quaking campsites deep in the thickets. Guillaume van Kielsam remained at Hougomont to guard the manor and hid in the cellar. The English discovered him there. He was dragged out of his hiding place, and whacking him with the flat of their swords the soldiers forced this terrified man to serve them. They were thirsty. Guillaume brought them water. It was from this well that he drew it. Many drank their last draught here. This well, where so many of the dead drank, was itself to die. After the battle there was a rush to do one thing: bury the corpses. Death has its own way of harrying victory, and brings pestilence in the wake of glory. Typhus is a concomitant of triumph. This well was deep. It was turned into a tomb. 300 dead were thrown into it. Perhaps too hastily. Were all of them dead? Legend says not. It seems that on the night after the burial, feeble voices were heard calling from the well. This well stands alone in the middle of the courtyard. 3 walls, half stone, half brick, like the panels of a folding screen set up like a square turret, surrounded on 3 sides. The 4th side is open. It is from here that water was drawn. The wall opposite has a kind of misshapen bullseye window in it, possibly a shell hole. This turret had a roof of which only the beams remain. The iron bracing on the right-hand wall is cross-shaped. Lean over, and the eye plumbs the depths of a deep brick shaft filled with a gathering of shadows. All around the well the foot of the walls disappears into the nettles. This well does not have in front of it that large blue flagstone that serves as an apron to all wells in Belgium. The blue flagstone has here been replaced by a plank, with 5 or 6 gnarled and knotted wooden logs that look like huge bones resting on it. It no longer has a bucket, chain or pulley, but it still has the stone basin that served to catch the spillage. Rainwater collects here, and from time to time a bird from the neighboring forests comes to drink from it and flies away again. One house in this ruin, the farmhouse, is still inhabited. The door opens on to the courtyard. Set askew on this door, beside a pretty Gothic lock plate, is an iron trefoil door handle. When the Hanoverian lieutenant Wilda seized this handle to take refuge in the farm, a French sapper chopped off his hand with an axe. The old gardener Van Kielsam, now long dead, was the grandfather of the family now living in the house. A gray-haired woman tells you, "I was there. I was 3 years old. My older sister was frightened, and wept. They took us into the woods. I was in my mother's arms. We pressed our ears to the ground to listen. I imitated the cannon, going boom, boom." As mentioned above, a door on the left leads from the courtyard into the orchard. The orchard is dreadful. It is in 3 sections, you might almost say, 3 acts. The first section is a garden, the second the orchard itself, the third is a wood. These 3 sections all lie within the same enclosure. On the entrance side, the manor and farm buildings; on the left, a hedge; on the right, a wall; at the far end, a wall. The wall on the right is brick, the far wall stone. You come into the garden first. It is on a lower level, planted with currant bushes, choked with wild vegetation and closed off by a dressed stone-faced terrace with double-bellied balusters. It was a seigneurial garden in that early French style that predated Le Nôtre. All ruin and brambles today. The pilasters are topped with orbs that look like stone cannonballs. The number of balusters still standing on their pedestals is 43. The others are lying in the grass. Almost all of them bear marks of rifle fire. One fragmented baluster stands on its stem like a broken leg. It was in this garden, below the orchard, that 6 skirmishers of the French 1st Light Infantry, having got in and not being able to get out again, trapped and run to earth like bears in a pit, took on 2 Hanoverian companies, one of which was armed with carbines. The Hanoverians lined up along the balustrade and fired from above. Countering from below, 6 against 200, those undaunted skirmishers with only the currant bushes for cover took a quarter of an hour to die. You climb a few steps and pass from the garden into the orchard proper. There, within those few square yards, 1,500 men fell in less than an hour. The wall looks ready for renewed fighting. The 38 loopholes, pierced by the English at irregular heights, are there still. In front of the 16th lie 2 granite tombs of English dead. There are loopholes only in the south wall. The main attack came from that direction. This wall is concealed on the outside by a tall quickset hedge. The French arrived thinking they had only the hedge to tackle, got through it and met with this wall, both an obstacle and an ambush, with the English guards behind it, all 38 loopholes firing at once, a hail of grapeshot and bullets. And here Soy's brigade were dashed to pieces. So began Waterloo. Nevertheless, the orchard was taken. As they had no ladders, the French clawed their way over it. There was hand-to-hand fighting under the trees. All this grass was soaked with blood. A Nassau battalion, 700 strong, was obliterated here. The outside of the wall, targeted by Kellerman's 2 batteries, is pitted with grapeshot. This orchard is as susceptible to the month of May as any other. It has its buttercups and daisies. The grass here is high, cart horses graze, horsehair ropes with washing hung out to dry on them are suspended between the trees, forcing passers-by to duck, and walking over this untended ground your foot sinks into moleholes. You notice an uprooted tree bole coming into leaf lying in the middle of the grass. Major Blackman rested against it as he died. Under a big tree close by fell the German General Duplat, descended from a French family that fled abroad when the Edict of Nantes was revoked. Just beside it leans an ailing old apple tree, dressed with a bandage of straw and clayey loam. Nearly all the apple trees are decrepit with age. There is not one that does not have its bullet or Biscayan ball. The skeletons of dead trees abound in this orchard. Crows fly in their branches, and at the far end is a wood full of violets. Baugeois killed, Foy wounded, fire, massacre, carnage, a stream of English blood, French blood, German blood, mingled in fury, a well crammed with corpses, the Nassau Regiment and the Brunswick Regiment destroyed, Duplat killed, Blackman killed, the English Guards slaughtered, 20 French battalions out of the 40 in Riel's corps decimated, 3,000 men in that single farmstead at Hougoumont cut down, slashed to pieces, butchered, shot, burned. And all this so that today a peasant can say to the traveler, "Monsieur, give me 3 francs, if you like, I'll explain to you what happened at Waterloo." 3. The 18th of June 1815. Let us go back now, it is one of the narrator's privileges, and return to the year 1815, in fact shortly before the period when the story related in the first part of this book begins. If it had not rained during the night of the 17th to the 18th of June 1815, the future of Europe would have been very different. A few drops of water more or less decided Napoleon's fate. For Waterloo to be the end of Austerlitz, Providence needed only a little rain, and an unseasonal cloud in the sky was enough to bring a world to ruin. The Battle of Waterloo could not begin, and this gave Blücher time to get there, until 11:30. Why? Because the ground was wet. This meant waiting until it became a little firmer so that the artillery could be deployed. Napoleon was an artillery officer, and that left its mark on him. This remarkable leader was at heart the man who in his report on Abu Qir to the Directory said, "One of our cannonballs killed 6 men." All his battle plans are designed for artillery fire. Concentrating the artillery on a given point, that was his key to victory. He treated the enemy general's strategy like a citadel and battered it to create a breach. He pounded the weak point with grapeshot. He fought battles and won them with the cannon. He had a genius for firepower. To break squares, pulverize regiments, route lines, crush and disperse mass formations, for him everything lay in this, to strike and keep on striking, and he entrusted this task to the cannonball. An awesome method and, combined with genius, one that made invincible for 15 years this forbidding exponent of a pugilist's war. On the 18th of June 1815, he expected all the more of his artillery because he had the greater strength of numbers. Wellington had only 159 guns, Napoleon had 240. Suppose the ground had been dry, with the artillery able to move freely, the action would have begun at 6 o'clock in the morning. The battle would have been won and over by 2 o'clock, 3 hours before the fateful Prussian intervention. How much blame lies with Napoleon for the loss of this battle? Is the shipwreck attributable to the helmsman? Was Napoleon's obvious physical decline further complicated at that time by a certain diminishing of his inner capabilities? Had the 20 years of war taken their toll on the sword as well as on the scabbard, the spirit as well as the body? Was the veteran intrusively making himself felt in the leader? In a word, was this genius, as many eminent historians have thought, now failing? Was he frenetically trying to hide from himself his debilitation? Was he beginning to falter, confounded by the winds of chance? Was he becoming oblivious to danger, a matter of serious consequence in a general? In this category of men of great physical capability, who might be called giants of action, is there an age when their genius develops myopia? Old age has no effect on intellectual geniuses. For the Dantes and Michelangelos, to grow old is to grow in stature. For the Hannibals and Bonapartes, is it to shrink? Had Napoleon lost his sense for victory? Was he now unable to recognize the reef, to suspect the pitfall, to discern the crumbling edge of the abyss? Had he no instinct for catastrophes? Was he, who in the past knew all the roads to triumph and who from the lofty heights of his chariot of lightning with a sovereign finger would point the way, now in dire confusion riding his thunderous harness legions to destruction? Was he seized at the age of 46 with a supreme madness? Was this titanic charioteer of destiny no more than a colossal daredevil? We think not. His battle plan was, it is universally acknowledged, a masterpiece. To target the center of the Allied line, open a gap and cut the enemy in two, drive the British half back on Hal and the Prussian half back on Tongres, separate Wellington and Blücher, carry Montestigene, capture Brussels, drive the German into the Rhine and the Englishman into the sea. For Napoleon, all of this was in this battle. What came next remained to be seen. It goes without saying, we have no intention of writing the history of Waterloo in these pages. One of the formative scenes of the story we are telling is connected with this battle, but the history of Waterloo is not our theme. In any case, that history has already been written, and authoritatively so, from one point of view by Napoleon, and from the other point of view by a whole host of historians. For our own part, we leave the historians to their task. We are but a remote witness, a passerby on the plain, one seeking to learn from that soil composted with human flesh, perhaps mistaking appearances for realities. We have no right to challenge in the name of science a set of circumstances in which there is surely something of the mirage. We have neither the military experience nor the strategic expertise to validate some theoretical construction. In our view, the two leaders at Waterloo are ruled by a concatenation of accidents. And where that mysterious culprit destiny is involved, we share the verdict of that naive judge, the people. 4. Those who wish to visualize clearly the Battle of Waterloo have only to lay on the ground in their mind's eye a capital A. The left leg of the A is the road to Nivelles, the right leg the road to Genappe. The bar across the A is the sunken road from Ohain to Braine-l'Alleud. The apex of the A is Mont St. Jean, where Wellington is. The left foot is Hougoumont, where Reille is, with Jerome Bonaparte. The right foot is La Belle Alliance, where Napoleon is. Just above the point where the bar across the A meets and intersects with the right leg is La Haye Sainte. In the middle of the bar is exactly where the last word of the battle was spoken. It was here that the lion was placed, the unintentional symbol of the supreme heroism of the Imperial Guard. The triangle contained in the upper part of the A, between the two legs and the bar, is the plateau of Mont St. Jean. The entire battle consisted of the fight for this plateau. The flanks of the two armies extend to the right and left of the two roads to Genappe and Nivelles, with Dieurland facing Picton, and Reille facing Hill. Behind the tip of the A, behind the plateau of Mont St. Jean, is the forest of Soignes. As for the plain itself, picture a vast undulating expanse. Each fold in the ground is higher than the next, and all the undulations rise towards Mont St. Jean, and end there at the forest. Two enemy forces on a battlefield are two wrestlers. They grapple with each other. Both seek to bring down the other. They clutch at anything: a bush lends support, a corner of a wall offers protection, for want of a shack to lean back on, a regiment gives ground, a depression in the plain, a break in the landscape, a side path in the right place, a grove, a gully, can stay the heel of that colossus called an army and prevent its retreat. He who quits the field is beaten. Hence the responsible leaders need to scrutinize the least clump of trees and investigate the slightest irregularity of terrain. The two generals had carefully studied the Mont St. Jean plain, now called the Plain of Waterloo. With far-sighted shrewdness, Wellington had already examined it the year before as the possible site of a major engagement. On this terrain and for this duel, on the 18th of June, Wellington occupied the better position, Napoleon the worse. The English army being on higher ground, the French army below. It is almost superfluous to sketch here Napoleon's appearance, on horseback, with his field glasses in his hand, on the heights of Rossum, at dawn on the 18th of June 1815. There is no need, everyone has seen him. That calm profile under the small Brienne Academy hat, that green uniform, the white revers hiding his plaque, the grey coat hiding his epaulets, the corner of red sash under his waistcoat, the leather breeches, the white horse with its saddlecloth of purple velvet bearing in the corners crowned NS and eagles, the riding boots over silk stockings, the silver spurs, the Marengo sword. The complete figure of this last of the Caesars stands in the mind's eye, acclaimed by some, severely judged by others. This figure was for a long time all brightness. This was owing to a kind of obfuscation that emanates from most legendary heroes and that always obscures the truth for a longer or shorter while. But history and the light of day prevail. This clarity, history, is unforgiving. What is strange and divine about it is that, though it brings light, and precisely because it brings light, it often casts a shadow in places where brightness used to be seen. It creates two different phantoms of the same man, and the one attacks the other and exposes him for what he is, and the shadows of the despot contend with the brilliancy of the leader. This gives a truer measure for the people's final assessment. Babylon plundered diminishes Alexander, Rome enchained diminishes Caesar, Jerusalem slain diminishes Titus. Tyranny follows the tyrant. It is a tragedy for a man to leave behind him darkness in his own image. V. The quid obscurum asterisk of battles. Everyone is familiar with the first phase of this battle, a confused, uncertain start, hesitant, ominous for both armies but more so for the English than for the French. It had rained all night. The ground was rutted by the downpour. Here and there water had gathered in depressions on the plain as if in bowls. In certain places the supply and munitions carts were mired up to their axles, the girth straps on the harnessings dripped with liquid mud. If the Wheaton trampled down by this vast throng on the move had not filled in the ruts and laid a bedding beneath the wheels, all movement would have been impossible, particularly in the valleys around Papelotte. The whole thing got off to a late start. Napoleon, as we have already explained, was in the habit of holding all the artillery in his hand like a pistol, aiming it now at one point of the battlefield, now at another, and he preferred to wait until the horse batteries could maneuver and gallop freely. For this, the sun needed to come out and dry the soil. But the sun did not come out. This was no repetition of the Austerlitz experience. When the first cannon was fired, the English General Colville looked at his watch and noted that it was 11:35. The action began with a furious attack, more furious perhaps than the Emperor would have wished, by the French flank on Hougoumont. At the same time Napoleon attacked the center by hurling Quiet's brigade at La Haye-Sainte, and they pushed the French right flank forward against the English left flank, which was anchored on Papelotte. The attack on Hougoumont was something of a feint. The plan was to lure Wellington, to draw him to the left. This plan might have succeeded had the 4 companies of English Guards and the brave Belgians of Perponcher's division not stoutly defended the position, and Wellington, instead of massing his troops there, was able to send no more than an additional 4 companies of Guards and 1 Brunswick battalion as sole reinforcements. The attack on Papelotte by the French right flank was completely genuine. Overwhelm the English left flank, cut off the road to Brussels, bar the way against any Prussians who might turn up, storm Montestigene, drive Wellington back on Hougoumont, then Braine-l'Alleud, then Hal, nothing could be more clear-cut. Apart from a few hitches, this attack succeeded. Papelotte was taken. La Haye-Sainte was stormed. One noteworthy detail. There were in the English infantry, particularly in Kemp's brigade, a great many raw recruits. In the face of our redoubtable infantry, these young soldiers were valiant. Their inexperience proved dauntless. In particular, they provided excellent service as sharpshooters. As sharpshooter, left somewhat to himself, the soldier becomes, so to speak, his own general. These recruits displayed something of the French ingenuity and fury. This novice infantry had spirit. It was not to Wellington's liking. After the taking of La Haye-Sainte, the battle fluctuated. There is in the course of this day an obscure period, between noon and 4 o'clock. The midpoint of this battle is almost a blur and shares the murkiness of the fray. A semi-darkness sets in. Discernible in this fog are vast movements to and fro, a dizzying mirage, contemporary accoutrements of war almost unknown today, busbies and busby bags, flying sabretaches, crossbelts, grenade pouches, hussars' dolmans, red boots with countless creases in them, heavy shakos trimmed with braid of gold or silver, the almost black infantry of Brunswick intermingled with the scarlet infantry of England, the English soldiers with thick white padded rolls round the armholes for epaulets, the Hanoverian light horse with their oblong leather helmets with strips of brass and tails of red horsehair, the Scotsmen with their bare knees and tartan kilts, the tall white gaiters of our grenadiers, belonging to paintings not to strategic lines, what Salvator Rosa needs, not what Griboval needs. There is always a certain amount of turmoil that enters into a battle. Quid obscurum, quid divinum, every historian tends to see what he wants to see in this muddle. Whatever the general scheme might be, the clash of armed multitudes has incalculable repercussions. In action, the 2 plans of the 2 leaders impinge on each other and are distorted by each other. A certain part of the battlefield will devour more combatants than another, in the same way as more or less pervious soils will more or less quickly soak up water thrown on them. This means having to pour in more soldiers than you would have wanted to. An unforeseen drain on resources. Ribbon-like, the battle line wavers and wins, streams of blood follow illogical courses, the battlefronts are in constant flux, the regiments coming up or falling back forming promontories or inlets. All these reefs are continually moving in front of each other. Where the infantry was, the artillery arrives, where the artillery was, the cavalry rides up. Battalions are insubstantial vapors. There was something there, look for it, and it is gone. Clear patches shift, dark troughs advance and retreat, a kind of sepulchral wind drives on, forces back, swells, and disperses these tragic multitudes. What is a conflict? Oscillation. The fixity of a mathematical plan expresses a minute, not a day. To depict a battle, one of those powerful painters with a sense of chaos in their brushstroke is needed. Rembrandt is better than van der Meulen. Accurate at noon, at 3 o'clock van der Meulen lies. Geometry is misleading. The hurricane alone is truthful. That is what gives Follard the right to contradict Polybius. Let us add, there is always a certain moment when the battle degenerates into fighting, loses cohesion and breaks up into countless individual incidents that, to borrow the expression of Napoleon himself, belong rather to the biography of regiments than to the history of the army. In this circumstance the historian obviously has the right to summarize. He can only capture the main outlines of the conflict, and it is not given to any one narrator, however conscientious he may be, to determine absolutely the shape of that dreadful cloud that we call a battle. This, which is true of all great armed clashes, is particularly relevant to Waterloo. Nevertheless, at a certain moment in the afternoon the battle became clear. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Around 4 o'clock the situation for the English army was serious. The Prince of Orange commanded the center, Hill the right wing, Pigeon the left. Fervent and intrepid, the Prince of Orange shouted to the Dutch Belgians, Nassau, Brunswick, never retreat. Weakened, Hill had rallied to Wellington. Pigeon was dead. At the very moment the British captured from the French the colors of the 105th Line Infantry, the French killed General Pigeon with a bullet through the head. For Wellington, the battle had two key positions, Hougoumont and La Haye-Saint. Hougoumont still held out but was in flames, La Haye-Saint was taken. Of the German battalion defending it, only 42 men survived. All but 5 officers were dead or captured. 3,000 combatants had been massacred in that barnyard. A sergeant of the English Guards, the foremost boxer in England, reputed by his companions to be invulnerable, was killed there by a little French drummer boy. Bering was dislodged, Alten sabred. Several flags had been lost, one from Alten's division and one from the Lunenburg battalion that was being carried by a prince of the Dupont's family. The Scots Greys were no more, Ponsonby's heavy dragoons had been hacked to pieces. That valiant cavalry were overwhelmed by Bro's lancers and Travers's cuirassiers. Of 1,200 horses 600 were left, of 3 lieutenant colonels 2 had been brought down, Hamilton wounded, Motter slain. Ponsonby had fallen, stuck through with a lance 7 times. Gordon was dead. Marsh was dead. 2 divisions, the 5th and the 6th, were destroyed. Hougoumont breached, La Haye-Saint taken. There now existed but one focal point, the center. That point still held firm. Wellington reinforced it. He summoned Hill, who was at Merbrain, he summoned Chassé, who was at Braine-l'Alleud. The center of the English army, curved slightly inwards, very dense and very compact, was strongly positioned. It occupied the plateau of Montestigene, with the village behind and the slope, at that time quite steep, in front of it. It was protected from the rear by the solid stone house, which in those days belonged to the Nivelles estate in Marks where the roads intersect, a 16th-century pile so sturdy that cannonballs rebounded off it without breaching it. All over the plateau the English had here and there hewn the hedges, cut embrasures in the hawthorn trees, placed the barrel of a cannon between 2 branches, crenellated bushes. Their artillery lay in ambush beneath the scrub. This Punic labor, undeniably sanctioned by war that permits ruse, was so well executed that Haxo, sent by the emperor at 9 o'clock in the morning to reconnoiter enemy batteries, saw nothing, and returned to tell Napoleon that there was no obstacle except for the 2 barricades blocking the roads to Nivelles and Genappe. It was just that time of year when the cereal crops are high. On the edge of the plateau a battalion of Kemp's brigade, the 95th, lay in the rye, armed with carbines. Thus protected and buttressed, the center of the Anglo-Dutch army was well positioned. The risk in this position was the forest of Soignes, then bordering the battlefield, with the Groenendael and Boitsfort lakes cutting across it. An army could not draw back into it without dispersing. Regiments would have disbanded immediately. The artillery would have come to grief in the boggy ground. In the opinion of a number of experts, disputed by others, any retreat here would have been a rout. Wellington added to this center one of Chassé's brigades, brought in from the right wing, and one of Vink's brigades, brought in from the left, plus Clinton's division. To his English troops, Hawkett's regiments, Mitchell's brigades, Maitland's guards, he gave as bulwarks and reinforcements the Brunswick infantry, Nassau's contingent, Kielmansege's Hanoverians, and Ompteda's Germans. This gave him 26 battalions. The right wing, as Charras says, was brought in behind the center. On the spot where now stands what is called the Museum of Waterloo, an enormous battery was screened behind sacks of earth. And in a dip in the terrain Wellington had Somerset's Dragoon Guards, some 1,400 horse. It was the other half of that English cavalry, so justly renowned. With Ponsonby destroyed, there remains Somerset. The battery position, which would have been almost a redoubt if completed, was ranged behind a very low garden wall, hastily reinforced with sandbags and a big earth embankment. These defense works were unfinished, there was no time to stockade them. Anxious but impassive, Wellington was mounted on horseback and remained so the whole day, in the same position, a little to the fore of the old Montestigene windmill, which still exists, under an elm tree since bought for 200 francs by an enthusiastic vandal of an Englishman who cut it down and carried it away. Here, Wellington was coldly heroic. Bullets rained down. His aide-de-camp, Gordon, had just fallen at his side. Pointing to an exploding shell, Lord Hill said to him, "My lord, what are your instructions, and what orders do you leave us, if you are killed?" "To do as I do," replied Wellington. To Clinton he said laconically, "Hold this place to the last man." The day was obviously turning out badly. Wellington exhorted his old companions of Talavera, Vitoria, and Salamanca. "Boys, are we to give ground? Think of old England." Around 4 o'clock the English line fell back. All of a sudden only artillery and sharpshooters were to be seen on the ridge of the plateau, the rest disappeared. Repulsed by French shells and bullets, the regiments retired to where the track leading to Montestigene Farm still passes today. There was a withdrawal, the English battlefront disappeared, Wellington dropped back. "They're starting to retreat," cried Napoleon. 7. Napoleon in good humor. Though ill and uncomfortable on horseback because of a painful indisposition, the emperor had never been in such good humor as on that day. Ever since morning his had been a smiling inscrutability. On the 18th of June the deep, marmoreally masked soul beamed blindly. The man who had been grim at Austerlitz was cheerful at Waterloo. Those with the greatest destinies to fulfill often make these mistakes. Our joys are illusory. The supreme smile belongs to God. Redet Caesar, Pompeius flebit, said the soldiers of the Fulminata legion. Pompey was not to weep this time, but Caesar certainly laughed. Even the night before, at 1 o'clock, riding out with Bertrand in rain and storm to reconnoiter the hills around Rossum, he was satisfied to see the long line of English campfires illuminating the horizon all the way from Frischmont to Braine-l'Alleud, and felt that destiny, summoned to meet him on this field at Waterloo, was keeping its appointment. He had halted his horse and remained for some time motionless, gazing at the lightning, listening to the thunder, and this fatalist was heard to blurt out in the darkness these mysterious words, "We are in accord." Napoleon was mistaken. They were no longer in accord. Not one moment's sleep had he snatched. For him every second of that night had been marked by joy. He went all along the picket line, stopping here and there to speak to the sentries. At 2:30, close to Hougoumont Wood, he heard the tread of a column on the march. For a moment he thought it was Wellington retreating. He said to Bertrand, "It's the English rear guard starting to decamp. I shall take prisoner the 6,000 Englishmen who have just arrived at Ostend." He talked expansively. He had regained the zest of that 1st of March landing when he showed off to the Grand Marshal the enthusiastic peasant in the Juan Gulf, crying, "You see, Bertrand, reinforcements already." On the night of the 17th to the 18th of June he railed against Wellington. "That poor Englishman needs to be taught a lesson," said Napoleon. The rain intensified. Thunder rolled as the Emperor spoke. At 3:30 in the morning he lost one illusion. Officers sent out on reconnaissance told him the enemy was not engaged in any movement. Nothing stirred. Not one campfire had gone out. The English army was sleeping. The silence on earth was profound. The only sound was in the heavens. At 4 o'clock a peasant was brought to him by the scouts. This peasant had served as guide to a brigade of English cavalry, probably Vivian's brigade, on its way to take up position in the village of Ohain on the far left. At 5 o'clock 2 Belgian deserters informed him they had just left their regiment and the English army was waiting to do battle. "So much the better," exclaimed Napoleon. "I'd rather trounce them than drive them back." In the morning he dismounted in the mud on the slope at the corner of the Plancenoit Road and had a kitchen table and a straw-bottomed chair brought to him from Rossum Farm, sat down with a truss of hay for a carpet and spread out on the table his map of the battlefield, saying to Soult, "A pretty checkerboard." After the rains during the night the supply convoys, mired in the rutted roads, failed to arrive in the morning. The French soldier had not slept, was wet and hungry. This did not prevent Napoleon from declaring cheerfully to Ney, "The chances are 90% in our favor." At 8 o'clock the Emperor's breakfast was brought to him. He had invited a number of generals. During breakfast it was said that Wellington had been at a ball held in Brussels by the Duchess of Richmond the night before last, and Soult, the tough man of war with the face of an archbishop, said, "The ball's today." The Emperor had bantered with Ney, who said, "Wellington won't be so foolish as to wait for your majesty." This was in any case his usual way. He joked readily, says Fleury de Chaboulin. He was essentially playful by nature, says Gourgaud. He was full of quips, more droll than witty, says Benjamin Constant. It is worth insisting on this giant's light-heartedness. It was he who called his grenadiers the grousers, he pinched their ears, he pulled their mustaches. "The Emperor did nothing but play pranks on us," one of them commented. On the 27th of February during the clandestine crossing from the island of Elba to France, the French brig of war Le Zephyr met on the open sea the brig L'Inconstant on which Napoleon was hiding, and asked L'Inconstant for news of Napoleon. Still wearing in his hat the white and purple cockade with a bee motif that he had adopted on the Isle of Elba, the Emperor laughingly seized the loud hailer, and answered for himself, "The Emperor is in fine fettle." A man who laughs like that is on familiar terms with history in the making. Napoleon had several of these bouts of laughter during his breakfast at Waterloo. After the meal he ruminated for some quarter of an hour, then 2 generals sat on the truss of straw, pen in hand and sheet of paper on their knees, and the Emperor dictated to them the order of battle. At 9 o'clock when the French army deployed, 5 columns moving forward in staggered formation, the divisions in 2 lines and the artillery between the brigades, with music leading the march into battle and setting the pace with drum rolls and trumpet blasts, a mighty, vast, joyous sea of helmets, sabers and bayonets along the skyline, the Emperor was stirred and twice exclaimed, "Magnificent! Magnificent!" Between 9 o'clock and 10:30 the entire army, incredible as it may seem, took up position. They were drawn up in 6 lines, creating the figure of 6 verses, to quote the emperor. A few moments after the formation of the battlefront, amid that profound silence before the storm that precedes engagements, the emperor saw the 3 batteries of 12-pounders, detached on his orders from the 3 corps of d'Erlin, Riel, and Lobau, go rolling by, destined to begin the action by pounding Montes-Pigeon where the Nivelles and Genappe roads intersect, and tapping Haxo on the shoulder. He said to him, "There go 24 beauties, General." Confident of the outcome, he had encouraged with a smile, as they passed before him, the 1st Corps company of sappers, detailed by him to barricade Montes-Pigeon as soon as the village was taken. All this serenity only gave way to an expression of superior pity, seeing on his left, at a spot where a large tomb now stands, those admirable Scots greys massing with their superb horses. He said, "What a shame!" Then he mounted his own horse, rode up in front of Rossum, and chose for his observation post a narrow grassy ridge to the right of the Genappe-Brussels road, his 2nd position during the battle. The 3rd position, taken up at 7 o'clock in the evening, between La Belle Alliance and La Haye-Sainte, was a dangerous one. It was on quite a high hillock, which still exists, and behind which the guard was massed in a dip in the plain. Around this hillock, cannonballs ricocheted off the paved road right up to Napoleon. As at Brienne, he had bullets and grapeshot whistling over his head. From almost the very spot where his horse's hoofs had been, pitted cannonballs, old saber blades and shapeless projectiles consumed with rust have been retrieved. Scabra Rubagine *, a few years ago a 60-pound bombshell was unearthed, still charged with explosive, with its fuse broken off flush with the shell surface. It was in this last position that the emperor said to his guide Lacoste, a resentful and terrified peasant strapped to a hussar's saddle who kept wheeling round at every discharge of canister shot and trying to hide behind him, "Idiot! This is disgraceful, you're going to get yourself killed, shot in the back." Digging into the sand on the friable slopes of this hillock, the author of these lines has himself found the disintegrating remains of the neck of a bomb after 46 years' corrosion, and old fragments of iron that snap like elder twigs between his fingers. As everyone knows, the undulations of the variously sloping plains where the engagement between Napoleon and Wellington took place are no longer what they were on the 18th of June 1815. By taking from this mournful field what was used to raise a monument to it, its true relief has been obliterated, and history, baffled, no longer recognizes the place. For the sake of glorifying it, it has been disfigured. On seeing Waterloo again 2 years later, Wellington exclaimed, "My battlefield has been altered." Where the great pyramid of earth surmounted by the lion is today, there was a ridge that fell away at a negotiable gradient towards the Nivelles road, but on the other side, towards the Genappe road, was virtually an escarpment. The height of this escarpment can still be measured by the height of the 2 great burial sites that rise up on either side of the Genappe-Brussels road, one on the left, the English grave, and one on the right, the German grave. There is no French grave. For France, the whole of this plain is a burial place. Thanks to the thousands upon thousands of cartloads of earth employed for the mound, 150 feet in height and half a mile in circumference, the approach to the Montes-Pigeon plateau is now a gentle rise. On the day of the battle it was a steep and difficult climb, especially on the side of La Haye-Sainte. So sharply did the ground rise there that the English cannon could not see below them the farm at the bottom of the vale, on which the fighting centered. On the 18th of June 1815 the rains had made this steepness even more abrupt, mud complicated the ascent, and not only was it a climb but the climbers were floundering in the mire. Along the crest of the plateau ran a kind of trench that a distant observer could not have suspected. What was this trench? Let us explain. Braine-l'Alleud is a Belgian village, Ohain is another. These villages, both of them concealed in the folds of the landscape, are connected by a lane about 4 miles long that crosses a rolling plain, often running into hills and cutting through them like a furrow, which means that at certain points this route is a gully. In 1815, as today, this lane ran across the ridge of the Montes-Pigeon plateau between the 2 paved roads to Genappe and Nivelles. Only, today it is flush with the plain. Then, it was a sunken road. Its 2 embankments have been removed to build the Monument Hill. Along most of its route this lane was, and still is, a trench sometimes a dozen feet deep, and whose 2 precipitous banks would collapse in places, particularly in winter, under heavy downpours. There were accidents. The road was so narrow at the Braine-l'Alleud end that a passerby was crushed by a cart there, as attested by a stone cross standing near the graveyard, which gives the name of the dead man, Monsieur Bernard Debray, merchant at Brussels, and the date of the accident, February 1637. It ran so deep across the Montestigene plateau that a peasant, Matthew Nicaise, was buried under a landslip in 1783, as attested by another stone cross, the top of which disappeared in the clearances but whose overturned pedestal can still be seen today on the grassy slope on the left-hand side of the road between La Haye-Sainte and Montestigene Farm. On a day of battle, this sunken road, of which there was no warning, running along the edge of the Montestigene ridge, a ditch at the top of the escarpment, a hidden rut in the ground, was invisible, that is to say, dire. 8. The Emperor asks his guide Lacoste a question. So on the morning of Waterloo, Napoleon was feeling pleased. He had reason to be. The battle plan he had devised, as we have established, was indeed admirable. Once the battle had started, the very different turn that events had taken, the resistance of Hougomont, the tenacity of La Haye-Sainte, Bauduin killed, Foy put out of action, the unexpected wall against which Soy's brigade had dashed itself, Guilleminot's fatal blunder in having neither shot nor gunpowder pouches, the batteries floundering in the mud, the 15 unescorted guns toppled by Uxbridge into a sunken road, the limited effect of the bombs falling on the English lines, embedding themselves in the rain-sodden ground and only succeeding in producing volcanoes of mud so that grapeshot turned into a splattering, the futility of Pires' show of force on Braine-l'Alleud, all that cavalry, 15 squadrons, more or less wiped out, the English right wing ineffectually harassed, the left wing ineffectually breached, nay, strange misunderstanding in massing, instead of deploying an echelon formation, the 4 divisions of the 1st Corps, ranks 27 deep with fronts of 200 men thus exposed to artillery fire, the terrifying inroads into these masses made by cannonballs, the attack columns divided, the broadside batteries suddenly revealed on their flank, Bourgeois, Donzelot and Duroc placed in jeopardy, Quiet repulsed, that Herculean graduate of the Polytechnic School Lieutenant View wounded while hacking with an axe at the gate of La Haye-Sainte under plunging fire from the English barricade across the sharp bend in the Genappe-Brussels road, Marcognet's division trapped between infantry and cavalry, shot down in the riot point-blank range by Best and Pack and put to the sword by Ponsonby, the Prince of Saxe-Weimar, whose 7-gun battery had been spiked, holding and retaining Frischmont and Smohain despite Comte d'Erlin, the 105th's colors captured, the 45th's colors captured, that Prussian Black Hussar arrested by the scouts of a flying column of 300 light cavalry reconnoitering between Wavre and Plancenoit, the disquieting things this prisoner had said, Rochestillay, the 1,500 men killed in less than an hour in the orchard at Hougomont, the 1,800 men mown down in even less time round La Haye-Sainte, all these ominous incidents, passing before Napoleon like the clouds of battle, had barely troubled his gaze and cast no shadow on the certitude in that imperial face. Napoleon was used to looking at war steadily. He never counted the cost in the heart-rending detail of its individual numbers. Numbers mattered little to him, provided they gave this total victory. It did not alarm him that things should not go according to plan in the early stages, believing as he did that he was master and owner of the outcome, he could wait, assuming that he was beyond question, and he treated destiny as his equal. He seemed to say to fate, "You would not dare." Half light, half shadow, Napoleon felt protected in acting for the good and tolerated in doing wrong. He had in his favor, or thought he had, a connivance, one might almost say, a complicity of events, equivalent to antiquity's invulnerability. Yet anyone with Barracina, Leipzig and Fontainebleau behind him might well have been wary of Waterloo. A mysterious scowl is growing visible in the far reaches of the sky. The moment when Wellington fell back, Napoleon felt a thrill. He suddenly saw the Montestigene plateau emptying and the English front disappearing. Their army was rallying, but not in view. The emperor half rose in his stirrups. The gleam of victory flashed in his eyes. Wellington cornered in the forest of Soignes, and destroyed. This was the ultimate overthrow of England by France. It was Crécy, Poitiers, Malplaquet, and Ramillies avenged. The man of Marengo was cancelling out Agincourt. Reflecting on this tremendous change of fortune, the emperor then swept his field glasses one last time over every part of the battlefield. His guard, standing at attention behind him, gazed up at him with a kind of veneration. He was turning things over in his mind. He examined the slopes, noted the inclines, scrutinized the clumps of trees, the patch of rye, the path. He seemed to be counting every bush. He gazed with some intentness at the two English barricades blocking the roads, two huge ramparts of felled trees, one on the Genappe road above La Haye Sainte, armed with two cannons. Of the entire English artillery, these alone could see the floor of the battlefield, and one on the Nivelles road where the Dutch bayonets of Chassé's brigade glinted. He noticed near this barricade the old white-painted chapel of St. Nicholas that stands at the corner of the road that cuts across towards Braine-l'Alleud. He leaned over and spoke in an undertone to his guide Lacoste. The guide gave a negative, probably perfidious, shake of the head. The emperor straightened up again and pondered. Wellington had withdrawn. It only remained to complete this withdrawal by extirpation. Turning round abruptly, Napoleon dispatched a courier to ride to Paris at full gallop with the news that the battle was won. Napoleon was one of those geniuses from which lightning strikes. He had just found his thunderbolt. He gave the order to Milhaud's cuirassiers to take the Montestigine plateau. 9. The unexpected. They numbered 3,500. They formed a front over half a mile long. They were giant men on colossal horses. They were 26 squadrons, and they had behind them for support Lefebvre Desnouettes's division, the 106 elite gendarmes, the light cavalry of the Guard, 1,197 men, and the lancers of the Guard, 880 lances. They wore helmets without plumes and cuirasses of wrought steel, with horse pistols in their saddle holsters and the long saber sword. That morning the whole army had admired them when at 9 o'clock, with trumpets sounding and all the bands playing Veillons au Salut de l'Empire, they had come in a dense column, one of their batteries on one flank, the other at their center, and deploying in two ranks, between the Genappe road and Frischemont, had taken up their battle position in that strong second line so astutely drawn up by Napoleon which, with Kellermann's cuirassiers on its far left and Milhaud's cuirassiers on the far right, had, so to speak, two wings of steel. Aide-de-camp Bernard brought them the emperor's order. Ney drew his sword and placed himself at their head. The enormous squadrons set off. It was a magnificent spectacle. All this cavalry with sabers raised, standards flying, and trumpets sounding, in column by division formation, moving simultaneously as one, with the precision of a bronze battering ram opening a breach, descended the hill of La Belle Alliance, plunged into the fearsome depths where so many had already fallen, disappeared in the smoke, then emerging from that obscurity reappeared on the other side of the vale, still massed in close array, riding at full trot through a hail of grape shot bursting over them, up the dreadful mud slope of the Montestigine plateau. Up they rode, solemn, menacing, imperturbable. In the intervals of musket and artillery fire could be heard that great thundering of hoofs. As there were two divisions, there were two columns, with Wathier's division on the right and Delort's on the left. From a distance they looked like two huge adders of steel streaking towards the crest of the plateau. This thing moved through the battle like something supernatural. Nothing like it had been seen since the heavy cavalry's capture of the great redoubt at Borodino. Murat was not here, but Ney was again present. This mass seemed to have turned into a monster and to have but a single soul. Glimpsed through the occasional rift in a vast fog of smoke, each squadron rippled and bulged like a polyp ring. A jumble of helmets, cries, sabers, a turbulent bounding of horses' rumps amid cannon and fanfare, a terrible, disciplined tumult, the cuirasses on top of this like scales on the hydra. This seems a chronicle of another age. Something similar to this vision appeared no doubt in the old Orphic epics telling of centaurs, those ancient hybrids, those giant creatures with human faces and equine breasts who scaled Olympus at a gallop, horrible, invulnerable, sublime, gods and beasts. By a bizarre numerical coincidence, 26 battalions were to meet these 26 squadrons. Calm, silent, motionless, behind the crest of the plateau, in the shadow of their concealed battery, in 13 square formations, 2 battalions to a square, arranged in 2 lines, 7 in the first, 6 in the second, with rifle butts to their shoulders, aiming at what was about to appear, the English infantry lay in wait. They could not see the cuirassiers and the cuirassiers could not see them. They listened to this rising tide of men. They heard the swelling sound of the 3,000 horse, the alternate and symmetric beat of their cantering hoofs, the rattle of the cuirasses, the clinking of the sabers and a kind of mighty fierce breathing. There was a terrible silence, then suddenly a long row of raised arms brandishing sabers appeared over the ridge, and helmets, and trumpets and standards, and 3,000 grey mustachioed heads shouting, "Long live the Emperor!" All this cavalry surged onto the plateau, and it was like the arrival of an earthquake. All at once tragedy struck. On the English left, our right, the head of the column of cuirassiers reared up with a frightful clamor. Just when they reached the top of the ridge, riding furiously, totally bent on destruction in their headlong charge on the squares and the cannon, the cuirassiers had noticed a trench, a death trap, lying between them and the English. It was the sunken road to Ohain. This was a moment of horror. There, directly under the horses' hoofs, 12 feet deep between the double embankment, yawned the unexpected ravine. The second line drove the first into it, and the third drove the second. The horses reared, then lunged backwards, landed on their rumps, slid with all 4 legs in the air, unseating and flattening their riders, unable to reverse, the whole column solely a projectile, the impetus gathered to trample the English now trampling the French. The inexorable ravine could only capitulate when filled. Riders and horses rolled pell-mell into the pit, crushing each other, together forming but one flesh, and when this trench was filled with living men they were trodden underfoot and the rest were able to pass. Almost a third of Dubois's brigade fell into that abyss. This is when the battle started to be lost. One local tradition, obviously exaggerating, says 2,000 horses and 1,500 men were entombed in the Ohain sunken road. This figure probably includes all the other dead bodies thrown into this pit the day after the battle. Let us note in passing that it was this Dubois brigade, now meeting with such disaster, that in another charge an hour earlier had captured the standard of the Lunenburg battalion. Before ordering this charge by Meaux's cuirassiers, Napoleon had scanned the terrain but had not been able to see the sunken road, which did not show up even as a line in the surface of the plateau. Alerted nevertheless and made wary by the little white chapel that stands on the corner where it meets the Nivelles road, he had probably asked the guide Lacoste whether there might be some obstacle. The guide had answered no. It might almost be said, that shake of a peasant's head was Napoleon's undoing. Yet other disasters were destined to occur. Was it possible Napoleon might have won that battle? We say no. Why? Because of Wellington? Because of Blücher? No. Because of God. Bonaparte victorious at Waterloo was no longer in the rubric of the 19th century. Another chapter of history was now in the making in which Napoleon no longer had any place. Events had long ago indicated their lack of goodwill. It was time for this immense man to fall. The inordinate weight of this man was disturbing the balance of human destiny. This individual alone counted for more than the rest of the world put together. These excessive quantities of human vitality concentrated in a single person, the world going to one man's head, would be fatal to civilization if it were to continue. The moment had come for the incorruptible supremacy of natural justice to intervene. The principles and elements on which depend the normal gravitations within both the moral order and that of the physical world were probably protesting. The stench of spilled blood, cemeteries filled to overflowing, weeping mothers, these make an unanswerable case. When the earth is glutted, mysterious groanings that emerge from the shadows are heard in the unfathomable abyss. Napoleon had been denounced in the realms of the infinite and his downfall had been decided. He was an inconvenience to God. Waterloo is no battle. It is a change of front in the universe. X. The Montestigene Plateau. The battery revealed itself at the same time as the ravine. 60 cannons and the 13 squares fired at the cuirassiers at close range. The intrepid General Delort gave the English battery the military salute. All the English flying artillery had galloped back inside the squares. The cuirassiers did not even pause. The sunken road disaster had taken its toll but had not daunted them. They were men whose courage increases as their numbers diminish. Wathier's column alone had suffered in the disaster. Delort's column, which Ney had ordered to veer to the left, as though sensing the pitfall, arrived intact. The cuirassiers hurled themselves on the English squares. Riding flat out, no reining back, sabers clamped between teeth, pistols in hand, such was the attack. There are moments in battle when the soul so hardens the man, the soldier changes into a statue, when all this flesh turns to granite. The English battalions under furious assault stood fast. So what followed was terrifying. The English squares were attacked on all sides simultaneously. A frenzied whirl enveloped them. The infantry remained coldly impassive. The first rank, kneeling, met the cuirassiers with their bayonets, the second rank fired on them. Behind the second rank the gunners charged their cannons, the front of the square opened up allowing a blast of grapeshot through, then closed again. The cuirassiers replied by pressing on. Their huge horses reared, took the ranks in their stride, leapt over the bayonets and came down, gigantic as they were, in the middle of these four living walls. The cannonballs ripped through the cuirassiers made breaches in the squares. Rows of men disappeared, crushed under the horses. Bayonets were plunged into the bellies of these centaurs. Hence the hideous wounds of a kind perhaps not seen elsewhere. This frenzied cavalry having taken its toll on them, the squares closed up with no failure of nerve. With inexhaustible supplies of grapeshot, they created explosions in their assailants' midst. The face of this battle was monstrous. These squares were no longer battalions, they were craters. These cuirassiers were no longer cavalry, they were a storm. Each square was a volcano attacked by a cloud. Lava strove against thunderbolts. From the very first of these onslaughts, the square on the extreme right, the most exposed of all, being out on a limb, was almost annihilated. It was formed of the 75th Regiment of Highlanders. As the killing went on around him, the bagpiper in the middle, with his eyes downcast in profound heedlessness, his melancholy gaze filled with the reflection of forests and lakes, sat on a drum with the bag under his arm, playing the Highland airs. These Scotsmen died thinking of Ben Lothian, as the Greeks died remembering Argos. The sword of a cuirassier, lopping off the bag and the arm that held it, put an end to the song by killing the singer. Relatively few in number, and reduced by the trench catastrophe, the cuirassiers were up against almost the entire English army here, but they excelled themselves, each man the equal of 10. Meanwhile, some Hanoverian battalions gave ground. Wellington saw this and his thoughts turned to his cavalry. Had Napoleon's thoughts at that same moment turned to his infantry, he would have won the battle. This oversight was his great fatal mistake. All of a sudden the cuirassiers, who had been the assailants, found themselves assailed. The English cavalry was at their back. Before them, the squares, behind them, Somerset, that is to say 1,400 dragoon guards. Somerset had Dornberg with the German light horse on his right, and on his left Trippe with the Belgian carabineers. Attacked on their flank and head-on, before and behind, by infantry and cavalry, the cuirassiers had to defend themselves on all sides. What did they care? They were a whirlwind. Their valor was beyond words. Furthermore, they had the batteries still thundering away behind them. It must have been so, for these men to have been wounded in the back. One of their cuirasses, holed by a Biscayan ball in the left shoulder plate, is in the collection of the so-called Waterloo Museum. For such Frenchmen, no less than such Englishmen were required. It was no longer a fray, it was a darkness, a fury, a vertiginous rage of souls and spirits, a hurricane of flashing swords. In an instant the 1,400 dragoon guards were no more than 800. Fuller, their lieutenant colonel, was killed. Ney brought up Lefebvre Desnouettes's lancers and light horse. The Montestigene plateau was captured, recaptured, captured again. The cuirassiers relinquished the cavalry and returned to the infantry, or rather that whole tremendous throng was engaged in close combat, none letting go of the other. The squares still held firm. There were 12 assaults. Ney had 4 horses killed under him. Half the cuirassiers remained on the plateau. This fighting went on for 2 hours. The English army was deeply shaken by it. There is no doubt that had they not been weakened in their first assault by the disaster at the sunken road, the cuirassiers would have overwhelmed the center and decided the victory. This extraordinary cavalry struck terror in Clinton, who had lived through Talavera and Badajoz. 3/4 vanquished, Wellington expressed a hero's admiration. "Splendid!" he said under his breath. The cuirassiers destroyed 7 of the 13 squares, seized or spiked 60 guns and captured from the English regiment's 6 flags, which 3 cuirassiers and 3 light cavalry of the guard brought to the emperor in front of the farm at La Belle Alliance. Wellington's situation had worsened. This strange battle was like a ferocious duel between 2 wounded men who, while still fighting and holding out against each other, are both bleeding to death. Which of the 2 will be the first to fall? The struggle for the plateau continued. How far did the cuirassiers get? No one could rightly say. What is certain is that on the day after the battle a cuirassier and his horse were found dead in a weighbridge structure at Montestigene, at the very point where the 4 roads from Nivelles, Genappe, La Hulpe and Brussels meet and intersect. This horseman had passed right through the English lines. One of the men who found the body still lives at Montestigene. His name is D. Hayes. He was 18 years old at the time. Wellington felt the scales tipping against him. The crisis was approaching. The cuirassiers had not succeeded, in the sense that there had been no breakthrough in the center. With everyone holding the plateau, no one held it, and in short it remained for the most part with the English. Wellington had the village and the flat ground above, Ney had only the ridge and the slope. On both sides they seemed rooted in that lugubrious soil. But the English were sinking, beyond recovery, it seemed. The hemorrhaging of this army was horrible. Kempt on the left wing demanded reinforcements. "There are none," replied Wellington, "let him fight to the death." By a singular coincidence which reflects the exhaustion of both armies, almost at that same moment Ney asked Napoleon for additional infantry and Napoleon exclaimed, "Infantry? Where does he expect me to find any? Does he expect me to create infantry?" Nevertheless, the English army was the more stricken of the 2. The furious charges of those great squadrons with their metal cuirasses and steely breasts had pounded the infantry. A few men around a flag marked where a regiment had been posted, many a battalion was now commanded by a mere captain or lieutenant. Alten's division, which had already suffered so badly at La Haye-Sainte, was almost destroyed. The intrepid Belgians of Van Klu's brigade lay strewn on the rye fields along the Nivelles road. Almost nothing was left of those Dutch grenadiers who in 1811 fought alongside us in Spain against Wellington and in 1815 joined the English side to fight against Napoleon. The number of officers lost was considerable. Lord Uxbridge, who buried his leg the following day, had a shattered knee. While on the French side, in that assault by the cuirassiers, Delort, Larretier, Colbert, Dunop, Travers and Blancard were put out of action. On the English side Alton was wounded, Barnes was wounded, Delancey was killed, Van Merlen killed, Ompteda killed, the whole of Wellington's general staff decimated, and England had the worst of it in that bloody deadlock. The 2nd Regiment of Foot Guards had lost 5 lieutenant colonels, 4 captains and 3 ensigns. The 1st Battalion of the 30th Infantry had lost 24 officers and 112 soldiers. The 79th Highlanders had lost 24 officers wounded, 18 officers dead, 450 soldiers killed. The entire regiment of the Hanoverian Cumberland Hussars, commanded by Colonel Haig, who was later to be court-martialed and cashiered, had turned tail at the sight of the fighting and fled into the forest of Soignes, sowing panic all the way to Brussels. Transport vehicles, munitions trucks, baggage wagons, carts full of wounded casualties, seeing the French gaining ground and approaching the forest, made a dash for it. The Dutch who had been attacked by the French cavalry fueled the alarm. From Vertkukke to Groenendael, over a distance of nearly 5 miles in the direction of Brussels, according to the testimony of eyewitnesses still alive today, the roads were choked with those fleeing. This panic was such that it spread to the Prince de Condé at Mechlin and to Louis XVIII at Ghent. Apart from the weak reserve force positioned behind the field hospital set up at Mont St. Jean Farm, and Vivian and Vandela's brigades that flanked the left wing, Wellington had no more cavalry. A number of batteries lay dismounted. These facts are acknowledged by Saborn. And Pringle, exaggerating the disaster, goes so far as to say that the Anglo-Dutch army was reduced to 34,000 men. The Iron Duke remained calm, but his lips had paled. The Austrian Commissioner Vincent and the Spanish Commissioner Alava, present at the battle on the English General Staff, thought the Duke was defeated. At 5 o'clock Wellington drew out his watch and was heard to murmur these grim words, "Night or Blucher." It was at about that moment that a distant line of bayonets glinted on the high ground above Frischmont. That was the turning point in this huge drama. 11. A bad guide for Napoleon, a good guide for Bülow. Napoleon's bitter disappointment is common knowledge, the hope for Grouchy turning out to be Blucher. Death instead of life. Fate takes these turns. You were expecting to rule the world, St. Helena comes into view. If the shepherd boy who served as guide to Blucher's second-in-command Bülow had advised him to exit the forest above Frischmont instead of below Plancenoit, the shape of the 19th century might have been different. Napoleon would have won the Battle of Waterloo. By any other route than the one below Plancenoit, the Prussian army would have come to a gully their artillery could not have negotiated, and Bülow would not have arrived. Now, we have it from the Prussian General Muffling that an hour's delay in Blucher would have found Wellington no longer holding his own, the battle was lost. Clearly, Bülow arrived just in time. He had, after all, been greatly delayed. He had bivouacked at Dion-le-Mont and set out at first light. But the roads were impassable and his divisions had become mired. The ruts came up to the cannon's wheel hubs. Furthermore, he had to cross the Dyle over the narrow bridge at Wavre. The street leading to the bridge had been set on fire by the French, so the ammunition supplies and artillery vehicles, unable to pass between 2 rows of burning houses, had to wait until the fire was extinguished. It was midday before Bülow's vanguard even reached Chapelle-St. Had the action begun 2 hours earlier, it would have been over by 4 o'clock, and Blucher would have turned up at the battle won by Napoleon. Such are these immense quirks of fate, commensurate with an infinite we cannot comprehend. As early as midday the Emperor with his telescope had been the first to notice on the far horizon something that arrested his attention. He said, "I see a cloud over there that looks like troops to me." Then he asked the Duc de Dalmatie, Soult, what do you see over towards Chapelle-St-Lambert? Training his field glass, the marshal answered, 4 or 5,000 men, sire. Obviously grouchy. Yet whatever it was remained motionless in the haze. All the general staff's field glasses studied the cloud pointed out by the emperor. Some said, their columns resting. Most said, their trees. The truth is, the cloud did not move. The emperor sent Domon's division of light cavalry as a reconnaissance detachment to investigate. Indeed, Bülow had not moved. His vanguard was very weak and could do nothing. He was having to wait for the main body of the army, and he had been ordered to assemble his forces before entering the fray. But at 5 o'clock, seeing Wellington imperiled, with these remarkable words Blücher ordered Bülow to attack, "We must give the English army some air." Shortly afterwards, the divisions of Losthin, Hiller, Hake and Rissel deployed in front of Lobau's corps. Prince William of Prussia's cavalry emerged from the Bois de Paris, Plancenoit was in flames, and Prussian cannonballs began to rain even on the ranks of the reserve guard behind Napoleon. 12. The Guard. We know the rest: the intervention of a third army, the battle reconfigured, the thundering of 86 guns firing simultaneously, Perchay turning up along with Bülow, Ziethen's cavalry led by Blücher himself, the French driven back, Marcognet swept from the Ohain plateau, Deroute dislodged from Peyplade, Donzelat and Quiet falling back, Lobau caught obliquely, a fresh battle unleashed on our shattered regiments as dusk fell, the whole English line resuming the offensive and pressing forward. The gigantic breach opened up in the French army, English grapeshot and Prussian grapeshot assisting each other, the slaughter, disaster on the front line, disaster on the flanks, the Guard entering the fray amid this dreadful destruction. Sensing they were about to die, they shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" There is nothing more stirring in history than the roar of these acclamations in the throes of death. The sky had been overcast all day. Suddenly, at that very moment, it was 8 o'clock in the evening, the clouds on the horizon parted, letting the great sinister glow of the setting sun filter through the elms on the Nivelles road. At Austerlitz they had seen the sun rise. For this final act, every battalion of the Guard was commanded by a general. Friant, Michel, Roget, Harlet, Mallet, Porret de Morvan were there. When, through the fog of this battle, the Grenadier Guards' tall hats with their large eagle plates appeared, identical, aligned, steady, splendid, the enemy felt a respect for France. It was like seeing 20 victories entering on the field of battle with their wings spread, and those who were the victors, believing themselves to be vanquished, fell back. But Wellington shouted, "Up, Guards!" and at M. The Red Regiment of English Guards lying behind the hedges sprang up, a hail of grapeshot riddled the tricolour flag fluttering round our eagles, all charged at each other, and the final carnage began. The Imperial Guard sensed in the dusk the army falling back around it, and the immense panic of a rout. It heard the desperate "Every man for himself," that had replaced "Long live the Emperor." And while those behind fled, they continued to advance, with more and more of them stricken and dying with every step they took. There were no falterers, no faint hearts. The soldier in that troop was as much a hero as the general. Not a man among them shirked that suicide. Frenzied, with all the noble grandeur of death accepted, Ney put himself in the way of every onslaught in that bloodbath. That is where he had his 5th horse killed under him. Sweating, with fire in his eyes, foam on his lips, his uniform unbuttoned, one of his epaulets cut in half by a saber stroke from a horseguard, his great eagle plate dented by a bullet, bleeding, muddied, magnificent, a broken sword in his hand, he said, "Come and see how a Marshal of France dies on the battlefield." But to no avail. He did not die. He was distraught and incensed. To Drouot d'Erlin he threw down this challenge: "Are you not going to get yourself killed?" In the midst of all that artillery that was destroying a handful of men, he cried, "Is there nothing, then, for me? Oh! I wish all these English shells would strike me in the belly." Ill-fated man, you were saved for French bullets. 13. The catastrophe. The rout behind the Guard was grim. The army suddenly collapsed on all sides at once, at Hougoumont, La Haye Sainte, Peyplade, Plancenoit. The cry of treachery was followed by the cry of every man for himself. An army on the run is a thaw setting in. Everything gives way, splits, cracks, wobbles, overturns, falls, jostles, hurries, hurtles on. Extraordinary disintegration. Ney borrows a horse, leaps on it, and without a cravat, hatless and swordless, stands astride the Brussels road, stopping both English and French. He tries to detain the army, he calls it back, he insults it, he grasps at the absconders. He is overwhelmed. The soldiers flee from him, shouting "Long live Marshal Ney!" Two of Derout's regiments go back and forth, bewildered, as though tossed between the Uhlans sabres and the fusillades of Kempt, Best, Pack and Rylance brigades. The worst of frays is a rout. Friends kill each other so as to make their escape. Squadrons and battalions dash against each other and disperse, a vast battle spume. Lobau at one end and Riel at the other are caught up in the surge. In vain does Napoleon form defense lines with what he has left of the Guard. In vain does he expend in a final effort the squadrons serving as his personal escort. Quiet retreats before Vivian, Kellerman before Vandela, Lobau before Bülow, Morin before Perche. Doman and Subervie before Prince William of Prussia. Guillot, who led the Emperor's squadrons in their charge, falls under the feet of the English dragoons. Napoleon gallops along the line of fugitives, harangues, urges, threatens, entreats them. All those mouths that had shouted that morning "Long live the Emperor," remain agape. They hardly recognize him. The Prussian cavalry, newly arrived, comes in hot pursuit, swoops, sabers, slashes, hacks, kills, exterminates. The draft animals bolt, the cannons flee. The soldiers of the artillery train unhitch the ammunition wagons and use the horses to escape. Overturned wagons with their wheels in the air block the road and cause havoc. Men crush and trample one another, walk over the living and the dead. Arms flail. A dizzying multitude fills the roads, paths, bridges, plains, hills, valleys, woods, choked by this invasion of 40,000 men. Cries, desperation, knapsacks and guns tossed into the rye, swords used to slash a way through, no comrades now, no officers, no generals, indescribable terror. Zieten cutting France down at his leisure. The lions turned into hunted deer. Such was this flight. At Genappe there was an attempt to turn and make a stand, to check the rout. Lobau rallied 300 men. The entrance to the village was barricaded, but at the first volley of Prussian artillery fire all fled again and Lobau was taken. That volley of fire can be seen today imprinted on the gable of an old brick farm building on the right-hand side of the road a few minutes before the entrance to Genappe. The Prussians fell on Genappe, no doubt infuriated at having so little proved themselves victors. Their pursuit was monstrous. Blücher gave the orders for slaughter. Roget had set a macabre example by threatening with death any French grenadier who brought him a Prussian prisoner. Blücher outdid Roget. Cornered in the doorway of an inn at Genappe, the general of the Young Guard, Duhesme, surrendered his sword to a death's-head hussar who took the sword and slew his prisoner. Victory ended with the assassination of the vanquished. Let us punish, since history is ours, old Blücher brought dishonor on himself. This ferocity was the culmination of the disaster. The desperate rout continued, through Genappe, Cottrebras, Gosselies, Fraines, Charleroi, Thuin, and only stopped at the frontier. Alas! And who was it that fled in this way? The Grand Army. This madness, this terror, this collapse into ruin of the greatest bravery that has ever amazed history, was this without cause? No. The shadow of an enormous right hand falls on Waterloo. It was the day of destiny. The power that exceeds man shaped that day. Hence the terrified furrow on those brows. Hence all those noble souls surrendering their swords. Those who had conquered Europe were completely cast down, having nothing more to say or do, sensing a terrible presence in that shadow. Hoc erat in fatis, * on that day the prospects of the human race changed. Waterloo was the pivot of the 19th century. The demise of the great man was essential to the advent of the great century. Someone who was not to be challenged took care of it. The hero's panic is understandable. The Battle of Waterloo was not just a matter of cloud, it was a matter of meteorology. God intervened. At nightfall in a meadow near Genappe, Bernard and Bertrand stopped a man, grabbing hold of him by the skirt of his coat. Distraught, bemused, this desperado caught up in the rout and carried along this far had just dismounted, tucked the reins of his horse under his arm and, wild-eyed, was making his way back, alone, to Waterloo. It was Napoleon, still trying to keep going, immense somnambulist of this shattered dream. 14. The Last Square. Several squares of the guard, steadfast in this tide of disorderly retreat, like rocks in flowing water, held out until nightfall. With darkness descending in death too, resolute, they awaited that twofold obscurity and allowed it to close in on them. Isolated from the others and cut off from the army now scattered in every direction, each regiment died alone. To make this final stand they had taken up position, some on the Rossum heights, others on the Montestigene plain. There, abandoned, vanquished, awesome, these grim squares died magnificently. Ulm, Wagram, Jena, Friedland, died with them. At twilight, around 9 o'clock in the evening, below the Montestigene plateau, there was one left. In that fateful valley, at the foot of the slope the cuirassiers had climbed and that was now thronged with the massed English, under the converging fire of the victorious enemy's artillery, under an appalling density of missiles, this square fought on. It was commanded by an unknown officer named Cambronne. At each discharge the square diminished, and countered. It replied to grapeshot with gunfire, its four walls continually contracting. Far away, fugitives pausing breathless for a moment listened in the shadows to that dismal diminishing thunder. When this legion was no more than a handful, when their flag was no more than a tatter, when, having used up all their bullets, their guns were no more than truncheons, when the heap of corpses was larger than the group left alive, there was among the victors a sort of sacred terror around these noblest of dying men, and the English artillery, pausing for breath, fell silent. It was a respite of sorts. These combatants had what seemed like specters milling around them, silhouettes of men on horseback, the dark profiles of cannons, the white sky glimpsed through wheels and gun carriages. The colossal death's head that heroes always glimpsed through the smoke in the thick of battle advanced on them, and watched. Through the shades of dusk they could hear the artillery guns being loaded. The lighted linstocks formed a circle round them, like tigers' eyes in the dark. All the gunners of the English batteries approached their cannons, and then, holding the moment of death suspended above these men, an English general, Colville according to some, Maitland according to others, his emotions stirred, shouted to them, "Brave Frenchmen, surrender!" Cambronne replied, "Murd." 15. Cambronne. The French reader wishing to be respected, what may be the finest word a Frenchman has ever uttered cannot be repeated to him. It is forbidden to dump on history an instance of the sublime. At our own risk and peril, we infringe this ban. So among those giants there was one Titan, Cambronne. To say that word, and then die. What could be nobler? For having the will to do so is to die, and it was not this man's fault if, fired on by cannons, he survived. The man who won the Battle of Waterloo was not Napoleon routed, it was not Wellington buckling at 4 o'clock, in despair at 5, it was not Blucher, who did not fight. The man who won the Battle of Waterloo was Cambronne. To hurl such a verbal thunderbolt at the bombshells that are killing you is to be victorious. To have this response to the catastrophe, to say this to destiny, to provide this base for the future lion, to deliver this retort to the night rain, to Hougomant's treacherous wall, to Ohain's sunken road, to Grouchy's delay, to Blucher's arrival, to be sarcastic in the grave, to contrive to remain standing even after you have fallen, to send the European coalition packing in 2 syllables, to offer to kings those latrines already familiar to the Caesars, to make the basest of words the most elevated by combining it with the glory of France, to have the nerve to bring Waterloo to a close with Mardi Gras, to compliment Leonidas with Rabelais, to sum up this victory in a last word that cannot be spoken, to lose on the battlefield and carry off the prize of history, after this carnage to have the last laugh. This is tremendous. It is thumbing your nose at disaster. It reaches the heights of Aeschylean grandeur. Cambronne's word is like a rupture. It is the rupturing of a breast with disdain. It is an explosion caused by excess of anguish. Who was victorious? Was it Wellington? No. Without Blucher he was lost. Was it Blucher? No. What Wellington had not begun, Blucher could not have finished. This Cambronne, this 11th hour extra, this unknown soldier, this infinitely small player in the war, senses there is an untruth here, more intensely distressing, an untruth and a catastrophe, and while he is bursting with rage he has offered this paltry thing, his life. How could he not react? There they are, all the kings of Europe, the satisfied generals, the thundering Jupiters, they number 100,000 victorious soldiers, and behind the 100,000 a million, their cannons with their fuses lit stand gaping, they have the Imperial Guard and the Grand Army under their heel, they have just crushed Napoleon, and there is no one left but Cambronne. There is no one left to protest but this worm. He will protest. So he searches for a word as a man searches for a sword. A spume rises within him, and this spume is the word. In the face of this extraordinary and undistinguished victory, in face of this victory with none victorious, this despairing man draws himself up. He suffers the enormity of it, but he can see its emptiness. And he more than spits on it. And overwhelmed by numbers, by superior force and circumstance, he finds in his soul an expression, excrement. We repeat it. To say that, to do that, to light on that, is to be the victor. At that fateful moment the spirit of the great days of the past entered that unknown man. Cambronne alights on the word for Waterloo as Rouget de Lisle alights on the Marseillaise, visited by inspiration from on high. An emanation of the divine whirlwind is released and these men are imbued with it, and they quiver, and one of them sings the supreme song, and the other utters the terrible cry. This word of titanic disdain Cambronne hurls not only at Europe in the name of the empire, that would be of little consequence, he hurls it at the past in the name of the revolution. It is heard, and the giant spirit of old is recognized in Cambronne. It could be Danton speaking, or Kleber roaring. At that word from Cambronne, the English voice responded, fire. The batteries blazed, the hill trembled, from every cannon issued a last dreadful belch of grapeshot, the immense smoke billowed, a dim whiteness under the moonrise, and when the smoke cleared, there was nothing left. That formidable remnant had been annihilated. The guard was dead. The 4 walls of the living redoubt lay on the ground, only the merest quiver detectable here and there among those bodies. And so it was that the French legions, greater than the Roman legions, expired on Montestigene, on the rain and blood-soaked earth in the mournful ryefields, on the spot where Joseph, who drives the Nivelles mail coach, now passes, at 4 o'clock in the morning, whistling and cheerfully lashing his horse. 16. Quote Libras in Duce, asterisk. The Battle of Waterloo is an enigma. It is as obscure to those who won it as it is to those who lost it. For Napoleon it was panic. Blucher sees only gunfire. Wellington cannot make sense of it. Look at the reports. The accounts are confused, the commentaries muddled. Some mumble, others stammer. Jomini divides the Battle of Waterloo into 4 phases. Muffling breaks it down into 3 acts. although on a few points our opinion differs. Charras alone captured in his fine survey the distinctive features of this catastrophe of human genius grappling with divine chance. All the other historians are to some extent blinded, and their blindness leaves them groping in the dark. A blinding day indeed, with the collapse of the military monarchy, which to the great amazement of kings brought down all kingdoms with it, the downfall of might, the routing of war. In this event, which bears the stamp of transcendent necessity, the role of men counts for nothing. To take Waterloo away from Wellington and Blücher, is that to deprive England and Germany of anything? No. Neither illustrious England nor majestic Germany is called into question by the problem of Waterloo. Thank heavens, nations are great regardless of the grim fortunes of war. Neither England, nor Germany, nor France is defined by the scabbard. During a period when Waterloo is no more than a clatter of sabers, over and beyond Blücher Germany has Goethe, over and beyond Wellington England has Byron. A great intellectual dawn distinguishes our century, and in this advent of light England and Germany have their own magnificent radiance. They have majesty because they think. The advancement they bring to civilization is intrinsic to them. It derives from themselves and not from an accident. Their greater power and influence in the 19th century are not founded on Waterloo. It is only barbarous peoples that suddenly flourish after a victory, such being the fleeting vanity of torrents swollen by a storm. Civilized peoples, especially in our own times, neither rise nor fall by the good or bad fortune of a leader. Their specific weight within the human race results from something more than a conflict. Their honor, thank God, their dignity, their understanding, their genius, are not numbers that those gamblers, the heroes and conquerors, can throw into the lottery of battle. Often a battle lost is progress gained. Less glory, more freedom. The drum falls silent, reason speaks. It is the game of loser wins. So let us discuss Waterloo dispassionately from both sides. Let us render to chance what is due to chance, and to God what is due to God. What is Waterloo? A victory? No. A lottery. A lottery won by Europe at France's expense. It was not really worth putting a lion there. Besides, Waterloo is the strangest encounter in history. Napoleon and Wellington. They are not enemies, they are opposites. Never did God, who delights in antithesis, set up a more striking contrast, a more extraordinary comparison. On the one hand, precision, foresight, analysis, prudence, retreat secured, reserves husband, a steady nerve, imperturbable method, strategy that makes the most of the terrain, tactics that balance battalions, carnage by the rulebook, war regulated by the clock, nothing willingly left to chance, the old classic courage, absolute correctness. On the other hand, intuition, guesswork, military unorthodoxy, supernatural instinct, a fiery glance, something indefinable that has the eye of an eagle and strikes like a thunderbolt, extraordinary artfulness exercised with disdainful impetuosity, all the mysteries of a deep soul, an alliance with destiny, with river, plain, forest, hill summoned, and to some extent forced to obey, the despot extending his tyranny over the battlefield, trust in the stars combined with strategic skill. Enhancing it, but in an unsettling way. Wellington was the Bareme of warfare, Napoleon was its Michelangelo. And this time genius was defeated by calculation. On both sides an arrival was expected. It was the accurate calculator who succeeded. Napoleon expected Grouchy, he did not come. Wellington expected Blücher, he came. Wellington is classic warfare taking its revenge. Bonaparte had encountered it in Italy at the dawn of his career and magnificently defeated it. The old owl had fled before the young vulture. Time-honored tactics had been not only routed, but outraged. Who was this 26-year-old Corsican? What was the meaning of this glorious ignoramus who, with everything against him, nothing in his favor, without supplies, without munitions, without cannons, without shoes, almost without an army, with a handful of men against masses, kept hurling himself against a united Europe and preposterously winning impossible victories? Where did this devastating madman come from, who almost without pausing for breath, and playing the same hand in terms of the forces at his disposal, smashed the Emperor of Germany's 5 armies, one after the other, toppling Beaulieu after Alvinzi, Wurmser after Beaulieu, Melas after Wurmser, Mack after Melas? Who was this newcomer to war with the audacity of a luminary? The orthodox military establishment anathematized him even as they gave ground to him. Hence the implacable rancor of the old imperialism against the new, of the regular saber against the flaming sword, and of chessboard thinking against genius. On the 18th of June 1815 that rancor had the last word, and under Lodi, Montebello, Montanat, Mantua, Arcola, it wrote, Waterloo. Triumph of the undistinguished, pleasing to the majority. Destiny allowed this irony. When his sun was setting, Napoleon was confronted with a young Wurmser. After all, you have only to give Wellington white hair, and you have Wurmser. Waterloo is a first-rate battle won by a second-rate commander. What must be admired in the Battle of Waterloo is England, English steadfastness, English resolution, English blood. With all due respect, what was superb about England in this instance was England herself. It was not her captain, it was her army. Peculiarly ungrateful, Wellington declares in a letter to Lord Bathurst that his army, the army that fought on the 18th of June 1815, was an infamous army. What does that grievous jumble of human remains buried in the fields of Waterloo think of that? England has been too modest in relation to Wellington. To make Wellington so great is to belittle England. Wellington is just a hero like any other. Those Scots Greys, those Horse Guards, those regiments of Maitland and Mitchell, that infantry of Pack and Kempt, that cavalry of Ponsonby and Somerset, those Highlanders playing their bagpipes under artillery fire, those battalions under Rylant, those raw recruits who hardly knew how to handle a musket holding their own against the veteran troops of Essling and Rivoli, that is what is great. Wellington was tenacious, that was his virtue, and we do not begrudge him that, but the least of his foot soldiers and cavalry were just as staunch as he. The Iron Soldier is quite as good as the Iron Duke. As far as we are concerned, all our praise goes to the English soldier, the English army, the English people. If trophy there be, it is to England the trophy is due. The Waterloo Memorial would be more legitimate if, instead of the figure of one man, the column raised to the skies the statue of a people. But this great England will be annoyed by what we say. After her own 1688 and our 1789, she still cherishes the feudal illusion. She believes in heredity and hierarchy. This people that none surpasses in power and glory respects itself as a nation, not as the people. And as the people it willingly submits to authority and takes a lord for its leader. It lets the English workman be scorned, it lets the English soldier be flogged. Remember, at the Battle of Inkerman, a sergeant who apparently saved the army could not be mentioned by Lord Raglan, as the English military hierarchy did not allow any hero below officer rank to be mentioned in a report. What we admire above all in a conjuncture such as that of Waterloo is the amazing ingenuity of chance. Night rain, the Hougoumont wall, O'Haine's sunken road, Grouchy deaf to the cannon, Napoleon deceived by his guide. Bülow reliably informed by his, the entire disaster is wonderfully orchestrated. Let us be honest, all things considered, what happened at Waterloo was more of a massacre than a battle. Of all pitched battles, Waterloo is the one with the smallest front in relation to the number of combatants. Napoleon, 3,300 yards, Wellington, 2,200 yards, 72,000 combatants on each side. It was from this density that the carnage resulted. The following calculation has been made and this ratio established for lives lost: at Austerlitz, French, 14%, Russians, 30%, Austrians, 44%. At Wagram, French, 13%, Austrians, 14%. At Borodino, French, 37%, Russians, 44%. At Botzen, French, 13%, Russians and Prussians, 14%. At Waterloo, French, 56%, Allies, 31%. Total for Waterloo, 41%. 144,000 combatants, 60,000 dead. The field of Waterloo today has a peacefulness that belongs to the earth, man's impassive pedestal, and it looks like every other plain. Yet at night a kind of visionary mist arises from it, and if some traveler wanders there, if he looks, if he listens, if he dreams like Virgil before the faithful plains of Philippi, the haunting catastrophe grips him. That ghastly 18th of June comes to life again. The spurious monument hill disappears, that undistinguished lion vanishes, the battlefield regains its reality. Lines of infantry ripple over the plain, galloping charges sweep across the horizon. The terror-stricken dreamer sees the flash of sabers, the glint of bayonets, the flare of bombshells, the monstrous exchange of thunderous fire. He hears, like a dying rasp from deep in the grave, the indistinct clamor of the phantom battle. Those shadows are grenadiers, those glistenings are cuirassiers. This skeleton is Napoleon, that skeleton is Wellington. All this is no more, and still they clash and the fighting goes on. And the gullies turn red, and the trees tremble, and there is fury even in the clouds. And all those untamed heights, Hougomont, Montestigene, Frischmont, Papelotte, Plancenoit, appear in the gloom indistinctly crowned with tumults of specters slaughtering each other. 17. Should Waterloo be regarded as a good thing? There is a very respectable liberal school of thought that does not abhor Waterloo. We are not of that school. For us, only to its astoundment is Waterloo a day of liberty. That such an eagle should emerge from such an egg is most certainly unexpected. Looked at from the point of view of its immediate aftermath, Waterloo is meant to be a counter-revolutionary victory. It is Europe against France. It is Petersburg, Berlin and Vienna against Paris. It is the status quo against any initiative. It is the 14th of July 1789 attacked through the 20th of March 1815. It is the monarchies taking action against the indomitable French mob. Finally, to suppress that vast populace, in eruption now for 26 years, this was the dream. The Brunswicks, Nassaus, Romanovs, Hohenzollerns, Habsburgs showing solidarity with the Bourbons. Divine right rides on the back of Waterloo. It is true that, the empire having been despotic, by a natural reaction in the order of things royalty was bound to be liberal, and grudgingly, to the great regret of the victors, a constitutional order emerged from Waterloo. The fact is, revolution cannot be truly quelled and, being providential and absolutely inevitable, it keeps recurring. Before Waterloo, with Bonaparte bringing down the old dynasties; after Waterloo, with Louis XVIII granting and submitting to the Charter. Bonaparte puts a coachman on the throne of Naples and a sergeant on the throne of Sweden, using inequality to demonstrate equality. Louis XVIII at Stu countersigns the Declaration of the Rights of Man. If you want to understand what revolution is, call it progress. And if you want to understand what progress is, call it tomorrow. Tomorrow comes into effect irresistibly, and does so even today. It always achieves its end by strange means. It employs Wellington to turn Foy, a mere soldier, into an orator. Foy falls at Hougomont and rises as a politician. This is how progress operates. No such thing as a bad tool for this workman. Not to be deterred, he adapts to his divine task the man who best rode the Alps and Père Élysée's good old doddering invalid. He makes use of the gout sufferer as well as the conqueror, of the conqueror abroad, the gout sufferer at home. By cutting short the extirpation by the sword of the European monarchies, the effect of Waterloo was none other than to perpetuate the revolutionary enterprise in a different way. The swordsmen have finished, it is the turn of the thinkers. The century that Waterloo tried to halt walked right over it and continued on its way. That inauspicious victory was vanquished by liberty. In short, and indisputably, what triumphed at Waterloo, what smiled on Wellington, what brought him the baton of every marshal of Europe, including, it is said, the baton of a marshal of France, what gladly trundled the barrow-loads of earth full of human remains to raise the Lion Mound, what triumphantly inscribed on that pedestal the date 18 June 1815 foot, what spurred Blücher in hacking the routed army to pieces, what loomed over France from the heights of the Montestigene Plateau, as if over its prey, was the counter-revolution. It was the counter-revolution that murmured the infamous word dismemberment. Once it got to Paris, it saw the volcano at close hand, it felt the volcanic ash burning its feet, and it had second thoughts. It reverted to stammering about a charter. Let us not see Waterloo for anything other than what it was. Not intentionally liberal. The counter-revolution was inadvertently liberal, just as, by a corresponding phenomenon, Napoleon was inadvertently revolutionary. On the 18th of June 1815, the mounted Robespierre was unseated. 18. Another outbreak of divine right. The end of dictatorship. A whole European system collapsed. The empire sank into a gloom resembling that of the dying Roman world. Once again people looked into the abyss as in the days of the barbarians. Only, the barbarism of 1815, which must be called by its own name, counter-revolution, was short-winded, soon ran out of breath and came to a standstill. Admittedly, tears were shed for the empire, and heroes' eyes shed them. If glory lies in the sword-made scepter, the empire was glory itself. It cast over the earth all the light of which tyranny is capable, a somber light. Let us go further, an obscure light. Compared with true daylight, it is darkness. The dispelling of this darkness created the effect of an eclipse. Louis XVIII returned to Paris. The ring dances of July the 8th blotted out the rebels of March the 20th. The Corsican became the antithesis of the Béarnais. The flag on the dome of the Tuileries was white. Exile came to the throne. The pine table from Hartwell took its place in front of Louis XIV's fleur-de-lis covered armchair. Bouvines and Fontenoy were spoken of as if they had happened only yesterday, and Austerlitz had become old news. Church and monarchy fraternized majestically. One of the most undisputed symbols of 19th-century society's salvation was taken up throughout France and throughout the continent. Europe adopted the white cockade. Trestalen was celebrated. The device non pluribus impar asterisk reappeared in the stone race representing a sun on the front of the barracks on the Quai d'Orsay. Where there had been an imperial guard was now the royal household guard. All heaped with unfitting victories and out of place amid these new developments, a little ashamed perhaps of Marengo and Arcola, the Arc-Duc Carrozel made the best of it with a statue of the Duc d'Angoulême. A ghastly common grave in 1793, the Madeleine Cemetery, with the bones of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette lying in that dust, was now covered with jasper and marble. In the Motte of Vincennes a tombstone sprang up, recalling the fact that the Duc d'Enghien had perished in the same month that Napoleon was crowned. Pope Pius VII, who solemnized that coronation very soon after that death, placidly blessed the downfall just as he had blessed the elevation. There was at Schönbrunn a little ghost, aged 4, whom it was seditious to call the King of Rome. And these things happened, and these kings regained their thrones, and the master of Europe was put in a cage, and the old regime became the new regime, and all the earth's light and all the earth's shadow changed places, because one afternoon on a certain summer's day a shepherd said to a Prussian in the forest, "Go this way, not that." This 1815 was a kind of gloomy April. Old, insalubrious, and poisonous realities took on a new appearance. Untruth espoused 1789, divine right masked itself with a charter, fictions became constitutional, with Article 14 in their hearts, prejudices, superstitions and reservations took on a veneer of liberalism. Snakes changing their skin. Man had been both magnified and diminished by Napoleon. During that reign of glorious physical achievement, the ideal had been given the strange name of ideology. A grave imprudence in a great man, to deride the future. The populace, however, that cannon fodder so fond of the cannon loader, kept looking to him. Where is he? What is he doing? Napoleon's dead, said a passerby to a veteran of Marengo and Waterloo. Napoleon dead, cried the soldier. That's how well you know him. The popular imagination threw down a challenge to this defeated man. After Waterloo there was dinginess at the heart of Europe. Napoleon's demise left a great emptiness that long remained unfilled. Kings stepped into this void. Old Europe took the opportunity to reform. There was a holy alliance. Belle Alliance, the fateful field of Waterloo had set in anticipation. Confronted with the presence of that old Europe recast, the features of a new France took shape. Disparaged by the emperor, the future made its entry. On its brow was that star, liberty. The ardent eyes of young generations turned to it. Strangely, people were inspired both by that future, liberty, and by that past, Napoleon. Defeat increased the stature of the vanquished. Bonaparte overthrown seemed greater than Napoleon standing. Those who had triumphed were scared. England had him guarded by Hudson Lowe, and France had him watched by Montchenu. His folded arms became the disquiet of monarchs. Alexander called him my insomnia. This fear stemmed from how much of the revolutionary there was in him. Which is what explains and excuses Bonapartist liberalism. This specter caused the old world to tremble. Kings reigned uneasily with the rock of St. Helena on the horizon. While Napoleon was dying at Longwood, the 60,000 men who had fallen in battle at Waterloo quietly rotted, and something of their peacefulness spread throughout the world. And out of this the Congress of Vienna made the treaties of 1815, and Europe called this the Restoration. That is what Waterloo is. But what does it matter to the infinite? All this storm, all this cloud, this war, then this peace, all this shadow did not for an instant dim the gleam of that immense eye in which an aphid hopping from one blade of grass to another is equal to the eagle flying from belfry to belfry between the towers of Notre Dame. 19. The battlefield at night. Let us return, as we must for this book, to that fateful battlefield. On the 18th of June there was a full moon. This brightness favored Blücher's ferocious pursuit, betrayed the fugitive's traces, delivered up that hapless mass to the frenzied Prussian cavalry and contributed to the massacre. Sometimes catastrophes occur with the tragic collusion of the night. After the last cannon shot had been fired, the plain of Montestigene was left deserted. The English occupied the French encampment, such is the way victory usually asserts itself, by sleeping in the bed of the vanquished. They bivouacked beyond Rossum. The Prussians, unleashed on the routed army, pushed forward. Wellington went to the village of Waterloo to write his report to Lord Bathurst. If ever sic vos non vobis asterisk was applicable, it is definitely to this village of Waterloo. Waterloo did nothing and remained over a mile away from the action. Montestigene was shelled, Hougoumont was set ablaze, Peyplate was set ablaze, Plancenoit was set ablaze, La Haye Sainte was stormed, La Belle Alliance witnessed the embrace of the two victors. These names are scarcely known, and Waterloo, which made no contribution to the battle, gets all the credit. We are not one of war's sycophants. When the opportunity arises, we tell the truth about it. War has a terrible beauty of which we have made no secret. We can all agree it also has some uglinesses. One of the most surprising is the summary stripping of the dead after victory. The day after a battle always dawns on naked bodies. Who does this? Who defiles triumph in this way? What hideous furtive hand is it that steals into victory's pocket? Who are these sneak thieves that ply their trade in the wake of glory? Some philosophers, Voltaire among them, maintain they are precisely those who won that glory. It is the same men, they say, there are no others who step in, those left standing pillage those lying on the ground. The hero of the day is the vampire of the night. After all, a man surely has the right to a bit of thieving from a corpse when he is the author of its death. This is not what we believe. It seems impossible to us that winning the laurels and stealing the shoes from a dead man could be done by the same hand. What is certain is that, as a rule, after the victors come the thieves. But let us not blame the soldier, especially not the contemporary soldier. Every army has a tail end, and that is where the blame must lie. Hybrid creatures, half brigand half servant, every type of flying rat that this twilight, known as war, engenders, non-combatant wearers of uniform, fake invalids, intimidating cripples, unlicensed victuallers, sometimes with their wives, riding in little carts and stealing what they then sell on, beggars offering themselves as guides to officers, hangers-on, marauders. In days gone by, we are not speaking of the present, armies on the march had all this trailing after them, so much so that in military jargon they were called camp followers. No army, no nation was responsible for these creatures. They spoke Italian and followed the Germans, they spoke French and followed the English. It was by one of these wretched camp followers, a French-speaking Spaniard, that the Marquis de Fervaques, taken in by his Picardy gabble and mistaking him for one of our own, during the night following the victory of Sarasol was treacherously slain and robbed on the very battlefield itself. The looter was born of looting. That ghastly maxim, "Live off the enemy," produced this plague, which only strict discipline could cure. Some reputations are misleading. It is not always known why certain generals, indeed great generals, have been so popular. Turenne was adored by his soldiers because he tolerated looting. Making allowances for wrongdoing is an element of goodness. Turenne was so good that he allowed the Palatinate to be put to fire and sword. The marauders to be seen in the wake of an army were more or less numerous depending on whether the man in charge was more or less of a disciplinarian. Hoche and Marceau had no camp followers, Wellington had few, and we gladly give him credit for this. Nevertheless, on the night of the 18th to the 19th of June, the dead were stripped. Wellington was uncompromising, he gave the order that anyone caught looting was to be shot. But looting is hard to stamp out. Looters stole in one corner of the battlefield while they were being shot in another. The effect of the moonlight on this plain was lurid. Around midnight a man was prowling, or rather lurking, over by the Ohain sunken road. He was to all appearances one of those specimens we have just described, neither English nor French, neither peasant nor soldier, not so much a man as a ghoul, drawn by the smell of the dead and, victory to him meaning theft, coming to pillage Waterloo. He wore a loose overgarment that was a bit like a greatcoat. He was jittery and bold, he went forward and looked behind. Who was this man? Night probably knew more about him than day. He had no bag but evidently some capacious pockets under his coat. From time to time he halted, scanned the plain around him as though to check whether he was being watched, abruptly bent down, fiddled on the ground with something still and silent, then rose and slipped away. His stealth, his behavior, his hurried and mysterious movements made him look like those twilight specters that haunt ruins, and in old Norman legends are called les alleurs. Certain nocturnal wading birds appear as such silhouettes in the marshes. Any searching gaze that probed all that missed would have noticed, standing some distance away as if hidden behind the farm building on the Nivelles High Road, at the corner of the road from Mont-Estigene to Braine-l'Alleud, a little victualler's wagon of some sort with a tar-coated wicker hood, harnessed to a half-starved nag grazing on nettles through its bit, and in this wagon some woman sitting on top of various boxes and bundles. Maybe there was a connection between this wagon and this prowler. The darkness was serene. Not a cloud in the sky above. So what, if the earth is red, the moon stays white? Such is the indifference of the heavens. In the meadows, Branches of trees broken by shelling but not brought down, with their bark still holding, swayed gently in the night breeze. A breath of air, almost a sigh, stirred the scrub. There were quiverings in the grass, like souls departing. The coming and going of patrols and of officers doing their rounds in the English camp could be heard indistinctly in the distance. Hougoumont and La Haye Sainte continued to burn, raising two great blazes, to east and west, joined together by the line of English campfires strung out over the hills on the horizon in a vast semicircle, like an unfastened necklace of rubies with two carbuncles at either end. We have told of the disaster at the Ohain cutting. The heart is appalled at the thought of what a death that must have been for so many gallant men. If there is one thing that is horrifying, if there exists a reality that is worse than any dream, it is this: to live, to see the sun, to be in the prime of manhood, to have health and happiness, to laugh bravely, to rush towards the glory that lies ahead of you, to feel in your breast breathing lungs, a beating heart, a reasoning will, to speak, think, hope, love, to have a mother, to have a wife, to have children, to have light, and all at once, in the time it takes to cry out, in less than a minute, to plunge into an abyss, to fall, tumble, crush, be crushed, to see ears of wheat, flowers, leaves, branches, not to be able to catch hold of anything, to feel your sword is useless, with men beneath you, horses on top of you, to struggle in vain, your bones broken by a kick in the dark, to feel a heel burst your eyeballs, to bite frantically on horseshoes, to suffocate, yell, writhe, to be buried, and to say to yourself, a moment ago I was alive. Where there had been the agonized moans of that dreadful calamity, all was silence now. The hollow of the sunken road was filled with horses and riders inextricably piled on top of each other. A terrible jumble. There was no embankment anymore. The corpses had leveled the road with the plain, and came right up to the brim like a well-filled bushel of barley. A heap of dead bodies on top, a river of blood below, such was this road on the evening of the 18th of June 1815. The blood ran all the way to the Nivelles High Road, and there formed a large pool in front of the felled trees that barred the way at a spot that is pointed out even today. It was, remember, on the opposite side, towards the Genappe Road, that the cuirassiers came to grief. The pile of corpses varied in density according to how deep the sunken road was. Towards the middle, where it was flush with the plain, and where Delort's division had passed, the layer of corpses thinned out. The night prowler, whom we have just brought to the reader's attention, made his way over there. He ferreted about in that vast tomb. He kept looking. He was carrying out who knows what hideous inspection of the dead. There was blood underfoot where he walked. All of a sudden he stopped. A few paces in front of him in the sunken road, just where the pile of dead bodies ended, sticking out from underneath that heap of men and horses, was an open hand caught in the moonlight. That hand had on its finger something that gleamed, and that something was a gold ring. The man bent down, remained crouching for a moment, and when he stood up again there was no longer a ring on that hand. He did not exactly stand up. He remained in a feral and fearful attitude, with his back to the pile of dead, scanning the horizon, kneeling, with the whole weight of his upper body borne on his two index fingers resting on the ground, his head peering over the edge of the sunken road. The jackal's four paws are suited to certain actions. Then, making a decision, he straightened up. At that moment he gave a start. He felt someone holding on to him from behind. He turned. It was the open hand, which had closed and grabbed the skirt of his coat. An honest man would have been frightened. This one began to laugh. "Well," he said, "it's only the corpse. I prefer a ghost to a gendarme." But the hand weakened and released him. Exertion is quickly spent in the grave. "Now then," said the prowler, "is this corpse alive? Let's see." He bent down again, fumbled in the heap, pushed aside whatever was causing an obstruction, seized the hand, gripped the arm, freed the head, pulled out the body, and a few moments later he was dragging into the shadow of the sunken road a lifeless, or at least unconscious, man. He was a cuirassier, an officer, and indeed a fairly high-ranking officer. A large gold epaulet showed under his breastplate. This officer had lost his helmet. A vicious saber cut had slashed his face, so that all you could see was blood. That apart, he did not appear to have any broken limbs, and by a stroke of good luck, if that term may be used in this context, the dead had formed a buttress over him in such a way as to save him from being crushed. His eyes were closed. On his breastplate he wore the Legion of Honor's silver cross. The prowler tore off this cross, which disappeared into one of those deep pouches under his coat. After which he patted the officer's fob pocket, felt a watch there, and took it. Then he searched his waistcoat, found a purse and pocketed it. When he reached this stage in delivering aid to this dying man, the officer opened his eyes. "Thanks," he said feebly. The roughness of the way he had been manhandled, the night freshness, the air he could now breathe freely, had brought him out of his insensibility. The prowler did not reply. He raised his head. The tread of feet on the plain could be heard, probably some patrol approaching. The officer murmured, for there was still the anguish of death in his voice, "Who won the battle?" "The English," answered the prowler. The officer spoke again. "Look in my pockets. You'll find a watch and a purse. Take them." That had already been done. The prowler went through the motions of doing as he was asked, and said, "There's nothing there." "I've been robbed," said the officer. "I'm sorry. They would have been yours." The patrol's footfalls became increasingly distinct. "There's someone coming," said the prowler with a start, like a man about to be off. Raising his arm with difficulty, the officer detained him. "You've saved my life. Who are you?" The prowler spoke quickly and in a low voice. "Like you, I was with the French army. I must leave you. If they were to catch me, I'd be shot. I've saved your life. Now fend for yourself." "What's your rank?" "Sergeant." "What's your name?" "Thénardier." "I shan't forget that name," said the officer. "And you remember mine." "My name is Pontmercy." Book 2, The Ship Orion. I. Number 24601 becomes number 9430. Jean Valjean had been recaptured. It will be appreciated if we do not dwell on the painful details. We will confine ourselves to reproducing two items published by contemporary newspapers a few months after the surprising events that had taken place at Montreuil-sur-Mer. These articles are rather perfunctory. Remember, at that time there was no Gazette de Tribunox. The first is taken from Le Drapeau Blanc. It is dated the 25th of July 1823. An arrondissement in the Pas-de-Calais has just been the scene of no ordinary event. A man from outside the department, named Monsieur Madeleine, had over the past few years, thanks to some new processes, rebuilt a local industry of long standing, the manufacture of jet and black glass trinkets. He had made his fortune by it and, admittedly, that of the arrondissement. In recognition of his services he had been appointed mayor. The police have discovered that this Monsieur Madeleine was none other than an ex-convict in breach of parole, imprisoned for theft in 1796, and named Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean has been sent back to prison. It appears that before his arrest he had succeeded in withdrawing from Monsieur Laffitte's bank a sum amounting to more than $500,000, which he had deposited there and moreover earned perfectly legitimately, it is said, through his business activities. Since his return to the prison hulks at Toulon, it has not been possible to find out where Jean Valjean has concealed this money. The second article, a little more detailed, is taken from the Journal de Paris of the same date. A freed convict named Jean Valjean has just appeared before the Var Court of Assizes in circumstances bound to attract attention. This villain had managed to elude police vigilance. He had changed his name and succeeded in getting himself appointed mayor of one of our small northern towns. He had established in this town a rather considerable business. He has finally been unmasked and arrested, thanks to the indefatigable zeal of the public prosecutor's office. He had for a mistress a common prostitute who died of a seizure at the time of his arrest. This wretch, who was endowed with Herculean strength, contrived to escape, but 3 or 4 days after his escape the police recaptured him, right here in Paris, just as he was getting into one of those small carriages that ply the route between the capital and the village of Montfermeil, Saint-Étienne. He is said to have profited by this interval of 3 or 4 days' liberty to regain possession of a considerable sum that had been deposited by him with one of our leading bankers. This sum has been estimated at 600,000 or 700,000 francs. According to the charges that have been brought against him, he has hidden it in some place known only to himself, and it has proved impossible to seize it. However that may be, the said Jean Valjean has just been brought before the assizes of the Department of the Var, accused of armed highway robbery, committed about 8 years ago on the person of one of those honest children who, as the Patriarch of Ferney has said in those immortal lines, arrive from Savoy every year, and by whose hand are nimbly cleared those long flues clogged with soot. This brigand refused to defend himself. It was proved by the skillful and eloquent representative of the public prosecutor that there had been a conspiracy to rob, and that Jean Valjean belonged to a gang of thieves in the south of the country. Found guilty, Jean Valjean was given a death sentence. The criminal refused to lodge an appeal. The king, in his inexhaustible clemency, has been so good as to commute his sentence to penal servitude for life. Jean Valjean was immediately taken to the prison hulks at Toulon. It will not be forgotten that Jean Valjean was a regular churchgoer at Montreuil-sur-Mer. Some papers, among others Le Constitutional, represented this commutation as a triumph of the clerical party. Jean Valjean's prisoner number changed. He was now 9430. Anyway, let it be said once and for all, when Monsieur Madeleine went, the prosperity of Montreuil-sur-Mer went with him. Everything he had foreseen during his night of feverishness and indecision came true. With him gone, the moving spirit was indeed gone. After his downfall there was at Montreuil-sur-Mer that self-interested parcelling out of the spoils of the once great, that fatal carving up of flourishing enterprises that takes place in obscurity every day among humankind, and which history has noted only once because it occurred after the death of Alexander. Lieutenants crowned themselves king. Foremen acted as factory owners. Envious rivalries sprang up. Monsieur Madeleine's vast workshops were closed down. The buildings fell into ruin. The workmen went their separate ways, some of them left the area, others left the trade. From then on, everything was done on a small scale instead of being done on a large scale, for money instead of the general good. The center now gone, competition rife, and everywhere rapacious greed. Monsieur Madeleine had it all under control, and he gave direction. With his removal, it was every man for himself. The spirit of organization gave way to the spirit of conflict. Cordiality gave way to bitterness. The founder's benevolence towards all gave way to hatred of one another. The threads Monsieur Madeleine had woven together became tangled and broke. Manufacturing processes were compromised, the quality of the products deteriorated, trust was destroyed, markets shrank, orders fell, wages dropped, workshops stood idle, bankruptcy followed. And then the poor were left with nothing. It all disappeared. The state itself noticed that someone had been put out of business somewhere. Less than 4 years after the Court of Assizes ruling whereby Monsieur Madeleine was identified as Jean Valjean to the benefit of the prison hulks, the cost of collecting taxes had doubled in the arrondissement of Montreuil-sur-Mer, and Monsieur de Villèle pointed this out in an address to Parliament in February 1827. 2. in which are to be read 2 lines of verse perhaps by the devil. Before going any further, it is appropriate at this point to relate in some detail a singular incident that took place at Montfermeil at about the same time, and which may be not unconnected with certain conjectures made by the public prosecutor. There is at Montfermeil a very ancient local superstition, all the more curious and all the more precious because a popular superstition anywhere near Paris is like an aloe in Siberia. We are among those who have respect for anything in the way of a rare plant. This, then, is the superstition of Montfermeil. People believe that the devil has from time immemorial chosen to hide his treasures in the forest. The womenfolk say it is not uncommon at nightfall in out-of-the-way parts of the forest to encounter a black man, looking like a carter or a woodcutter, wearing wooden clogs, dressed in trousers and a coarse smock, and recognizable by the fact that instead of a cap or hat he has 2 huge horns on his head. Sure enough, this must make him recognizable. The man is usually busy digging a hole. There are 3 ways of dealing with such an encounter. The first is to approach the man and speak to him. Then you realize that the man is just a peasant, that he looks black because it is dusk, that he is not digging a hole at all but cutting grass for his cows, and what you mistook for horns is nothing but a pitchfork he is carrying on his back, the prongs of which, thanks to the twilight distortion of perspective, appeared to be sprouting out of his head. You go home and die within the week. The second method is to watch him, wait until he has dug his hole, filled it in and gone away, then to run over very quickly to where he was digging, open up the hole again and take the treasure which the black man has inevitably left there. In this case you die within the month. Finally, the third method is not to speak to the black man, not to look at him, and to run away as fast as your legs can carry you. You die within the year. As all 3 methods have their drawbacks, the second, which at least offers some advantages, among others, that of owning a treasure, if only for a month, is the one most generally adopted. So, always tempted to try their luck, bold men have quite frequently, we are assured, opened up the holes dug by the black man and tried to rob the devil. Apparently it is a poor deal, at least if tradition is anything to go by, and in particular the 2 enigmatic lines on the subject, in barbarous Latin, left by a wicked Norman monk named Tryphon, who was a bit of a sorcerer. This Tryphon is buried at the Abbey of St. Georges de Botcherville, near Rouen, and toads breed on his grave. So tremendous exertions are made, usually these holes are very deep, a man sweats, digs, toils all night, for this is done at night, he gets his shirt soaked, he burns out his rushlight, he damages his pick, and when at last he reaches the bottom of the hole, when he lays his hand on the treasure, what does he find? What is this devil's treasure? Occasionally a silver coin, a stone, a skeleton, a bleeding corpse, sometimes a ghost folded in 4 like a sheet of paper in a wallet, sometimes nothing. Which is what Tryphon's lines of verse seem to warn meddlesome snoopers. Faudet, itian fossa thesaurus condit opaca. As, nummos, lapides, cadaver, simulacra, nihilk, asterisk. These days, apparently, people sometimes also find a powder flask with bullets, sometimes an old pack of greasy, singed playing cards that has obviously been used by devils. Tryphon does not record these 2 finds, since Tryphon lived in the 12th century and the devil does not seem to have had the wit to invent gunpowder before Roger Bacon, or playing cards before Charles VI. What is more, if you play with these cards, you are sure to lose everything you possess, and as for the powder in the flask, it has the property of causing your gun to blow up in your face. Now, very shortly after the period when it seemed to the public prosecutor that, while on the loose for several days, the freed convict Jean Valjean had been prowling around Montfermeil, in that very same village people noticed that an old roadmender named Boulatruelle was behaving oddly in the forest. Locally, it was generally taken for a fact that this Boulatruelle was an ex-convict. He was subject to some sort of police surveillance, and as he could not find a job anywhere else the authorities employed him for a pittance as a road mender on the Gagny to Lagny byway. This fellow Boulatruelle was a man regarded with distrust by the local people, too respectful, too humble, quick to doff his cap to everyone, trembling and smiling in the presence of gendarmes, probably connected with robber bands, they said, suspected of lying in ambush on the edge of the woods at nightfall. The only thing in his favor was that he was a drunkard. This is what was thought to have been observed. Of late, Boulatruelle had taken to leaving his job of stone laying and road maintenance very early and going off into the forest with his pickaxe. People encountered him towards the close of day in the most deserted clearings, in the wildest thickets, looking as if he was searching for something, sometimes digging holes. The women who passed by at first mistook him for Beelzebub, then they would recognize Boulatruelle and were scarcely more reassured. These encounters seemed to vex Boulatruelle deeply. It was obvious that he was trying to keep out of sight, and there was some mystery in what he was doing. It was said in the village, clearly the devil has made some sort of appearance. Boulatruelle saw him, and he's now searching. He has actually got it in him to steal Lucifer's hoard. Voltairians added, will it be Boulatruelle that gets the better of the devil, or the devil that gets the better of Boulatruelle? Old women made a great many signs of the cross. Meanwhile Boulatruelle's antics in the forest ceased, and he went back to his usual road mending. The talk turned to something else. Nevertheless, a few individuals remained curious, thinking that what was involved here was probably not the fabulous legendary treasures but some stroke of good luck, more serious and more tangible than the devil's banknotes, of which the roadmender had no doubt half discovered the secret. The most intrigued were the schoolmaster and the innkeeper Thénardier, who was friendly with everybody and not above striking up a relationship with Boulatruelle. He's been in the prison hulks, said Thénardier. Well, by God, who's to say who's there now or will be in the future? One evening the schoolmaster declared that in the old days the law would have investigated what Boulatruelle was up to in the forest, and he would have been made to talk, and put to torture if necessary, and that Boulatruelle would not have held out against the water test, for instance. Let's put him to the wine test, said Thénardier. They did their utmost to get the old road mender drunk. Boulatruelle drank an enormous amount and said very little. He combined with admirable skill and in masterly proportion a guzzler's thirst with the discretion of a judge. Nonetheless, by dint of making repeated attempts, and piecing together and milking the few obscure words he did let slip, this is what Thénardier and the schoolmaster thought they deduced. One morning at daybreak, when Boulatruelle was on his way to work, somewhere in the woods he had been surprised to see a shovel and pick under a bush, almost as if they'd been hidden. However, he supposed they were probably the shovel and pick of Père Sixfours the water carrier, and thought no more about it. But on the evening of the same day, he had seen, though he himself could not be seen, being hidden behind a large tree, a certain individual who wasn't at all from these parts, and that he, Boulatruelle, knew very well. Translation by Thénardier, a fellow inmate of the prison hulks, heading away from the road into the densest part of the forest. Boulatruelle stubbornly refused to reveal his name. This individual was carrying a package, something square, like a large box or a small chest. Surprisingly, to Boulatruelle. Yet not until 7 or 8 minutes had passed did the idea of following this certain individual occur to him. But it was too late. The individual was already in the thick of the forest, darkness had fallen, and Boulatruelle had not been able to catch up with him. So he decided to keep watch on the edge of the woods. There was moonlight. 2 or 3 hours later Boulatruelle saw his man emerge from the woods, carrying not the little coffer anymore but a shovel and pick. Boulatruelle let the individual go past, and did not dream of accosting him because he said to himself the other fellow was 3 times stronger than he was and armed with a pick and would probably bash him over the head when he recognized him and realized that he himself had been recognized. Touching demonstrations of feeling on the part of 2 old comrades encountering each other again. But the shovel and pick had been a ray of light to Boulatruelle. He hurried to the bush he had noticed that morning, and found that neither shovel nor pick was there anymore. From this he concluded that having gone into the forest, his man had dug a hole with his pick, buried the chest, and filled in the hole with his shovel. Now, the chest was too small to contain a body, so it contained money. Hence the searching. Boulatruelle had explored, scoured, combed the whole forest, and had dug wherever he thought the earth had been recently disturbed. In vain. He had turned up nothing. No one in Montfermeil thought any more about it. There were only a few old crones who said, "You may depend on it, the Gagny roadmender didn't do all that spade work for nothing. The devil came, for sure." 3. The ankle chain must have been worked on previously, to break at a single hammer blow. Towards the end of October of that same year of 1823, the inhabitants of Toulon saw the return to their port, for the repair of some damage after heavy weather, of the ship Orion, later used at Brest as a training ship, and at that time part of the Mediterranean fleet. Crippled as it was, for the seas had been rough with it, this vessel created an impression as it came into harbor. It flew some flag or other that earned it a statutory 11-gun salute, which was returned shot for shot. Total, 22. It has been calculated that in salvos, royal and military honors, exchanges of courtesy volleys, ceremonial signals, harbor and citadel formalities, sunrise and sunset salutes every day by all forts and all ships of war, port openings and closings etc., the civilized world was discharging around the globe every 24 hours 150,000 unnecessary cannon shots. At 6 francs per cannon shot, that comes to 900,000 francs a day, 300 million a year, that go up in smoke. This is just one small detail. Meanwhile, the poor are dying of hunger. The year 1823 was what the Restoration called the time of the Spanish War. A single event of great incident, this war had many peculiarities. A big family affair for the Bourbon dynasty, the French branch aiding and protecting the Madrid branch, that is to say, exercising its seniority, an apparent return to our national traditions complicated by subjection to constraints imposed by the governments of the North, Monsieur le Duc d'Angoulême, dubbed the hero of Andujar by the liberal press, striking a triumphant pose somewhat at odds with his peaceable manner, curbing the old and very real terrorism of the Holy Office in its dealings. With the imaginary terrorism of the liberals, the sansculottes revived, to the great horror of dowagers, under the name of descamisados, monarchism impeding progress portrayed as anarchy, the theories of '89 suddenly sapped of strength, a European stop put to the French idea spreading around the world. In that crusade of kings against peoples, the Prince of Carignano, later Charles Albert, enrolling as a volunteer with the red-worsted epaulettes of a grenadier, alongside the generalissimo son of France, soldiers of the Empire going to war again, but after 8 years' rest, aged, saddened, and under the white cockade, the tricolor flag waved abroad by a handful of heroic Frenchmen, just as 30 years earlier the white standard was waved at Coblentz, monks mingling with our troops, the spirit of liberty and change made to see reason by bayonets, principles battered by cannon fire. France undoing by force of arms what she had achieved by force of intellect. In addition to this, enemy leaders bribed, soldiers irresolute, towns besieged by millions, no military risks and yet the possibility of explosions, as with all undermining in the event of discovery and penetration, little bloodshed, little honor won, shameful for some, glorious for none, such was this war waged by princes descended from Louis XIV and conducted by generals who had made their careers under Napoleon. Its sad fate was to be a revival of neither great war nor great politics. There were a few genuine feats of arms. The capture of Trocadero, among others, was a fine military action, but overall, we repeat, the trumpets of this war produce a cracked sound, the whole enterprise was dubious, history endorses France in finding it hard to accept this spurious triumph. It seemed clear that certain Spanish officers whose duty was to resist yielded too easily. The victory gave rise to a suggestion of corruption. It appeared that generals rather than battles had been won, and the conquering soldier came home humbled. A belittling war indeed, in which the words Bank of France could be read in the folds of the flag. Soldiers of the 1808 war, on whom Saragossa had fallen mightily, frowned in 1823 at the easy opening up of citadels and began to regret Palafox. France's temperament is such that it would far rather have to face Rostofan than Ballesteros. From a yet more serious point of view, and one that ought also to be emphasized, this war that offended the military spirit in France incensed the democratic spirit. It was an enterprise of subjugation. In this campaign, the object of the French soldier, son of democracy, was the conquest of a yoke for others. Hideous inconsistency. France is meant to stir the soul of nations, not to stifle it. Since 1792, all revolutions in Europe have been the French Revolution. Liberty radiates from France. It is a solar phenomenon. None but the blind can fail to see it. Bonaparte said so. The War of 1823, an outrage against the brave Spanish people, was at the same time, therefore, an outrage against the French Revolution. It was France that committed this monstrous offense, by violence, for aside from wars of liberation, everything armies do is done by violence. The term unquestioning obedience indicates this. An army is a strangely contrived masterpiece by which force results from an enormous amount of powerlessness. This is the explanation of war, waged by humanity against humanity despite humanity. As for the Bourbons, the War of 1823 was disastrous for them. They regarded it as a success. They did not see the danger that lies in suppressing an idea by decree. They were so mistaken in their naivety that they introduced into their institution as an element of strength the great undermining weakness of a crime. The spirit of machination entered their government. The seed of 1830 was sown in 1823. In their decision-making, the Spanish campaign became an argument for the use of force and for divine right initiatives. Having re-established el rey neto * in Spain, France could surely re-establish the absolute monarch at home. They fell into the dreadful error of mistaking the obedience of the soldier for the consent of the nation. That kind of misplaced confidence leads to the loss of thrones. Fall asleep at your peril in the shade of a manchineel tree, or in the shadow of an army. But to return to the ship Orion. While the army conducted its operations under the command of the Prince Generalissimo, a fleet cruised in the Mediterranean. We have just mentioned that the Orion was in this fleet and that events at sea had brought it back to port at Toulon. There is something about the presence of a warship in a port that fascinates and draws the crowd. It is because it has grandeur, and the crowd loves grandeur. A ship of the line is one of the most magnificent conjunctions of the genius of man and the power of nature. A ship of the line combines both the heaviest and lightest of components because it operates at one and the same time with the three forms of matter, solid, liquid and gas, and must contend with all three. It has 11 iron claws to grab the granite seabed, and to catch the wind in the clouds it has more wings and feelers than any flying insect. Its breath is expelled from its 120 cannons as from enormous bugles, and proudly answers thunder. The ocean tries to lead it astray in the frightening sameness of its waves, but the vessel has a soul, its compass, that guides it and always indicates north. On dark nights its lanterns act as substitutes for the stars. So against the wind, it has rope and canvas, against water, timber, against rock, iron, brass and lead, against darkness, light, against immensity, a needle. If you wish to get some idea of all these gigantic proportions that together constitute the ship of the line, you have only to go into one of the 6-story building sheds in the port of Brest or Toulon. There, under a bell jar, as it were, are the vessels under construction. This colossal beam is a yard. That great column of wood lying on the ground, stretching as far as the eye can see, is the mainmast. Measured from its root in the hold to its top in the clouds, it is 360 feet long, and 3 feet in diameter at the base. The English mainmast rises to a height of 217 feet above the waterline. Our ancestors' navy used ropes, ours uses chains. The ordinary pile of chains for a 100-gun ship is 4 feet high, 20 feet wide and 8 feet deep. And how much timber is needed to build this vessel? 110,000 cubic feet. It is a floating forest. And furthermore, it should be noted, we are talking only about the naval vessel of 40 years ago here, the simple sailing ship. Steam, then in its infancy, has since added new miracles to that wonder called the warship. At the present time, for example, a hybrid vessel with a screw propeller is an astonishing machine, driven by a spread of over 3,500 square yards of canvas and a 2,500 horsepower steam engine. Leaving aside these new marvels, the old-fashioned vessel of Christopher Columbus and de Ruyter is one of man's great masterpieces. It is as limitless in power as is the infinite in breezes, it gathers the wind in its sails, it is unerring in the immense diffusiveness of the waves, afloat it rules. Yet there comes a time when the gale snaps this 60-foot yard like a twig, when the wind bends this 400-foot mast like a reed, when this anchor, weighing 10,000 pounds, swings about in the trough of the wave like a fisherman's hook in the jaws of a pike, when those monstrous cannons utter plaintive and futile roars that the hurricane carries away into the darkness and into the void, when all that might and all that majesty are engulfed in a superior might and majesty. Whenever immense force is deployed and ends up as immense weakness, men's imaginations are stirred. Hence the curious observers in seaports who, without quite understanding why, come flocking round these marvelous machines of war and navigation. So every day from morning till evening, the quays, pierheads and jetties of Toulon harbor were crowded with a multitude of idlers and gawpers, badauds as they say in Paris, making it their business to view the Orion. The Orion was a ship that had been in poor shape for a long time. On her previous sailings, thick layers of barnacles had collected on the hull, so much so that her speed was reduced by half. She had gone into dry dock the year before to have these barnacles scraped off, then she put out to sea again. But this scraping had weakened the bolting on the hull. When the ship reached the Balearic Isles, the strained planking opened up and, as the hull was not lined with sheet metal in those days, the vessel had shipped water. A violent equinoctial gale had sprung up and staved in the ship's head and broken through a porthole on the port side, and damaged the foresail chainwales. After sustaining these injuries, the Orion had returned to Toulon. She was anchored near the arsenal. She was in commission and under repair. The hull was not damaged on the starboard side, but in the usual way a few planks had been prized open here and there to let air into the hold. One morning, the crowd watching her witnessed an accident. The crew were busy bending sails. The yardman responsible for fastening the earrings on the main-topgallant on the starboard side lost his balance. He was seen to wobble. The multitude thronging the arsenal quay gave a cry. Plunging head first, the man went over the yard, his hands stretched out towards the abyss. He grabbed at the foot rope in passing, first with one hand, then the other, and there he was left dangling. The sea lay dizzyingly far below him. The impact of his fall set the foot rope swinging violently. The man swayed back and forth on that rope like a stone in a sling. To go to his aid was to take a terrifying risk. Not one of the sailors, all fishermen from along the coast recently levied for service, dared venture it. Meanwhile, the poor yardman was tiring. The anguish on his face could not be seen, but his exhaustion showed in every limb. His arms were horribly stretched by his own weight. Every effort he made to hoist himself up served only to make the foot rope swing more wildly. He did not shout, for fear of wasting his strength. With no expectation of rescue, the moment when he should let go of the rope was inevitable, and all heads turned aside every now and then so as not to see him fall. There are moments when a piece of rope, a pole, the branch of a tree, represents life itself, and it is a terrible thing to see a human being separate from it and drop like a ripe fruit. All of a sudden came the glimpse of a man climbing up the rigging with the agility of a tiger cat. This man was dressed in red, he was a convict. He wore a green cap, he was a lifer. When he reached the top, a gust of wind carried his cap away and revealed him to be completely white-haired. This was not a young man. Indeed, a convict working on board with a forced labor gang from the prison hulks had rushed up to the officer of the watch in the very first instant, and amid the crew's consternation and hesitation, while all the sailors trembled and backed away, he had asked the officer's permission to risk his life to save the yardman. At a nod from the officer, with one blow of a hammer he had broken the chain riveted to the shackle round his ankle, then grabbed a rope, and leapt up into the shrouds. No one noticed at the time how easily that chain was broken. It was only later that people remembered. In an instant he was on the yard. He paused for a few seconds and seemed to be eyeing it up. Those seconds during which the yardman swung in the breeze, hanging by a thread, seemed like centuries to those watching. At last the convict looked up to heaven and took a step forward. The crowd breathed again. They saw him run along the yard. When he reached the yardarm he fastened to it one end of the rope he had brought with him, and let the other hang down. Then he began to lower himself down this rope, hand over hand, and now the tension was indescribable. Instead of one man suspended over the abyss, there were two. It looked like a spider coming to catch a fly, only in this case the spider brought life, not death. 10,000 pairs of eyes were fixed on those two. Not a cry, not a word, the same contraction furrowed every brow. Every mouth held its breath as if afraid to add in the slightest to the breeze that shook those two poor wretches. Meanwhile, the convict managed to lower himself to within reach of the sailor. Just in time, another minute, and the exhausted and despairing man would have dropped into the abyss. The convict securely lashed round him the rope to which he clung with one hand, as he worked with the other. At last they saw him climb back onto the yard and haul the sailor up after him. He held him there for a moment to let him regain strength, then picked him up and carried him, walking along the yard to the mast cap and from there down into the mast top, where he left him in the hands of his shipmates. At that moment the crowd applauded. There were old chain gang warders who wept, and women embraced each other on the quayside, and all voices were heard to cry with a kind of surge of compassion, the selflessness of that man. He, meanwhile, immediately set about climbing down to rejoin his fellow convict laborers. To hasten his descent he slid down the rigging, and started running along one of the lower yards. All eyes followed him. At a certain moment everyone was stricken with fear. Whether it was that he was exhausted or overcome with dizziness, he seemed to falter and teeter. All at once the crowd gave a great cry. The convict had just fallen into the sea. It was a perilous drop. The frigate Algeciras was moored alongside the Orion, and the poor convict had fallen between the two ships. There was reason to fear he might be trapped under one or the other. 4 men quickly leapt into a boat. The crowd cheered them on. Again every soul was filled with anxiety. The man had not risen to the surface. He had vanished into the sea without causing a ripple, as though he had fallen into a vat of oil. They searched, they dived. It was to no avail. The search continued until nightfall. They did not even find the body. The following day the Toulon newspaper published these few lines. November 17, 1823. Yesterday a convict with a forced labor gang on board the Orion, on his way back after going to the rescue of a sailor, fell into the sea and was drowned. His body could not be found. It is assumed it must have become trapped under the pilings at the Arsenal Point. This man was registered as prisoner number 9430, and his name was Jean Valjean. Book 3. A deathbed promise is honored. I. The problem of water at Montfermeil. Montfermeil is situated between Livry and Chelles on the southern edge of that high plateau separating the Ourcq from the Marne. Today it is a fairly large market town, graced throughout the year by stuccoed villas and on Sundays by prosperous gentry. In 1823 there were neither so many white houses nor so many satisfied gentry at Montfermeil. It was just a village in the woods. You certainly came across a few country houses dating from the last century, recognizable by their air of grandeur, their wrought iron balconies, and those long windows with little panes of glass that reflect all kinds of different shades of green on the white of the closed shutters. But Montfermeil was nonetheless a village. Retired drapers and professional holidaymakers had not yet discovered it. It was a peaceful and charming place that was not on the way to anywhere. There, at little expense, people lived that peasant life of great bounty and ease. Only water was scarce, on account of the height of the plateau. You had to go quite far to fetch it. The Gagny side of the village drew its water from the magnificent ponds they have in the woods over there. The only drinking water to be found at the other end of the village, round by the church, on the Shells side, came from a little spring halfway down the hill, close to the Shells road, about a quarter of an hour from Montfermeil. So this fetching of water was quite a heavy chore for every household. The large houses, the aristocracy, which included the Thénardier, paid a quarter so per bucketful to a fellow who made his living in this way, and who earned about 8 sous a day from this business of supplying Montfermeil with water. But this fellow worked only until 7 o'clock in the evening in summer and 5 o'clock in winter, and once darkness had fallen, and the ground floor shutters were closed, anyone who had no water to drink went to fetch it or went without. Now this was the terror of that poor creature the reader may not have forgotten, little Cosette. Remember, Cosette was useful to the Thénardiers in 2 ways, they got the mother to pay them, and the child to wait on them. So when her mother stopped paying altogether, the reader learned why in preceding chapters, the Thénardiers kept Cosette. They treated her as a servant. As such, she it was who ran to fetch water when it was needed. And quite terrified at the idea of going to the spring at night, the child made sure there was never a lack of water in the house. Christmas of the year 1823 was particularly jolly at Montfermeil. The onset of winter had been mild. There had been no snow or frost yet. Some street entertainers from Paris had obtained permission from the mayor to put up their booths in the village's main street, and by the same license a group of itinerant merchants had erected their stalls on the church square and even as far down as Ruelle du Boulanger where, the reader may remember, the Thénardier Inn was located. As a result the inns and taverns were full, and that quiet little village acquired a rowdy and cheerful liveliness. We should even mention, for the sake of historical accuracy, that among the curiosities displayed in the square was a menagerie in which some dreadful touts, dressed in tatters and from who knows where, exhibited to the peasants of Montfermeil in 1823 one of those terrifying vultures from Brazil that our Royal Museum did not possess until 1845, and which have a tricolor cockade for an eye. Naturalists, I believe, call this bird Caracara polyborus. It belongs to the order Accipiters and to the family of vultures. A few good old Bonapartist soldiers in retirement in the village went religiously along to see this creature. The mountebanks said the tricolor cockade was a unique phenomenon created by the good Lord especially for their menagerie. That Christmas evening several men, carters and peddlers, were seated at a table around 4 or 5 candles, drinking in the low-ceilinged room of the Thénardier Inn. This room was like all tavern rooms, tables, pewter jugs, bottles, drinkers, smokers, dimly lit, very noisy. However, the date was signaled as that of the year 1823 by 2 objects on the table that were then fashionable among the bourgeois class, namely a kaleidoscope and a moire métallique lamp. Thénardier's wife was attending to the supper, which was roasting in front of a good blazing fire. Her husband was drinking with his customers and talking politics. As well as the political conversations, which were mainly on the subject of the Spanish War and Monsieur le Duc d'Angoulême, audible amid the hubbub were comments on matters of entirely local concern, such as the following. Round Nanterre and Chourisons they produced a lot of wine this year. Where they were expecting 10 barrels they ended up with 12. There was a lot of juice got out of the pressing. But the grapes can't have been ripe? In those parts the grapes mustn't be harvested ripe. If they're harvested ripe the wine turns oily by spring. Then the wine's very light? Those wines are even lighter than the ones from round here. The harvesting has to be done early. Etc. Or a miller was shouting, "Are we responsible for what's in the sacks?" We find countless small seeds in them that we can't afford to spend time picking out and that just have to be left to go through the mill. There's darnel, yellow vetchling, corncockle, vetch, hempseed, couchgrass, meadow foxtail and a host of other tares, not to mention the quantity of grit in certain types of grain, particularly Breton grain. I don't like milling Breton wheat any more than pit sawyers like to saw beams with nails in them. Imagine all the unwholesome dust that adds to the yield. And then people complain about the flour. They shouldn't. The flour's no fault of ours. In a space between two windows a reaper sat at the same table as a landowner negotiating a price for some work to be done on a meadow in the spring, was saying, "There's no harm in the grass being wet. It cuts better. Dew helps, monsieur. In any case grass like that, your grass, it's still young and very hard to cut. Being as it's so tender, you see, it flattens before the blade." Etc. Cosette was in her usual place, seated on the crossbar of the kitchen table near the chimney. She was in rags, with her bare feet in wooden clogs, and she was knitting by the firelight some woolen stockings for the little Thénardier girls. A kitten was playing under the chairs. The clear voices of two children could be heard laughing and chattering in a neighboring room, Apennine and Azelma. In the chimney corner a leather strap hung from a nail. Intermittently the cries of a very young child somewhere in the house pierced the tavern din. It was a little boy Thénardier's wife had given birth to one winter, without knowing why, she said, as a result of the cold, and who was a little over 3 years old. The mother had nursed him but she did not love him. When the little mite's desperate wailing became too hard to ignore, Thénardier would say, "Your son's squalling, go and see what he wants." "Bah," the mother would reply, "I can't be bothered with him." And the neglected infant would carry on crying in the dark. 2. Two finished portraits. So far in this book the Thénardiers have been seen only in profile. The time has come to circle around this couple and consider them from every angle. Thénardier had just turned 50. Madame Thénardier was close to 40, which is 50 for a woman, so husband and wife were of equivalent age. Our readers may have retained, from her very first appearance, some memory of this Thénardier woman, tall, blonde, ruddy, greasy, brawny, robust, huge and agile. She was, as we have said, akin to that race of feral giant women at fairs who strut about with paving stones suspended from their hair. She did everything in the house, the bed-making, the cleaning, the washing, the cooking, the this, the that and the other. Her only domestic help was Cosette, a mouse in the service of an elephant. Everything trembled at the sound of her voice, window panes, furniture and people. Her broad face was as covered with freckles as a skimming ladle is riddled with holes. She had something of a beard. She was the archetypal market porter dressed up as a girl. She swore magnificently. She boasted of being able to crack a walnut with a single blow of her fist. Were it not for the romances she had read, which at times caused the mincing made beneath the ogress to make a bizarre reappearance, it would never have occurred to anyone to say of her, "That's a woman." This Thénardier woman was like the product of grafting a young little miss on a fishwife. If you heard her speak, you would say, "That's a martinet." If you watched her drink, you would say, "That's an old soak." If you saw the way she treated Cosette, you would say, "That's a vicious brute." In repose, a tooth stuck out of her mouth. A small, thin, pale, angular, bony, puny man, Thénardier looked poorly and was in the best of health. This is where his cunning began. To be on the safe side he smiled habitually, and was more or less polite to everybody, even the beggar to whom he refused a quart or so. He had the eyes of a ferret and the appearance of a man of letters. He greatly resembled portraits of Abbé Delille. He indulged his own vanity by drinking with carters. No one had ever managed to get him drunk. He smoked a large pipe. He wore a smock and under his smock an old black coat. He had pretensions in the way of literature and materialism. There were certain names he often mentioned to support whatever he was saying: Voltaire, Raynal, Parny, and oddly enough St. Augustine. He claimed to have a system. All in all, a great swindler. A crook philosopher, a philosophe star. This is a distinct category that does exist. Remember, he claimed to have served in the army. He would relate with some relish how at Waterloo, as a sergeant in the 6th or the 9th Light something or other, under a hail of fire, alone against a squadron of Death's Head hussars, he had protected with his body and saved a dangerously wounded general. Hence the gaudy sign on his wall and the name by which his inn was known locally, the Sergeant of Waterloo Tavern. He was liberal, classicist and Bonapartist. He had contributed to the Champ d'Asile Fund. In the village the story was that he had studied for the priesthood. We believe he had merely studied in Holland to be an innkeeper. This fraudster of a mongrel order was most likely a Fleming from Lille when in Flanders, a Frenchman in Paris, a Belgian in Brussels, conveniently astride two frontiers. His valor at Waterloo we are already familiar with. As we can see, he exaggerated a little. The shifting, the devious, the accidental, was his natural element. A slippery conscience leads to an unsettled life, and probably at that tumultuous time around the 18th of June 1815 Thénardier belonged to that breed of marauding purveyors we have already mentioned, roaming about, selling to some, stealing from others, and traveling as a family man with wife and children, in some rickety cart in the wake of troops on the march, with an instinct for always attaching themselves to the victorious army. With this campaign behind him and having, as he said, the wherewithal, he had come to Montfermeil and opened an inn. The wherewithal, consisting of purses and watches, gold rings and silver crosses gathered at harvest time from furrows sown with corpses, did not amount to a large sum, and had not carried this victualler turned innkeeper very far. Thénardier had that suggestion of straightness in his gestures that when accompanied by an oath conjures up the barracks, and by a sign of the cross, the seminary. He was a fine talker. He did nothing to discourage the belief that he was a man of learning. Nevertheless, the schoolmaster noticed that he took some liberties in his use of language. He wrote out travelers' bills with an air of superiority, but keen eyes sometimes spotted spelling mistakes. Thénardier was cunning, greedy, idle, and crafty. He was not above philandering with his servants, which meant his wife no longer kept any. This giantess was jealous. She thought this thin sallow little man must be the object of universal desire. Above all an astute and level-headed man, Thénardier was a restrained sort of villain. This is the worst type, hypocrisy is involved. It was not that Thénardier was not on occasion capable of at least as much anger as his wife, but this was very rare. And since he bore a grudge against the entire human race, since he had a deep furnace of hatred burning within him, since he was one of those people who are perpetually avenging themselves, who blame any passing scapegoat for everything that has gone wrong for them and who are always ready, as if justifiably aggrieved, to foist on anybody but themselves responsibility for the sum total of deceptions, bankruptcies and calamities in their lives, with all this leaven fermenting inside him, frothing in his mouth and bubbling in his eyes. On such occasions he was terrible. Woe betide the person who came in the way of his fury then. In addition to his other qualities, Thénardier was keen and discerning, silent or talkative as appropriate, and always with supreme intelligence. He had something of a sailor's gaze, accustomed as they are to screwing up their eyes when looking through their telescopes. Thénardier was a statesman's star. At the sight of Madame Thénardier every newcomer to the inn would say, "That's the master of the household." Wrong. She was not even the mistress. It was the husband who was both master and mistress. She was the agent, he was the author. He controlled everything by a kind of invisible and constant magnetic power. Just a word from him, sometimes a sign, was enough. The mammoth obeyed. Though she was not fully aware of it, in the eyes of his wife Thénardier was a special and sovereign kind of being. She had the virtues of her own nature. If she were ever in disagreement over any detail with Monsieur Thénardier, an unthinkable eventuality in any case, never would she have contradicted her husband in public about anything. She would never have committed, in front of strangers, as women so often do, the offense of what in parliamentary language is called exposing the crown. Although the harmony between them resulted only in evil, there was spiritual communion in Madame Thénardier's submission to her husband. That rowdy mountain of flesh was directed by the little finger of that weedy despot. Seen in its dwarfish and freakish mode, this was that great universal phenomenon, matter's adoration of mind. For some ugliness derives its reason for being from the very depths of eternal beauty. There was something of the unknown about Thénardier. Hence the absolute domination of that woman by that man. At certain moments she saw him as a beacon of light, at others she felt his menace. This woman was a formidable creature who loved only her children and feared only her husband. She was a mother because she was a mammal. In fact, her maternal instinct was confined to her daughters and, as we shall see, did not extend to boys. As for him, that man had only one thing in mind, to enrich himself. He was not succeeding in this. This great talent lacked a worthy stage. Thénardier was on his way to ruin in Montfermeil, if ruin is possible with nothing. In Switzerland or the Pyrenees this have-not would have become a millionaire. But the innkeeper must graze wherever fate has tethered him. Of course, the word innkeeper is used here in a restricted sense and does not apply to a whole generic class. In that same year of 1823 Thénardier owed some 1,500 francs to pressing creditors, which was a worry to him. Whatever fate's relentless injustice towards him, Thénardier was one of those men who best understand, with the utmost insight and in the most modern way, what among barbarous peoples is a virtue and among civilized peoples a commodity, hospitality. He was also an excellent poacher and admired as a good shot. He had a certain cold, quiet laugh that was particularly dangerous. His theories as a landlord sometimes erupted from him in illuminating outbursts. He had professional aphorisms that he implanted in his wife's mind. The duty of the innkeeper, he told her one day in a fierce, low voice, is to sell to anybody that comes along some hot grub, somewhere to rest, light, warmth, dirty sheets, good cheer, bed lice and a smile, to stop passers-by, to empty small purses and within reason to lighten fat ones, to accommodate traveling families with consideration, to leech the man, fleece the woman, pluck the child, to charge for the open window, the closed window, the chimney corner, the armchair, the chair, the high stool, the wooden stool, the feather bed, the mattress, and the truss of straw, to know how much the mirror is worn out by being obscured and set a price on it, and by every devilish means to make the traveler pay for everything, even the flies his dog eats. This man and this woman were guile wedded to rage, a hideous and terrible coupling. While Thénardier pondered and plotted, his wife gave no thought to obscene creditors, had no care of yesterday or tomorrow, and lived in a state of fury, entirely in the present moment. Such were these two beings. Cosette was trapped between them, enduring their twofold assault on her, like a creature who was at the same time being crushed in a mill and pulled to pieces with pincers. The man and the woman each had a different method. Cosette was beaten black and blue, this was the woman's doing. She went barefoot in winter, this was the man's. Cosette was up and down the stairs, washing, sweeping, scrubbing, dusting, hurrying, slaving, panting, lifting heavy objects. Tiny as she was doing all the hard work. No pity whatsoever, a vicious mistress, a malicious master. The Thénardierin was like a spider's web in which Cosette was caught, trembling with fear. This sinister household represented a paradigm of oppression. It was a bit like the fly being the servant of spiders. Unprotesting, the poor child said nothing. When they find themselves in such a situation from the very start, so weak and so defenseless among mankind, what goes on inside those souls who have only just left God? 3. Men must have wine and horses must have water. Another 4 travelers had turned up. Cosette was sadly pensive. For although she was only 8 years old, she had already suffered so much that when lost in thought she looked like a gloomy old woman. She had a bruised eyelid from being hit by Thénardier's wife, which prompted the woman to remark from time to time, "How ugly she is with that black eye." So Cosette was thinking that it was dark, very dark, that the pitchers and carafes in the rooms of the unforeseen guests had unexpectedly to be filled, and now there was no water left in the cistern. What slightly reassured her was that not much water was drunk in the Thénardier establishment. There was no lack of thirsty people, but theirs was the kind of thirst that reaches more readily for the jug of wine than for the jug of water. Anyone asking for a glass of water would have seemed uncivilized to all those men with their glasses of wine. But there came a moment when the child trembled. The Thénardier woman lifted the lid of a stewing pot bubbling on the stove, then took a glass and suddenly approached the cistern. She turned the tap. The child had raised her head and was following her every movement. A thin trickle of water flowed from the tap and half filled the glass. "Look at that," said she, "there's no more water." She remained silent for a moment. The child did not breathe. "Bah," said the Thénardier woman, examining the half-filled glass, "this will be enough." Cosette returned to her task, but for more than 15 minutes she felt her heart fluttering in her chest like a big snowflake. So she counted the minutes that passed and wished it was already the next morning. Now and then one of the drinkers would look out into the street and exclaim, "It's pitch black." Or, "You'd need to be a cat to walk the streets without a lantern at this hour." And Cosette quailed. All of a sudden one of the peddlers staying at the inn came in and said in a harsh voice, "My horse hasn't been watered." "Yes, it has," said the Thénardier woman. "I tell you, ma'am, it hasn't," retorted the peddler. Cosette emerged from under the table. "Oh, it has, monsieur," she said. "The horse drank, it drank from the bucket, a whole bucketful. I was the one that took it the water, and I spoke to it." This was not true. Cosette was lying. "She's no bigger than your hand, that one, but she tells monumental lies," exclaimed the peddler. "I tell you, it hasn't been watered, you cheeky little brat. It has a way of blowing when it hasn't been watered that I well recognize." Cosette persisted and added in a voice hoarse with anguish and hardly audible, "It drank its fill, it did." "Now this isn't getting us anywhere," said the peddler angrily. "I want my horse watered, and let that be the end of it." Cosette crept under the table again. "Well, that's right," said the Thénardier woman, "if that beast hasn't been given water, it must be given some." Then, glancing about her, "Now, where's she got to?" She bent down and saw Cosette cowering at the other end of the table, almost under the drinker's feet. "Will you come out of there?" shouted the Thénardier woman. Cosette crawled out of the hole, as it were, in which she had been hiding. "Mademoiselle Dog, for want of a better name," said the woman, "go and water that horse." "But madame," said Cosette feebly, "there's no water." The Thénardier woman threw the street door wide open. "Well then, go and fetch some." Cosette's head dropped, and she went to pick up an empty bucket in the chimney corner. This bucket was bigger than she was, and the child could have sat inside it and been comfortable there. The Thénardier woman returned to her stove and with a wooden spoon tasted what was in the stewing pot, grumbling the while, "There's water at the spring. You needn't be a genius to know that. I think I should have browned the onions." Then she rummaged in a drawer containing some small coins, pepper and shallots. "Now, Mamselle Ugly Toad," she added, "on your way back you can pick up a large loaf from the baker's. There's a 15-sou piece." Cosette had a little side pocket in her pinafore. She took the coin without a word and put it in that pocket. Then she stood there motionless, with the bucket in her hand, the door opened in front of her. She seemed to be waiting for someone to come to her rescue. "Go on, then," shouted the Thénardier woman. Cosette went out. The door closed behind her. 4. A doll makes its appearance. The row of open-air stalls that started at the church extended, the reader will remember, as far as the Thénardier Inn. Because the gentry would soon be passing by on their way to midnight mass, these stalls were all lit up with candles burning in paper cones, which produced a magical effect, as Montfermeil's schoolmaster, at that moment seated at one of the Thénardier's tables, observed. However, there was not a single star to be seen in the sky. The last of these stalls, set up exactly opposite the Thénardier's doorway, was a fancy goods stall, all glittering with tinsel, glass trinkets, and wonderful things made of tin. In pride of place, right in front, on a white cloth, the stallholder had placed a huge doll nearly 2 feet high, wearing a pink crepe dress, with a gold tiara on its head, and real hair and enamel eyes. All day long this marvel had been on display to the wonderment of passers-by under 10 years old, and no mother in Montfermeil found rich enough or extravagant enough to give it to her child. Éponine and Azelma had spent hours gazing at it, and furtively, it is true, even Cosette had dared to look at it. For all her great despondency and distress, as Cosette stepped out, bucket in hand, she could not help looking up at that amazing doll, the lady, as she called it. The poor child stood there paralyzed. She had not yet seen the doll from so close up. The entire stall seemed a palace to her. This doll was not a doll, it was a vision. It was joy, splendor, wealth, happiness that appeared in a kind of fabulous radiance to this wretched little creature so deeply submerged in cold and dreary poverty. With the sad and naive wisdom of childhood, Cosette measured the abyss that separated her from that doll. She said to herself that you would have to be a queen or a princess at least to have something like that belong to you. She considered that lovely pink dress, that lovely sleek hair, and she thought, how happy that doll must be. She could not take her eyes off that fantastic stall. The more she looked, the more dazzled she was. She thought she was seeing paradise. There were other dolls behind the big one that looked like fairies and spirits to her. The trader pacing to and fro at the back of his stall seemed to her a little like the Eternal Father. In her adoration she forgot everything, even the errand she had been sent on. All at once the Thénardier woman's harsh voice jolted her back to reality. "What? Not on your way yet, you witless girl. Just you wait. I'll be right with you. What's she doing here, I ask you? Little monster, she is." Thénardier's wife had glanced out into the street and caught sight of the spellbound Cosette. Cosette fled with her pail, moving as fast as she could. The little girl all alone. As the Thénardier Inn was in that part of the village near the church, it was at the spring in the forest, over towards Chelles, that Cosette had to go to draw water. She did not look at any other tradesman's stall. So long as she was in Ruelle du Boulanger and in the vicinity of the church, the illuminated stalls lit the road, but soon the last glimmer of light from the last stall vanished from sight. The poor child found herself in the dark. She plowed on. But with fear mounting in her, she rattled the handle of her bucket as much as she could as she walked along. This made a noise that kept her company. The further she went, the darker it became. There was no one else out on the streets. However, she did come across one woman, who seeing her pass by turned round and stood there muttering to herself, "Now where on earth can that child be going? Is it a werewolf child?" Then the woman recognized Cosette. "Oh," said she, "it's Alouette." Cosette thus made her way through the labyrinth of tortuous and deserted streets in which the village of Montfermeil on the Chelles side ends. As long as she had houses or even just walls on either side of the road, she kept going fairly confidently. From time to time she saw the glow of a candle through the chink in a shutter. That was light and life, There were people there, which reassured her. But as she went on, her pace slowed as if automatically. When she had passed the corner of the last house, Cosette stopped. It had been hard to go beyond the last stall. It became impossible to go beyond the last house. She put down her bucket, thrust her hand into her hair and began slowly to scratch her head, a gesture characteristic of children who are terrified and do not know what to do. This was no longer Montfermeil. It was open countryside. Before her lay the dark and deserted emptiness. She gazed in despair into this blackness where there was no one now, where there were beasts, maybe ghosts. She looked hard and heard the beasts moving in the grass, and she distinctly saw the ghosts stirring in the trees. Then she picked up her bucket again. Fear made her daring. "Pooh," she said. "I'll tell her there was no water left." And she resolutely retraced her steps into Montfermeil. She had hardly gone 100 paces when she stopped again and went back to scratching her head. Now it was the Thénardier woman who loomed before her, looking hideous, with that hyena's mouth and anger blazing in her eyes. The child looked ahead, then behind her, with a pitiful gaze. What was she to do? What would become of her? Where was she to go? Ahead was the spectre of the Thénardier woman, behind her all the shades of the night and the spectres of the forest. It was from the Thénardier woman that she retreated. She set off towards the spring again and started to run. She ran out of the village, she ran into the forest, not looking at anything now, not listening to anything. She did not stop running until she was out of breath, but still she went on walking. She kept on going, panic-stricken. As she ran, she felt close to tears. The nocturnal rustling of the forest completely enveloped her. Her mind was a blank, she could see nothing. The immensity of night confronted this tiny creature. On the one hand utter darkness, on the other an atom. It was only 7 or 8 minutes' walk from the edge of the woods to the spring. Cosette knew the way, having walked it many times in daylight. Strange to say, she did not get lost. A vestigial instinct somehow guided her. Yet she glanced to neither left nor right for fear of seeing things in the branches and in the undergrowth. And so she reached the spring. It was a small natural basin, hollowed out by the water in clay soil, about 2 feet deep, surrounded by moss and by those tall frilly grasses called Henri IV roughs, and paved with a few large stones. A quietly murmuring stream flowed from it. Cosette did not stop to catch her breath. It was very dark, but she was used to coming to this spring. With her left hand she groped in the darkness for a young oak leaning over the spring that usually served her as something to hold on to, found one of its branches, and hanging from it bent down and plunged the bucket into the water. So violent was her state of turmoil that her strength was 3 times normal. As she bent over like this, she did not notice the pocket of her pinafore empty into the spring. The 15 sou piece fell into the water. Cosette neither saw nor heard it fall. She pulled out the bucket, almost full, and set it down on the grass. Having done so, she realized she was drained by exhaustion. She would have liked to start back at once, but it had been such an effort to fill the bucket she could not go one step further. She just had to sit down. She dropped to the grass and remained crouching there. She shut her eyes, then opened them again, without knowing why but unable to do otherwise. The unsettled water in the bucket beside her formed circular ripples that looked like snakes of blazing white. The sky overhead was overcast with enormous black clouds, like palls of smoke. The tragic mask of darkness seemed in some indeterminate way to bend over this child. Jupiter was setting in the heavens. The child gazed wild-eyed at this huge star that was unfamiliar to her and terrified her. The planet at that moment was actually very close to the horizon and passing through a thick layer of mist that gave it a horrible ruddiness. The gruesomely crimson-tinged mist magnified the star. It was like a luminous wound. A cold wind blew off the plain. The forest was gloomy, with no rustling of leaves, none of those vague bright glimmers of summer. Great boughs were horribly upraised. Stunted, gnarled bushes whistled in the clearings. Tall grasses were like a wriggling mass of eels beneath the icy blast. Brambles writhed with what looked like long arms equipped with claws attempting to catch prey. Scraps of dried heather flew past, chased by the wind, seeming to flee in terror before something coming. Forbidding expanses stretched away on all sides. Darkness is harrowing. Man needs light. Anyone plunging into the opposite of daylight feels the heart contract. When the eye sees darkness, the mind is perturbed. In obscurity, in darkness, in murky impenetrability, there is anxiety even for the mightiest. No one walks alone in the forest at night without trembling. Shadows and trees, two dreadful densities. A fanciful reality appears in blurry depths. The inconceivable takes shape with spectral clarity a few paces before you. You see floating, either in space or in your own mind, something indefinably vague and elusive, like the dreams of sleeping flowers. There are menacing shapes on the horizon. You inhale the emanations of the great black void. You are afraid to look behind you, and at the same time you want to. Pits of darkness, things that have grown frenzied, silent silhouettes that dissipate when you approach, dimly perceived tangles, agitated clusters, murky puddles, the dismal reflected in the gloomy, the sepulchral immensity of silence, possible alien beings, mysteriously bending branches, terrifying tree trunks, long hanks of rustling plants. Against all this you are defenseless. None so bold that does not quail and feel the closeness of anguish. You experience something ghastly, as if your soul were blending with the darkness. This impregnation with shadows is unutterably sinister for a child. Forests are apocalyptic, and the beating of a tiny soul's wings creates a sound of agony beneath their monstrous vault. Without understanding what she was experiencing, Cosette felt captured by that black enormity of nature. It was not just terror that overcame her now, it was something even more terrifying than terror. She shuddered. There are no words to express the strangeness of that shudder, which chilled her to her heart's core. She had grown wild-eyed. She almost had the feeling she might not be able to resist coming back again at the same time the next day. Then, by a kind of instinct, to escape from this peculiar state of being, which she did not understand but which scared her, she began to count aloud, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on up to 10, and when she had finished she started from the beginning again. This gave back to her a true perception of the things around her. She felt the coldness of her hands, which she had got wet while drawing water. She stood up. Her fear had returned, a natural and unconquerable fear. She had but one thought now, to flee. As fast as her legs could carry her, through the woods, through open countryside, back to the houses, the windows, the lighted candles. Her glance fell upon the bucket that stood in front of her. Such was the dread the Thénardier woman inspired in her, she dared not flee without the pail of water. She seized the handle with both hands. She could hardly lift the bucket. She went a dozen paces like this, but the bucket was full, it was heavy, she was forced to put it down again. She caught her breath for a moment, then once more lifted the handle and set off again, going a little further this time. But she had to stop again. After a few seconds' rest she went on. She walked stooping forward, her head bowed, like an old woman. The weight of the bucket strained and stiffened her thin arms. The iron handle numbed and chilled her little wet hands even more. She was forced to stop every now and then, and each time she stopped the cold water that splashed from the pail fell on her bare legs. This was happening in the depths of a forest, at night, in winter, far from all human eyes. She was an 8-year-old child. At that moment there was no one but God watching this sorry sight. And doubtless her mother, alas! For there are things that make women lying dead in their graves open their eyes. She panted with a sort of painful rasp. Sobs choked her throat, but she dared not weep, so afraid was she of the Thénardier woman, even at a distance. She had acquired the habit of always imagining the Thénardier woman was right there. However, she could not cover much ground like this, and she went very slowly. Despite shortening the length of her stops and walking as far as she could between them, she thought apprehensively that at this rate it would take her more than an hour to get back to Montfermeil, and the Thénardier woman would beat her. This apprehensiveness mingled with her terror at being alone in the woods at night. She was utterly exhausted and not yet out of the forest. When she reached an old chestnut tree that she recognized, she made a final stop, longer than the other breaks she had taken, so as to be well rested. Then she gathered all her strength, picked up her bucket, and pluckily set off again. Yet the poor little creature could not help crying out in desperation, "Oh my God! My God!" At that moment, she suddenly felt her bucket no longer weighed anything. A hand, which looked enormous to her, had just seized the handle and vigorously lifted it. She looked up. Towering above her, a huge black figure was walking beside her in the dark. It was a man who had caught up with her, and she had not heard him coming. Without a word, this man had taken the handle of the bucket she was carrying. There is an instinct for every encounter in life. The child was unafraid. 6. Which may prove Boulatruelle's intelligence. In the afternoon of that same Christmas Eve 1823, a man walked for quite a long time along the most deserted part of Boulevard de l'Hôpital in Paris. This man looked like someone in search of lodgings, and he seemed to have a preference for stopping at the most modest houses in this rundown area on the fringes of the outlying Esti-Marceau district. We shall see later that the man did actually rent a room in this remote neighborhood. In the clothes he wore, as in his entire person, this man was the embodiment of the type that might be called the gentleman beggar, combining extreme poverty with extreme cleanliness. This is quite a rare mixture that inspires intelligent hearts with that dual respect felt for the person who was very poor and the person who was very respectable. He wore an extremely old and well-brushed round hat, a threadbare frock coat of a coarse cloth of yellow ochre, a color not at all out of the ordinary at that time, a generous waistcoat with pockets cut in the old-fashioned style, black breeches faded gray at the knees, stockings of black worsted and sturdy shoes with copper buckles. He looked like a former tutor to a good family, an émigré who had now returned. From his completely white hair, his wrinkled brow, his pale lips, from his whole face that denoted dejection and weariness of life, you would have assumed he was well over 60. From his firm albeit slow step, from the remarkable vigor that stamped his every movement, you would have reckoned he was scarcely 50. The wrinkles on his brow inspired confidence and would have predisposed in his favor anyone who observed him closely. His lips were contracted in a strange twist of what looked like severity but was actually humility. There was in the depth of his gaze some indefinably melancholic serenity. In his left hand he carried a little bundle tied up in a handkerchief. With his right hand he leaned on some sort of staff cut from a hedgerow. This staff had been trimmed with a degree of care, and did not look too rough. The best had been made of the knots in it, and a coral-like knob had been fashioned out of red wax. It was a cudgel and it looked like a cane. There are few passers-by on that boulevard, particularly in winter. The man seemed to avoid them rather than seek them out, yet without making too much of it. At that time King Louis XVIII went nearly every day to Choisy-le-Roi. It was one of his favorite excursions. Around 2 o'clock, almost invariably, the royal carriage and cavalcade came racing headlong down Boulevard de l'Hôpital. This served as a substitute for a watch or clock to the local beggar women, who said, "It's 2 o'clock, there he goes on his way back to the Tuileries." And some came running, and others line up, for there is always a noisy crowd when a king goes by. Besides, the appearance and disappearance of Louis XVIII created a certain impression on the streets of Paris. It was swift but majestic. This impotent king liked to ride at full gallop. Unable to walk, he wanted to go fast. This cripple would gladly have had himself drawn by lightning. Peaceable and severe, he went about surrounded by drawn sabers. His massive coach, all gilt with large emblems of lilies painted on the panels, would thunder by. There was hardly time to catch a glimpse of it. You would see in the rear right-hand corner against white satin upholstered cushions an impassive broad scarlet face, a freshly powdered forehead with a oiseau royal hairstyle asterisk, a proud, stern, shrewd eye, a scholar's smile, two big epaulets with bullion fringes on a civilian coat, the golden fleece, the cross of St. Louis, the cross of the Legion of Honor, the Holy Spirit's silver plaque, a large belly and a wide blue sash. It was the king. Outside of Paris he kept his white-plumed hat on his knees wrapped in their long English gaiters. When he came back into the city he put his hat on his head, waving rarely. He stared coldly at the people, who responded likewise. When he appeared for the first time in the Est-Marceau district, his entire success resided in the remark one local inhabitant made to his companion, "That bigwig there's the government." So the king going by, always at the same time, with this unfailing regularity, was the main event of the day on Boulevard de l'Hôpital. The pedestrian in the yellow frock coat was obviously not from this area, and probably not from Paris, for he was unaware of this fact. When at 2 o'clock the royal carriage, surrounded by a squadron of lifeguards all silver-braided, appeared in the boulevard, having driven round La Salpêtrière, he seemed surprised and almost alarmed. There was no one but him on the side avenue. He hastily stepped back behind a corner in the perimeter wall, though this did not prevent Monsieur le Duc de Havre from noticing him. As captain of the guard on duty that day, Monsieur le Duc de Havre was seated in the carriage opposite the king. He said to His Majesty, "There's a rather villainous-looking man." Some policemen who were clearing the way for the king also noticed him, and one of them received the order to follow him. But the man dived down the deserted little streets of that neighborhood, and as the light was beginning to fade the policeman lost track of him, as stated in a report addressed that same evening to Monsieur le Comte Angles, Minister of State and Prefect of Police. When the man in the yellow frock coat had given the policeman the slip, he quickened his pace, not without having looked round many times to reassure himself he was not being followed. At 4:15, that is to say after dark, he passed in front of the Porte Saint-Martin theatre where the Two Convicts was playing that day. He was struck by the poster, illuminated by the streetlights outside the theatre, for although he was walking fast he stopped to read it. A moment later he was in Cul-de-sac de la Planchette and entered the Plat d'Étain Inn, where the office for the coach to Lagny used to be. This coach left at 4:30. The horses were harnessed and, summoned by the coachman, the travelers were hastily clambering up the steep iron steps of the carriage. The man asked, "Are there any seats left?" "Only one, beside me on the box," said the coachman. "I'll take it." "Climb up." Nevertheless, before setting out, the coachman cast a glance at the traveler's shabby attire, the small size of his bundle, and made him pay his fare. "Are you going as far as Lagny?" asked the coachman. "Yes," said the man. The traveler paid the fare to Lagny. They set off. When they had passed the toll gate the coachman tried to start a conversation but the traveler replied only in monosyllables. The coachman resorted to whistling and swearing at his horses. The coachman wrapped himself up in his cloak. It was cold. The man appeared to pay no heed to this. Thus they passed through Gournay and Neuilly-sur-Marne. Towards 6 o'clock in the evening they reached Chelles. The coachman stopped to rest his horses in front of the carters and housed in the old outbuildings of the Royal Abbey. "I'm getting off here," said the man. He took his bundle and his staff and jumped down from the vehicle. A moment later he had disappeared. He did not go into the inn. When a few minutes later the coach started off again for Lagny it did not pass him on Chelles's main street. The coachman turned to the travelers inside the coach. "That one there," he said, "is a man who's not from these parts, for I don't know him. He looks as if he's hard up yet he's not careful with money. He pays the fare to Lagny and only goes as far as Shells. It's dark, all the houses are closed up, he doesn't go to the inn, and there's no sign of him. The ground must have opened up and swallowed him. The man had not been swallowed up into the ground but had hurried down Shells's main street in the dark. Then, like someone who was familiar with the area and had already been here before, he turned left before the church, down the lane leading to Montfermeil. He made his way rapidly along this lane. Where the old tree-lined road from Gagny to Lagny cuts across it, he heard people coming. He hastily hid in a ditch and waited there until the passers-by were gone. Actually, this precaution was almost unnecessary, for as we have already said, it was a very dark December night. There were scarcely more than 2 or 3 stars to be seen in the sky. It is at this point that the hill starts to rise. The man did not go back on to the Montfermeil road. He struck across the fields to the right and went striding towards the forest. Once in the forest he slackened his pace, and began to look carefully at all the trees, making his way step by step as though seeking and following some mysterious route known only to himself. There came a moment when he appeared to be lost, and stopped in indecision. Proceeding tentatively all the time, at last he came to a clearing where there was a pile of large whitish stones. He moved quickly towards these stones, and studied them closely in the night mist as though inspecting them. A few paces away from the pile of stones was a large tree, covered with those growths that are the warts of vegetation. He went up to this tree and ran his hand over the bark of the trunk, as if trying to recognize and count all the warts. Opposite this tree, which was an ash, was a chestnut tree, which had been barked into which a band of zinc had been nailed by way of a dressing for the wound. He raised himself on tiptoe and touched this band of zinc. Then he stamped on the ground for a while in the space that lay between the tree and the stones, like someone checking that the soil has not recently been disturbed. This done, he took his bearings, then carried on walking through the forest. It was this man who had just encountered Cosette. As he walked through the woods towards Montfermeil, he noticed that tiny figure, groaning as it went, setting down its burden, then picking it up again and resuming its progress. He came nearer and saw it was a very small child carrying an enormous bucket of water. Then he went up to the child and silently took the handle of the bucket. 7. Cosette at the stranger's side in the dark. Cosette, as we have said, was not afraid. The man spoke to her. He spoke in a deep, almost quiet voice. "My child, what you're carrying there is very heavy for you." Cosette looked up and replied, "Yes, monsieur." "Give it to me," said the man. "I'll carry it for you." Cosette let go of the bucket. The man started walking alongside her. "It really is very heavy," he muttered. Then he added, "How old are you, little one?" 8, monsieur." "And have you come far like this?" "From the spring in the forest." "Have you got far to go?" "A good quarter of an hour's walk from here." The man remained silent for a moment, then said abruptly, "So you've no mother?" "I don't know," replied the child. Before the man had time to respond, she added, "I don't think so. Other people do. But I don't." And after a pause she went on, "I think I never had one." The man stopped, put down the bucket, bent over and placed both hands on the child's shoulders, straining to look at her and to see her face in the dark. Cosette's thin, pinched features appeared as a vague blur in the sky's wan light. "What's your name?" said the man. "Cosette." It was as though the man had received an electric shock. He took another look at her, then removed his hands from Cosette's shoulders, picked up the bucket and set off again. After a moment he asked, "Where do you live, little one?" "At Montfermeil, if you know where that is." "Is that where we're going?" "Yes, monsieur." There was another pause, then he spoke again. So who was it that sent you out at this hour to fetch water from the forest? It was Madame Thénardier. The man went on, striving to keep any trace of emotion out of his voice, but there was nevertheless a noticeable tremor in it. What does your Madame Thénardier do? She's my mistress, said the child. She keeps the inn. The inn, said the man. Well, I'm going to stay there tonight. Show me the way. That's where we're going, said the child. The man walked quite fast. Cosette had no trouble keeping up with him. She no longer felt any tiredness. From time to time she looked up at the man with a kind of ineffable tranquility and trust. She had never been taught to turn to Providence or to pray. Yet she felt within her something that resembled hope and joy, something that climbed heavenwards. Several minutes elapsed. The man resumed, Is there no servant in Madame Thénardier's house? No, monsieur. You're by yourself? Yes, monsieur. Another pause ensued. Cosette raised her voice. That's to say, there are two little girls. What little girls? Ponine and Zelma. This was how the child shortened those romantic names close to the Thénardier woman's heart. Who are Ponine and Zelma? They're Madame Thénardier's young misses. That's to say, her daughters. And what do they do? Oh, said the child. They have beautiful dolls, things that have gold in them, all kinds of things. They play, they have fun. All day long? Yes, monsieur. And you? I work. All day long? The child looked up with those big eyes of hers that had a tear in them you could not see because of the dark, and replied softly, Yes, monsieur. After an interval of silence she went on, Sometimes, when I've finished working, and they don't mind, I can play too. And how do you play? As best I can. I'm left to myself. But I haven't many toys. Ponine and Zelma won't let me play with their dolls. I've only a little lead sword that's no bigger than that. The child held up her little finger. And it doesn't cut? Yes, it does, monsieur, said the child. It cuts salad and the heads off flies. They reached the village. Cosette led the stranger through the streets. They passed in front of the bakery, but Cosette did not think of the bread that she was supposed to bring back. The man had stopped asking her questions and now kept a somber silence. When they had left the church behind them, seeing all the open-air stalls, the man asked Cosette, So is this the market? No, monsieur, it's Christmas. As they approached the inn, Cosette timidly touched his arm. Monsieur? What, my child? We're very close to the house. Well. Will you let me take my bucket now? Why? The thing is, if Madame sees that someone has carried it for me, she'll beat me. The man handed her the bucket. A moment later they were at the door of the inn. 8. The vexation of playing host to a poor man who may be rich. Cosette could not help casting a sidelong glance at the big doll still on display at the fancy goods stall. Then she knocked. The door opened. The Thénardier woman appeared holding a candle. Ah! So it's you, you little beggar. Thank heavens, it's taken you long enough. The minx! She must have been dawdling. Madam, said Cosette, trembling all over, here's a gentleman who's come to stay. The Thénardier woman very quickly replaced her churlish scowl with her amiable grimace, a change of expression characteristic of innkeepers, and avidly peered at the newcomer. Is this the gentleman? She said. Yes, madam, replied the man, raising his hand to his hat. Wealthy travelers are not so polite. This gesture and an inspection of the stranger's clothing and baggage, which the Thénardier woman assessed at a glance, caused the amiable grimace to vanish and the churlish scowl to reappear. She responded drily, "Come in, old man." The old man entered. The Thénardier woman cast a second glance at him, taking particular note of his frock-coat, which was completely threadbare, and his hat, which was a little battered, and with a toss of her head, a wrinkling of her nose and a screwing up of her eyes consulted her husband, who was still drinking with the carters. The husband replied with that imperceptible motion of the forefinger which together with a pursing of the lips signifies in such cases, flat broke. At which point the Thénardier woman exclaimed, "Now see here, my good fellow, I'm very sorry, but I've no room left." "Put me where you like," said the man, "in the attic, in the stable. I'll pay the price of a room. 40 sous. 40 sous. Agreed. Very well. 40 sous, a carter muttered to the Thénardier woman. But it's only 20. For him, it's 40 sous, the Thénardier woman replied in the same undertone. I don't give lodgings to paupers for less. That's true, her husband added softly, it lowers the tone of a place to have people like that staying in it. In the meantime, having left his bundle and staff on a bench, the man had sat down at a table on which Cosette had been eager to place a bottle of wine and a glass. The peddler who had asked for the bucket of water had gone to take it out to his horse himself. Cosette had resumed her place under the kitchen table with her knitting. The man, who barely moistened his lips with the glass of wine he poured for himself, observed the child with peculiar attention. Cosette was ugly. Had she been happy, she might have been pretty. We have already given a quick sketch of that forlorn little figure. Cosette was thin and pale. She was nearly 8 years old, she hardly looked 6. Her huge eyes, sunk in a kind of deep shadow, were almost dull with weeping. The corners of her mouth had the downward turn of habitual anguish to be observed in the condemned and the incurably sick. As her mother had suspected, her hands were covered with chilblains. The light cast on her by the fire at that moment brought out the angularity of her bones and made obvious her frightful thinness. As she was always shivering, she had acquired the habit of pressing her knees together. She wore no more than a rag of clothing that would have been pitiful in summer and was horrifying in winter. All she had on was tattered cotton, not a scrap of wool. Her skin showed through here and there, marked black and blue all over, indicating where the Thénardier woman had hit her. Her naked legs were red and skinny. The prominence of her collarbones made you want to weep. This child's whole person, her behavior, the way she moved, the sound of her voice, her pauses between one word and the next, the expression in her eyes, her silence, her slightest gesture, expressed and conveyed one idea only, fear. Fear was written all over her. She was, so to speak, steeped in it. Fear drew her elbows in close to her hips, kept her feet tucked under her skirt, made her take up as little space as possible, allowed her to breathe only the bare minimum, and had become what might be called her habit of body, with no possibility of change except to intensify. Deep in her eyes was a kernel of stupefied terror. This fear was such that when she got back, wet through though she was, Cosette dared not go and dry herself in front of the fire, and silently applied herself to her task again. The expression in the eyes of this 8-year-old child was usually so dejected and sometimes so tragic that at certain moments she seemed to be turning into an idiot or a demon. Never, as we have said, had she known what it means to pray. Never had she set foot in a church. "Have I got time for that?" said the Thénardier woman. The man in the yellow frock-coat did not take his eyes off Cosette. "Now that I think of it, what about that bread?" Responding as she always did whenever the Thénardier woman raised her voice, Cosette very quickly came out from under the table. She had completely forgotten about the bread. She resorted to the tactic adopted by children in constant fear. She lied. Madam, the bakery was shut. You should have knocked. I did knock, madam. Well. The baker didn't open the door. I'll find out tomorrow whether that's true, said the Thénardier woman. And if you're lying, there'll be the devil to pay. In the meantime, give me back the 15 sous. Cosette stuck her hand into the pocket of her pinafore and turned sickly pale. The 15 sous coin was not there anymore. Come on, said the Thénardier woman, you heard me. Cosette turned her pocket inside out. There was nothing in it. What could have become of that money? The poor little creature was completely dumbfounded. She was petrified. That 15 sous coin, scolded the Thénardier woman, did you lose it? Or are you trying to steal it from me? At the same time she reached out for the strap hanging by the fireplace. This ominous gesture gave Cosette the strength to cry, Spare me! Madam! Madam! I won't do it again. The Thénardier woman unhooked the strap. Meanwhile the man in the yellow frock coat had been fumbling in his waistcoat pocket without anyone noticing. In fact, the other travelers were drinking or playing cards and paying no attention to anything else. Cosette cringed in the corner of the fireplace, trying to keep her poor half-naked limbs tucked in and covered up. The Thénardier woman raised her arm. Excuse me, madam, said the man, but I saw something fall out of the little one's apron pocket just now and roll away. Perhaps that was it. At the same time he bent down and seemed to search on the floor for a moment. Just as I thought. Here it is, he said, straightening up. And he held out a silver coin to the Thénardier woman. Yes, that's it, said she. No, it was not, for it was a 20 sous coin, but this was to the Thénardier woman's advantage. She put the coin in her pocket and merely scowled fiercely at the child, saying, All the same, just you mind it doesn't happen again. Cosette returned to what the Thénardier woman called her kennel, and her big eyes, riveted on the wayfaring stranger, began to take on an expression they had never had before. It was as yet only naive amazement but tinged with a kind of stunned trustfulness. By the way, do you want supper? The Thénardier woman asked the traveler. He did not reply. He appeared to be deep in thought. What on earth is anyone to make of that man? She muttered. He's some frightful pauper. One that can't afford to pay for supper. Will he even pay for his lodging? Anyway, it's just as well he didn't take it into his head to steal the money that was on the floor. Meanwhile, a door had opened and Éponine and Azelma had come in. They really were two pretty little girls, more like gentry than peasants, extremely charming, one with very glossy brown hair, the other with long black braids hanging down her back, both lively, clean, plump, fresh and healthy, a pleasure to behold. They were warmly clothed but with so much of a mother's special care that the heaviness of the materials did not detract from the daintiness of the outfit. Winter was catered for without the loss of spring. These two little girls emanated light. Moreover, they behaved like royalty. There was sovereignty in their dress, in their mirth, in the noise they made. When they came in, the Thénardier woman said to them in a grumbling tone of voice that was yet full of adoration, Ah! There you are! Then pulling them onto her lap one after the other, smoothing their hair, readying their ribbons, and then letting them go, giving them a shake in that gentle way mothers do, she exclaimed, Don't they look a fright? They went and sat by the fireside. They had a doll, which they turned round and round on their knees, merrily prattling away. From time to time Cosette looked up from her knitting and dolefully watched them play. Éponine and Azelma did not look at Cosette. For them she was like the dog. These three little girls' ages did not add up to 24 years between them, but they already represented the whole of human society, envy on the one hand, scorn on the other. The Thénardier sisters' doll was very shabby, very old, and very much the worse for wear, but seemed nonetheless wonderful to Cosette, who had never had a doll in her life, a real doll, to use an expression that all children will understand. Suddenly the Thénardier woman, who was constantly moving about the room, going to and fro, noticed that Cosette was distracted and that instead of working she was watching the little ones play. "Ah! I've caught you," she cried. "So that's how you work. I'll make you work with a feel of the strap." Without rising from his chair, the stranger turned to the Thénardier woman. "Madam," he said, smiling with an almost apprehensive look, "go on, let her play." From any traveler who had eaten a slice of mutton and drunk a couple of bottles of wine with his supper, and did not look like some frightful pauper, such a wish would have been a command. But that a man wearing a hat like that should take the liberty of making any request, and that a man wearing a coat like that should take the liberty of expressing his will, was something that Madame Thénardier did not think she had to tolerate. She retorted sourly, "Since she eats she has to work. I don't feed her to do nothing." "Well, what is it she's making?" said the stranger in that gentle voice so strangely at odds with his beggarly clothes and stevedore's shoulders. The Thénardier woman condescended to reply, "Stockings, if you please. Stockings for my little girls, who have none to speak of and who'll soon be going around barefoot." The man looked at Cosette's poor little red feet and went on, "When will she have finished that pair of stockings? The lazybones! She has at least 3 or 4 full days' work still. And how much might that pair of stockings be worth when she's finished them?" The Thénardier woman threw him a contemptuous glance. "At least 30 sous. Would you sell them for 5 francs, said the man. Good God, a carter listening to this exclaimed with a guffaw. 5 francs. I should damn well think so. 5 francs. Thénardier thought he ought to put in a word. Yes, monsieur, if that's your pleasure, we'll sell you that pair of stockings for 5 francs. We can't refuse travelers anything. You'd have to pay right away, said the Thénardier woman in her curt and peremptory fashion. I'm buying that pair of stockings, replied the man, and, he added, drawing from his pocket a 5-franc coin that he laid on the table, there's the payment for them. Then he turned to Cosette. Now your work belongs to me. Play, my child. The carter was so impressed by the 5-franc coin that he left his glass where it was and rushed over. It's true, would you believe it, he cried, examining it. It's a hindcoach real asterisk all right. And not counterfeit. Thénardier came up and silently put the coin in his pocket. There was nothing the Thénardier woman could say. She chewed her lips and her face took on an expression of hatred. Meanwhile, Cosette trembled. Is it true, madam, she dared to ask. May I play? Play, said the Thénardier woman in a terrible voice. Thank you, madam, said Cosette. And while with her voice she thanked the Thénardier woman, with all her little soul she thanked the traveler. Thénardier went back to his drinking. His wife whispered in his ear, Who the devil can this yellow man be? I've seen millionaires who had frockcoats like that, Thénardier replied in a lordly manner. Cosette had put aside her knitting but had not left her place. Cosette always moved as little as possible. From a box behind her she had taken some old rags and her little lead sword. Éponine and Azelma paid no attention to what was going on. They had just carried out a very important operation, they had got hold of the cat. They had thrown the doll on the floor, and despite its meowings and contortions, Éponine, who was the elder, was swaddling the kitten with a heap of old red and blue dressing-up clothes. While performing this serious and difficult task she was talking to her sister in that sweet and adorable way children have, which like the splendor of a butterfly's wings loses its magic when you try to pin it down. You see, sister, this doll's more fun than the other one. It moves, it cries, it's warm. Look, sister, let's play with it. Pretend this is my little girl. That I'm a lady. That I come to see you and you look at her. That little by little, you notice her whiskers and you're surprised. And then you see her ears, and then you see her tail, and you're amazed. And you say to me, good gracious. And I say, yes, madam, this little girl of mine is like that. That's the way little girls are nowadays. Azelma listened in wonder to Apennine. In the meantime, the drinkers had started singing an obscene song that made them laugh fit to shake the rafters. Thénardier encouraged them and joined in. Just as birds use anything to build a nest, so do children make a doll out of anything. While Apennine and Azelma swaddled the cat, Cosette swaddled her sword. When she had done that, she laid it in her arms and softly sang lullabies to it. Playing with dolls is one of the most urgent needs and at the same time one of the most charming instincts that little girls have. Nursing, dressing, adorning, putting clothes on, taking them off, putting them on again, teaching, scolding a little, cradling, dandling, lulling to sleep, imagining that something is someone, a woman's entire future lies in this. While dreaming and chattering, making little trousseaux and layettes, sewing little dresses, blouses and vests, the baby girl grows into a little girl, the little girl into a big girl, the big girl into a woman. The first child follows on from the last doll. A little girl without a doll is almost as unhappy and quite as inconceivable as a woman without a child. So Cosette had made herself a doll out of the sword. The Thénardier woman went over to the yellow man. My husband's right, she thought. He could be Monsieur Lafitte. There are some very weird rich folk. She came and leaned on his table. Monsieur, she said. At this word Monsieur the man turned round. Up until then the Thénardier woman had addressed him only as old fellow or old man. You see, Monsieur, she went on, adopting a sickly sweet expression that was even more unpleasant to look at than her ferocious one, I'm all for the child playing. I'm not against it, but just this once, because you're generous. You see, she has nothing. She has to work. Then she's not yours, this child? Asked the man. Good God! No, monsieur. She's a little pauper we've just taken in out of charity. Some sort of idiot child. She must have water on the brain. She has a large head, as you can see. We do what we can for her, after all we're not rich. Though we keep writing to where she comes from, we've not had any reply for the last 6 months. Her mother must be dead. Ah, said the man, and returned to his reflections. She was no better than she should be, that mother of hers, added the Thénardier woman. She abandoned her child. As though some instinct had alerted her that she was being talked about. Cosette did not take her eyes off the Thénardier woman throughout this entire conversation. She listened vaguely. She heard the odd few words. Meanwhile, the boozers, all of them 3/4 drunk, were repeating their scurrilous refrain with redoubled merriment. It was a highly ribald song involving the Virgin and the infant Jesus. The Thénardier woman went over to join in the hearty laughter. From under the table Cosette gazed into the fire, which was reflected in her staring eyes. She began rocking in her arms again the swaddled bundle she had made, and as she rocked it she sang in a low voice, My mother's dead. My mother's dead. My mother's dead. Pressed again by the hostess, the yellow man, the millionaire, at last consented to have some supper. What does monsieur want? Bread and cheese, said the man. He's surely a beggar, thought the Thénardier woman. The drunks were still singing their song and the child under the table was singing hers. All at once Cosette broke off. She had just turned round and caught sight of the little Thénardier girl's doll, which they had abandoned for the cat and left on the floor a few feet from the kitchen table. So she dropped the swaddled sword that only half satisfied her and then let her eyes wander slowly around the room. The Thénardier woman was talking quietly to her husband and counting some money. Ponine and Zelma were playing with the cat, the travelers were eating or drinking or singing, there was no one looking at her. She had not a moment to lose. She crept out from under the table on her hands and knees, made sure once more that she was not being watched, then swiftly slithered over to the doll and grabbed it. A moment later she was back in her place, sitting still, but turned in such a way as to keep in shadow the doll she held in her arms. The joy of playing with a doll was so rare for her that it had all the intensity of a real thrill. No one had seen her, except the traveler, who was slowly eating his frugal meal. This joy lasted for almost a quarter of an hour. But careful though she was, Cosette did not notice one of the doll's feet was sticking out and that it was very brightly lit by the fire in the hearth. That pink foot shining in the shadows suddenly caught Zelma's eye, and she said to Éponine, "Look, sister." The two little girls left off what they were doing, flabbergasted. Cosette had dared to take the doll. Éponine stood up, and without letting go of the cat went over to her mother and began to tug at her skirt. "Leave me alone," said her mother. "What do you want?" "Mother," said the child, "look." And she pointed to Cosette. Completely transported in her possession of the doll, Cosette was blind and deaf to everything else. The Thénardier woman's face took on that peculiar expression which consists of a terrible fury concerning life's trivialities, and which has led to such women being called harpies. This time wounded pride incensed her even more. Cosette had overstepped all boundaries. Cosette had violated the doll belonging to these little misses. The look on Azarina's face, seeing a moujik trying on her imperial son's broad blue sash, would have been no different. She shouted in a voice husky with indignation, "Cosette!" Cosette started as if the earth had trembled beneath her. She turned round. "Cosette," repeated the Thénardier woman. Cosette took the doll and laid it gently on the floor with a kind of reverence mixed with despair. Then without taking her eyes off it, she clasped her hands and wrung them, which is a dreadful thing to say of a child that age. Then, what none of her emotions that day had managed to achieve, neither her flight through the forest, nor the weight of the bucket of water, nor the loss of the money, nor the sight of the strap, nor even the ominous words she had heard Madame Thénardier utter, she wept. She burst into sobs. Meanwhile the traveler had risen to his feet. "What's the matter?" he said to the Thénardier woman. "Don't you see?" said the woman, pointing to the corpus delicti that lay at Cosette's feet. "Well, what is it?" said the man. "That guttersnipe," replied the Thénardier woman, "has dared to touch the children's doll." "All this fuss just for that," said the man. "Well, what if she did play with the doll?" "She touched it with her dirty hands," the Thénardier woman went on. "With her horrible dirty hands." At this, Cosette sobbed all the more. "Will you stop that noise?" shouted the Thénardier woman. The man walked straight over to the street door, opened it, and went out. As soon as he was gone the Thénardier woman took advantage of his absence to give Cosette a hefty kick under the table, which made the child cry out loud. The door opened again and the man reappeared, carrying with both hands the fabulous doll that has already been mentioned, which had held all the youngsters in the village in thrall since morning, and he stood it in front of Cosette, saying, "Here, this is for you." We can only assume that in the time he had been there, which was an hour or more, he had been dimly aware of the fancy goods stall so splendidly illuminated with lanterns and candles that its brightness could be seen through the window of the tavern. Cosette looked up. She had seen the man approach her with that doll as if it might have been the sun approaching. She heard those incredible words. "This is for you." She stared at him. She stared at the doll. Then she slowly retreated, and went and hid under the far end of the table in the corner by the wall. She was not crying anymore, she was not wailing, she looked as if she dared not breathe. The Thénardier woman, Éponine, and Azelma might have been statues. Even the drinkers were held in suspense. There was a solemn silence throughout the tavern. Paralyzed and speechless, the Thénardier woman returned to her speculations. Who the hell is this old man? Is he a pauper? Is he a millionaire? He may be both, in other words a thief. On her husband's face appeared that particular expression that marks the human countenance whenever overriding instinct appears there in all its bestial strength. The innkeeper stared at the doll and the traveler in turn. He seemed to be getting the scent of the man as he might have got the scent of a bag of money. This lasted no more than a fleeting moment. He went over to his wife and said to her quietly, "That thing costs at least 30 francs. No fooling about. Grovel to the man." The crass and the guileless have this in common: the transitional mode is not in their nature. "Well, Cosette," said the Thénardier woman in a voice that strove to be sweet and consisted entirely of the bitter honey of vicious women, "aren't you going to take your doll?" Cosette ventured out of her hiding place. "My little Cosette," said the Thénardier woman caressingly, "Monsieur has given you a doll. Take it, it's yours." Cosette gazed at the marvelous doll with a kind of terror. Her face was still streaked with tears, but her eyes began to fill like the sky at daybreak with strange glimmerings of joy. What she was going through at that moment was a bit like what she would have felt if she had suddenly been told, "Little one, you're the Queen of France." She had the feeling that if she touched that doll it would release a thunderbolt. Which was true up to a certain point, for she said to herself that the Thénardier woman would scold and beat her. Yet the attraction was too strong to resist. In the end she moved closer, and turning to the Thénardier woman she murmured timorously, "May I, madam?" No words can convey that look she had, at once hopeless, terrified and ecstatic. "Heavens," cried the Thénardier woman. "It's yours. Since Monsieur's giving it to you." "Really, Monsieur," said Cosette. "Is she really and truly mine, the lady?" The stranger's eyes appeared to be full of tears. He looked as if his emotion was at that pitch of intensity when you say nothing so as not to weep. He nodded, and placed the lady's hand in Cosette's tiny hand. Cosette snatched her hand back as if the lady's had burned it, and began to stare at the floor. We are obliged to add that at that moment she was sticking her tongue out in the most exaggerated way. All of a sudden she turned and seized the doll with a passion. "I'll call her Catherine," she said. It was a bizarre moment when Cosette's rags encountered and embraced the doll's ribbons and pretty pink muslins. "Madam," she said, "may I put her on a chair?" "Yes, my child," replied the Thénardier woman. It was now Éponine and Azelma who gazed at Cosette with envy. Cosette placed Catherine on a chair, then sat there motionless on the floor in front of her without saying a word, in an attitude of contemplation. "Play, Cosette," said the stranger. "Oh, I'm playing," replied the child. This stranger, this unknown individual who seemed to be a visitation to Cosette made by Providence, was at that moment the most hated thing in the world to the Thénardier woman. However, she had to control herself. And no matter how much in her effort to imitate her husband in all his actions she had made a habit of dissimulation, this was more of a strain on her emotions than she could bear. She lost no time in sending her daughters to bed, then asked the yellow man's permission to send Cosette to bed too. "It's been a very tiring day for her," she added in a motherly way. Cosette went off, carrying Catherine in her arms. Now and again the Thénardier woman went to the other end of the room where her husband was, to make her feel better, she said. She exchanged a few words with her husband that were all the more furious because she dared not voice them out loud. "Old fool! What's he up to? Coming here and upsetting us. Wanting that little monster to play. Giving her dolls. Giving 40 franc dolls to a little bitch I'd gladly exchange for 40 sous. It wouldn't take much for him to be calling her Your Majesty as if she were the Duchesse de Berry. Does that make any sense? Is he out of his mind, this mysterious old gaffer? Why? It's quite simple, replied Thénardier. If that's his pleasure. It's your pleasure to have the little one work, it's his pleasure to have her play. He's entitled to it. A traveler can do what he likes when he pays for it. If this old boy's a philanthropist, what's that to you? If he is a fool, it's no concern of yours. Why interfere, so long as he has money? A master's way of talking and an innkeeper's line of reasoning, neither of which brooked any challenge. The man had rested his elbows on the table and appeared lost in thought again. All the other travelers, pedlars and carters, had moved a little way off and were no longer singing. They observed him from a distance with a kind of respectful awe. This individual who was so poorly dressed, who so readily drew hind coach wheels from his pocket and lavished huge dolls on little urchins in wooden clogs, was certainly a magnificent and intimidating fellow. Several hours went by. Midnight mass was over, the late-night festivities had ended, the drinkers had left, the bar was closed, the room was deserted, the fire had died down, the stranger was still in the same place and in the same position. From time to time he changed the elbow he was leaning on from one to the other. That was all. But he had said not a word since Cosette had been gone. Only the Thénardiers, out of a sense of obligation and out of curiosity, had remained in the room. Is he going to spend the night like that? Grumbled the Thénardier woman. When 2 o'clock in the morning struck, she admitted defeat and said to her husband, I'm going to bed. You do as you like. Her husband sat at a table in the corner, lit a candle and settled down to read Le Courrier Français. A good hour went by in this way. The worthy innkeeper had read Le Courrier Français at least 3 times, from the date of issue to the printer's name. The stranger did not stir. Thénardier fidgeted, coughed, spat, blew his nose, made his chair creak. No movement at all from the man. Is he asleep? Thénardier wondered. The man was not asleep, but nothing could rouse him. At last Thénardier took off his cap, quietly went over and ventured to say, Is monsieur not going to retire? Not going to go to bed would have seemed too graceless and familiar. To retire suggested luxury and sounded respectful. These words have the mysterious and admirable peculiarity of inflating the bill the next day. A room where you go to bed costs 20 sous. A room to which you retire costs 20 francs. Of course, said the stranger, you're right. Where's your stable? Monsieur, said Thénardier with a smile, I'll show you the way, monsieur. He took the candle, the man took his bundle and staff, and Thénardier led him to a room on the first floor that was of rare splendor, fully furnished in mahogany, with a boat bed and red calico curtains. What's this? Said the traveler. It's our own bridal chamber, said the innkeeper. My wife and I use another room. No one comes in here more than 3 or 4 times a year. I'd have just as soon stayed in the stable, said the man curtly. Thénardier pretended not to hear this somewhat disobliging remark. He lit 2 brand new wax candles that stood on the mantelpiece. There was quite a good fire burning in the hearth. Under a glass dome on the mantelpiece was a woman's headdress made of silver wire and orange blossom. And what's this? Said the stranger. That, monsieur, said Thénardier, is my wife's bridal headdress. The traveler observed the object with a look that seemed to say, so there was actually a time when that monster was a virgin? Thénardier was lying, however. When he took a lease on this place in order to set up an inn, he found the room already furnished like this, and he bought the furniture and the orange blossom second-hand, thinking they would lend. His spouse's suggestion of former elegance, and consequently his establishment would gain what the English call respectability. When the traveler turned round, the landlord had disappeared. Thénardier had discreetly slipped away without daring to wish him good night, not wanting to treat with disrespectful cordiality a man he intended to fleece royally the next morning. The innkeeper went to his room. His wife was in bed, but she was not asleep. When she heard her husband's footsteps, she turned over and said, "You know, I'm turning Cosette out of the house tomorrow." Thénardier replied coldly, "You do take on so." They exchanged no other words, and a few moments later their candle was extinguished. As for the traveler, he laid aside in a corner his staff and his bundle. After the landlord had gone, he sat in an armchair and remained thoughtful for some time. Then he took off his shoes, picked up one of the two candles, blew out the other, opened the door and went out of the room, looking around as if in search of something. He went down a corridor and reached the staircase. There he heard a very faint sound, like the breathing of a child. He followed this sound and came to a sort of triangular alcove built under the staircase, or rather formed by the staircase itself. This alcove was nothing more than the space underneath the stairs. There, among all sorts of old baskets and old broken pottery, in the dust and the cobwebs, was a bed. If bed it can be called, a pallet so full of holes it let the straw show through, and a coverlet so full of holes it let the pallet show through. No sheets. It lay on the tiled floor. Cosette was asleep in this bed. The man moved closer and observed her. Cosette was fast asleep. She was fully dressed. In winter she did not get undressed, so as to be less cold. She held the doll close to her, its big staring eyes gleaming in the dark. From time to time she gave a deep sigh as if she were going to wake up, and she hugged the doll in her arms almost convulsively. At the side of her bed was only one of her wooden clogs. An open door close to Cosette's cubbyhole revealed a rather large, dark room. The stranger stepped inside. Through a glass-paneled door at the far end could be seen two small, very white twin beds. They belonged to Éponine and Azelma. Behind these beds, half out of sight, was an uncurtained wicker cradle in which slept the little boy who had been crying all evening. The stranger assumed this room connected with that of the Thénardier couple. He was about to withdraw when his gaze fell on the fireplace, one of those vast fireplaces that inns have, where there is always such a small fire, when there is any fire at all, and the sight of which makes you feel so cold. There was no fire in this one, not even any embers. Yet there was something that attracted the traveler's attention. There were two dainty little children's shoes of different sizes. The traveler recalled that charming and age-old custom among children of leaving their shoes in the fireplace on Christmas night to await there in the darkness some gleaming gift from their good fairy. Éponine and Azelma had taken good care not to forget, and each of them had placed one of her shoes on the hearth. The traveler bent down. The fairy, that is to say their mother, had already paid her visit, and a bright new tenso coin could be seen shining inside each shoe. The man straightened up and was about to go away when he caught sight of another object, tucked away far back in the darkest corner of the hearth. He peered at it and recognized a wooden clog, a hideous wooden clog of the roughest kind, half split and all covered with ashes and dried mud. It was Cosette's clog. With that touching trust of children that may always be betrayed without ever being discouraged, Cosette too had put her clog in the fireplace. A sublime and sweet thing is hope in a child who has never known anything but despair. There was nothing in this wooden shoe. The stranger fumbled in his waistcoat, bent down and put inside Cosette's shoe a gold louis. Then he stole back to his room. 9. Thénardier up to his tricks. The next morning, at least 2 hours before daybreak, Thénardier was seated beside a candle in the tavern room downstairs, pen in hand, making out the bill for the yellow frock-coated traveler. Hunched over him, his wife stood and watched. They exchanged not a single word. There was deep thought on the one hand, and on the other the devout admiration of one who was witnessing the birth and development of a wonder of the human mind. Some noise could be heard in the house. It was Alouette sweeping the stairs. After a good quarter of an hour and a bit of crossing out, Thénardier produced this masterpiece. Bill for the gentleman IN number 1. Service was written service. 23 francs, cried the woman with an enthusiasm mixed with some misgiving. Like all great artists, Thénardier was dissatisfied. Bah, he exclaimed. Such was Castlereagh's feeling at the Congress of Vienna when drawing up the bill that France would have to pay. Monsieur Thénardier, you're right, it's no more than what he owes, murmured the woman, thinking of the doll that had been given to Cosette in front of her daughters. It's correct, but it's too much. He won't pay it. Thénardier gave his cold laugh and said, he'll pay. That laugh was the ultimate expression of certainty and authority. Whatever was spoken like that must be so. The woman did not argue. She began putting the tables in order. Her husband paced the room. A moment later he added, I've a debt of 1,500 francs to pay. He went and sat by the fire, musing, his feet on the warm embers. Now, you won't forget, I'm throwing Cosette out of the house today, said the woman. That monster! She's torturing me with that doll of hers. I'd rather marry Louis XVIII than keep her in the house another day. Thénardier lit his pipe and replied between two puffs, you give the man that bill. Then he went out. He was no sooner out of the room than the traveler entered. Thénardier instantly reappeared behind him and remained motionless in the half-open doorway, visible only to his wife. The yellow man carried his staff and his bundle in his hand. Up so early, said the Thénardier woman. Monsieur is leaving us already? As she said this she kept turning the bill in her hands with an air of diffidence, running the folds between her fingernails. Her hard face revealed an untypical shade of emotion, apprehension and embarrassment. Presenting such a bill to a man whose appearance was so thoroughly that of a pauper was not, she felt, an easy thing to do. The traveler seemed preoccupied and absent-minded. He replied, Yes, madam, I'll be on my way. So monsieur had no business to attend to in Montfermeil? No. I'm passing through. That's all. Madam, he added, what do I owe? Without replying the Thénardier woman handed him the folded bill. The man unfolded the sheet of paper and glanced at it, but his mind was clearly elsewhere. Madam, he said, do you do a good trade here in Montfermeil? So, monsieur, replied the Thénardier woman, amazed not to witness some outburst. She went on in a plaintive and querulous tone, Oh, monsieur, times are so hard. And then, we've so few gentry in these parts. It's just humble folk, you see. If it weren't for the occasional rich and generous traveler like yourself, monsieur. We've so many expenses. I tell you, that child costs us the earth. What child? Why, you know, the child. Cosette. Alouette, as they call her in the village. Ah, said the man. She went on, they're stupid with their nicknames, these peasants. She looks more like a bat than a lark. You see, monsieur, we don't ask for charity but nor can we afford it. We earn nothing and we've a lot to pay out. The license, taxes, duty on the door and windows, surtaxes. Monsieur knows the government claims a huge amount of money. And besides, I have my own daughters. I don't need to raise other people's children. In a voice that he strove to keep emotionless but in which there was a tremor, the man said, What if she were to be taken off your hands? Who? Cosette? Yes. The woman's fierce, ruddy face lit up in hideous smiles. Ah, monsieur, my dear monsieur, you can have her, keep her, take her away, remove her, sugar her, truffle her, drink her, eat her, and may the Holy Virgin and all the saints in paradise bless you. Agreed. Really? You'll take her away? I'll take her away. Right now? Right now. Call the child. Cosette, yelled the Thénardier woman. In the meantime, the man went on, I still have the bill to pay. How much is it? He glanced at the bill and could not help being startled. 23 francs. He looked at the landlady and repeated, 23 francs? There was, in the pronunciation of these words thus repeated, a change of tone that marks the distinction between an exclamation mark and a question mark. The Thénardier woman had had time to prepare herself for his reaction. She replied with assurance, quite right, monsieur, it's 23 francs. The stranger laid 5 5-franc coins on the table. Go and get the child, he said. At that moment Thénardier walked into the middle of the room and said, Monsieur owes 26 sous. 26 sous, cried his wife. 20 sous for the room, said Thénardier coldly, and 6 sous for his supper. As for the child, I need to have a little chat with monsieur about that. Leave us, wife. The Thénardier woman had one of those blinding experiences brought about by the unexpected revelation of a brilliant talent. She sensed that a great actor was coming onto the stage, and without a word of objection, off she went. As soon as they were alone, Thénardier offered the traveler a chair. The traveler sat down. Thénardier remained standing, and his face assumed a peculiar expression of good-natured simplicity and straightforwardness. Now, I tell you something, monsieur, he said. The fact is, I adore that child. The stranger stared intently at him. What child? Thénardier continued, it's strange how attached you get. What's all that money for? Keep your 100 sous coins. I adore the child. Who are you talking about? Asked the stranger. Our little Cosette, of course. Don't you want to take her away from us? Well, to be frank, as sure as you're an honest man, I can't agree to it. I'd miss that child. I've known her since she was just a baby. It's true she costs us money, it's true she has her faults, it's true we're not rich, it's true I've paid out over 400 francs for drugs just for one of her illnesses. But a man must do something for the good Lord. She has no father or mother, I raised her. I'm happy to share my bread with her. I actually care for that child. You understand, there's a fondness that develops. I'm soft-hearted, I am. For me, reason doesn't come into it. I love that little girl. My wife's quick-tempered, but she loves her too. You see, she's like a child of our own. I need her in the house, chattering away. The stranger continued to stare at him intently. He went on, forgive me, monsieur, I'm sorry, but you don't give your child away to a passerby just like that. Am I not right? Other than that, I can't say, you're rich, you seem a very decent man, if it were for her own good? But we'd need to know. You understand? Supposing I were to let her go, and deny myself, I'd want to know where she was going, I wouldn't want to lose sight of her, I'd want to know who she was living with so I could go and see her now and then, so that she'd know her dear old foster father was there, keeping an eye out for her. After all, some things are just not possible. I don't even know your name. If you were to take her away, I'd say, and Alouette? Where's she gone? I'd need to see some basic document at least, some sort of a passport, you know. Without ceasing to stare at him with that gaze that penetrates, as it were, the depths of conscience, the stranger replied in a firm and deliberate voice. Monsieur Thénardier, you do not need a passport to travel 12.5 miles out of Paris. If I take Cosette away, I shall take her away, that's all. You will not know my name, you will not know where I live, you will not know where she is, and my intention is that she will not see you again for the rest of her life. I break the cord she has around her ankle, and she goes. Does that suit you? Yes or no? Just as demons and genies recognize from certain signs the presence of a superior god, Thénardier realized he was dealing with someone very powerful. It was like an intuition. He realized this with his sharp, shrewd quickness. The day before, while drinking with the Carters and smoking and singing dirty songs, he had spent the evening observing the stranger, watching him like a cat and studying him like a mathematician. He had watched him on his own account, for the pleasure of it and by instinct, and spied on him as if he had been paid to do so. Not a gesture, not a movement made by the man in the yellow coat escaped him. Even before the stranger had so clearly expressed his interest in Cosette, Thénardier had guessed it. He had noticed the way the old man's intense gaze kept returning to the child. Why this interest? Who was this man? Why, with so much money in his purse, so poorly dressed? Questions that he put to himself without being able to answer them. Questions that vexed him. He had been thinking about it all night long. This could not be Cosette's father. Was it her grandfather? Then why not make himself known at once? When you have a right, you assert it. This man evidently had no right over Cosette. Then who was he? Thénardier was lost in speculation. He envisaged everything and saw nothing. Anyway, when he started this conversation with the man, feeling sure there was some secret in all this, sure that the man was interested in remaining in obscurity, he felt strong. At the stranger's clear and firm response, when he saw that this mysterious individual was so uncomplicatedly mysterious, he felt weak. He was not expecting anything like this. It routed his conjectures. He rallied his thoughts. He weighed all this up in a second. Thénardier was one of those men who take in a situation at a glance. He decided it was time to proceed quickly and directly. He did as great leaders do at that decisive moment they alone have the ability to recognize. He showed his hand. Monsieur, he said, I need 1,500 francs. The stranger took from his side pocket an old black leather wallet, opened it and drew out 3 banknotes, which he laid on the table. Then he pressed his large thumb on these banknotes and said to the innkeeper, Send for Cosette. What was Cosette doing while this was going on? When she woke up, Cosette went rushing to her clog. She found the gold coin inside it. It was not a Napoleon, it was one of those freshly minted 20-franc Restoration coins with the little Prussian pigtail replacing the laurel crown on the effigy they bore. Cosette was dazzled. Her change of fortune was beginning to go to her head. She did not know what a gold coin was, she had never seen one before, she very quickly hid it in her pocket as if she had stolen it. Yet she sensed it really was hers, she guessed where this gift had come from, but she felt a kind of joy that was full of fear. She was pleased. More than anything else, she was amazed. These things that were so magnificent and so pretty did not seem real to her. The doll frightened her, the gold coin frightened her. She quailed slightly at these splendors. The stranger alone did not frighten her. On the contrary, he reassured her. Since the day before, through her wonder, during her sleep, in her little childish mind she had been thinking about this man, who looked old and poor and so sad, and who was so rich and so kind. Since she had met this man in the forest, everything seemed to have changed for her. Less fortunate than any swallow in the sky, Cosette had never known what it was to find refuge at her mother's side and be taken under her wing. For the last 5 years, that is to say as far back as she could remember, the poor child had shivered and trembled. She had always been exposed completely naked to the bitter, chill wind of adversity, now she felt clothed. Before, she was cold in her soul, now she was warm. Cosette was no longer afraid of the Thénardier woman. She was no longer alone. There was someone there. She was very soon busy with the housework she had to do every morning. That Louis, which she kept with her, in the very same apron pocket that the 15-so coin had fallen out of the night before, was a source of distraction. She dared not touch it, but she spent 5 minutes at a time contemplating it, with her tongue stuck out, it has to be said. While sweeping the stairs she would stop and stand there motionless, forgetful of her broom and of the entire universe, gazing at that shining star at the bottom of her pocket. It was during one of these spells of contemplation that the Thénardier woman came upon her. She had gone to fetch her at her husband's command. Unbelievably, she did not slap her nor did she say anything abusive. "Cosette," she said almost sweetly, "come at once." A moment later Cosette entered the room downstairs. The stranger picked up the bundle he had brought with him and untied it. This bundle contained a little woolen dress, a pinafore, a sleeved fustian vest, a shawl, a petticoat, woolen stockings, shoes, a complete outfit for an 8-year-old girl. Everything was black. "My child," said the man, "take these and go and put them on, as quickly as you can." Daylight was breaking when those of Montfermeil's inhabitants who were beginning to open their doors saw an old man in shabby clothes walk past on the Paris road, holding by the hand a little girl, in full mourning, who was carrying a big pink doll in her arms. They were heading towards Livry. These were our man and Cosette. No one knew the man. As Cosette was no longer in rags, many did not recognize her. Cosette was going away. With whom? She did not know. Where? She could not tell. All she understood was that she was leaving behind her the Thénardier inn. No one thought of saying goodbye to her, nor did she think of saying goodbye to anyone. She was escaping from that hated and hateful house. Poor meek creature whose heart until that moment had never been other than constricted. Cosette walked along gravely, her big eyes wide open, gazing at the sky. She had put her Louis in the pocket of her new pinafore. From time to time she leaned over to take a peek at it, then she looked at the man. She felt something that was almost as if she was with the good Lord. X. Who seeks to gain may end up worse off. As usual, the Thénardier woman had left everything to her husband. She had great expectations. Once the man and Cosette were gone, Thénardier let a full quarter of an hour go by, then he took her aside and showed her the 1,500 francs. "Is that all?" she said. It was the first time since they had been living together as husband and wife that she had dared to criticize something the master had done. It had an effect. "In the circumstances, you're right," he said, "I'm a fool. Give me my hat." He folded the 3 banknotes, stuffed them into his pocket and went rushing out, but he went the wrong way and first turned right. Some neighbors he consulted put him back on the right track. Alouette and the man had been seen going towards Livry. He followed in this direction, taking great strides and talking to himself. "The man's obviously a fortune dressed up in yellow, and I'm an ass. First he hands over 20 sous, then 5 francs, then 50 francs, then 1,500 francs, just as easily every time. He'd have handed over 15,000 francs. But I'll catch up with him. And then that bundle of clothes he had all ready for the child, that was odd. There were many mysteries behind that. You do not let go of mysteries once you've got hold of them. The secrets of the wealthy are sponges full of gold. You need to know how to squeeze them. All these thoughts whirled about inside his brain. "I'm an ass," he said. When you leave Montfermeil and come to the bend in the road that goes to Livry, you can see it stretching out before you far across the plain. Once he got there, he reckoned the old man and the child ought to be within sight. He looked as far as his eye could reach, and saw nothing. He made further inquiries. However, this was time lost. Some passers-by told him the man and child he was looking for had been heading for the woods over towards Gagny. He hurried off in that direction. They were ahead of him, but a child walks slowly and he was going fast. And besides, it was very familiar countryside to him. Suddenly he stopped and slapped his forehead like a man who has forgotten something vital and who is all set to retrace his steps. "I should have brought my gun," said he to himself. Thénardier was one of those dual natures that sometimes pass through our midst without our knowledge, and disappear leaving us none the wiser because fate has revealed only one side of them. It falls to many men to live half submerged like this. In a quiet and peaceful situation Thénardier had everything it takes to live as, we do not say to be, what by general agreement is called an honest tradesman, a solid citizen. At the same time, given certain circumstances, certain disturbances bringing his underlying nature to the surface, he had everything it takes to be a villain. He was a shopkeeper with an element of the monster in him. In some corner of that doss house where Thénardier lived, Satan must have crouched in wonderment at times at this hideous masterpiece. After a moment's hesitation, "Bah," he thought, "they'll have time to get away." And he pressed on, advancing rapidly, and almost confidently, with the wheeliness of a fox scenting a covey of partridges. Sure enough, when he had passed the ponds and cut across the large clearing to the right of Avenue de Bellevue, as he reached that grassy walk that goes almost all the way round the hill, overlying Chelles Abbey's ancient underground aqueduct, he saw over the top of a bush the hat on which he had already built many conjectures. It was the man's hat. The bush was low. Thénardier realized that the man and Cosette were sitting there. You could not see the child because she was so small, but the doll's head was visible. Thénardier was not mistaken. The man had sat down to let Cosette have a little rest. The innkeeper walked round the bush and suddenly appeared before those he was seeking. "Forgive me, monsieur," he said, quite out of breath, "I'm sorry, but here are your 1,500 francs." So saying, he held out to the stranger the 3 banknotes. The man looked up. "What's the meaning of this?" Thénardier replied respectfully, "It means, monsieur, I'm taking Cosette back." Cosette shuddered and huddled up close to the old man. Looking Thénardier straight in the eye and separately articulating every syllable, he replied, "You are taking Cosette back?" "Yes, monsieur, I am. I'll tell you why. I've been thinking. The thing is, I've no right to give her away to you. You see, I'm an honest man. The little girl doesn't belong to me, she belongs to her mother. It was her mother who left me in charge of her, I can only hand her back to her mother. You'll say to me, but the mother's dead. Very well. In that case I can hand the child over only to a person who brings me a document, signed by her mother, saying that I'm to hand the child over to that person. That's clear." Without replying, the man fumbled in his pocket and Thénardier saw the wallet with the banknotes in it reappear. The innkeeper felt a thrill of joy. Good, he thought. Hold steady. He's going to bribe me. Before opening the wallet the traveler glanced around. The place was absolutely deserted. There was not another soul in the woods or in the valley. The man opened his wallet and took out, not the handful of banknotes Thénardier was expecting, but just a small piece of paper which he unfolded and presented, opened out, to the innkeeper, saying, "You're right. Read that." Thénardier took the piece of paper and read the following. Montreuil-sur-Mer, March 25, 1823. Monsieur Thénardier. You will hand over Cosette to this person. You will be paid whatever is owing. Respectfully yours, Fantine. You recognize that signature, said the man. It was Fantine's signature. Thénardier recognized it. There was no arguing with this. He felt two violent disappointments, the disappointment of not getting the bride he had been expecting, and the disappointment of being defeated. The man added, "You may keep that piece of paper as your receipt." Thénardier made a tactical retreat. "This signature's quite well forged," he grumbled under his breath. "Still, if you say so." Then he tried his luck with a desperate bid. "Monsieur," he said, "that's fair enough. Seeing as you're the person. But you have to pay me whatever is owing. I'm owed a great deal." The man got up, and flicking the dust from his threadbare sleeve he said, "Monsieur Thénardier, in January the mother reckoned she owed you 120 francs. In February you sent her a bill for 500 francs. You received 300 francs at the end of February, and 300 francs at the beginning of March. It has been 9 months since then, at the agreed price of 15 francs a month, which comes to 135 francs. You received an extra 100 francs. Leaving 35 still owing to you. I've just given you 1,500 francs. Thénardier experienced what a wolf experiences at that moment when he feels himself bitten and caught in the steel jaws of the trap. Who is this devil of a man, he thought. He did what the wolf does. He shook himself. Audacity had already stood him in good stead once. "Monsieur, whose name I don't know," he said resolutely, and this time casting aside all forms of respect, "either you give me 3,000 francs or I take back Cosette." The stranger said calmly, "Come along, Cosette." He took hold of Cosette with his left hand and with his right he picked up his staff that was lying on the ground. Thénardier noted the extraordinary heaviness of the stick and the loneliness of the spot. The man plunged into the forest with the child, leaving the innkeeper standing there, dumbfounded. As they walked away, Thénardier considered those slightly stooped broad shoulders and huge fists. Then his eyes, turning back to himself, sought his own scrawny arms and thin hands. "I must be really stupid not to have brought my gun," he said to himself, "seeing as I was going hunting." However, the innkeeper did not give up. "I want to know where he's going," he said. And he started following them at a distance. He was left in possession of two things, a barb, the scrap of paper signed Fantine, and a consolation, the 1,500 francs. The man led Cosette in the direction of Livry and Bondy. He walked slowly with his head bowed, looking sad and pensive. Winter had thinned out the forest so that, while remaining quite far behind, Thénardier did not lose sight of them. The man turned round from time to time to see if anyone was following. All at once he caught sight of Thénardier. Together with Cosette he darted into a thicket where both were able to disappear from sight. "Damn it," said Thénardier. And he quickened his pace. The density of the undergrowth forced him to close in on them. When the man reached the very densest part of the thicket he turned round. Try as he might to hide in the branches, Thénardier could not help being seen. The man cast a troubled glance at him, then shook his head and continued on his way. The innkeeper resumed his pursuit. They went on like this for 200 or 300 paces. All of a sudden the man turned round again. He saw the innkeeper. This time he stared at him in such a sinister way that Thénardier decided it was no use going any further. Thénardier retraced his steps. 11. Number 9430 reappears and Cosette wins the lottery. Jean Valjean was not dead. When he fell into the sea, or rather threw himself into it, he was, as we have seen, unshackled. He swam under the water to a ship riding at anchor with a boat moored to it. He contrived to hide in this boat until nightfall. After dark he took the plunge again and swam for it, and came ashore not far from Cap Brun. There, as he was not without money, he was able to buy some clothes. A country café close to Balaguer was at that time the outfitters for escaped convicts, a lucrative line of business. Then, like all those sorry fugitives who try to outwit the vigilance of the law and evade their social doom, Jean Valjean followed an obscure and complicated itinerary. He found initial refuge at Prados, near Busset. Then he headed for Grandvillard near Briançon in the Hautes-Alpes. A groping and harassed flight through a mole's maze of secret tunnels. Later, some trace was found of his having been in the Civrieux area of Ain, in the Pyrenees, at Acons in the locality of La Grange de Dumec, near the hamlet of Chevales, and in the Périgord area, at Les Brunis, canton of La Chapelle-Gonaguet. He got to Paris. We have just seen him at Montfermeil. His first concern on arriving in Paris had been to buy mourning clothes for a little girl of about 7 or 8, then to find lodgings. Having done that, he went off to Montfermeil. The reader will recall that he had already, during his earlier escape, made a mysterious trip here, or somewhere in the vicinity, of which the law had some inkling. Now he was believed to be dead, and this intensified the obscurity that had developed around him. In Paris he happened to come across one of the newspapers that reported the event. He felt reassured and almost at peace, as if he really had died. On the evening of the same day that he rescued Cosette from the Thénardiers' clutches, Jean Valjean returned to Paris. He returned at nightfall with the child, by way of the Monceaux toll gate. There, he climbed into a cab that took him to Esplanade de l'Observatoire, where he descended, paid the coachman, took Cosette by the hand, and together in the darkness of night, through the deserted streets around Lorcine and La Glacière, they made their way towards Boulevard de l'Hôpital. For Cosette it had been a strange day full of excitement. They had sat behind hedges to eat bread and cheese bought from out-of-the-way taverns, they had changed coaches frequently, they had gone some parts of the way on foot. She was uncomplaining but she was tired, and Jean Valjean became aware of this from her pulling on his hand more as they walked along. He lifted her on to his back. Without letting go of Catherine, Cosette laid her head on Jean Valjean's shoulder and fell asleep. Book 4. The Gorbeau Tenement. Maître Gorbeau. 40 years ago the solitary wayfarer who ventured into the godforsaken wastes of La Salpêtrière and followed the boulevard to the Italy tollgate came to places where Paris might be said to peter out. It was not solitary, there were passers-by. It was not countryside, there were houses and streets. It was not a town, the streets were rutted like the open roads and grass grew over them. It was not a village, the houses were too tall. What was it, then? It was an inhabited place where there was nobody, it was a deserted place where there was somebody. This was one of the city's boulevards, one of the streets of Paris, a greater wilderness at night than any forest, bleaker by day than any cemetery. It was the old Marquis Chevaux neighborhood. If he were bold enough to step outside the 4 decrepit walls of this Marquis Chevaux, if he actually agreed to venture beyond Rue du Petit Banquier, having left behind on his right a cottage garden protected by high walls, then a waste ground where tanning mills rose like gigantic beavers' lodges, then an enclosure full of timber with piles of logs, sawdust and shavings, with a big dog barking on top of them, then a long, low wall in total ruin, overgrown with moss that became dense with flowers in spring, and in it a small black door in morning, then, where most desolate, a hideous and decrepit building on which could be read in large letters post N.O. bills, this audacious wayfarer would come to the corner of Rue de Veneste-Marcel, latitudes that are little known. There, close to an industrial building and between 2 garden walls, you would have seen in those days a rundown tenement that at first glance seemed as small as a thatched cottage and was actually as large as a cathedral. It stood sideways, gable end onto the public road, hence its apparent smallness. Nearly the whole of the house was concealed. All that could be seen were the door and 1 window. This rundown tenement was only 2 stories high. The first detail to strike the observer was that this door could never have been anything but the door of a hovel, whereas if the window had been set in dressed stone instead of rubble stone it might have been the casement of a fine mansion. The door was nothing more than a collection of worm-eaten planks roughly joined together with battens that looked like rough-hewn logs. It opened directly onto a steep staircase of muddy, chalky, dusty high steps, the same width as the door, and which could be seen from the street rising straight up like a ladder between two walls and disappearing into the gloom. The top of the crude opening in which this door was set was covered with a thin panel, in the center of which a triangular hole had been sawn, as both fanlight and ventilator when the door was shut. On the door itself a brush dipped in ink had in a couple of strokes traced the figure 52, and above the panel the same brush had daubed the number 50, thereby creating uncertainty. "Where are we?" Above the door said number 50. The door below replied, "No, number 52. Some indeterminate dust-colored rags hung like curtains over the triangular opening. The window was large, set reasonably high, fitted with large panes of glass and louved shutters. Only, these large panes had suffered various injuries, at once concealed and betrayed by clever paper bandaging, and the louved shutters, which were ramshackle and falling apart, were more a threat to passers-by than any protection for the occupants. Horizontal slats were missing here and there and had simply been replaced with boards nailed on flat, so that what had started out as a louved shutter ended up as a solid one. This squalid-looking door and this respectable-looking, albeit dilapidated, window, seen as part of the same house, created the effect of two mismatched beggars, going about together and walking side by side, but of two different complexions beneath the same rags, the one having always been a vagrant and the other having once been a gentleman. The main body of the building to which this staircase led was very spacious, like a barn that had been converted into a dwelling. The body's intestinal tract was a long corridor that had, opening onto it to left and right, compartments, as it were, of various dimensions that were just about habitable and more like booths than cells. These rooms looked out over surrounding wasteland. The whole place was gloomy, grim, drab, dismal, sepulchral, with cold shafts of light or chill winds cutting through it, depending on whether the cracks were in the roof or the door. An interesting and picturesque feature of this type of abode is the enormous size of the spiders. To the left of the front door on the street, at the height of the average man, a small walled-up window formed a square niche full of stones thrown into it by children passing by. A part of this building has recently been demolished. From what remains of it today, you can still get an impression of what it was like before. The building as a whole is no more than 100 years old. 100 years is young for a church and old for a house. It is as though a man's house is, like himself, short-lived, and God's house shares his eternity. The postman called this tenement number 50 to 52, but it was known in the neighborhood as Gorbeau's house. Let us explain where this name came from. Collectors of trivial information who compile herbariums of anecdotes and retain elusive dates in their memories by sticking them with a pin, know that during the last century, around 1770, there were in Paris two lawyers at the Châtelet, one named Corbeau, the other Renard. Two names anticipated by La Fontaine. This was too good an opportunity for the legal fraternity not to make the most of it. A parody in somewhat lame verse immediately circulated in the corridors of the law courts. Maître Corbeau, perched high on a brief, held a notice of seizure in his beak. Maître Renard of its smell caught a whiff. And these words more or less did he speak. "Ah, good day to you. Asterisk." Embarrassed by these taunts, and their dignity undermined by the bursts of laughter that followed in their wake, these two honest practitioners resolved to rid themselves of their names and decided to appeal to the king. Their petition was presented to Louis XV on the same day that the papal nuncio on the one hand and Cardinal de la Rochemont on the other, both piously kneeling in His Majesty's presence, each put a slipper on one of Madame du Barry's two bare feet as she got out of bed. The king, who had been laughing, continued to laugh, cheerfully moving on from the two bishops to the two lawyers, and absolved these two chicaners of their names, or near enough. Permission was given by the king for Maître Corbeau to add a stroke to his initial letter and to call himself Gorbeau. Maître Renard was less fortunate, obtaining leave only to place a P in front of his R and to call himself Prenard, so that the second name was hardly any less truthful than the first, asterisk. Now, according to local tradition, this Maître Gorbeau had once owned the building numbered 50 to 52 Boulevard de l'Hôpital. He was even responsible for the grandiose window, which was how this tenement came by the name of Gorbeau's house. In front of number 50 to 52, among more recent plantings on the boulevard, stood a giant elm, more than half dead. Almost directly opposite was the beginning of Rue de la Barrière de Gobelins, a street at that time without any houses on it, unpaved, lined with trees of stunted growth, and grassy or muddy according to the season. It actually led right up to Paris's perimeter wall. Blasts of a sulfuric acid smell emanated from the roofs of a neighboring factory. The toll gate was very close by. In 1823 the perimeter wall was still in existence. The toll gate itself brought macabre figures to mind. This was the road to Bicêtre. It was by this road that under the Empire and the Restoration those sentenced to death came back into Paris on the day of their execution. It was here that around 1829 that mysterious murder, the so-called Fontainebleau tollgate murder, was committed, whose perpetrators the law was unable to identify, a murky matter that has never been elucidated, a dreadful enigma that has never been solved. Take another few steps and you will come to that fateful Rue Croulebarbe where, as in a melodrama, Ulbach stabbed the goat girl of Ivry to the sound of thunder. A few paces further will bring you to the Estigeac tollgate and those ghastly pollard elm trees, that philanthropists expedient for hiding the scaffold, at this shabby and shameful place de Grève, from a shopkeeping and bourgeois society that shrank from the death penalty, daring neither to abolish it with magnanimity nor to uphold it with authority. Leaving aside this place Estigeac, which was almost foredoomed and has always been horrible, probably the bleakest spot on all that bleak boulevard 37 years ago was the place, so unattractive even today, where the tenement, number 50 to 52, was to be found. Bourgeois houses only first began to appear here 25 years later. It was a forbidding landscape. In addition to the macabre thoughts that assailed you here, you were aware of being between La Salpêtrière, within sight of the Dome, and Bicêtre, within striking distance of the toll gate, in other words, between the madness of women and the madness of men. As far as the eye could reach, all you could see were abattoirs, the perimeter wall and the frontage of the occasional factory building, looking like barracks or monasteries. Shacks and rubble everywhere, old walls as black as shrouds, new walls as white as winding sheets. Everywhere parallel rows of trees, straight-edged buildings, drab constructions, long cold lines, and the grim dreariness of right angles. No unevenness of terrain, no architectural quirk, no irregularity. It was a frigid, featureless, hideous whole. Nothing oppresses the heart like symmetry. This is because symmetry is boredom, and boredom is the very foundation of grief. Despair yawns. It is possible to imagine something more terrible than a hell of suffering, and that is a hell of boredom. If such a hell existed, this bit of Boulevard de l'Hôpital might have been the approach to it. Nevertheless, at nightfall, when the light fails, especially in winter, and the cold evening wind rips from the elm trees their last russet leaves, when the darkness is deep and starless, or the moon and the wind create holes in the clouds, this boulevard suddenly became frightening. The straight lines sank into the shadows and disappeared like sliced-off sections of the infinite. The passerby could not help thinking of the countless traditional associations this place had with the gibbet. There was something terrible about the loneliness of this spot where so many crimes had been committed. You thought you sensed pitfalls in this obscurity. Every blurred form in the dark seemed suspect, and the long sunken plots between the trees looked like graves. By day it was ugly. In the evening it was gloomy. By night it was sinister. In summer, at twilight, you saw here and there a few old women seated at the foot of the elm trees on benches mildewed with rain. These old dears were given to begging. However, this neighborhood, which looked neglected rather than antiquated, was already then beginning to change. Even at that time, anyone who wanted to see it had to hurry. Every day some detail of this environment was being lost. The Paris-Orléans railway terminus is now located here, as it has been for the last 20 years, and is having an impact on the old faubourg close by. Wherever a railway station is sited on the outskirts of a capital, it spells the death of a suburb and the birth of a town. It seems that around these great centers for the movement of people, at the rumbling of these powerful machines, at the puffing of these monstrous horses of civilization that devour coal and vomit fire, the gravid earth trembles and opens up to swallow the human dwelling places of the past and allow fresh ones to emerge. The old houses come down, new houses go up. Since the Paris-Orléans railway station invaded the Salpêtrière area, the ancient narrow streets close to Fosses St. Victor and the Jardin des Plantes have been shaken by those streams of coaches, carriages and omnibuses, violently passing through 3 or 4 times a day, that over a period time thrust aside the houses to right and left. For there are things that, peculiar as they sound, are undeniable facts, and just as it is true to say that in large cities the sun makes the south-facing facades of houses grow verdant, it is certain that the frequent passage of vehicles widens streets. Symptoms of a new life are obvious. In the most uncharted corners of this old parochial neighborhood, paving appears. The pavements begin their creeping progress even where there are as yet no pedestrians. One memorable morning in July 1845, steaming black pots of bitumen were suddenly to be seen. On that day it might be said that civilization reached Rue de l'Ourcine and Paris entered the outlying district of Estémarceau. 2. A nest for 2 birds of a different feather *. It was in front of this Gorbeau tenement that Jean Valjean came to a halt. Like birds of the wild, he had chosen the most deserted spot in which to build his nest. He fumbled in his waistcoat, pulled out a kind of a passkey, opened the door and went inside, carefully closed the door behind him and climbed the stairs, still carrying Cosette. At the top of the staircase he drew from his pocket another key, with which he opened another door. The room he entered, immediately shutting the door behind him, was a fairly spacious sort of garret, furnished with a mattress laid on the floor, a table, and several chairs. There was a lighted stove in one corner, you could see the embers glowing. The street lamp on the boulevard dimly lit this humble interior. At the far end was a small cubicle with a folding bed in it. Jean Valjean carried the child to this bed and laid her on it without waking her. He struck the flint and lit a candle. All this had been set out on the table beforehand. And as on the previous evening he began to study Cosette's face with a wholly enraptured gaze in which the expression of kindness and tenderness mounted almost to bewilderment. With that calm trustfulness that is a characteristic only of the utmost strength and the utmost weakness, the little girl had fallen asleep not knowing who she was with, and went on sleeping not knowing where she was. Jean Valjean bent down and kissed the child's hand. 9 months earlier he had kissed the mother's hand, she too having just fallen asleep. The same sorrowful, religious, overwhelming feeling filled his heart. He knelt at Cosette's bedside. Even after it was fully light the child slept on. A pale ray of the December sun shone through the garret window and cast long gossamer threads of light and shadow on the ceiling. Suddenly a heavily laden quarryman's cart, passing by on the boulevard, shook the place like a roll of thunder and made it vibrate from top to bottom. "Yes, madame," cried Cosette, who woke with a start. "Coming! Coming!" And she sprang out of bed, her eyelids still half closed with the heaviness of sleep, reaching her arm out towards the corner of the room. "Oh dear God," she said. "My broom!" She opened her eyes fully and saw Jean Valjean's smiling face. "Ah! So it's true," said the child. "Good morning, monsieur." Being themselves joy and happiness by nature, children immediately welcome joy and happiness with familiarity. Cosette caught sight of Catherine at the foot of her bed and seized on her, and she asked Jean Valjean countless questions as she played, where she was, whether it was a big place, Paris, whether Madame Thénardier was very far away, whether she wouldn't reappear, etc., etc. All of a sudden she exclaimed, "This is such a nice place." It was a dreadful hovel, but she had a sense of freedom. "Do I have to sweep?" she said finally. "You play," said Jean Valjean. And so the day passed. Without trying to understand what was beyond her comprehension, Cosette was unutterably happy with her doll and this kind man. 3. Happiness in shared misfortune. The next morning at daybreak Jean Valjean was again at Cosette's bedside. He waited there, motionless, and he watched her wake up. Something new was entering his soul. Jean Valjean had never loved anything. For 25 years he had been alone in the world. He had never been father, lover, husband, or friend. In prison he was ill-natured, sullen, celibate, ignorant and unsociable. That old criminal's heart was full of virginal innocence. His sister and his sister's children had left him with only a dim and distant memory that had eventually faded almost completely. He had made every effort to find them, and unable to find them he had forgotten them. Such is human nature. Other feelings of tenderness in his youth, if he ever had any, had been lost in oblivion. When he saw Cosette, when he took charge of her, carried her away and rescued her, he felt stirred to the roots of his being. Whatever passion and affection there was within him came to life and was eagerly projected onto that child. He approached the bed where she slept and trembled with joy. He felt pangs like those of a mother in childbirth and he did not understand what was happening to him. For it is a thoroughly obscure and delightful thing, that great and extraordinary stirring in a heart that starts to love. Poor old heart coming to this quite fresh. Only, as he was 55 and Cosette was 8, all the love he might have felt throughout his life blended in a kind of ineffable light. This was the second vision of whiteness he had experienced. The bishop had brought the dawn of virtue to his horizon. Cosette brought the dawn of love. These first days were days of wonder. Cosette too, poor little creature, was unconsciously becoming a different person. She was so young when her mother left her, she could not remember her anymore. Like all children, resembling the tendrils of the vine that cling to everything, she had tried to love. It had done her no good. Everyone had rejected her, the Thénardiers, their children, other children. She had loved the dog, which died. After that there was nothing, no one, willing to take any interest in her. Sad to say, and this is something we have already suggested, at 8 years of age she was cold-hearted. It was not her fault. It was not that she lacked the capacity to love, but alas, the possibility of doing so. Thus, from the very first day, all her thoughts and feelings turned to loving this kind man. She experienced what she had never experienced before, a sense of fulfillment. He did not even give her the impression of being old or poor anymore. She found Jean Valjean a fine-looking man, just as she found that hovel lovely. These are the effects of a bright new day, of childhood, youth, joy. The novelty of the earth and of life has something to do with it. Nothing is so charming as the enhancing reflection of happiness on a garret. We all have in our past our own delightful garret. Nature, a gap of 50 years, had placed a deep divide between Jean Valjean and Cosette. Destiny made good this divide. With its irresistible power, destiny suddenly united and plighted to each other these two uprooted lives, differing in age, alike in their distress. One, in fact, complemented the other. Cosette's instincts sought a father as Jean Valjean's instincts sought a child. To meet was to find each other. In that mysterious moment when their two hands touched, they were conjoined. Each recognizing the other on sight as the answer to their need, these two souls fell into close embrace. With walls of entombment separating them from all else, it might be said that, taking the words in their broadest and most absolute sense, Jean Valjean was the bereft parent and Cosette was the orphan child. In this situation Jean Valjean became in some heavenly way Cosette's father. And in truth, the mysterious impression made on Cosette in the depths of the forest of shells, by Jean Valjean's hand taking hold of hers in the dark, was not an illusion but a reality. The appearance of this man in this child's life was the advent of God. Anyway, Jean Valjean had chosen his refuge well. Here, it would seem, he was perfectly safe. The room with a cubicle that he occupied with Cosette was the one whose window looked out on the boulevard. Being the only window in the house that did so, no neighbor's gaze was to be feared from either side or from across the way. The ground floor of number 50 to 52, a kind of ramshackle shed, served as a storehouse for market gardeners, and had no access to the floor above. It was separated by floorboarding that had no trapdoor in it, nor any staircase, and was, as it were, the tenement's diaphragm. The first floor contained, as we have said, numerous rooms and several garrets, only one of which was occupied by an old woman who did the housekeeping for Jean Valjean. All the rest was uninhabited. It was this old woman, grandly styled the principal tenant and in reality having the job of doorkeeper, who had rented these lodgings to him on Christmas Eve. He had given her to understand that he was a gentleman of means ruined by Spanish bonds, who was going to come and live there with his granddaughter. He paid her 6 months in advance and got the old woman to furnish the room and the cubicle as we have seen. It was this old woman who had lit the stove, and had everything made ready for them, on the evening of their arrival. The weeks went by. These two individuals led a happy life in that wretched hovel. From first light Cosette laughed, chattered, and sang. Like birds, children have their morning song. It sometimes happened that Jean Valjean would take her little red hand, chapped with chilblains, and kiss it. Used to being beaten, the poor child did not understand the meaning of this and would go away completely abashed. At times she became serious and contemplated her little black dress. Cosette was no longer in rags, she was in mourning. Leaving destitution behind, she was making her start in life. Jean Valjean set about teaching her to read. Sometimes, as he made the child spell out her words, he reflected that it was with the idea of doing evil that he had learned to read in the prison hulks. This idea had turned into teaching a child to read. Then the old convict smiled an angelic pensive smile. He sensed in this a higher design, the will of someone other than man, and he became lost in reverie. Virtuous thoughts are as deep as evil ones. To teach Cosette to read, and to let her play, this was more or less Jean Valjean's whole life. And then he would talk to her about her mother, and get her to pray. She called him father and knew him by no other name. He spent hours watching her dress and undress her doll, and listening to her prattle. Life seemed full of interest to him now, men seemed good and just. In his mind he no longer held anything against anybody. He saw no reason why he should not live to be a very old man, now that this child loved him. He saw a whole future for himself illuminated by Cosette as by a comforting light. The best of us are not exempt from a selfish way of thinking. At times he imagined with a kind of gladness that she would be ugly. This is only a personal opinion, but, to speak our mind in full, at the stage Jean Valjean had reached when he began to love Cosette, we have yet to be convinced he did not need this encouragement to persevere in his efforts to lead a good life. He had just seen the wickedness of men and social hardship in a new perspective, a limited perspective that inevitably revealed only one side of the truth, the fate of women represented by Fantine, and public authority personified by Javert. He had been sent back to prison, this time for good behavior. Fresh resentments had brewed within him. Disgust and weariness overcame him once more. Even the memory of the bishop suffered what might have been a temporary eclipse, possibly to appear bright and triumphant again later, but undoubtedly that sacred memory was fading. Who knows whether Jean Valjean was on the verge of losing heart and relapsing? He loved, and he became strong again. Alas! He was hardly any less unsteady on his feet than was Cosette. He protected her and she bolstered him. Thanks to him, she could make her way in life. Thanks to her, he could continue on the path of virtue. He was the child's support, and the child was his stay. Oh, unfathomable and divine mystery of destiny's counterbalances. 4. The remarks of the principal tenant. Jean Valjean took the precaution of never going out by day. Every evening at twilight he went for a stroll for an hour or two, sometimes alone, often with Cosette, seeking out the loneliest of the boulevard's parallel side lanes or entering churches at nightfall. He often chose to go to St. the nearest church. When he did not take Cosette with him, she remained with the old woman. But it was the child's delight to go out with the old man. She preferred an hour with him to her enchanting private conversations with Catherine. On their walks he held her by the hand and said kindly things to her. Cosette turned out to be very lively. The old woman did the cooking and cleaning and went shopping. They lived frugally, never without a little fire, but in the manner of people of very limited means. Jean Valjean made no change to the way the room was furnished on the first day, only he had the glass door to Cosette's cubicle replaced with a solid one. He still wore his yellow frock coat, black breeches, and old hat. In the street he was taken for a pauper. Occasionally some kind-hearted woman would turn back and give him a sou. Jean Valjean always accepted the sou with a deep bow. It also happened occasionally that he would come across some poor wretch soliciting charity. Then he would look around to make sure no one could see him, furtively approach the hapless creature, put a coin in his hand, often a silver coin, and rapidly walk away. This had its disadvantages. He began to be known in the neighborhood as the beggar who gives alms to the poor. The principal tenant, a sour-tempered old woman, consumed with that close interest that the envious take in their fellow men, observed Jean Valjean a great deal without his being aware of it. She was slightly deaf, which made her talkative. From her past she retained 2 teeth, one top tooth and one bottom tooth, that she kept clacking against each other. She had questioned Cosette, who, knowing nothing, had been able to tell her nothing except that she came from Montfermeil. One morning this watchful eye saw Jean Valjean going into one of the tenement's uninhabited rooms with what seemed to the old crone a strange look about him. She followed him like a stealthy old cat and was able to observe him, without being seen, through a chink in the closed door. For greater security, no doubt, Jean Valjean had his back to this door. The old woman saw him fumble in his pocket and take out of it a little case, some scissors and thread. Then he began to unstitch the lining of one of his coat-tails, and out of the opening he brought a yellowish piece of paper that he unfolded. The old woman realized with alarm that it was a 1,000-franc banknote. It was the second or third she had seen in all her life. She fled in great fright. A moment later Jean Valjean accosted her and asked her to go and change this 1,000-franc note for him, adding that it was his 6-monthly revenue payment he had received the day before. Where, thought the old woman. He did not go out until 6 in the evening and the government bank certainly isn't open at that time. The old woman went to get the note changed and formed her own conjectures. That 1,000-franc note, much talked about and multiplied, produced a host of terrified conversations among the old biddies of Rue Divine St. Marcel. Some days later Jean Valjean happened to be in the corridor sawing wood in his shirt sleeves. The old woman was in the room, cleaning up. She was alone, while Cosette was busy watching the wood being sawn. The old woman saw the coat hanging on a nail and examined it. The lining had been sewn up again. The old woman patted it carefully and thought she could feel some thickness of paper in the coat-tails and round the armholes. More 1,000-franc banknotes, no doubt. She also noticed there were all sorts of things in the pockets, not only the needles, scissors, and thread she had seen, but a big wallet, a very large knife, and, what seemed suspicious, several wigs of various colors. Each pocket of this frock coat seemed to be a kind of first aid kit for unexpected emergencies. So the inhabitants of the tenement arrived at the last days of winter. V. A 5-franc piece falling on the floor makes a noise. Near Estimated's church there was a poor man who used to squat on the curbstone of a boarded-up public well, to whom Jean Valjean was often charitable. He never went by this man without giving him a few sous. Sometimes he spoke to him. Those who envied this beggar said he was with the police. He was an old verger of 75, who was constantly mumbling his prayers. One evening as Jean Valjean was passing by, without Cosette, he saw the beggar in his usual place, under the street lamp that had just been lit. The man appeared, as ever, to be praying and was all bent over. Jean Valjean went up to him and put in his hand his customary donation. The beggar suddenly looked up, stared intently at Jean Valjean, then quickly bowed his head. This movement was like a flash of lightning. Jean Valjean gave a shudder. He thought he had just caught a glimpse by the light of the street lamp not of the old verger's placidly beatific face but of a face terrifying and familiar. It made the same impression on him as suddenly coming face to face in the dark with a tiger. He shrank back, scared stiff, not daring to breathe, speak, stay or flee, staring at the beggar who had lowered his rag-covered head and seemed unaware he was still there. At that strange moment an instinct, possibly the mysterious instinct of self-preservation, kept Jean Valjean from uttering a word. The beggar was of the same stature, dressed in the same rags, and looked the same as he looked every day. "Bah," said Jean Valjean, "I'm mad. I'm dreaming. Impossible." And he went home feeling deeply disturbed. He hardly dared admit even to himself that the face he thought he had seen was Javert's. Pondering about it that night, he regretted not having questioned the man so as to force him to look up again. The next day at dusk he went back. The beggar was at his post. "Good day, old man," Jean Valjean said resolutely, handing him a sou. The beggar looked up and replied in a plaintive voice, "Thank you, monsieur." There was no mistaking the old verger. Jean Valjean felt completely reassured. He began to laugh. "How the devil could I have seen Javert there?" he thought. "Is my eyesight failing me now?" He thought no more about it. A few days later, it might have been 8 in the evening, he was in his room, making Cosette read aloud, when he heard the front door open, then shut again. This struck him as odd. The old woman, who was the only inhabitant of the house apart from him, always went to bed at nightfall so as not to use up her candles. Jean Valjean signaled to Cosette to be quiet. He heard someone coming upstairs. It was just possible it could be the old woman, who might have felt unwell and gone out to the pharmacy. Jean Valjean listened. It was a heavy footfall and sounded like a man's, but the old woman wore stout shoes and there is nothing so like a man's footfall as that of an old woman. All the same, Jean Valjean blew out his candle. He had sent Cosette to bed, saying to her in a whisper, "Get into bed very quietly." And as he kissed her forehead the footsteps came to a halt. Jean Valjean remained silent, motionless, with his back to the door, sitting on the chair from which he had not stirred, holding his breath in the dark. Having heard nothing after quite a long while, not making a sound he turned round, and as he looked up at the door to his room he saw a light through the keyhole. This light created the effect of a sinister star in the blackness of the door and the wall. There was obviously someone there, holding a candle, listening. Several minutes went by and the light went away. But he heard no sound of footsteps, which seemed to indicate that whoever had been listening at the door had removed their shoes. Jean Valjean fell on his bed fully dressed and could not sleep a wink all night. At daybreak, just as he was dozing off through tiredness, he was woken by the creak of a door opening into some garret room at the end of the corridor. Then he heard that same footstep, belonging to a man, that had climbed the staircase the night before. The footsteps were approaching. He leapt out of bed and put his eye to the keyhole, which was quite big, hoping to see, as the person went by, whoever it was that had entered the tenement by night and had been listening at his door. It was indeed a man who went past Jean Valjean's room, this time without stopping. The corridor was still too dark for his face to be distinguishable, but when the man reached the staircase a ray of light from outside picked him out in silhouette, and Jean Valjean had a full view of him from behind. The man was tall, wearing a long frock coat, with a truncheon under his arm. He had Javert's solid build. Jean Valjean might have attempted to catch another glimpse of him from his window on the boulevard, but he would have had to open the window. He dared not. It was obvious this man had got in with a key, as though he lived here. Who had given him that key? What did this mean? When the old woman came to clean the room at 7 o'clock in the morning, Jean Valjean gave her a searching look but did not question her. The old woman was no different from usual. As she swept she said, "Monsieur may have heard someone come in last night?" At her age, and on that boulevard, 8 o'clock in the evening was the dead of night. "Now you mention it, that's true," he replied in the most natural tone of voice. "Who was it?" "A new lodger," said the old woman, "who's come to stay in the house." "And what's his name?" "I'm not quite sure, Dumont or Daumont. A name something like that." "And who is this Monsieur Dumont?" The old woman looked at him with her little ferrety eyes and replied, "A man of means, like yourself." Perhaps she did not intend anything by this. Jean Valjean thought there was something to be gleaned from it. When the old woman was gone he made a roll of some 100 francs that he had in a cupboard and put it in his pocket. Despite all the precautions he took during this operation so that no clink of money should be heard, one 5-franc coin escaped from his hands and rolled noisily across the floor. At dusk he went downstairs and took a good look along the boulevard in every direction. He saw no one. The boulevard looked totally deserted. True, a person could be hiding behind the trees. He went back upstairs. "Come along," he said to Cosette. He took her by the hand and they both went out. Book 5. Silent Stalkers in the Dark. A zigzag strategy. Here, something needs to be said regarding the pages you are about to read, as well as others that you will come to later. Reluctantly obliged to speak of himself, the author of this book has not been in Paris for many years now. Since he left it, Paris has been transformed. A new city has grown up that is, as it were, unknown to him. Needless to say, he loves Paris. Paris is his spiritual home. As a result of demolitions and rebuildings, the Paris of his youth, the Paris he religiously took away with him in his memory, is now a Paris of the past. Let him speak of that Paris as though it still existed. It is possible that where the author is going to take his readers, telling them, "In this street stands this house," neither the street nor the house is there anymore. Readers can check, if they care to take the trouble. For his own part, the author is not familiar with the new Paris and he writes with the old Paris before his eyes, treasuring that illusion. It is a comfort to him to fancy that something still remains of what he used to see when he was in his native city, and that not everything has vanished. While you come and go in the place where you were born, you imagine that those streets are a matter of indifference to you, those windows, roofs, doors mean nothing to you, those walls are strangers to you, those trees are just any old trees, those houses you never enter are of no good to you, those cobbles you walk on are but stones. Later, when you are no longer there, you realize that you cherish those streets, you miss those roofs, windows, doors, you need those walls, that those trees are favorites of yours, those houses never entered you entered every day, and that you have left behind on those cobbles something of your blood and your guts and your heart. All those places you do not see anymore, that you may never see again and that you have kept a picture of in your mind, take on a melancholy charm, they come back to you with the mournfulness of an apparition, make the Holy Land visible to you, and are, so to speak, the very embodiment of France. And you love them and you conjure them up as they are, as they were, and you persist in this, and you will make no change to them, for the face of your homeland is as dear to you as the face of your mother. Allow us, then, to speak of the past in the present tense. That said, we would ask the reader to bear it in mind, and we shall continue. Jean Valjean had immediately turned off the boulevard and plunged into the narrower streets, striking off in a different direction as often as he could, sometimes abruptly retracing his steps to make sure he was not being followed. This behavior is typical of the hunted stag. Over terrain on which tracks may be left, such behavior has the advantage, among others, of confusing huntsmen and dogs by overlaying the trail with a backscent. In hunting, this is called a false return to cover. There was a full moon that night. Jean Valjean was not sorry for this. Still very low on the horizon, the moon divided the streets into great blocks of light and shadow. Jean Valjean could steal past the houses on the dark side with the light side in view. Perhaps he gave too little consideration to what the dark side hid from him. Yet in all the deserted side streets around Rue de Poliveau he felt certain no one was following him. Cosette kept on walking without asking any questions. The trials and tribulations of the first 6 years of her life had brought something passive to her nature. Moreover, and this is an observation we shall have more than one occasion to return to, without being much aware of it she had grown used to the old man's peculiarities and the eccentricities of fate. And anyway, being with him, she felt safe. Jean Valjean no more knew where he was going than Cosette did. He trusted in God as she trusted in him. He too felt as if he were holding the hand of someone bigger than him. He thought he sensed some invisible being leading him. Otherwise, he had no firm idea, no plan, no project. He was not even absolutely sure it was Javert, and then it might have been Javert without Javert knowing he was Jean Valjean. Was he not disguised? Was he not thought to be dead? Yet for some days now, peculiar things had been happening. That was enough for him. He was determined not to return to the Gorbeau house. Like the wild animal chased from its lair, he was seeking a place to hide until he found a place where he could settle. Jean Valjean traced various labyrinthine routes in the Mouffetard district, which was already sleeping, as though the rule of the Middle Ages still applied and the curfew was still enforced. He linked in various ways, with devious cunning, Rue Saint-Cyr and Rue Capot, Rue du Battoir Esti Victor and Rue du Pute Salermite. There are lodging houses around here, but he did not even enter them, finding nothing that suited him. Then again, he had no doubt that if by chance anyone had been looking for him they would have lost track of him. As 11 o'clock struck at Estiétain-du-Mont, he was walking along Rue de Pontoise in front of the police station, which is at number 14. A few seconds later that instinct we mentioned above made him turn round. At that moment, thanks to the police station lantern, which betrayed them, he distinctly saw 3 men, who were following him quite closely, pass under that lantern one after the other on the dark side of the street. One of those 3 men entered the passage to the superintendent's house. He definitely did not like the look of the one leading the way. "Come along, child," he said to Cosette. And he wasted no time in leaving Rue de Pontoise. He circled around, avoiding Passage des Patriarches, which was closed at that time of night, hurried along Rue de l'Épée-de-Bois and Rue de l'Arbalète, and plunged into Rue de Postes. There is a crossroads, where the Collège Rollin stands today, with Rue Neuve-Sainte-Geneviève branching off it. It goes without saying, Rue Neuve-Sainte-Geneviève is an old street, and decades go by with no mail coach ever going down Rue de Postes. This Rue de Postes was inhabited by potters in the 13th century and its real name is Rue de Pots. Asterisk. The moon cast a bright light on this intersection. Jean Valjean hid in a doorway, reckoning that if those men were still following him he could not fail to get a very good look at them when they crossed this illuminated expanse. Sure enough, not 3 minutes had gone by before the men appeared. There were 4 of them now, all of them tall, dressed in long brown frock coats, with round hats, and big truncheons in their hands. They were no less alarming for their tall stature and huge fists than for the sinister way they skulked in the shadows. They looked like four specters disguised as respectable citizens. They stopped in the middle of the crossroads and gathered in a group, like people conferring with each other. They seemed undecided. The one who appeared to be leading them turned round and pointed vigorously with his right hand in the direction Jean Valjean had taken. One of the others seemed to be pointing with some degree of stubbornness in the opposite direction. Just as the first man turned round, the moonlight caught him full in the face. Jean Valjean recognized Javert, with absolute certainty. 2. Luckily the Pont d'Austerlitz takes vehicles. For Jean Valjean, the uncertainty was over. Fortunately it continued for those men. He took advantage of their indecision. It was time lost for them, gained for him. He slipped out of the doorway where he had been hiding, and hurried on down Rue de Postes towards the area around the Jardin des Plantes. Cosette was beginning to tire. He took her in his arms and carried her. There was not a soul about and the street lamps had not been lit because of the moon. He quickened his pace. In a few strides he had reached the Goblet Pottery Works, on the front of which, clearly legible in the moonlight, was the old inscription. These are the factory premises of Goblet Son, makers of pots and vases of various types, of jugs and pitchers, bricks and tiles and pipes. Come by, we sell our wares gladly to anyone. He left behind him Rue de la Clef, then the St. Victor Fountain, skirted the Jardin des Plantes by the streets on the lower side and came to the embankment. There he turned round. The embankment was deserted. The streets were deserted. There was no one behind him. He breathed freely again. He arrived at the Pont d'Austerlitz. A toll was still collected on it at that time. He went up to the toll collector's office and handed over a sou. "It's 2 sous," said the veteran soldier manning the bridge. "You're carrying a child who can walk. You pay for 2. He paid up, annoyed that his use of the bridge had given rise to comment. All flight should go unnoticed. A heavy cart was crossing the Seine at the same time, going over to the right bank as he was. This was useful. He was able to cross the bridge in the shadow of this cart. Towards the middle of the bridge Cosette, whose feet had gone numb, wanted to walk. He put her down and took her by the hand again. Having crossed the bridge, he noticed some building sites ahead of him, a little to the right. He walked towards them. Getting there meant having to venture across quite a large exposed and brightly lit expanse. He did not hesitate. Those in pursuit had obviously lost track of him, and Jean Valjean believed himself to be out of danger. Hunted, yes. Followed, no. A little street, Rue du Chemin Vert St. Antoine, ran between two walled builders' yards. This street was dark and narrow, and seemed specially designed for him. Before entering it, he looked back. From where he stood he could see the whole length of the Pont d'Austerlitz. For shadowy figures had just started to cross the bridge. These figures had their backs to the Jardin des Plantes and were heading towards the right bank. These 4 shadowy figures were those 4 men. Jean Valjean gave a shudder like that of the recited quarry. He had one remaining hope, that the men might not yet have been on the bridge, and might not have seen him, as he crossed the large, brightly lit square, holding Cosette by the hand. In that case, by disappearing up the little street ahead him, if he could reach the builders' yards, the marshes, the market gardens, the undeveloped land, he might escape. It seemed to him they could trust themselves to that silent little street. He started along it. 3. Consult the 1727 map of Paris. 300 paces further on he arrived at a point where the street forked. It divided into 2 streets, one bearing to the left, the other to the right. Jean Valjean had before him what looked like the 2 arms of a Y. Which one to choose? He did not hesitate, and took the right-hand one. Why? Because the left-hand fork went towards the built-up part of this outlying district, in other words an inhabited area, and the one on the right led to open countryside, in other words, an uninhabited area. However, they were not walking very fast anymore. Cosette's pace was slowing down Jean Valjean's. He picked her up and carried her again. Cosette laid her head on the old man's shoulder and did not say a word. He turned round to look from time to time. He took care always to keep on the dark side of the street. The street ran straight behind him. The first 2 or 3 times he turned round he saw nothing, there was deep silence, and he continued on his way somewhat reassured. Then at a certain moment, having turned round, he thought he saw, away in the darkness, in that part of the street he had just passed through, something moving. He did not so much walk as race ahead, hoping to find some side street and escape that way, covering up his tracks once more. He came to a wall. This wall did not make going any further impossible, though. It was a wall running along a lane that cut across the end of the street he was in. Here again, he had to make a decision, to go left or right. He looked to the right. The lane extended only a short distance between buildings that were either sheds or storehouses, then came to a dead end. The bottom of this blind alley was clearly visible, a high blank wall. He looked to the left. The lane on that side was open-ended and about 200 paces away fed into a main thoroughfare. It was in that direction that safety lay. Just as Jean Valjean was thinking of turning left, to try and reach the main street, he could see at the end of the lane, on the corner where it met the street, some sort of motionless black statue. It was a person, a man, who had obviously just been posted there and was waiting to stop anyone getting through. Jean Valjean shrank back. Where Jean Valjean was, between Faubourg Saint-Antoine and La Râpée, is one of those parts of Paris that recent building works have completely transformed, for worse according to some, for better according to others. The market gardens, depots and old shacks are gone. Today there are brand new broad avenues, amphitheaters, circuses, racecourses, railway stations, and the Mazas prison. Progress, as we see, comes with its corrective. Half a century ago in everyday popular parlance, which is thoroughly steeped in tradition and persists in calling the Institute the Quaternations and the Opera Comique the Fado, the precise spot Jean Valjean had come to was called Petit Picpus. Porte Saint-Jacques, Porte Paris, Barrière de Sergents, Porcherons, Galiote, Celestins, Capucins, Mail, Bourbe, Arbre de Cracovie, Petit Poulon, Petit Picpus, these are names of the old Paris surviving into the new. The memory of the common people lingers on in these relics of the past. Petit Picpus, which in fact scarcely existed and was never more than a roughly defined area, had the almost monastic appearance of a Spanish town. The roads were rarely paved, the streets not much built up. Apart from the 2 or 3 streets we are going to talk about, it was all blank walls and desolation. Not one shop, not one vehicle, only the occasional lighted candle here and there at the windows, and all light extinguished after 10 o'clock. Gardens, convents, yards, allotments, the odd low-built house, and solid walls as high as the houses. Such was this neighborhood in the last century. The revolution had already firmly turned its back on it. The Republican municipal administration demolished, cut through and made holes in it. Rubble dumps were established there. 30 years ago this neighborhood was vanishing, erased by new buildings. Now it has been completely obliterated. Petit Picpus, of which no present map has retained any trace, is quite clearly marked on the 1727 map published in Paris by Denis Thierry of Rue Essay Jacques opposite Rue du Plâtre, and in Lyon by Jean Giron of Rue Mercière at the Sign of Prudence. As mentioned above, Petit Picpus had a Y-shaped configuration of streets, formed by Rue du Chemin Vert Saint-Antoine, which divides in two, the left-hand fork taking the name Petite Rue Picpus, and the right-hand fork, Rue Polonceau. The two arms of the Y were connected by a bar, as it were, across the top of them. This bar was called Rue Droit-Mort. Rue Polonceau ended here. Rue Petit-Picpus continued beyond it, leading up towards Marquet Lenoir. When anyone coming from the Seine reached the end of Rue Polonceau, they had Rue Droit-Mort at a sharp right angle on their left, in front of them the wall that ran along that street, and to the right a truncated extension of Rue Droit-Mort that came to a dead end, called Cul-de-sac Genrot. This is where Jean Valjean was standing. As we have just said, on catching sight of that dark figure standing guard at the corner of Rue Droit-Mort and Petite Rue Picpus, he shrank back. No doubt about it. That phantom was lying in wait for him. What was he to do? It was too late to go back. What he had seen a moment ago, moving in the shadows some distance behind him, was undoubtedly Javert and his squad. Javert was probably already at the top of the street that Jean Valjean was standing at the end of. All the signs were that Javert was familiar with this little maze and had taken the precaution of sending one of his men to guard the exit. These conjectures, seemingly so close to the truth, immediately whirled through Jean Valjean's anguished brain like a handful of dust caught up by an unexpected gust of wind. He considered Cul-de-sac Genrot. That way, blocked. He considered Petite Rue Picpus. That way, guarded. He saw a dark figure standing out, black, against the white pavement bathed in moonlight. To go on was to run into that man. To go back was to run straight into Javert. Jean Valjean felt caught in a slowly tightening net. He looked up to heaven in despair. 4. Fumbling for a way out. In order to understand what follows, the reader needs to have an accurate picture of that Droitmort lane, and in particular of the corner you passed on your left as you emerged from Rue Polonceau to enter Rue Droitmort. The lane was bordered almost all the way along the right-hand side, down to Petite Rue Picpus, by shabby-looking houses, and on the left-hand side by a single grimly structured building, composed of several blocks that became gradually higher by 1 or 2 stories as they approached Petite Rue Picpus. So that this building, which was very high at the Petite Rue Picpus end, was quite low at the Rue Polonceau end. There, on the corner we have mentioned, it came down so low it had only an outside wall. This wall did not come right out to the corner of the street. It was set well back, with the corner cut off at an angle, making that vertical face invisible to any two observers that there might have been, one in Rue Polonceau and the other in Rue Droitmort. The wall extended on either side of the cut-off corner, along Rue Polonceau to a house bearing the number 49, and for a much shorter distance along Rue Droitmort to that gloomy building we have already mentioned, meeting its gable end and thus forming another recessed corner on that street. This gable end had a bleak appearance. It presented only one window, or rather 2 zinc-faced shutters kept permanently closed. This detailed layout that we are giving here is a meticulously accurate one, and will surely awaken a very distinct memory in the minds of former residents of the neighborhood. The vertical face of the cut-off corner was entirely filled by something that looked like an enormous ramshackle gate. It was a huge structure of vertical planks, crudely put together, the top ones wider than the bottom ones, held together with long horizontal strips of iron. Alongside it was a carriage gate of normal size, which had obviously not been there more than about 50 years. The boughs of a linden tree could be seen above this frontage, and the wall on the Rue Polonceau side was covered with ivy. In imminent danger as Jean Valjean was, this gloomy building had a desolate and uninhabited look about it that appealed to him. His gaze rapidly scanned it. He told himself, if he could manage to get inside there he might be saved. First an idea came to him, then hope. In the central part of the front of this building on Rue Droitmort there were old lead rainwater heads at every window on the various floors. The multiple branches of piping that led from one central pipe to all these little rainwater collectors sketched out a kind of tree on the facade. These ramifications of pipes with their many elbow joints bore a resemblance to those leafless old vine stalks twisting over the front of ancient farmhouses. This bizarre espalier with its branches of lead and iron was the first thing that caught Jean Valjean's eye. He sat Cosette with her back against a bollard, telling her to keep quiet, and ran to the spot where the pipe came down to the pavement. Perhaps there was some way of climbing it and entering the house. But the pipe was in a sorry state and unserviceable and barely secured to the wall. Moreover, all the windows of this silent building had thick iron bars over them, even the attic windows and the roof. And besides, this facade was in full moonlight, and the man watching from the end of the street would have seen Jean Valjean climbing it. And then what was to be done with Cosette? How was she to be hauled to the top of a 3-story house? He gave up all idea of climbing the drainpipe, and crept along the wall back to Rue Polonceau. When he reached the cut-off corner where he had left Cosette, he noticed no one could see him there. As we have just explained, he was invisible to all eyes, whichever direction they came from. And he was in shadow. Moreover, there were 2 gates. Perhaps they could be forced. The wall above which he could see the linden tree and the ivy obviously gave on to a garden where, leafless though the trees still were, he could at least hide and spend the rest of the night. Time was passing. He had to act quickly. He tried the carriage entrance, feeling over it with his hands, and realized at once it was boarded up on both sides. He approached the other big gate more hopefully. It was terribly rickety, made less solid by its very size, the planks were rotten, the iron strips, there were only 3, were rusted. It seemed as if it might be possible to get through this rickety barrier. On examining it he saw that this gate was not a gate. It had neither hinges nor hinge pins, no lock, no opening in the middle. The iron bands went all the way across it in an unbroken line. Through the chinks between the planks he made out crudely cemented stone and rubble that passers-by could still see there 10 years ago. He was forced to acknowledge with dismay that what seemed to be a gate was simply the wooden paneling on a building standing behind it. It was easy to tear off a plank, but you came up against a wall. Something gaslighting would make impossible. At that moment a measured tramping sound began to make itself heard from some distance away. Jean Valjean risked taking a peek round the corner of the street. 7 or 8 soldiers in a body had just entered Rue Polonceau. He saw the gleam of their bayonets. They were coming towards him. These soldiers, led by a tall figure he identified as Javert, advanced slowly and cautiously. They halted frequently. It was plain they were searching every recess in the walls and every doorway and alleyway. This was, and it was impossible to be mistaken in this conjecture, some patrol Javert had encountered and requisitioned. Javert's 2 henchmen were marching in their ranks. At the pace they were moving and with the stops they were making, it would take them about a quarter of an hour to reach Jean Valjean's position. It was a frightful predicament. A few minutes separated Jean Valjean from the appalling abyss that was opening up before him, for the 3rd time. And penal servitude now meant not just penal servitude but Cosette lost to him forever, in other words, a living death. There was only one possibility left. It was a characteristic of Jean Valjean that he might have been said to carry 2 bags, in one he kept his saintly thoughts, in the other the formidable talents of a convict. He dug into one or the other, depending on circumstances. Among other resources, thanks to his numerous escapes from the prison hulks at Toulon, he was, the reader will remember, a past master in that incredible art of climbing the inside corner of a wall, as much as 6 stories high if necessary, without a ladder, without irons, by sheer muscular force, using neck, shoulders, hips, and knees for support, scarcely relying at all on the odd irregularity in the stone's surface, an art that has rendered so awesome and so famous that corner of the courtyard in the conciergerie of Paris by which some 20 years ago the convicted criminal Batimal, facing execution, made his escape. Jean Valjean sized up the wall above which he could see the linden tree. It was about 18 feet high. The corner where it met the gable end of the large building was filled at ground level with a triangular pile of rubble, probably intended to save this too suitable corner from being used as a public convenience by passers-by. This preventive filling up of corners is commonplace in Paris. This pile was about 5 feet high. From the top of the pile, the distance to be climbed to reach the top of the wall was no more than 14 feet. The wall was capped with a flat stone coping. The problem was Cosette. She could not climb a wall. Abandon her? Jean Valjean had no intention of doing so. It was impossible to carry her. A man needs all his strength to succeed in these extraordinary ascents. Any additional burden would interfere with his center of gravity and make him fall. He needed a rope. Jean Valjean had not got one. Where was he to find a rope at midnight in Rue Polonceau? Certainly at that moment Jean Valjean, if he had had one, would have given his kingdom for a rope. All dire situations are electrifying, sometimes blindingly so, sometimes to illuminating effect. Jean Valjean's despairing gaze fell on the lamppost in cul-de-sac Genrot. At that time there were no gaslights on the streets of Paris. Street lanterns, placed at regular intervals, were lit at nightfall. They were raised and lowered by means of a rope running from one side of the street to the other, which fed through the groove in a supporting bracket. The winch on which this rope was wound was locked in a little iron box underneath the lantern, to which the lamplighter had the key, and the rope itself was protected to a certain height by metal casing. With the energy of a man whose life is at stake, Jean Valjean dashed across the street, entered the blind alley, picked the lock of the little box with the point of his knife, and a moment later was back with Cosette. He had a rope. They are fast workers, these desperately resourceful people contending with fate. We have already explained that the street lamps had not been lit that night. So the lantern in cul-de-sac Genrot was of course dark like all the others, and you could go by without even noticing it was no longer where it should have been. Nevertheless, the time, the place, the darkness, Jean Valjean's concern, his peculiar behavior, his comings and goings, had all begun to alarm Cosette. Any other child would have long since been complaining. She merely tugged at Jean Valjean by the skirt of his coat. They could hear ever more distinctly the sound of the patrol approaching. "Father," she whispered, "I'm scared. Who is it that's coming this way?" "Hush," replied the poor man. "It's Madame Thénardier." Cosette shuddered. He added, "Keep quiet. Leave it to me. If you call out, if you cry, that Thénardier woman's ready to pounce. She's come to take you back." Then, unhurriedly but without a wasted move, with quick and resolute precision, all the more remarkable at such a moment, when the patrol in Javert might appear at any instant, he untied his scarf, passed it round Cosette's body, under her armpits, making sure it could not hurt the child, fastened the scarf to one end of the rope by means of that knot seafarers call a swallow knot *, took the other end of the rope between his teeth, pulled off his shoes and stockings, which he threw over the wall, climbed up the pile of masonry, and began to raise himself in the angle between the wall and the gable end as surely and as steadily as if he had ladder rungs under his feet and elbows. Half a minute had not gone by before he was kneeling on the wall. Cosette stared at him in amazement, not uttering a word. Jean Valjean's warning in the Thénardier woman's name had petrified her. All of a sudden she heard Jean Valjean calling down to her, though still in a very quiet voice, "Come and stand with your back to the wall." She obeyed. "Don't say a word and don't be afraid," said Jean Valjean. And she felt herself being lifted from the ground. Before she knew it, she was on the top of the wall. Jean Valjean picked her up, put her on his back, held her two little hands in his left hand, lay flat on his stomach and crawled along the top of the wall to where it cut across the corner. As he had surmised, there was some sort of outhouse with a roof, quite gently pitched, sloping down from the top of the wooden fence to very close to the ground, almost touching the linden tree. Just as well, because the wall was much higher on the inside than on the street side. Though Jean Valjean could see the ground, it seemed a very long way down. He had just reached the sloping roof and was still on top of the wall when a great hullabaloo announced the arrival of the patrol. Javert's voice could be heard roaring out, "Search the blind alley. Rue Droitmore is guarded. Petite Rue Picpus as well. I guarantee he's in the blind alley." The soldiers rushed into cul-de-sac Genrot. Jean Valjean slid down the roof, holding Cosette, reached the linden tree and jumped to the ground. Either through terror or bravery, Cosette had not uttered a sound. Her hands were a little grazed. 6. The beginning of a mystery. Jean Valjean found himself in an extremely large and unusual-looking sort of garden, one of those melancholy gardens that seem designed to be viewed in winter and at night. This garden was rectangular in shape, with an avenue of tall poplars at the far end, some quite old trees in the corners, and an exposed space in the middle where you could make out one very big tree on its own, then several gnarled fruit trees bristling like bushes, some vegetable patches, a melon bed with its bell jars glinting in the moonlight, and an old drainage well. There were stone benches here and there, apparently black with moss. The paths were edged with little dark shrubs and were very straight. They were half overgrown with grass, and green mildew covered the rest. Jean Valjean had next to him the outbuilding with the roof he had used to climb down, a stack of firewood, and behind the firewood, right up against the wall, a stone statue, its disfigured face now no more than a featureless mask dimly visible in the darkness. The outbuilding was a kind of ruin in which some derelict rooms were discernible, one of which was very cluttered and seemed to be used as a garden shed. The large building on Rue Droitmore that also faced onto Petite Rue Picpus had two facades overlooking this garden, at right angles to each other. These interior facades were even more grim than the ones on the outside. All the windows were grated. Not a gleam of light was to be seen at any one of them. The top floors had hooded windows like those of prisons. One of these facades threw the other into its shadow, which fell over the garden like an immense black pall. There was no other house to be seen. The bottom of the garden was lost in mist and darkness. Yet, beyond, you could vaguely make out some intersecting walls, as if there were other gardens there, and the low roofs of Rue Polonceau. It was impossible to imagine anything more neglected and lonely than this garden. There was no one in it, which was only natural given what time it was, but the place did not seem to be designed for anyone to walk in, even in broad daylight. Jean Valjean's first concern had been to find his shoes and put them back on, then to get inside the outhouse with Cosette. No one on the run ever feels well enough hidden. Still thinking of Madame Thénardier, the child shared his instinct to be as inconspicuous as possible. Cosette shivered, and huddled close to him. They could hear the racket made by the patrol searching the blind alley in the street, their gun butt striking the stones, Javert calling to the lookouts he had posted, and his cursing mixed with words that were indistinguishable. After a quarter of an hour it sounded as if this rumbling storm, as it were, was beginning to move away. Jean Valjean held his breath. He had gently placed his hand over Cosette's mouth. Actually, the loneliness of the place they were in was so strangely peaceful that the frightful din raging so furiously and so close at hand did not disturb it in the slightest. The walls might have been built of those deaf stones mentioned in the scriptures. Suddenly out of this profound peacefulness rose a new sound, a sound as celestial, divine, ineffable, ravishing as the other was horrible. It was a hymn that issued from the shadows, a dazzling radiance of prayer and harmony, in the dark and frightening silence of the night. Women's voices, but voices simultaneously combining the pure strains of virgins and the innocent strains of children, like voices that are not of this earth, that sound like those the newborn can still hear, and the dying already hear. The singing came from the bleak edifice overlooking the garden. As the devil's pandemonium receded, it might have been a choir of angels approaching in the darkness. Cosette and Jean Valjean fell on their knees. They did not know what it was, they did not know where they were, but both man and child, penitent and innocent, felt they must kneel. The strange thing about these voices was that the building seemed none the less deserted. It was like a transcendental song in an uninhabited abode. While these voices sang, Jean Valjean's mind was empty of thought. It was no longer the darkness he saw, it was blue skies. He seemed to feel the spreading of those wings we all have within us. The singing stopped. It might have lasted a long time. Jean Valjean could not have said. Hours of ecstasy are never more than momentary. All had fallen silent. Not another sound in the street, not another sound in the garden. The menacing, the comforting, all had died away. The breeze ruffled a few dry weeds on top of the wall, creating a quietly mournful sound. 7. The mystery continues. The cold night wind had risen, which suggested it must be between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. Poor Cosette said nothing. As she had sat down on the ground beside him and rested her head against him, Jean Valjean thought she had fallen asleep. He bent down to look at her. Cosette's eyes were wide open and she had a pensive expression that Jean Valjean found heartrending. She was still shivering. "Are you sleepy?" said Jean Valjean. "I'm very cold," she replied. A moment later she said, "Is she still there?" "Who?" said Jean Valjean. "Madame Thénardier." Jean Valjean had already forgotten how he had contrived to keep Cosette quiet. "Ah," he said. "She's gone. Nothing to be frightened of any more." The child sighed as though a load had been lifted off her chest. The ground was damp, the outhouse exposed on every side, the wind freshening every moment. The old man took off his coat and wrapped it around Cosette. "Are you less cold now?" he said. "Oh, yes, father." "Now wait here for a moment. I'll be back straight away." He left the tumble-down shelter and began to skirt the large building, seeking some better refuge. He came across doors, but they were locked. There were bars on all the ground-floor windows. He had just gone round the inside corner of the building when he noticed he was coming to some arched windows, and he saw a light shining from them. He stood on tiptoe and peeped through one of these windows. They all gave on to quite a vast interior, paved with large flagstones, divided up by arches and pillars, where nothing but a little glimmer of light and great shadows were to be seen. The glimmer came from a night lamp burning in one corner. This hall was deserted, and nothing stirred in it. Yet, straining his eyes, he thought he could see something on the ground that seemed to be covered with a shroud and looked like a human figure. It lay flat on the stone, face down, its arms extended on either side, in the stillness of death. This sinister figure appeared to have a rope round its neck, like some sort of snake trailing across the floor. The entire hall was steeped in that mistiness of dimly lit places that adds to their horror. Jean Valjean often said afterwards that although he had encountered many macabre sights in his life, he had never seen anything more chilling and terrible than this mysterious figure, fulfilling who can say what unknown mystery in that dismal place and thus glimpsed in the gloom. It was harrowing to suppose that what lay there might be dead, and more harrowing still to think it might be alive. He had the courage to press his forehead to the glass, watching to see if this thing would stir. Though he remained there for what seemed to him a very long time, the outstretched figure made no movement. Suddenly he was overcome with inexpressible terror, and he fled. He began to run towards the outhouse, not daring to look behind him. He had the feeling that if he turned round he would see that figure come striding after him, waving its arms. He reached the ruined building panting for breath. His knees felt weak, the sweat trickled down his back. Where was he? Who could ever have imagined anything of this kind in the middle of Paris? What was this strange sepulchral house? A building full of nocturnal mysteries, summoning souls in the darkness with the voices of angels, and when they came, springing on them that dreadful vision, promising to open the radiant gates of heaven and then opening the horrific entrance to the tomb. And this was a real building, a house that had its own number on the street. It was no dream. He had to touch the stones to convince himself of it. The cold, the anxiety, the worry, the excitement of that evening made him genuinely feverish, and all these thoughts jostled in his brain. He came back to Cosette. She was sleeping. 8. The mystery deepens. The child had laid her head on a stone and fallen asleep. He sat down beside her and began to contemplate her. Little by little, as he gazed at her, he grew calm and regained control of his freedom of mind. He clearly perceived this truth, the bedrock of his life from now on, that so long as she was there, so long as he had her by him, he would have no need of anything but for her sake, nor fear of anything except on her account. He was not even aware of being very cold, having taken off his coat to cover her with it. But through the reverie into which he had fallen he had for a while been able to hear a curious sound. It was like a little bell being shaken. The sound came from the garden. Distinctly, albeit faintly, audible, it was reminiscent of the hesitant little tunes produced by cowbells in the pastures at night. This sound made Valjean turn round. He looked, and saw there was someone in the garden. What appeared to be a man was walking among the bell jars in the melon bed, standing up, bending down, stopping, with regular movements, as if he were dragging something or spreading it out on the ground. This person seemed to be limping. Jean Valjean shuddered with that continual tremor of the wretched. Everything is hostile and suspect to them. They distrust the daylight because, with the help of it, they can be seen, and the dark because, with the help of it, they can be taken by surprise. A little while ago he had been quaking because the garden was deserted, now he was quaking because there was someone there. Fanciful terrors gave way to real ones. He said to himself that Javert and the spies might not have gone, that they had probably left people on the watch, that if this man found him in his garden he would cry for help and hand him over as a thief. He took the sleeping Cosette gently in his arms and carried her behind a heap of old disused furniture in the remotest corner of the outhouse. Cosette did not stir. From there he observed the movements of the person in the melon bed. The strange thing was that the sound of the bell followed all of this man's movements. When the man came nearer, the sound came nearer. When the man moved away, the sound moved away. If he made any hurried gesture, a tremolo accompanied it. When he stopped, the sound ceased. It seemed obvious that the bell was attached to this man. But then what could be the meaning of it? Who was this man with a little bell hanging from him like a ram or an ox? As he asked himself all these questions, he touched Cosette's hands. They were freezing cold. "Oh my God," he said. He called to her in a low voice, "Cosette." She did not open her eyes. He shook her vigorously. She did not wake. What if she were dead, he said to himself. And he stood up, trembling from head to toe. A jumble of the most frightful thoughts passed through his mind. There are moments when horrible assumptions assail us like a pack of furies, and violently storm our brain's defenses. When those we love are at stake, our prudence imagines all sorts of madness. He remembered that sleeping in the open air on a cold night can be fatal. Pallid, Cosette had sunk back down on the ground and lay at his feet, not moving. He listened for her breath. She was breathing, but her breathing seemed to him weak and about to fade away. How was he to warm her? How was he to rouse her? Everything but this was wiped from his mind. He rushed from the outhouse in panic. It was absolutely essential that Cosette be in bed in front of a fire within 15 minutes. 9. The man with the bell. He walked straight up to the man he saw in the garden. He put his hand on the roll of silver coins in the pocket of his waistcoat. The man had his head bent down and did not see Jean Valjean coming. In a few strides Jean Valjean was beside him. Jean Valjean accosted him with the cry, 100 francs. The man gave a start and looked up. 100 francs are yours, Jean Valjean went on, if you'll give me shelter for the night. The moon shone full on Jean Valjean's frantic face. Oh! It's you, Père Madeleine, said the man. That name, spoken in these circumstances at this late hour in this unknown spot by this strange man, made Jean Valjean recoil. He had expected anything but that. The person speaking to him was a stooped, lame old man, dressed almost like a peasant, who wore on his left knee a leather knee-pad with quite a large bell hanging from it. His face, which was in shadow, could not be seen clearly. But this fellow had removed his cap and was all a-tremble, crying, "Oh, my God! What are you doing here, Père Madeleine? How in the name of Jesus did you get in? You must have fallen from heaven. Not that it's impossible, if ever you do fall, that's where you'll fall from. And what a state you're in! You've no scarf, you've no hat, you've no coat. Do you realize, you'd have frightened anyone who didn't know you? No coat. Good Lord! Are the saints going mad these days? But how on earth did you get in here?" The words came tumbling out. The old man spoke with a rustic volubility that gave no cause for concern. All this was said with a mixture of bewilderment and simple kindliness. "Who are you? And what is this house?" asked Jean Valjean. "Ah! Glory be, that's a good one," exclaimed the old man. "I'm the person you placed here, and this house is the one where you placed me." "What, don't you recognize me?" "No," said Jean Valjean. "And how was it you came to know me?" "You saved my life," said the man. He turned, a moonbeam caught his face in profile, and Jean Valjean recognized old Fauchelevent. "Ah," said Jean Valjean. "So it's you." "Yes, I recognize you." "I should think so too," said the old man in a reproachful tone. "And what are you doing here?" said Jean Valjean. "Why, covering my melons, of course." When Jean Valjean accosted him, old Fauchelevent had in fact been holding in his hand the end of a straw mat that he was busy laying over the melon bed. He had already laid down a number of them during the hour or so he had been in the garden. It was this operation that had caused him to make the peculiar movements observed from the outhouse by Jean Valjean. He went on, "I said to myself, the moon's bright, there'll be a frost. Maybe I should get my melons into their winter coats? And goodness knows," he added, looking at Jean Valjean with a chuckle, "you surely should have done the same for yourself. But how do you come to be here?" Aware that he was known to this man, at least by the name of Madeleine. Jean Valjean now proceeded with the utmost caution. He kept asking questions. Strange to say, their roles seemed to be reversed. It was he, the intruder, who was asking the questions. "And what's this bell you're wearing on your knee?" "This," replied Fauchelevent. "It's so I can be kept clear of." "What do you mean? So you can be kept clear of?" Old Fauchelevent winked, with an expression beyond words. "I tell you, there are only women in this house, many young girls. It seems I'd be dangerous for them to meet. The bell warns them. When I come along, they go away." "What is this house?" "Come now, you know well enough." "No, I don't." "But you got me the job here as gardener." "Tell me as if I knew nothing about it." "Well then, this is the Petit Picpus convent." Memories started coming back to Jean Valjean. Chance, that is to say, Providence, had cast him into that very convent in the St. Antoine neighborhood where old Fauchelevent, crippled by his overturned cart, had been taken in, on his recommendation, 2 years ago now. He repeated, as if talking to himself, the Petit Picpus convent. Now then, said Fauchelevent, more to the point, how the devil did you get in here, Père Madeleine? For all that you're a saint, you're a man, and no men are allowed into this place. You're here. I'm the only one. All the same, said Jean Valjean, I must stay here. My God, cried Fauchelevent. Jean Valjean drew closer to the old man and said to him in a grave voice, Père Fauchelevent, I saved your life. I was the first to remember it, replied Fauchelevent. Well, today you can do for me what I once did for you. Fauchelevent took in his old, wrinkled and trembling hands Jean Valjean's 2 sturdy hands and for several minutes seemed unable to speak. Finally he exclaimed, Oh! That would be a blessing from the good Lord if I could pay you back a little. I save your life. Monsieur le Maire, this old man is at your service. A wonderful joy had in some way transfigured the old man. His face seemed to radiate light. What do you want me to do? He said. I shall explain. Have you got a room? I have an isolated hut, over there, behind the ruins of the old convent, in a corner out of sight. It has 3 rooms. The hut was actually so well hidden behind the ruins, and so well positioned so as not to be visible, that Jean Valjean had not noticed it. Good, said Jean Valjean. Now there are 2 things I ask of you. What are they, Monsieur le Maire? Firstly, not to tell anyone what you know about me. Secondly, not to ask for any more explanations. Whatever you say. I know you couldn't do anything that wasn't honorable and you've always been a man of God. And besides, it was you who placed me here. That's your own business. I'm at your service. That's settled. Now, come with me. We'll go and fetch the child. Ah, said Fauchelevent. There's a child. He said not another word and followed Jean Valjean like a dog following its master. Less than half an hour later, Cosette, her rosy coloring restored by the warmth of a good fire, was asleep in the old gardener's bed. Jean Valjean had put his scarf and coat back on. The hat he had tossed over the wall had been found and retrieved. While Jean Valjean was putting on his frock coat, Fauchelevent had removed his knee pad with the bell on it, which was now hanging on the wall from a nail beside a gardener's pannier. The 2 men were warming themselves, seated at a table where Fauchelevent had placed a piece of cheese, some brown bread, a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, and laying his hand on Jean Valjean's knee the old man was saying to him, Ah! Père Madeleine! You didn't recognize me straight away. You save people's lives, and then you forget them. Oh, that's bad. They remember you. Heartless, that's what you are. X. How Javert came to find the bird had flown. The events of which we have just seen the reverse side, as it were, unfolded in the most straightforward manner. When, on the day that Javert arrested him at Fantine's deathbed, Jean Valjean escaped from Montreuil-sur-Mer's town jail, the police assumed the escaped convict must have made his way to Paris. Paris is a maelstrom in which all is lost, and all disappears inside this earthly vortex as it does in the vortex of the seas. No forest hides a man as effectively as this throng. All manner of fugitives know this. They go to Paris to be swallowed up. There is salvation in being swallowed up. The police know this too, and it is in Paris they go looking for what they have lost elsewhere. That is where they went looking for the former mayor of Montreuil-sur-Mer. Javert was summoned to Paris to assist in the search. And indeed Javert contributed considerably to the recapture of Jean Valjean. Javert's zeal and intelligence in that instance were noted by Monsieur Chiboulet, secretary of the Prefecture under Count Angles. Monsieur Chaboulot, who was in any case already a patron of Javert, arranged for the inspector of Montreuil-sur Mer to be transferred to the Paris police. There, Javert in various ways made himself useful, and let us say, unexpected as the word may seem with regard to such services, honorably so. He had stopped thinking about Jean Valjean, for dogs that hunt all the time, today's fox drives yesterday's fox out of mind, when in December 1823 he read a newspaper. Javert never read newspapers, but being a monarchist he wanted to know the details of the Prince Generalissimo's triumphal entry into Bayonne. Just as he was finishing the article that interested him, a name at the bottom of a page, the name of Jean Valjean, caught his attention. The paper announced that the convict Jean Valjean was dead and reported the fact in such categorical terms that Javert did not doubt it. All he said was, "There's no escape from that place." Then he threw aside the paper and thought no more about it. Some time afterwards a report was sent to the Paris police headquarters by the Seine-et-Oise prefecture, concerning the abduction of a child, said to have taken place under unusual circumstances in the commune of Montfermeil. The report said a little girl of 7 or 8 years of age, placed by her mother in the care of a local innkeeper, had been stolen by a stranger. This child answered to the name of Cosette and was the daughter of a prostitute named Fantine, who had died in hospital, it was not known when or where. This report came to Javert's notice and set him pondering. The name of Fantine was well known to him. He remembered that Jean Valjean had made him burst out laughing by asking for 3 days' grace in order to go and fetch that creature's child. He recalled that Jean Valjean had been arrested in Paris as he was getting into the coach for Montfermeil. Some indications even then had led to speculation that it was the second time he was taking that coach, and that he had already made a previous trip the day before to somewhere on the outskirts of that village, for he had not been seen in the village itself. Why was he going to that place? Montfermeil? No one could work it out. Javert now understood. Fantine's daughter was there. Jean Valjean was going to fetch her. Well, this child had just been stolen by a stranger. Who could that stranger be? Could it be Jean Valjean? But Jean Valjean was dead. Without saying anything to anybody, Javert took the coach from the Plat d'Etaine at Cul-de-Sac de la Planchette and traveled to Montfermeil. He expected to find great illumination. What he found was great obscurity. For the first few days, the smarting Thénardiers had a lot to say for themselves. The disappearance of Alouette had created a sensation in the village. There were immediately several versions of the story that it ended up as a child theft. Hence the police report. But after his initial fury, Thénardier, with that wonderful instinct of his, very quickly realized that it never pays to involve the crown prosecutor and that the first result of his complaints about Cosette's abduction would be to bring the glinting eye of justice to bear on himself and on many shady affairs he was involved in. The last thing owls want is to have a light shone on them. In the first place, how would he explain the 1,500 francs he had received? In a complete turnaround he stopped his wife talking, and feigned astonishment at any mention of the stolen child. He was at a loss to understand any such talk. No doubt in the heat of the moment he had complained of having that little darling taken away from him so quickly. Out of affection he would have liked to keep her another 2 or 3 days, but it was her grandfather who had come to fetch her, quite naturally enough. He had added the grandfather for good measure. It was this story that Javert heard when he turned up at Montfermeil. The grandfather eliminated Jean Valjean. Nevertheless, Javert did ask a few questions by way of checking Thénardier's story. Who was this grandfather and what was his name? Thénardier replied straightforwardly, "He's a wealthy farmer. I saw his passport. I think his name was Monsieur Guillaume Lambert." Lambert is a good honest name and extremely reassuring. Javert returned to Paris. Jean Valjean is dead, for sure, he said, and I'm a fool. Again, he was beginning to forget this whole story when in March 1824 he heard about some odd character living in the parish of Estémédid who had been nicknamed the beggar who gives alms to the poor. This individual was, it was said, a man of means. No one quite knew what his name was, and he lived alone with a little girl of 8 who herself knew nothing except that she came from Montfermeil. Montfermeil. That name kept turning up, and it made Javert prick up his ears. Acting as a police informer, an old beggar and former verger, to whom this person gave money, provided a few more details. This man of means was a very unsociable person, only ever went out in the evening, spoke to no one, just occasionally to the poor, and never let anyone get near him. He wore a horrible old yellow frockcoat that was worth several million, being completely padded with banknotes. This definitely piqued Javert's curiosity. In order to get a really close look at this unlikely man of means without scaring him off, he borrowed the verger's garb for a day, and the patch on which the old police informer sat huddled every evening, muttering prayers and spying through his prayerfulness. The suspect individual did indeed come up to Javert in this disguise, and gave him money. At that moment Javert looked up, and the shock that Jean Valjean had, thinking he recognized Javert, Javert also had, thinking he recognized Valjean. However, the darkness might have deceived him. Jean Valjean's death was official. Javert still had doubts, serious doubts, and when in doubt, Javert, a scrupulous man, never collared anybody. He followed his man to the Gorbeau tenement and got the old biddy talking, which was not difficult. The old biddy confirmed the information regarding the coat lined with millions, and related the episode of the 1,000-franc note. She saw it. She had it in her hands. Javert rented a room. That same evening he moved in. He came and listened at the mysterious lodger's door, hoping to hear the sound of his voice, but Jean Valjean saw his candlelight through the keyhole and thwarted the spy by remaining silent. The next day Jean Valjean decamped. But the sound of the 5-franc piece that he dropped was noted by the old woman, who, hearing the jingle of money, thought he was going to move out and wasted no time in alerting Javert. At nightfall, when Jean Valjean emerged, Javert was waiting for him with 2 men behind the trees on the boulevard. Javert had asked police headquarters for support but had not disclosed the name of the individual he hoped to seize. That was his secret, and he kept it for 3 reasons. First, because the slightest indiscretion might put Jean Valjean on his guard. Also, because capturing an escaped old lag believed to be dead, a convicted criminal classified once and for all in the legal records as a felon of the most dangerous kind, was a sensational coup that the Paris police veterans would certainly not leave to a newcomer like Javert, and he was afraid of being robbed of his hardened offender. Lastly, because Javert, being an artist, had a taste for the unexpected. He hated those much heralded successes that have the shine taken off them by being talked of long in advance. He preferred to prepare his masterstrokes in the dark and then suddenly reveal them. Javert followed Jean Valjean from tree to tree, then from street corner to street corner, did not lose sight of him for a single moment. Even when Jean Valjean felt safest, Javert's eye was on him. Why did Javert not arrest Jean Valjean? Because he was still doubtful. It must be remembered that at that time things were not exactly comfortable for the police. The free press was making things difficult for them. Several arbitrary arrests, denounced by the newspapers, had caused a stir even in Parliament and had made the police authorities apprehensive. Violating the freedom of the individual was a serious matter. Policemen were afraid of making a mistake. The chief of police made them take the blame for it. A mistake meant getting the sack. Imagine the effect this brief paragraph, reproduced in 20 newspapers, would have had in Paris. Yesterday a white-haired old grandfather and respectable man of means while out for a walk with his 8-year-old granddaughter was arrested as an escaped convict and taken to the central police station. And anyway, it is worth repeating, Javert had scruples of his own. The exhortations of his conscience reinforced the exhortations of the police chief. He was genuinely in doubt. And Jean Valjean was walking with his back to him, in darkness. Sorrow, worry, anxiety, despondency, this new setback of having to flee by night and blindly seek a safe shelter in Paris for Cosette and himself, the need to adjust his pace to that of the child, all this, without his even being aware of it, had altered Jean Valjean's gait and placed such a stamp of old age on his usual bearing that even the police, embodied by Javert, might be misled, and indeed he was. The impossibility of getting very close, the way he was dressed as an elderly émigré tutor, Thénardier's statement that made him a grandfather, and the belief that he had died in prison, added further to the growing uncertainties in Javert's mind. At one moment he considered asking him bluntly for his papers. But if this man was not Jean Valjean, and if he was not a respectable old gentleman of independent means, he was probably some bruiser who was deeply and cleverly involved in the Parisian criminal underworld, some dangerous gang leader giving money to the poor to conceal his other talents, an old trick, that one. He would have trusted henchmen, accomplices, bolt-holes where he was no doubt going to take refuge. All these detours he was making seemed to indicate he was no ordinary customer. To arrest him too hastily would be to kill the goose that lays the golden egg. What was the harm in waiting? Javert was very confident the man could not escape. So he carried on, somewhat perplexed, asking himself countless questions about this mysterious character. It was only quite late, in Rue de Pontoise, that, thanks to the bright light spilling out from a bar, he definitely recognized Jean Valjean. There are in this world two creatures that quiver intensely, the mother who finds her lost child and the tiger that comes on its prey. Javert had that intense quivering. As soon as he had positively identified the fearsome convicted criminal Jean Valjean, he realized there were only 3 of them and asked for reinforcements at the police station on Rue de Pontoise. Before you grasp a thorny stick, you put on gloves. This delay, and stopping at Carrefour Rollin to confer with his men, almost made him lose the trail. However, he very soon worked out that Jean Valjean would want to put the river between himself and his pursuers. Like a bloodhound setting its nose to the ground to keep on the right track, he bowed his head and reflected. With his powerful sureness of instinct, Javert made straight for the Pont d'Austerlitz. A word with the toll collector told him all he needed to know. "Have you seen a man with a little girl?" "I made him pay 2 sous, replied the toll collector. Javert reached the bridge in time to see Jean Valjean on the other side of the water walking across the moonlit open space holding Cosette by the hand. He saw him enter Rue du Chemin Vert St. Antoine. He pictured Cul de Sac Genrot laid out there like a trap, and the only way out of Rue Droit-Mort into Petite Rue Picpus. He organized a drive, as huntsmen say. He quickly sent one of his agents by a roundabout route to guard that exit. When an army patrol came by, on its way back to the arsenal, he requisitioned it to go with him. In such circumstances, soldiers are an asset. Moreover, the rule is, to get the better of a wild boar you need the expertise of a huntsman and plenty of dogs. Having made these arrangements, and aware that Jean Valjean was trapped between the Genrot blind alley on his right, Javert's man on his left, and Javert himself behind, he took a pinch of snuff. Then he began to have fun. He experienced a moment of fiendish delight, letting his man go on ahead, knowing he had him in his grasp but wanting to delay to the utmost the moment of arrest, taking pleasure in being aware that the man was caught, and seeing him free, gloating over him with that relish the spider takes in the flitting of the fly and the cat takes in the scurrying of the mouse. Claws and talons enjoy a monstrous thrill, that is, the unseen movements of the creature imprisoned in their grip. How delicious is this snuffing out! Javert was in ecstasy. His net was firmly staked. He was sure of success. All he had to do now was tighten his grip. With the backup he had, the very idea of resistance was absurd, no matter how energetic, strong and desperate Jean Valjean might be. Javert advanced slowly, delving into every nook on his way down the street, as into the pocket